Chapter 101 Shameless. The shrill wailing is still continuing. The heart-wrenching howling sound, even if only heard from a distance, makes people feel creepy, and all kinds of terrifying associations are generated in the mind. However, the cold fog blocked the vision and covered the entire battlefield. No one outside the battlefield could see what was happening on the battlefield. In fact, whether it was Itaki, Biwajozo, or Kakashi and others on the other side, there were many ways to dispel the cold fog that permeated the long street. As long as the direction was right, a high-level wind escape ninjutsu could easily solve it. But for some reason, neither side standing at the two ends of the long street did so. They just stared at the battlefield vigilantly, listening to the wailing coming from the battlefield and the occasional crackling sound of the ice mirror breaking. Unlike the Konoha side who had no idea what was going on, Itaki already had a few guesses in his mind. But he was also startled by the light shout of the masked Akatsuki member who had just controlled the Red Susanoo. Before that, he had several suspects about the other party's identity. But when he heard the crisp female voice from the other party, he was stunned. There was no woman among his suspects. Even now, he couldn't think of a suspect who was a female of the same race who could open the Manjiki Sharingan and had such strong pupil power. On the battlefield covered by cold fog, Shinji lowered his eyes and looked at Doma who was gradually turning into ash in front of him. Hey! He exhaled lightly. On this battlefield full of cold fog, just a simple breath made his lungs hurt, and his throat felt like being cut by a knife. In fact, the strength of upper-rank demon Doma was somewhat beyond his expectations. If he hadn't transplanted white Zetsu cells to Karin in time, allowing Karin to restore the half-damaged Manjiki pupil power and have the ability to activate Susanoo, I'm afraid he would have to fight this battle himself. Compared to Karin who can restore her pupil power by herself, Karin, although Shinji controls two pairs of Manjiki through the Susanoo Tou, his pupil power may not be more sufficient than Karin. If he really fights Doma's blood demon art, even if he can win, the price will be too high for him to bear. Karin, who was standing by, apologized, "Sir, I'm sorry." Shinji waved his hand, "The opponent is very strong. You have done a good job in giving me a chance to attack." It was because Karin activated Susanoo to smash Doma's ice crystal bodhisattva, causing Doma to lose his cover and reveal a huge flaw that Shinji was able to seize the opportunity and destroy Doma with Amaterasu. Karin breathed a sigh of relief, as if it had worked on her and she felt relieved. Crack! At this time, the sound of the ice mirror breaking came again not far away. There is another one. Shinji's eyes sank, and he walked towards the battlefield of Shiro and Akaza. Before the action, he had already considered the possibility of traps, so he was not panicked by Akaza's surprise attack on him. Because he had long told Bai behind him to be alert to the surroundings and guard against possible surprise attacks. He just didn't expect these ghosts to pretend to be members of the Akatsuki organization. How shameless! And from Kakashi's group of Konoha ninjas, and Uchiha Itaki, Biwajozo, a group of authentic Akatsuki members, all happened to gather in this town tonight. Shinji guessed that these two upper-rank ghosts must have done something in the identity of Akatsuki to attract Konoha and Akatsuki at the same time. This behavior of the ghosts also shows one thing. That is, they have mastered the intelligence of the ninja world, understood the current situation of the ninja world, and the enemy-friend relationship between various forces. Obviously, after mistaking the lantern-bearer of the ninja world for the leader of the Akatsuki organization, the lantern-bearer of the Demon Slayer world investigated the relationship between the Akatsuki organization and the 5 major ninja villages that are in power in the ninja world. After discovering that the Akatsuki organization is just a secret organization in the ninja world, and has no direct connection with the 5 major ninja villages, and even has a hidden hostile relationship with them, they took another approach, which is to provoke the relationship between the Akatsuki organization and the 5 major ninja villages. They tried to use the power of the local ninja world to consume and involve the lantern-bearer who protects the ninja world. The opponent's flexible tactics really caught Shinji off guard. Fortunately, he hid his true identity from the beginning and put the blame on the Akatsuki organization. After all, he is a lantern-bearer who protects a world, but he even used such a dirty trick of pretending to be someone else. How shameless! Shinji complained in his heart while walking towards Bai's magic mirror ice crystal. Come out, you despicable weakling, don't you even have the courage to face me? Before Shinji could get close, he heard the angry shouts of Akaza, the upper 6, from the magic mirror ice crystal. Undoubtedly, Bai did not choose to fight Akaza, the powerful upper-rank demon, but used ice escape to temporarily confine Akeisa in the magic mirror ice crystal. After seeing the fight between Karan and Doma, the upper five, Bai had already evaluated the strength of the upper-rank demon in his heart. In his opinion, the upper-rank demon who was full of chakra definitely had the combat power of an elite jonin. Coupled with the demon's almost immortal body and the domineering ability to plunder chakra by devouring flesh and blood, he thought to himself that with his own strength, he could never be the opponent of the upper-rank demon. It was this self-knowledge that made him very clear in his choice of tactics, which was to delay the enemy as much as possible and create opportunities for the leader to annihilate the enemy. Fortunately, because of Doma, the whole long street was shrouded in cold fog. This environment full of water vapor and low temperature is simply a battlefield tailor-made for him, a ninja of ice escape bloodline. And Akeisa, the upper six, is a ghost who mainly relies on physical fighting skills. In physical skills, Akeisa is far superior to Doma, but when it comes to large-scale destructive power, he is far inferior to Doma. So when he was trapped by Bai's magic mirror ice crystal, for a while, he had no way to deal with Bai, who could shuttle back and forth in the ice mirror. His punch with power can indeed smash the ice mirror. But he is still a flesh and blood body after all. While smashing the ice mirror, he will also be knocked back and his fist will be damaged. And in this short interval, Bai hiding in the ice mirror will immediately activate chakra to repair the broken ice mirror. This repeated cycle has become the current situation. Akeisa smashed the ice mirror while cursing. Shiro was busy repairing the ice mirror. In terms of consumption, Akeisa's consumption was far less than Shiro's. If it was a one-on-one fight, the final winner would definitely be Akeisa, the upper-rank demon. But this was not a one-on-one duel. Damn it! After returning empty-handed again, Akeisa's face became solemn. Because he could no longer hear Doma's shrill screams outside. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 102, Close the Door and Beat the Dog, please subscribe. Although he couldn't stand Doma, who liked to bully the weak and was always pretentious, Akeisa was still very clear about the strength of Doma, the upper-rank demon who ranked above him. Especially the two of them, who had devoured a lot of people in the ninja world during this period. Ninjas store a lot of chakra in their flesh and blood. This makes their strength significantly improved. Under such circumstances, Doma was defeated so quickly, Akeisa was really surprised. And Doma's shrill scream just now also frightened him. You know, Doma is a monster who lacks emotions and has almost no real joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. It is hard for Akeisa to imagine what Doma has encountered, which can make such a monster scream almost hysterically. Just then, one of the ice mirrors of the magic mirror ice crystal suddenly moved away, and a figure appeared in the empty space of the ice mirror. Akeisa's expression suddenly became serious. He recognized this figure at a glance. It was the person who stood on the roof before and watched the whole battle indifferently. Is he the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Is he the lantern master of this world? Akeisa guessed secretly in his heart. Shinji was also looking at Akeisa at this time. Unlike Doma, who had almost consumed all his chakra, Akeisa's chakra traces were very strong at this moment. If Bai hadn't tried his best to trap Akeisa here, he would have had a hard time dealing with this upper-rank demon who was good at physical skills. Although he didn't hold out hope, Shinji still asked, "Why do you want to invade the ninja world?" Humph. While responding with a cold snort, Akeisa determined that the person in front of him was the lantern bearer of the ninja world. It wasn't that he discovered something from Shinji's question, but an intuition. His intuition told him that as long as he killed the person in front of him, his world would be saved. Shinji didn't expect to find out anything. Seeing that Akeisa was not cooperating, he stopped talking nonsense and directly activated Amaterasu. Wow! In an instant, under the gaze of Shinji's Mangeki Sharingan, a ball of black flame floated towards Akeisa. Akeisa's physical skills were very strong, and he reacted instantly. He retreated while raising his arms to protect himself. However, no matter how fast he could not be faster than Shinji's sight. After all, Shinji did not need to pretend to turn his head slowly and control the speed of his sight like someone else. So, the black flame immediately burned Akeisa's left arm that was protecting in front of him. Ah! A piercing pain instantly struck his heart. In his hundreds of years of life as a demon, this was the first time he had experienced such a strange flame that could make his body instinctively fear. Without hesitation, he subconsciously tore off his left arm and shoulder blade together, and then threw it far away. The whole left arm that he tore off was burned to ashes in a few breaths under the burning of the black flame. Not only that, the black flame also spread to the ice mirror next to it, and even the ice mirror was burned. His pupils shrank suddenly. It can even burn ice? What kind of flame is this? After seeing this strange black flame, he immediately understood what Doma had encountered outside. And Akaza's decisiveness also made Shinji stunned for a moment. He used Amaterasu to deal with so many demons, even the upper 5 just now were easily killed by Amaterasu. It was the first time he saw a demon using this method to deal with Amaterasu and avoid the fatal blow of Amaterasu. But he did not hesitate and launched Amaterasu again. Amatera had been trapped in the magic mirror ice crystal. In this state of closing the door to beat the dog, he could dodge it once, but not the second time. Seeing the black flame coming again, Akaza had to protect his newly recovered arm in front of his chest again. However, this time the black flame burned a wider range, and his left and right arms were burned at the same time, so he had to tear off his right arm with his left arm first, and then tear off his left arm with his instantly recovered right arm. Watching the black flames gradually spread, the area where he could stay was getting smaller and smaller. A fierce light flashed in Akaza's eyes. Immediately, he gathered all the chakra in his body into his fist, and rushed towards Shinji regardless of anything, shouting, "Destruction kill, extinction style!" Boom! A loud noise spread in the white magic mirror ice crystal. Immediately afterwards, there was another crack sound of shattering. Akaza looked at Shinji, who was so close yet seemed to be far away, and his expression was extremely depressed. He tried his best to hit Shinji, but he didn't hit Shinji, but hit a red skeleton arm. Just a moment ago, a red skeleton arm appeared out of thin air and blocked Shinji. Akaza's extinction style hit the red skeleton arm hard, and the force was so great that it actually cracked it. However, Akaza's fist was completely turned into a ball of minced meat under the reaction force, and he had to jump away. Shinji was a little surprised to see that Keirin's Susanoo was cracked by Akaza, but it was just a little surprise. Akaza is very strong. But what can he do? Shinji didn't move at all, his eyes just condensed slightly. Akaza retreated in horror. Then, Akaza found that Shinji didn't launch Amaterasu, and was a little annoyed that he was tricked by Shinji, but just when he was about to attack again, he had a premonition of something and looked up quickly. At this time, a large piece of black flames fell from the top of Akaza's head and hit his head. Ah! Akaza immediately let out a wail. For other parts of his body, he could still deal with the black flames by cutting off his tail to survive, but his head was his weak spot as a ghost. Once covered by the black flames, even he couldn't respond immediately. Right. In just this short moment, the black flame spread to his whole body and completely devoured him. Seeing Akaza completely turned into ashes and dissipated in the air, Shinji extinguished all the black flames of Amaterasu in the field, and then looked at Karin. Karin understood and quickly closed her eyes to sense, there are 9 strands of chakra nearby, but they should not be demon chakra. Bai then released the magic mirror ice crystal and came to Shinji. He looked a little tired. Just now, in order to trap Akaza, he consumed a lot of chakra, and this was when the battlefield was affected by Doma's blood demon art and the power of ice escape was enhanced. Otherwise, he might not be able to trap Akaza, who is an upper rank demon. The invasion was successfully blocked. The rift is closed. The prompt sound of the light rang beside Shinji's ears. Only 2 upper rank demons. After a pause, Shinji thought to himself, it seems that the other party's purpose this time is to provoke the relationship between the Akatsuki organization and the 5 major ninja villages. The 2 upper rank demons, one openly and one secretly, plan to attack me, most likely just going with the flow. Chapter 103 Settlement. Scanning the spoils. Analyzing the spoils. Trophies, ice crystal creation skills, transformed by blood demon arts. Trophies, killing intent perception, transformed by blood demon arts. Just as Shinji was pondering, Deng informed him of the collected spoils information one by one. Ice crystal creation and killing intent perception. He was thoughtful. The ice crystal creation skills were undoubtedly the spoils left by upper 5 Doma. As for the value of this spoils, it was undoubtedly revealed through the battle just now. You should know that there are not many techniques in the ninja world that can confront Susanoo head-on. Before the chakra was exhausted, Doma's ice crystal bodhisattva was not inferior to Keirin's Susanoo, but it was Karin. If it was another Mangeki Uchiha, the pupil power might not be able to consume Doma's chakra. So if you can master this ice crystal creation technique, and if you have enough chakra, you may be able to reproduce Doma's feat of condensing an ice crystal bodhisattva more than 20 meters high on the long street. As for the perception of killing intent, it must be the spoils left by Akaza, the upper six. In Shinji's memory, Akaza, the upper rank ghost, does have the ability to sense what he calls fighting spirit. In his long life as a ghost, Akaza has experienced countless battles. In the battles, he gradually realized a set of methods to predict the opponent's actions and sense the opponent's killing intent, and completely integrated it into his own instincts. It can be said that killing intent perception is the greatest legacy of Akaza, an upper-rank demon who has been pursuing becoming stronger all his life. Shinji quickly decided how to distribute the spoils. In terms of fit, ice crystal creation technique is almost tailor-made for Bai, a ninja with ice escape bloodline, so there is no doubt. And killing intent perception is very important to him. It can not only improve his combat effectiveness, but also increase his survivability and avoid being attacked by thieves. So he picked up the light ball of killing intent perception himself, and then pointed to the light ball of ice crystal creation technique and said to Bai, "This is for you." Bai and Karin obeyed Shinji's distribution unconditionally, so Bai did not hesitate and immediately stepped forward to grab the ice crystal creation technique. Rewards being calculated. Rating, C. Gifts from the ninja world, chakra, small amount, natural energy affinity, trace amount. Please select one. Shinji curled his lips. He had expected to receive a C rating. To put it bluntly, the time and place for the invasion were chosen by the demons, and for him, the lantern bearer of the ninja world, it was completely passive defense. When the battle started in the night market in public, the rating could not be high. Besides, the noise was too loud this time, there were too many witnesses, and many of them had already fled. He had no way to seal the memories of the witnesses with illusions to reduce pollution. So even though he ended the battle quickly and solved the two upper-rank demons who lost the protection of the lantern, the rating could not reach A. It seems that the basis of the rating is determined by the size of the pollution caused, the strength of the impact on the ninja world, and the length of time the invaders exist. After a pause, Shinji continued to ponder, if you want to get an A rating, you must solve the invaders as quickly as possible and reduce the pollution as much as possible. Among the factors that affect the rating, the length of time the invader exists, referring to the time in the polluted state after losing the protection of the lamp shadow, and the amount of pollution caused are 2 points that are relatively easy to define. As for the strength of the impact on the ninja world, what is the basis, Shinji has not figured it out for the time being. However, this influencing factor must exist, otherwise it cannot explain that when he first fought against the invasion, there was only one witness, Shin, and his memory was sealed by his illusion, but he only received an E rating. Even if he did not solve the hand ghost immediately and let the hand ghost slaughter all the guards in Shin's court, the rating would still bite shouldn't be so low. Thinking back to the reward, Shinji waited and said in his heart, I choose natural energy affinity. Instantly, an inexplicable feeling surged into his heart. He couldn't describe what this feeling was for a while, but he knew that this was natural energy affinity, so he memorized this feeling directly. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Then he told the lamp in his heart, calculate the merit points for me. Total merit points being calculated. Total merit points, 79 points. Only 3 points have been added. It seems that if you want to upgrade the lantern bearer, you must get an A-level evaluation. Shinji shook his head secretly. Then, he glanced at Bai and Karin beside him. The fierce battle just now consumed a lot of energy, so at this moment they were both still panting, and their chests were rising and falling violently. Knowing that there were 2 groups of people from Konoha and Akatsuki outside the cold fog, and they could rush in at any time, Shinji no longer hesitated and called out to Bai and Karin, let's go. Swish! Instantly, the 3 of them disappeared from the spot. Outside the cold fog, the highly alert Kurane Yui suddenly frowned, everyone, listen, there seems to be no sound inside. Asuma and others listened carefully. It was found that indeed from the beginning, the wailing in the cold fog disappeared, the rumbling sound subsided, and even the crackling sound of the ice mirror breaking was no longer heard. Yamashiro Aoba asked, is the battle over? Asuma nodded, most likely. It was so quiet that the fierce battle in the cold fog had obviously subsided. Who won? Kuren Yui asked a question that everyone wanted to know, but no one could answer. Among the crowd, only Kakashi did not say a word, still staring at the cold fog. Swoosh! Suddenly, a Konoha-style signal flare rose in the night sky not far away. Then, accompanied by the continuous sound of breaking wind, figures landed beside Kakashi and others. These were Konoha ninjas who came from nearby to support. There were quite a few of them, 3 teams of 12 people. Seeing the reinforcements coming one after another, the morale of the Konoha people was greatly boosted. After a short wait, the cold fog that permeated the long street began to gradually dissipate, and those with better eyesight could vaguely see the situation on the battlefield. Kakashi's face suddenly darkened, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Then, he flashed and came to the battlefield where only mist remained. Looking around, he found only broken ice everywhere, several burn marks, and the bodies of the innocent town residents. As for the Akatsuki members who had fought before, they all disappeared without a trace, not even a corpse was left. Here is the first update, please recommend and vote. Chapter 104, Looking for People, please subscribe. Asuma and others followed Kakashi and rushed to the battlefield. As they dispersed to check the battlefield, they all asked in surprise, where are the people? Yui Kurane looked at Yamashiro Aoba on the side. In their team, Yamashiro Aoba, who controlled the ninja crows, was responsible for monitoring the battlefield. But at this moment, the doubts on Yamashiro Aoba's face were no less than those of others. He said in a very firm tone, no one came out of the cold fog just now, and Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo also escaped before the cold fog dissipated. The ninja crows he raised have been hovering over the town. The evacuation of the townspeople at the beginning, and the escape of Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo not long ago, did not escape his monitoring. So he was very sure that no one came out of the cold fog. Asuma was a little puzzled, it can't be that they disappeared out of thin air? Or did someone among the other party master some kind of space-time ninjutsu? Kakashi squatted in front of a burned ground, reached out and touched the traces on the ground, and thought, even the stones were burned into fragments, what kind of fire escape is this? Yui Kurane came to Kakashi, what should we do now? Should we chase them? Although the 2 fighting Akatsuki members disappeared out of thin air, they could still track Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo who had just escaped. After a slight hesitation, Kakashi nodded, let's go. Outside the town, Itaki and Biwajozo were speeding. Today is really a ghost. Biwajozo muttered. The mission of their group was to eliminate the fake Akatsuki organization, but before they could start, another group of masked guys showed up. This confused him. Seeing Itaki remain silent, Biwajozo asked, how are we going to explain when we go back? Itaki said calmly, tell the truth. Unlike Biwajozo who had no clue at all, he just recalled an old story and suddenly had a guess in his heart. He recalled that when he recruited Deidara before, Deidara had asked him, no mask. At that time, he just thought that Deidara was more eccentric and didn't think much about it. Now thinking of the 3 mysterious people wearing masks and red cloud cloaks in the town, his mind suddenly became active. Could it be that there is a force within the organization that I don't know about? He paused and then thought, is it on the leader's side? Or on the side of the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara? Considering that the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara also likes to wear a mask, Itaka vaguely feels that the 3 Akatsuki members in the town just now are likely to be Uchiha Madara. Shiha Madara's side. Swish! At this moment, Biwajozo suddenly pulled out a kunao and threw it behind him. Ga! Then, not far behind him, a shinobi crow cried, and then a shinobi crow with a kunao stuck in its body fell from the air. After dealing with the shinobi crow that followed him, Biwajozo glanced back, it seems someone is following us. Itaka did not look back, but said lightly, don't worry about them. Okay. Biwajozo loosened his hand holding the beheading sword. After a while, Kakashi and others came to the place where the shinobi crow fell. Looking at the dead shinobi crow on the ground, Yamashiro Aoba shook his head with embarrassment, sorry, they are too vigilant. Return to the village and report to the Hokage. Kakashi sighed. The ninja crows that were tracking the other side were killed. It was meaningless for them to continue chasing like headless flies. Soon, the news of the fierce battle in the town spread through various channels. Almost all the major ninja villages received the news at the first time, but the information they had was not as comprehensive as that of Konoha and Akatsuki, who were on the scene at the time. After this battle, the name of Akatsuki became famous in the ninja world. The major ninja villages that did not take Akatsuki too seriously before were surprised to find that Akatsuki had accepted so many S-level rebel ninjas without knowing it. The strength far exceeded that of ordinary ninja organizations, which made all the major ninja villages feel daunted. The Hidden Rain Village. Pain stood on the top of the tower in the rain, overlooking the entire village. At this time, Zionin came to him. Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo have returned. According to their report, the one who impersonated us should be the mysterious organization with words engraved in their eyes that attacked you before. Pain asked, have you investigated their background? Zionin shook his head and then said, there is one more thing that you need to pay attention to. What is it? Zionin described the content reported by Uchiha Itaki and Biwajozo in detail. I have some suspicion that the 3 people who helped us hunt down the mysterious organization that impersonated us were secretly recruited by Uchiha Madara. He is playing tricks behind your back. Pain said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that he had another group of people in private. Zionin said, I am very worried that we don't have enough manpower. Don't worry, I'm here. After a pause, Pain said, but you can go and find some more manpower. Yet. Zionin nodded gently. In a dark cave. Zetsu leaned out of the ground and said to Obito, the news brought back by Itaki and Biwajozo should be true. A gloomy look flashed across Obito's eyes, are those 3 masked guys members of the organization? Zetsu shook his head, I have never seen them. Humph, Nagato seems to have hidden a lot of things from me. I don't know where he found an Uchiha who can activate Susanoo. Obito frowned slightly. In his opinion, an Uchiha with a Manjiki Sharingan who can activate Susanoo cannot pretend to be a member of the Akatsuki organization. The proud Uchiha disdains to do so. So the 3 guys wearing masks and wearing the red cloud cloaks of the Akatsuki organization are most likely real members of the Akatsuki organization. In this way, he naturally suspected that Nagato had secretly recruited a group of people without telling him. As for why, Obito has already thought of many possibilities. After all, he buried the first generation of Akatsuki organization founded by Yahiko with his own hands. He is very guilty. Ze was a little worried, what if Nagato gets out of control? Obito thought about it and shook his head, he shouldn't turn against me now. He still needs our strength, but we do need to make some preparations in advance. Ze asked, what preparations? Obito ordered, we also need to find some manpower. He was very wary of the manpower recruited privately by Nagato. Especially the mysterious Manjiki Uchiha, he felt even more uneasy. You know that the pupil technique of each pair of Manjiki Sharingan is different, so facing the Manjiki Sharingan, no matter how careful you are, it is not too much. Chapter 105 Report. Hokage's Office. Listening to the report of Kakashi and others, the 3rd generation smoking a pipe remained silent. The faces of the 3 advisory elders who were listening were also different at this moment. Yudin Koharu's eyebrows were almost twisted together, and her eyes were full of confusion. The news brought back by Kakashi not only did not dispel her doubts, but made her more confused about the disappearance of the ninja. Mito Kato-en looked thoughtful. The strangest one was Danzo. He lowered his eyes, and those who didn't know thought he was dozing off. After a long time, the 3rd generation waved his hand, Kakashi stay, the others go out. Asuma hesitated for a moment, then turned around and followed Yui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba to leave the Hokage's office. After all the teammates left the office, Kakashi said to the 3rd generation. Kakashi bowed and apologized, I'm sorry that I couldn't get in touch with that person this time. Kakashi was referring to Itaki, of course. The 3rd Hokage felt a little regretful. If Kakashi could get in touch with Itaki this time, all the mysteries might have been answered. At this time, Koharu Yudin couldn't help asking, what's going on with the Akatsuki organization? Why did they absorb so many S-level rebels? What do they want to do? Mitomano-en glanced at Danzo. Danzo, I remember you had dealings with this organization called Akatsuki before, right? Danzo seemed to come back to his senses after being questioned by Mitomano-en by name. He didn't deny it either, I did participate in an action against the Akatsuki organization, but that action was planned by Hanzo of the Hidden Rain Village, and I was just a witness. And in that action, the so-called Akatsuki organization had been destroyed by Hanzo. Hanzo of the Salamander. Mitomano-en's face sank. In his opinion, Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, is one of the strongest ninjas in the ninja world and is known as a demigod. Since Danzo brought Hanzo up, he couldn't continue to attack him. But Danzo, who always refused to give in, didn't say anything this time and fell silent. He knew more about the Akatsuki organization than anyone else present. The action against the Akatsuki organization a few years ago was instigated by Hanzo rather than planned by Hanzo. The purpose was to consume the strength of the Hidden Rain village. It's just that the action was not perfect. The Akatsuki organization was not completely destroyed as he said, but some fish slipped through the net and lay dormant. In order to root out the problem, he has also tracked down the Akatsuki organization over the years, but gained little. Of course, this is mainly because his investigation did not cover the Hidden Rain village. Because in his opinion, the Hidden Rain village is Hanzo's lair. With Hanzo's cautious character, the Hidden Rain village must be managed in an ironclad manner. No matter where Akatsuki is hiding, it is impossible to hide in the Hidden Rain village. So after not finding any valuable information, he thought Akatsuki had disappeared with the passage of time. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki not only did not gradually dissipate, but became popular again, gathering a group of dangerous S-level rebel ninjas. At this time, the third generation put down his pipe and said to Kakashi, "Tell me what you think." Kakashi considered the wording and spoke slowly, "My opinion is that there may be some kind of split within Akatsuki, and this incident should be caused by this split." The third generation's eyes were stern, "Tell me more details." Kakashi followed his own thoughts and analyzed, "I have done research. Before this, the areas where Akatsuki was active avoided the 5 major countries. It can be seen that they do not want to conflict with our 5 major ninja villages." The third generation nodded slightly and approved of Kakashi's analysis. Kakashi continued, "But this time, the Akatsuki organization took the initiative to attack the ninjas of our 5 major ninja villages. This behavior is inconsistent with their previous actions. Yuta and Koharu took over the conversation, so you judge that there was a split within them, and the 2 groups fought each other, so this incident occurred." Kakashi nodded, "Yes." Yuta and Koharu said, "Even so, we Konoha can't continue to let this Akatsuki organization go." Mito Kato and echoed, "They recruited S-level rebel ninjas from various villages, which is a contempt for us." Seeing that the third generation was still hesitating, Kakashi hurriedly advised, "Hokage-sama, the strength of the Akatsuki organization far exceeded our expectations. If we want to deal with them, it is best to cooperate with other ninja villages." The third generation nodded. At night, in a small forest in Konoha village, Bai came to a big tree and whispered, "Is there something important that you contacted me temporarily?" At this time, a black shadow appeared behind the big tree and lowered his tone, "Have you found any information about the Akatsuki organization?" Bai's heart tightened immediately. The black shadow noticed something and asked, "No, I haven't found any information about the Akatsuki organization." After shaking his head hurriedly, Bai asked tentatively, "What happened?" The black shadow said in a deep voice, "2 teams have disappeared in the village recently, and the higher UPS suspect that it was done by the Akatsuki organization." Bai understood in his heart. The disappearance of the Kirigakure ninja was obviously caused by Doma and Akaza, 2 upper-rank demons who pretended to be the Akatsuki organization. The black shadow continued to say in a deep tone, "We received news that there is more than one Uchiha attaché in the Akatsuki organization, and there is also a suspected female Uchiha. And the other party has the rumored Manjiki Sharingan, and his strength is extraordinary. That's not Uchiha, that's Karin." Bai said in his heart. In fact, before this operation, he didn't know that the leader had quietly transplanted a pair of Manjiki Sharingan into Karin's eye sockets. When the leader used illusion to open Karin's Sharingan during the operation, he knew about it. The black shadow changed the subject and said firmly, "So the Uchiha clan must be related to the Akatsuki organization. You approached Uchiha Shinji, and you really didn't find anything." Bai shook his head, "Shinji has nothing to do with Akatsuki organization." Then, he added in his heart, "Sorry, I am related, I am a member of Akatsuki organization." The black shadow said, "It seems that Uchiha Shinji is the abandoned child of the Uchiha clan. The real key is still in Uchiha Sasuke." Bai said in embarrassment, "I can't get close to Sasuke, he doesn't want to contact me at all." Black Shadow said coldly, "Then find a way. The village put you in Konoha, not to let you make friends with an abandoned child, don't forget your mission." Bai had to nod, "I understand." Black Shadow suddenly ordered, "Also, investigate what happened to Kimimaro? Why did he suddenly appear in Konoha's ninja school?" Bai was stunned for a moment, wasn't Kimimaro arranged by the village? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 106 All Remnants, please subscribe. He had always thought that Kimimaro was planted in Konoha by the village to get close to Uchiha Sasuke. Now listening to Black Shadow's assignment, he was surprised to find that Kimimaro was not arranged by the village. Black Shadow's expression was a little unhappy, so you have to find out how this remnant of the Hyuga clan passed the review of Konoha. Bai nodded helplessly again, okay. The Black Shadow sighed at this time, I don't want to force you, but you have to understand that intelligence will not come to you by itself. Yes, I will try my best. The Black Shadow then warned, remember, be careful, the Akatsuki organization is all S-level rebels from various villages, they are all vicious lunatics, and you are exposed during the investigation. No one can save you. Bai opened his mouth several times, wanting to tell the Black Shadow that the Akatsuki organization is an organization that specializes in fighting against the demons that invade the ninja world and is dedicated to saving the ninja world. It is not a vicious lunatic. But he knew that he had no position to explain anything for the Akatsuki organization, so he had to hold these words in his stomach and turned to the Black Shadow and said, do you have anything else? I have an appointment with Shinji to practice in the evening. If you have nothing else, I will leave first. Well, go ahead. After a pause, the Shadow said, you'd better use your relationship with Uchiha Shinji to get close to Uchiha Sasuke, so that no one will suspect you. Bai nodded helplessly and left the grove. Almost at the same time. In a noodle shop compartment that was not doing very well. A middle-aged man in a chef's uniform brought a bowl of hot noodles to Karin with a smile on his face. Then he glanced at the corridor outside the compartment, confirmed that there was no one in the corridor, slowly closed the door of the compartment, and the smile on his face quickly disappeared. He said to Karin coldly, why did you take so long to contact me? Karin whispered, I have been with my classmates today. The middle-aged chef examined Karin for a while, and then said, there is a new order from the top. You have to find a way to get close to Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinji and investigate a mysterious organization called Akatsuki. What? Karin was surprised. The middle-aged chef frowned, what's that expression on your face? Karin quickly hid the surprise on her face. As a member of Akatsuki, she really didn't expect that Kusagakuer would give her an order to investigate Akatsuki, which made her lose her composure for a moment. The middle-aged chef naturally wouldn't associate Karin with Akatsuki members. He thought that Karin's surprise just now was just a resistance to the task. After all, Karin had shown varying degrees of resistance to the tasks assigned to her before. Perform the task well. The middle-aged chef glared at Karin and then threatened, you don't want your mother to be disappointed, do you? Karin lowered her head, and anger flashed in her eyes. She took a deep breath and asked, is my mother in good health? The middle-aged chef answered without hesitation, well, she's fine. Karin suppressed her anger and thought to herself, it's just like what the adults said. Kusagakuer just wants to use me and won't tell me the real situation of my mother. Although Shinji has not yet found an opportunity to arrange a meeting between Karin and her mother. But through the coal briquettes, Shinji handed over the letter written by Karin's mother to Karin, so Karin has learned about her mother's recent situation from the letter. After leaving the noodle shop, Karin walked towards the practice field. On the way, she met Bai, who was also in a low mood. Karin asked, what's wrong with you? Bai smiled bitterly, the other side contacted me. Because they have the same life experience and joined the Akatsuki organization together, Bai and Karin have long become close friends who can talk about anything. So Bai knows that Karin is a spy planted by the Kusagakuer village in Konoha, and Karin also knows that Bai is an eyeliner planted by the Kirigakuer in Konoha. Karin said, why are they looking for you at this time? Want you to get close to Sasuke again. Bai nodded, and they want me to investigate the Akatsuki organization. Karin couldn't help laughing. Bai looked at Karin and said, what's wrong with you? Karin waved her hand and said, I was contacted by them just now. What do you think they want me to do? Bai frowned slightly and said, isn't it that they want you to investigate Akatsuki? Karin spread her hands and said, yes, they want me to get close to Shinji and Sasuke and find information about Akatsuki from them. Bai frowned even more when she heard it. It's understandable that Kirigakuer investigated Uchiha and Akatsuki. After all, the third Mizukage was suspected to have been controlled by Uchiha with illusions, and Kirigakuer's top leaders were deeply ashamed of it. But the Kusagakuer suddenly began to pay attention to it. Akatsuki, something is wrong. So, he asked, why do the Kusanagi want to investigate our Akatsuki? Karin shook her head, they gave me tasks and never explained anything, so I don't know why. Oh, that's bad. Bai sighed, and then said, those ghosts must have done something, so the villages are targeting us. Karin became nervous when she heard it. Then what should we do? Should we report it to the adults? Bai said, even we have discovered something, do you think the adults don't know? That's right. Karin thought about it and felt relieved again. Bai said, I just don't know what's going on with those people in the outer formation. The adults don't seem to trust them. Before in the town, Bai had already discovered Uchiha Itaki and Biwajizo at the other end of the long street. He thought that the two of them would help him deal with the upper rank ghosts, but in the end Uchiha Itaki and Biwajizo chose to watch. He had never found a chance to ask the leader about this doubt. Karin said, I don't care about those people, I only listen to the adults. Bai smiled and felt relieved, yes, we are the inner circle, there is no need to care about the outer circle, just listen to the adults. Soon, the two people who were whispering came to the practice field. Although it was already night, Shinji was still practicing physical skills in the practice field. Looking at Shinji's figure in the practice field from a distance, Bai told Karin, although Shinji is an Uchiha, he knows nothing, we must not implicate him. Karin nodded heavily, well, we must not let him know about our affairs, otherwise, it will harm him. Both Bai and Karin have sincere feelings for Shinji who sincerely accepts them. They have a natural sense of closeness to Shinji, who has the same background and experience as themselves, because they are all remnants who are despised by others. At this time, Shinji in the practice field also found Bai and Karin not far away, so he waved, what are you two whispering over there? Come over here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 107 Final Exam, please subscribe. Ninja School. Standing by the window on the upper floor of the teaching building, the third generation folded his hands behind his back and looked at the final exams in progress on the playground below. On the side, several advisory elders were also present. At this time, a cheer suddenly broke out on the playground. The few people at the window looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Suzuki standing in the field with one hand on his waist, and three opponents lying on the side. Mito Kato-en smiled, Suzuki has become stronger again. Yuditen Koharu nodded and said, his growth rate is not worse than his brother Uchiha Itaki. It seems that he is another Uchiha genius like Shisui and Itaki. The third generation also nodded slightly. Even with his critical eyes as a ninjutsu doctor, he had to admit that Sasuke's growth rate far exceeded his expectations. If the elders had some doubts about whether Sasuke really subdued the rampaging Nine Tails, now everyone is more inclined to believe that Sasuke did it. Because no one can guess how big a miracle the Uchiha in desperate situation can create. And Sasuke's overflowing talent makes many things that originally seemed unlikely seem less incredible. After all, among the same students, except for a few individuals, almost no one is Sasuke's opponent, especially after he opened his Sharingan, the gap is even more obvious. Even those few students who can cause trouble for Sasuke, such as Kimimaro, are 3 years older than Sasuke. If they were the same age, the result would be hard to say. Humph! Danzo snorted. The faster Sasuke grew, the more he regretted not taking action decisively and taking Sasuke under his command earlier. Then, his sinister eyes swept to the other end of the playground. On the playground, Shinji inexplicably felt a murderous intent and looked up at the teaching building in the distance. Tisk! Shinji snorted disdainfully and retracted his gaze. After a few days of exploration, he has mastered the murderous intent perception. This move is more mysterious than he had imagined before. Although it is essentially just a kind of prediction and perception of the enemy, it can sometimes have unexpected effects after being integrated into intuition. Just like just now. The distance between Danzo and him is far beyond the range of murderous intent perception. But for some reason, he vaguely felt the murderous intent from a distance, although this feeling is very weak. The next group, Uchiha Shinji team vs Kazagi Yumi team. Mizuki, the invigilator of the final exam, announced the next group's match list at this time. Shinji waved his hand and led Haku and Karin to the field. After making the opposition seal gesture, Shinji flashed and rushed directly to the opponent, with just a knee strike, a side kick, and a knife. The 3 opponents fell to the ground, groaning. Shinji glanced at Mizuki. Mizuki was stunned at first, and then announced, Shinji team won. Shinji made another reconciliation seal, and then led Haku and Karin off the field leisurely. This kid Mizuki smiled helplessly on the surface, but a feeling of difficulty surged in his heart. Unwilling to give up. Just now, not to mention the students who were watching, even he, the invigilator, didn't see Shinji's series of actions clearly. Shinji has become stronger again. It's really not suspenseful. Shiro and Karin are so lucky. They won a round without even making a move. Yeah, I wish I could team up with Shinji. The students who recovered from their shock immediately started cheering and talking. Hearing the students' envy of Shiro and Karin, Shinji said in his heart, "Idiot, I'm doing this for your good. If I don't make a move quickly, Karin will not be able to control the strength and hurt you with one punch. How will it end?" Karin is still in the fusion stage. The growth of chakra in the body is still continuing, and the strength and speed are almost different every day. During sparring, even Shinji must pay 120% attention, otherwise, if he is not careful, he may be injured by Karin's seemingly ordinary punch. This is the result of Karin not receiving targeted training. After transplanting the white Zetsu cells, Obito, who was already disabled and half of his body was crushed by a boulder, heard that Kakashi and Nohara-rin were in danger. In order to rush to rescue them, he smashed the boulder that blocked him with a punch. Later, after being wrapped by the whirlpool white Zetsu, he smashed the entire rock wall with a punch and successfully rushed out of Uchiha Madara's underground base. This shows the power of the white Zetsu cells. And Karin's physique is still better than Obito's, and her physical condition is also very healthy, unlike Obito who was completely disabled at the time, so Karin's upper limit of physical development is very high. Also listening to the discussions around him, Mizuki not only did not feel relieved as a teacher, but instead developed a strong resentment in his heart. "I worked so hard, put down my dignity, and sold my bottom line, but I just barely reached the level of Chunin, and this kid just because he was born in Uchiha, he has such amazing talent, why? Damn it, damn it." Shinji, who was leaving the court, suddenly turned his head and glanced at Mizuki. Seeing Shinji looking over, Mizuki immediately suppressed the resentment in his mind and forced a smile on his face. Shinji responded with a smile and then left the court. On the sidelines, Tenten asked Ningji, "Who are you looking at?" Ningji shook his head and retracted his gaze. He opened his Byakugan and wanted to see through Shinji's movements and make some preparations for the subsequent fight, but soon his attention was attracted by Karin standing next to Shinji. Why is her chakra so strong? After a pause, he thought to himself, is it because of the Uzumaki clan? Then, he put this doubt behind his mind and focused his eyes on Shinji again. For him, Shinji was the only rival in the class. First round. Second round. Amidst the cheers, the exam came to the third round. The only remaining Shinji team and Niji team will compete in the third round to compete for the final winner. When both sides came on the court, the atmosphere on the sidelines reached its peak. Whether it was those who supported Shinji or Niji, they all shouted loudly at this moment. In the court, Ningji, who had put out the opposition seal, stared at Shinji and said, "Shinji, I've finally waited for this day. I've been looking forward to it for a long time." Shinji smiled slightly and also made an opposition seal. At this time, Mizuki on the sidelines announced, "The competition begins." Ningji instantly opened his Byakugan and took a soft fist stance. Shinji had been attacking in the previous rounds, so in order not to give Shinji a chance, he chose a defensive stance right from the start. Swish! Shinji moved. Here it comes. Ningji's heart trembled, and the chakra in his body also surged. But soon, the calmness on his face turned into astonishment, because Shinji did not pounce on him, but flashed and pounced on Xiao Li beside him. Xiao Li was on guard against Bai, and he didn't expect Shinji to shake off Niji and pounce on him. He didn't even have time to block, and was kicked out of the field by Shinji. After dealing with Xiao Li, Shinji flashed and pounced on Tenten who was not far away. Humph! Ningji understood Shinji's tactics instantly, snorted, and then followed suit and pounced on Bai. In his mind, since Shinji avoided him and dealt with his teammates first, he would give him a taste of his own medicine and deal with Shinji's teammates first. Finally, it would be a one-on-one to decide the winner. As for the fact that Shinji had already dealt with Xiao Li first, he was not in a hurry, because he was confident that he could defeat Bai and Karin before Shinji defeated Tenten. So, an unexpected scene appeared on the field. The two super geniuses in the class did not choose to fight fiercely at the beginning, but shook off each other and strangled the weaker teammates of the other side. On the teaching building, The eyes of the advisory elders were also attracted by the confrontation between Uchiha and Hyuga. Danzo said coldly, "Two conceited brats." On the roof on the other side, leaning against the water tank, Kakashi, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise in his hand, glanced lazily playground. Do you regard the opponent's teammates as a breakthrough point? At this moment, around the playground, countless eyes, both open and hidden, are focused on the clash between the geniuses of Uchiha and Hyuga. Inside the field, Ninkai pounced in front of Bai like a tiger descending from a mountain, and swung out his palms overflowing with chakra, trying to copy the scene where Shinji just cleanly solved Xiao Li. Whoosh! Accompanied by the whistling palm wind, Ninkai's palms with afterimages went straight to Bai's shoulders. If this palm hits Bai, Bai will immediately lose his combat effectiveness. However, just when Ninkai's palms were about to hit Bai, Bai lowered his body, with a bit of embarrassment, and barely avoided Ninkai's inevitable attack. Ninkai was surprised. He didn't expect that Bai, who was not very noticeable on weekdays, could dodge his attack, and he became a little impatient. From the corner of his eye, he saw that Tenten, who was not far away, was jumping high, barely using the ninja tools sealed in the scroll to resist Shinji. Tenten can't hold on for long, I can't waste any more time. Seeing that Haku had already dodged far away, Niji instantly changed his target and pounced on Karin, who seemed to be unprepared. While pounced on Karin, he also used the wide field of vision of the Byakugan to estimate the distance between him and Haku after knocking down Karin, and planned the route to attack Haku again. Swish! But at this moment, before Niji could attack in front of him, Karin suddenly jumped back, so fast that Niji was surprised. Looking at Karin who jumped far away, and then looking at Haku who dodged to the side, Niji's expression became tangled. But his tangling did not last long. At this time, with a cry of surprise, Tenten was knocked out of the field by Shinji. Awkward. This was the only feeling Niji had at the moment. After being knocked out of the arena, Xiao Li climbed up and shouted to Niji, "Ningji, I'm sorry, I was careless just now." Tenten also pouted, "Shinji is such a bad guy." Ningji looked at Shinji, Haku, and Karin who were vaguely surrounding him, and his face sank. Just when he thought that Shinji and his friends were going to besiege him, Shinji waved his hand at Haku and Karin, "You guys retreat." Ningji looked a little embarrassed, "Shinji, what do you want to do? I don't need you to give in to me." "I'm not giving in to you, the two of them will only hinder me." Shinji smiled, and at the same time thought in his heart, "Ningji, I can't beat them even without the Mangeki Sharingan." Ningji certainly didn't know what Shinji was really thinking. He sank his face, "Shinji, you will pay the price for your arrogance." After that, he pounced on Shinji. Shinji, who secretly practiced the breathing method and killing intention perception, faced Niji's soft fist head-on without fear. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a series of dense punches and kicks rang out on the playground. Inside and outside the playground, even the examination rooms of several other classes were attracted by the fierce battle between the Uchiha and Hyuga geniuses. Shin shouted, "Come on, Shinji." Kurama Yakumo asked Kimimaro, "Who will win between the two of them?" Kimimaro did not answer, but his indifferent face was slightly moved. On the other side, Naruto opened his mouth wide, "Are these two guys Shinji and Niji so powerful?" Sakura taught him a lesson, "Idiot Naruto, they are both geniuses, okay?" Sasuke, with his arms crossed, looked very solemn. He thought that Shinji's strength would decline due to his recent focus on medical ninjutsu, but he didn't expect that it didn't decline, and instead had a rhythm that he couldn't explain. What's wrong with his taijutsu? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of a suitable adjective. In short, he felt that Shinji's taijutsu was a little strange today. The same feeling was felt by Niji, who was fighting with Shinji. He felt something was wrong as soon as they fought. It stands to reason that he should be able to suppress Shinji easily in the taijutsu due to his advantage in pupil skills, but for some reason, Shinji could accurately avoid his attack and then launch a counterattack at the right time. As time went by, this feeling became stronger and stronger, and even gradually affected his confidence. For a moment, he doubted his soft fist. Opportunity. Shinji keenly caught Niji's hesitation when he punched, and instantly stepped forward, actively shortening the distance with Niji. "You." Ningji was surprised. In the advantageous zone that should have belonged to him, he not only failed to suppress Shinji, but also let Shinji take the initiative, which made him lose his composure. Shinji would naturally not miss such a good plan. After avoiding Niji's hasty palm, he turned around and kicked Niji out. Instantly, the playground was quiet. In the eyes of everyone, it should have been a fierce battle, but it suddenly stopped when it reached its peak. Shinji smiled and said to Mizuki on the sidelines, "Teacher Mizuki, what are you daydreaming about?" Mizuki came back to his senses and announced with a complicated expression, "Team Shinji wins." 2-in-1 chapter, please recommend and vote monthly. Chapter 108 Another Sage Body, please subscribe. Ningji on the ground was still a little confused. It's not that he can't accept failure. He has long expected to lose to Shinji. He just can't accept this kind of failure. You know physical skills, but the area he is most proud of. He could accept being defeated by ninjutsu, ninja tools, or even illusions, but he couldn't let go of being defeated in physical skills. Xiao Li and Tian Tian rushed to the field at this time, helping Niji up and comforting him in a low voice. But Niji still stared blankly at Shinji's back as he left the field. In the distance, Suzuki looked gloomy and a little surprised. "I thought that guy was obsessed with medical ninjutsu recently and fell behind in training. I didn't expect it." Like Niji, Suzuki has been secretly paying attention to Shinji. Seeing that Shinji had been running to the medical class every day and slacked off in training, he thought Shinji's progress would not be too fast, but he didn't expect Shinji to defeat Niji so easily. Sakura deliberately approached Suzuki. "Suzuki, are we okay?" Naruto clenched his fist. "Sakura, just wait and see my performance." Sakura said unhappily, "You are lucky not to hold Suzuki back." Suzuki raised his lips slightly. "Don't worry, Niji must have been slack recently, so he lost so badly, but I am different." At this time, Irika announced loudly, "Next game, Suzuki team vs Kimimaro team." With Irika's announcement, everyone's eyes on the playground immediately shifted from Shinji to Suzuki. Feeling the eyes from all around, Suzuki smiled, waved to Naruto and Sakura, and then strode to the center of the field. "Haha, it's my turn to play." Naruto rolled up his sleeves and went on the field. He was hated and alienated by everyone, but he had always been looking forward to such a scene to prove himself. Sakura followed nervously. She was really a little afraid to face the cold Kimimaro. On the other side, Kimimaro also led Shin and Kurama Yakumo to the field. Shin said proudly, "Kimimaro, what is our tactics?" "Tactics?" After a pause, Kimimaro shook his head. "There is no such thing." "Hey!" Shin was stunned and asked, "Then how can we cooperate with you?" "It doesn't matter what you do." After saying this, Kimimaro slowly walked towards Suzuki. Shin stamped his feet in anger. "Hey, we are a team." Kurama Yakumo held his forehead with his hand. "I knew it would be like this." Seeing Kimimaro walking towards him, Suzuki went to meet him. As he walked, he opened his Sharingan in his eye sockets. "Kimimaro, the humiliation you gave me before, I will return it to you today. I want you to know that in front of my Sharingan, everything about you is not worth mentioning." On the teaching building, the third generation and a group of advisory elders, at this moment, all focused their attention on Suzuki and Kimimaro. Although the confrontation between Shinji and Niji just now was also very exciting, it was just a dispensable seasoning for them, the highest decision makers in the village. What they really care about is Suzuki and the pair of Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets. This is why they only pay attention to Suzuki even though Shinji's performance is also very eye-catching, because at their level, they care not about the victory or defeat in front of them, but the upper limit of the future. Suzuki opened his eyes at the age of 7, and he had 2 Megatama when he opened his eyes. In addition, there is a record of suspected subduing the 9 tails. As long as nothing unexpected happens, his future achievements will not be inferior to Shisui. On the other hand, no matter how well Shinji performs in the ninja school, his future achievements are doomed to be limited as long as he does not open the Sharingan. Yuta and Koharu suddenly became interested. "Who do you think will win between these two brats?" Danzo said, "It has been so long, Uchiha Suzuki should have adapted to Kimimoro's physical skills, and he has a good chance of winning this time." Mito-Kato-en smiled, "Don't forget, Kimimaro is also from a famous family." Danzo said lightly, "If Suzuki is still not Kimimoro's opponent, it can only mean that the growth environment of the ninja school is not suitable for him, he needs more efficient training." Hearing the meaning of Danzo's words, Yuta and Koharu and Mito-Kato-en stopped talking. The third generation glanced at Danzo vigilantly. Obviously, Danzo still hasn't given up the idea of beating Suzuki. On the field. Swish! Kimimaro took the lead in launching the instant body technique and pounced on Shizuke. If it were before, Shizuke would be at a loss, but after experiencing so many beatings from Kimimaro, he gradually mastered Kimimaro's style. Although his speed was still not as fast as Kimimaro's, he could barely cope with Kimimaro's offensive with the help of Sharingan. Soon, the two of them were entangled together. The two fought faster and faster, and their moves were dazzling. Not to mention the students watching outside the field, even Naruto, Sakura, Shin, and Yakumo who were also on the field were stunned and became spectators. I saw it clearly. I saw it all. In the fierce fight, Shizuke gradually became excited. He found that with day-to-day training, the inside of his Sharingan became stronger and stronger, and now he could faintly capture Kimimaro's movements. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound of fists and feet, the two retreated. Shizuke raised the corner of his mouth. You should have noticed it too. Your movements have been completely seen through by my Sharingan. Kimimaro also noticed at this point, his eyes focused on Sasuke's Sharingan, and he secretly said, it is worthy of being the eye that even Orochimaru covets. Shizuke raised his arms at this time, and while making a seal, he slowly said, you are proud enough to be a stepping stone on my road to revenge, Kimimaro. Kimimaro was speechless. He didn't quite understand why Shizuke was so proud, he obviously hadn't used his full strength yet. In the distance, Bai couldn't help but sigh, Sasuke's progress is too fast. In less than a month, he has already adapted to Kimimaro's speed. Karin asked curiously, will Shizuke win? I can't say for sure. After shaking his head, Bai turned to Shinji and said, Shinji, what do you think? Can Shizuke win this time? Shinji didn't answer, just smiled. Others may not know how strong Kimimaro is, but he knows it clearly. In the original time and space, when Shizuke and Naruto were still training for the Chunin exam, Kimimaro had already participated in the operation to assassinate the 4th Kazekage. The Otonin who defeated Shiranui Genma and Hoshizaki Raito, two special jonins of Konoha, and almost killed Niji, Shikamaru, Koji, and Kaiba, were as docile as kittens in front of Kimimaro. Shizuke is indeed keeping up with Kimimaro's rhythm. Don't forget that Shizuke has already used his blood limit Sharingan to the extreme, while Kimimaro is only in normal physical skills. But Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan also has blood limit. Soon, a fierce fight broke out again on the field. Shizuke started with a fire escape, and then he quickly shot more than a dozen kunai with the cover of the flame. The ends of these kunai are all tied with steel wires without exception. Because of the different firing speeds, they collided with each other in the air, changing the direction of flight, causing the steel wires tied to the tail ends to intertwine and weave into a steel wire net in the air, covering Kimimaro, whose vision was blocked by the flames. This move stunned the students around. Such delicate operation, such accurate prediction, ordinary people dare not even think about it, let alone do it, and only those who have the eye technique blood limit dare to play such a trick. On the teaching building. Looking at this scene, both Yudin Koharu and Mito Kadoen were surprised. In their opinion, this level of ninja tool throwing skills is not something a 7-year-old child can master. Even Danzo, who always had a gloomy face, showed an unexpected expression on his face, and said secretly, another Uchiha attackee. The third generation was thoughtful. On the playground. Ningji, who also saw this scene, subconsciously turned his head to look at Shinji. Because Sasuke's operation at this moment was exactly the same operation that Shinji had used to ambush the mysterious man when the three of them encountered the mysterious man in the Death Forest. This guy. Shinji shook his head and smiled. Needless to say, Shizuke was imitating him again. I don't know how long he had practiced in private, but now he actually used it to deal with Kimimaro. But to be honest, Sasuke's ability to imitate really surprised Shinji. He was able to do this mainly by relying on the trophy silk thread manipulation skills obtained from Spider Ghost Lei, while Shizuke was purely learning from him and practicing it himself. Just when everyone was shocked by Sasuke's move, Kimimaro on the field ignored the wire net covering his head and directly launched the instant body technique, ignoring the oncoming fire escape, and rushed straight towards Shizuke. Swish! In an instant, with a whistling sound, Kimimaro, with his arms protecting his head, rushed out of Sasuke's fire escape and flashed in front of Shizuke. Shizuke, who was still feeling proud, had never expected that Kimimaro would choose such a response tactic, and was caught off guard by Kimimaro who rushed in front of him. Before he could even block it, he was hit by a heavy knee in the chest, and then his neck was strangled, and the whole person was lifted up by Kimimaro. Sasuke struggled to pry open Kimimoro's hand that was strangling his neck, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Kimimoro's hand at all. It was as if an iron hoop was strangling his neck. What? What happened just now? Did Kimimaro just pass through Sasuke's fire escape? After a delay of more than 10 seconds, the crowd of onlookers reacted and exclaimed. Kimimoro's clothes did have traces of being burned by the flames, which meant that everyone was not dazzled just now, and Kimimaro really passed through Sasuke's fire escape. It was just surprising that Kimimaro passed through such a fierce flame, but he didn't seem to be injured. Sasuke, who was being strangled, was also full of confusion at the moment. He noticed that Kimimoro's clothes were severely burned, but there were no scars on his body, let alone bleeding, and even no scars could be found. Damn it, why? The dizziness caused by lack of oxygen made Sasuke unable to continue thinking, and he could only slap Kimimoro's arm weakly. Sakura was scared and covered her mouth, not daring to move. Naruto reacted and rushed towards Kimimaro mumbling. Kimimaro did not move, raised his foot, kicked Naruto out, and threw him out of the field. Then, he stared at Sasuke for a while, and threw Sasuke out of the field with boredom. Seeing that Sasuke and Naruto were eliminated, Sakura admitted defeat without waiting for Kimimaro to take action. Iruka announced with a complicated expression, "This game, Kimimoro's team won." Sasuke, who fell out of the field, looked unwilling, and he heavily, while staring at Kimimaro and observing him. Until now, he still didn't understand why Kimimaro dared to confront his fire style. Although he didn't put much chakra into the fire style, if he rushed in head-on, he would definitely be burned to pieces. At this time, Sakura passed Naruto, who was also lying on the ground, came to Sasuke, and helped Sasuke up. "Are you okay?" Sasuke shook his head with a dark face. He really didn't suffer any injuries, but it was a bit difficult for him to accept such an inexplicable defeat. On the other side, Shin and Kurama Yakumo also came to Kimimaro and said in unison, "Are you crazy? It's just a final exam, why are you fighting so hard?" "Fight." Kimimaro tilted his head. After checking Kimimoro's body, Shin and Yakumo were surprised to find that although Kimimoro's clothes were burned to tatters, there was not even a trace of injury on his body. In the distance, Karin exclaimed softly, "Hey, what's wrong with Kimimoro's body?" Bai answered in a low voice, "That's the corpse vein." Shinji stared at Kimimaro, a little absent-minded. He was also slightly surprised by the scene just now, but he soon reacted. Kimimoro's corpse vein had always given him the impression that he could fight with bones, but as he got deeper and deeper into medical ninjutsu and the structure of the human body, he gradually realized that corpse vein was not just about fighting with bones. Just imagine, when bones are extended out of the body, they will inevitably damage muscle tissue and skin tissue. But Kimimaro, who has the corpse vein, can freely extend his bones out of the body without making his body bleed. This shows that the corpse vein has a very high control ability over the various tissues and organs of the body, and also has a very significant recovery ability. Because even when the corpse vein is activated, the body can avoid the main muscle tissue from the pierced bones, but as long as the bones are pierced out of the body, the damage to the body surface is inevitable. There was no bleeding, which only meant one thing, that is, the wound stopped bleeding in an instant. Thinking of this, Shinji stroked his chin. He looked at Kimimaro, then glanced at Niji, and his mind was full of thoughts. He knew that the two major families of Hyuga and Kagaya were distant relatives. Now seeing the performance of Kimimoro's corpse vein, he suddenly felt that the relationship between the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan might be similar to that of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. One is the Sage Eye family, and the other is the Sage Body family. It's just that the sage here does not refer to the Six-Path Sage, but the Six-Path Sage's younger brother, Otsutsuki Hamura. It's still 2-in-1, please recommend votes, monthly votes. Students, please support it. Chapter 109. How about giving it a try? Subscribe. Thinking of this, Shinji's thoughts became more and more divergent. If the Uchiha clan's Sage Eyes, combined with the Senju clan or Uzumaki clan's Sage Body, ultimately point to the Samsara Eyes, then what the Sage Eyes represented by the Hyuga clan and the Sage Body represented by the Kagaya clan point to after they are combined is worth pondering. It stands to reason. This way of tracing the source of blood generally results in the power of the bloodline ancestor, that is, the power of Otsutsuki Hamura, the common ancestor of the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan. But Otsutsuki Hamura's eyes are Byakugan. Although in terms of purity, they are certainly far superior to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, but Byakugan is Byakugan. On the contrary, it was Otsutsuki Hamura's descendants on the moon who mutated into a new eye technique bloodline limit reincarnation eye that was superior to the Byakugan. So after the Hyuga clan sage eyes and the Kagaya clan sage body were combined, what was obtained was the extremely pure Byakugan, or the brand new eye technique bloodline limit reincarnation eye. At the moment, I'm afraid no one can tell. Why don't we give it a try? An idea suddenly came to Shinji. That is to transplant Kimimura's cell tissue into Niji's body to see what kind of fruit will be produced after the fusion of the blood of these two powerful families. Just when Shinji was distracted, the final exams of each class were all over. Next, it was the competition between classes. Because it involved class honors, the atmosphere on the playground was more enthusiastic than before. In the first round, Shinji's class drew another class of the same grade. Because of the Shinji team and Niji team, this round was won easily. Then, in the second round, Shinji's class drew Suzuki and his team, who also won easily in the first round. I didn't expect to draw them so soon. Tian shook her head, a little regretful. In her opinion, as long as she didn't meet Suzuki and Kimimura's class, her class could basically sweep other classes in the ninja school, even the senior classes were no exception. Xiao Li clenched his fists with great enthusiasm, as if he was happy to fight against geniuses like Suzuki and Kimimaro. Tenten glanced at Xiao Li and helplessly put her hand on her forehead. Ningji walked to Shinji at this time. This is a class competition, we must try our best to win it. Shinji did not answer, but looked up and down at Niji, thinking about transplanting Kimimaro into Niji cells. Seeing Shinji staring at him, Niji asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh, nothing." After answering casually, Shinji came to his senses and looked not far away. "I'll try my best. He can take advantage of this class competition to get some of Kimimura's cell tissue. After all, Kimimura's corpse vein is so domineering. If it's not a fair competition, he really has no chance to get Kimimura's cell tissue." Not far away. After learning that the opponent in this round is Shinji's class, Sasuke's class also became nervous. Shikamaru curled his lips. "Oh no, how come we meet them so soon?" While eating snacks, Koji said incoherently, "What are you afraid of? We have Kimimaro and Suzuki, two monsters." Ino immediately grabbed Koji's ear, "Don't say that about Suzuki. He is a genius, not a monster." On the side, Hinata looked at Niji timidly. Shino, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "Don't worry, if our team meets him, we will admit defeat." Ya was stunned. "Meet who? Why admit defeat?" Hinata shook her head, "It's okay, I won't drag you down, I can fight." Ye, who was still out of the situation, asked, "What are you talking about?" Akamaru, who was lying on Ye's head, also shouted, "Woof." Shino ignored Ye, but gently pushed his glasses, "No, this is just my judgment based on the winning rate. Whether it is Hyuga Niji's team or Uchiha Shinji's team, our chances of winning are not great." Ye, who finally understood, grinned, "We can't admit defeat. At least we can consume their chakra." Akamaru echoed, "Woof." Suzuki has adjusted his mentality from the defeat just now. The reason why he can adjust so quickly is not because of anything else, but simply because he has been beaten by Kimimaro too many times and is a bit used to it. He looked at Shinji and Niji not far away and said, "It's time for the three of us to see who's better." Sakura was a little worried. "Suzuki, what should we do if we meet Shinji and Niji?" Suzuki reminded, "They should solve the sisters' entanglement first, so you have to be careful and try to delay time for me." Naruto clasped his hands together, "Don't worry, I'm not that easy to defeat." In the previous round of competition, Naruto also performed well, so he was very motivated at this moment. He saw how strong Kimimaro was every day, but he heard more about how strong Shinji and Niji were from others, so he was not afraid at all. Under the leadership of Irika and Mizuki, the two classes came to the sidelines. "Shinji! Shinji!" Shin on the opposite side jumped and greeted Shinji. Shinji had no choice but to turn his face aside. Since coming to Konoha, Shin was like a bird that had flown out of a cage, and she was in high spirits every day. Soon, the competition began. The two classes fought in teams. Soon, Shinji's class lost several games. In fact, in Shinji's class, apart from his team, only Niji's team had combat effectiveness. As for the students in other teams, most of them were civilians and had average strength. And Naruto and Sasuke's class gathered a large number of bloodline limit ninjas, ninjas from secret families, and Naruto, the human pillar. The overall strength far exceeded that of other classes. Bang! As the last person on the field was knocked out, Iruka announced, "Shikamaru's team won." Tenten sighed, "Oh, another loss." Ningji also frowned. He found that if the situation continued to develop like this, in his class, he and Shinji's team might be the only ones who could win. As the teams in his class were eliminated one by one, it would not be long before he would face a round-robin battle with the opposing class. At this time, Mizuki announced, "The next game, Sasuke team versus Shinji team. Hello. The highlight is coming. Wow, a contest between two Uchiha geniuses." The students of both classes were excited. Everyone knew that the victory or defeat of other teams would only have a certain impact on the situation. The team of 4 geniuses would really determine which class would win. Tenten encouraged Shinji, "Come on, Shinji." Ningji also nodded to Shinji. Shinji smiled, then led Haku and Karin into the arena. On the other side, Sasuke waved his hand, "Naruto, Sakura, let's go." On the roof, Kakashi, leaning against the water tank, once again turned his eyes away from the intimate paradise and cast his gaze on the playground in the distance. In the 2 teams entering the arena, there were his teacher's orphans and the only 2 survivors of his best friend's family. For him, there were not many people in the village who made him feel close, and these few were among them. So he became a little more serious and observed the competition. On the teaching building, the eyes of the advisory elders were also focused on this competition. Although Sasuke was defeated just now, his performance was still unanimously recognized by the elders, and even Danzo could not find anything wrong with it. On the field, both sides made a seal of opposition together, and then each took a stance. Shinji glanced at Naruto and Sakura and saw that they were both alert. Stared at him, and couldn't help laughing secretly. Sasuke's eyes swept over Haku and Karin, and then said to Shinji, "Shinji, I will win this game." Shua. As soon as the voice fell, he rushed towards Haku and Karin like an arrow from a bow. His strategy was very simple, that is, to copy Shinji's previous tactics, first deal with Shinji's 2 teammates, and then rely on Naruto and Sakura's assistance to steadily take down Shinji. Therefore, when rushing towards Haku and Karin, he kept observing Shinji with the corner of his eyes with the Sharingan, and formulated tactics for besieging Shinji after defeating Haku and Karin. Seeing Sasuke rushing towards him, Haku and Karin, who were standing together, somehow thought of the task they had received to get close to Sasuke. Can't lose too quickly. So, the 2 of them had this idea in their minds at the same time. They knew that with Uchiha Sasuke's arrogance, if they could not show a little bit of strength, Sasuke would never look at them straight in the eye. So now was a good opportunity to show off. There was no need to really defeat Sasuke, as long as they created a little trouble for Sasuke and left a little impression in Sasuke's mind, they would have more chances to approach Sasuke next. At this time, Sasuke had already rushed in front of them. Shiro and Karin could even see the flying Megatama on Sasuke's Sharingan in his eyes and the confident smile on his lips. Looking at the hesitant expressions of Shiro and Karin, Sasuke said inwardly, "Humph, these 2 rookies." Feeling that he had succeeded, he used a fake move with his left hand to cover his right hand to attack Karin, while slightly raising his body, preparing to use the reaction force after knocking Karin down, and immediately turn around and kick to get rid of Shiro cleanly. The hesitation on Karin's face was that she was not sure to what extent she should resist, not that she was not prepared enough for Sasuke's surprise attack. The Manjiki Sharingan in her eye sockets was in its normal state at the moment, but the Manjiki was a Manjiki. Even if it was not opened, its insight was far beyond that of ordinary eyes. So through Sasuke's right shoulder pressing down, she keenly judged that Sasuke's real attack was his right arm hidden in the blind spot of her vision. So she planned to pretend that she didn't find Sasuke's real killer move, grabbed Sasuke's left arm, took a punch from Sasuke's right arm, and then symbolically counterattacked with a punch. It should be no problem. At the same time, the same thought flashed through Bai's mind. He felt that he was just grabbing Sasuke's right arm to help Karin block Sasuke's killer move, and then symbolically counterattacked with a punch. With Sasuke's strength, he should be able to dodge it easily. So, at the moment when Sasuke used a fake move of his left arm to cover his right arm and attacked Karin. Both Bai and Karin reacted at the same time. Karin firmly grasped Sasuke's left arm with his left hand, and then, while preparing to be beaten, he casually threw a punch. Bai reached out and grabbed Sasuke's right arm, and at the same time, he casually swung a palm. Bang bang! Instantly, two low muffled sounds came from the field. Including Shinji, Naruto, and Sakura on the field, everyone was stunned. For a moment, the crowded playground was silent. Am I seeing this correctly? Sasuke was beaten. Then, noisy discussions rang out on the sidelines, and many people even rubbed their eyes, some of them couldn't believe what they saw. On the field, Sasuke was also in a state of confusion. His left hand was pulled by Karin, and his right hand was pulled by Bai. Karin punched him on the left cheek, and Bai slapped him on the right cheek. Now his head is still buzzing. What happened? Both Bai and Karin were also stunned. The two of them looked at each other, and saw each other's panic in their eyes. How did it become like this? Damn it! At this time, Sasuke shook his head and reacted. His hands were restrained, and then he was hit on the left and right cheeks at the same time, and in front of all the students in the ninja school. This was a great shame for him. You know, this was not a defeat to a genius like Kimimaro, but a slap in the face by Haku and Karin, two little transparent people in the ninja school. In a rage, Sasuke suddenly broke free from the restraints of Haku and Karin, turned around and kicked Haku heavily, and planned to rely on the inertia of his body to knock down Haku and then knock down Karin with a punch to save his face. It's bad. Knowing that he had caused trouble, Haku saw Sasuke's angry face, so he thought about blocking Sasuke's right leg, and then taking Sasuke's punch and leaving the field. Karin had the same idea. She thought that after Sasuke's right leg swept down by, the center of gravity of her body would shift. She pretended to attack Sasuke's supporting left leg at this time, which would not only not cause any trouble to Sasuke, but would make it easier for Sasuke to knock her down. So Bai and Karin responded again. Bai hugged Sasuke's right leg that swept towards him, ready to take Sasuke's punch that followed. And Karin kicked Sasuke's supporting left leg, ready to take Sasuke's punch after Sasuke swept down by. Pa! Another muffled sound was heard in the field. Everyone stared at the field in a daze, and the whole field was silent again. She was still holding Bai, who was holding Sasuke's right leg, looked at Karin, who had kicked down Sasuke's left leg, in surprise, with confusion in her eyes. Karin, who had kicked down Sasuke's left leg, also looked at Bai, who was holding Sasuke's right leg, with an innocent face. They didn't expect the other party to respond like this. Only Sasuke, who fell to the ground, was confused. What happened just now? It's still a 2-in-1 chapter, please recommend and vote. It's the end of the month, students who still have monthly tickets, please support, thank you. Chapter 110 It's All My Fault. Please subscribe. 2 consecutive attacks that were sure to win were inexplicably lost in the hands of Bai and Karin. Sasuke, who fell heavily to the ground, had a short circuit in his brain. Bai and Karin obviously didn't expect this to happen. They looked at each other, at a loss. Did Sasuke slip just now? It must be like that. The luck of Haku and Karin is so good. The buzz of discussion on the sidelines was heard again, and everyone pointed at the field. Some were puzzled, some were surprised, and some were gloating. After all, not everyone likes Sasuke's arrogant look all day long. In the teaching building. Hey! Danzo frowned. The surprise and panic on Haku and Karin's faces could not escape his eyes, so he guessed that Sasuke's 2 defeats were not prepared by Haku and Karin in advance. But because of this, he was puzzled by Sasuke's repeated failures. The same puzzlement also included Uchiha Koharu and Vitamin N. Uchiha Koharu asked, "Has your body not fully recovered from your defeat at Kimimiro's hands just now?" Vitamin N said, "It should be like this." Although both of them are members of the advisory elders, they are not weak in strength, but after all, they are not Ijutsu bloodline ninjas. They are so far away that they can't see many details on the field, so they can only speculate based on experience. As the 3rd generation of ninjutsu professors, his vision is much more venomous than theirs. He carefully recalled the 2 fights between Sasuke and Haku and Karin just now, and felt something was wrong. But as Uchiha Koharu guessed, Sasuke had just been defeated by Kimimaro, and he couldn't judge his physical condition, so he didn't say anything. On the field. Shinji can be said to be the one who knows what happened best among all people. Others may think that Sasuke's condition has declined and they have made mistakes, but only he knows that it is not Sasuke's mistake. It was simply because Haku and Karin were stronger than Sasuke in terms of speed, strength, insight, and prediction that Sasuke lost inexplicably. If the other two people had cooperated, no matter how much they had done by accident, they would not have been able to stop Sasuke's attack. You can't see the opponent's movements clearly, can't keep up with the opponent's speed, and can't resist the opponent's strength. No matter how coincidental, it would be useless. But Shinji also knew that he couldn't let Sasuke suffer this defeat any longer. Otherwise, the true strength of Haku and Karin might not be hidden. So he walked slowly towards Sasuke and deliberately said in a loud voice, "Sasuke, it seems that your body has not fully recovered yet." Sasuke got up from the ground with an embarrassed look on his face. After hearing what Shinji said, he suddenly felt that it was because of the battle with Kimimaro just now that his condition had not recovered, so he made a mistake. Unfortunately, this is a competition between classes. Even if it is unfair, I have to take action. As he said this, Shinji flashed and suddenly bullied in front of Sasuke. You! Sasuke, who had not yet recovered from his shock, was startled and instinctively threw a punch. Shinji dodged the punch with his side face, then hit Sasuke's chin with his right hand from bottom to top, knocking Sasuke into the air and out of the arena. After easily defeating Sasuke, Shinji did not forget to shake his head. Can't even block this? You are obviously not in good shape. So Sasuke is injured, no wonder he was beaten so badly by Haku and Karin. What a pity. Ah, we can only rely on Kimimaro. Shinji's words gave everyone a reasonable explanation, so the students watching subconsciously recognized Shinji's judgment. Even Sasuke, who was knocked out of the arena, just slammed his fist on the ground in frustration. Damn, I shouldn't have fought so hard with Kimimaro before. Obviously, even he himself believed in Shinji's judgment. Shinji turned around and dealt with Naruto and Sakura again. As Mizuki announced his victory, he made a reconciliation seal and quickly led Haku and Karin off the field. Mizuki then announced again, the next game, Team Neji vs Team Kimimaro. With the end of the previous match, the slightly depressed atmosphere on the playground became lively again. Everyone shifted their attention from Sasuke to Kimimaro and Neji, who were leading the team on the field. Neither Kimimaro nor Neji were the kind of people who liked to say harsh words. After just a glance at each other, the two immediately fought each other. Bang bang bang! Instantly, a burst of dense punches and kicks rang out on the playground. Compared to the flashy Sasuke, Neji's tactics were much simpler. He did not launch a large-scale attack with Kimimaro, but strictly guarded the area 1 meter in front of him, using defense as a fence. Facing the well-defended Ninkai, Kimimaro was unable to break through his soft fist's protective circle for a while, so the two sides started fighting. War of attrition. Tenten and Lee were not idle at this time. They took advantage of the time when Neji was holding Kimimaro back, defeated Shin and Kurama Yakumo, and then joined the battle between Kimimaro and Neji. But this level of fierce fighting was far beyond their ability to participate, so not only did they not help Neji, but they also forced Neji to support them several times, almost revealing his flaws. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. After a while, Tenten was beaten out of the field by Kimimaro, and Lee was kicked away by Kimimaro after holding on for a while. Soon, only Kimimaro and Neji were left on the field. Watching the fierce fight between the two on the field, the students outside the field did not dare to breathe. Hinata clasped her hands together and murmured, "Brother Neji." Ya was stunned, are these two guys still human? Ino was a little worried, "Shikamaru, can our class win?" Shikamaru shook his head slightly, "It's hard to say now. If Neji continues to fight like this, I'm afraid that even if Kimimaro can win, he will consume too much chakra. Don't forget the lesson of Sasuke just now." "Yes, there is another Shinji in their class." Ino nodded, and then said to herself, "Although he hasn't awakened the Sharingan yet, he is as handsome as Sasuke. If he grows his hair longer, he will be even cooler." Shikamaru looked at Ino in surprise, but when he saw Ino's face full of longing, he swallowed the words on his lips. Chuji, who was eating snacks, said at this time, "Don't we still have our team?" Tisk. Ino spat lightly, with a look of disdain on her face. Shikamaru was speechless, women are so troublesome. On the other side, Sakura stepped forward and supported Sasuke. "Sasuke, is your face okay?" Finding that his face seemed to be swollen, Sasuke looked embarrassed. Damn it, I was careless just now and didn't dodge. Sakura quickly changed the subject. Can Kimimaro win? Sasuke's expression became serious. Kimimaro must have been seriously injured in a fight with me. It may not be easy to win against Niji and Shinji in a row. Sakura panicked. Then our class will lose. Sasuke sighed. Hey, I shouldn't have been injured by Kimimaro just now. On the field, the fierce fight is still going on. Kimimaro's speed and strength are both better than Niji, but with Niji's determination to defend, he failed to succeed after several attempts. Gradually, he lost his patience. He no longer dodged Niji's soft fist, and directly faced Niji's palm method and launched a close-range attack with Niji. Opportunity. Ninkai instantly sensed the opportunity and attacked the meridians of Kimimaro's arms, shoulder blades, waist, and abdomen with acupuncture. In his mind, as long as he blocked any of these meridians, he would win. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides exchanged fists and palms, and in just a few breaths, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Then, Ninkai staggered and fell to the ground. Why? He was puzzled. Just now, he had clearly used soft fists to block at least 3 major acupoints on Kimimaro's body. According to common sense, Kimimaro should have been unable to circulate chakra. But Kimimaro was like nothing happened, attacking back, punching him in the heart, and instantly defeated him. You lose. After saying this, Kimimaro kicked Niji out of the arena with a light kick, and then turned around and left the arena. Ninkai, who fell out of the arena, didn't bother to get up, but looked up and observed Kimimaro with his white eyes, and found that the 3 acupoints that should have been sealed by his soft fist were now unobstructed. My soft fist is ineffective. Ninkai suddenly doubted his life. The soft fist that was always successful before was defeated again and again today, first lost to Shinji, and now lost to Kimimaro. Is this the corpse vein? On the sidelines, Shinji had a deeper understanding of Kimimaro's corpse vein. Ninkai's soft fist was not ineffective, but before hitting those acupoints, Kimimaro had already created a layer of periosteum in his body in advance, blocking the chakra that Ninkai's soft fist penetrated, so Ninkai's soft fist failed to seal the acupoints on Kimimaro's body. In other words, Kimimaro, who has developed the corpse vein to a certain extent, is actually wearing a layer of bone armor. He can generate periosteum in any area under his skin, and in a blink of an eye, he can put on armor for his vital parts. This reminds Shinji of the battle between Kimimaro and Gaara in the original time and space. Other people were trapped in Gaara's sea of sand, and basically they were gone, but Kimimaro was able to break free from the sea of sand with his abnormal ability to withstand blows. This alone shows the dominance of the corpse vein. Before, it was just a temporary idea, and Shinji didn't care whether he could get Kimimaro's cell tissue. And now, he really wants to get some of Kimimaro's cell tissue for research. After defeating several teams, Shinji's team finally faced Kimimaro's team. This battle to decide who would win and who would lose between the two classes ignited the enthusiasm of all the students in the ninja school. Not to mention the students, even the ninja school some teachers also put down their work and stopped to watch. Shin said loudly, Shinji, even if we are friends, I will not show mercy in this fight. Me too. Shinji said, taking out a kunai from the ninja bag on his waist. Seeing Shinji so serious, Shin was startled and quickly hid behind Kimimaro. Shinji took out the kunai, of course, not to scare Shin. Without the ninja tools, he really didn't have the confidence to extract enough cell tissue from Kimimaro. Soon, the 6 people present completed the seal of opposition and then fought fiercely. Shinji naturally faced Kimimaro. Shin took the initiative to find Bai, leaving the seemingly weaker Karin to the equally weak Kurama Yakumo. In the 3 groups of confrontation, the focus of everyone's attention was naturally the 2 geniuses, Shinji and Kimimaro. Hey! During the fierce fight, Kimimaro was suspicious. Unlike Sasuke's flamboyance and Niji's dullness, Shinji's style is pragmatic with a hint of cunning. Kimimaro felt uncomfortable as soon as they started fighting. Then he found that Shinji seemed to be able to see through his mind, and his offensive was always resolved silently by Shinji. What surprised him most was that Shinji was faster and stronger than Sasuke and Niji. In addition, Shinji was holding a kunai, which made him more threatening all of a sudden, so he had to be a little more serious. Ah! Suddenly, a cry came from not far away. It was Kurama Yakumo who was forced out of the field by Karin. Then, Bya successfully forced Shin out of the field. Two teammates were eliminated one after another, but Kimimaro was unmoved and his expression was still indifferent. Shinji raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He gave Bai, who was not far away, a look, then threw the kunao in his hand into the air, quickly formed seals with both hands, and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." Almost at the same time, Bai also completed the seal, "Water style, water wave." One after the other, Shinji's fire style and Bai's water style attacked Kimimaro at the same time. Swish! In an instant, water and fire collided, stirring up water vapor all over the sky, covering the playground in an instant. And at the moment when the water mist covered the battlefield, Bai and Karin pounced on Kimimaro together, and the three of them entangled together, making a series of muffled bang 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 sounds. Shinji, who had seized the opportunity, had already caught the kunao that had just been thrown into the air, and flashed his figure and pounced on Kimimaro, who was entangled by Bai and Karin. Swish! A cold light flashed across. The kunao in Shinji's hand not only successfully cut Kimimaro's arm, cutting off a small piece of inconspicuous flesh, but also bumped into Kimimaro, and rushed out of the field with him. The mist on the field quickly dissipated. Everyone on the playground saw Shinji and Kimimaro wrestling together, both falling out of the field, while Bai and Karin were still standing in the field, all stunned. "We won!" Someone suddenly shouted, waking everyone up. So, the whole playground was boiling, because with the result of this competition, there was no suspense about the class that won the final exam. On the sidelines, Suzuki was extremely annoyed at this time. "It's all my fault. It must be because I injured Kimimaro before, so he had to fight Shinji with an injury, so he lost." 2 in 1 chapter. It's a new week soon, begging for a wave of recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. In addition, I would like to thank the students who gave me rewards this week. Thank you. Chapter 111 Eye-Opening Experience. Shinji and Kimimaro quickly got up from the ground. Glancing at the wound on Kimimaro's arm that had almost healed, Shinji apologized, "Sorry, I hurt you." "It's okay." Kimimaro shook his head indifferently. Such a small wound doesn't need to be paid attention to at all, and the body will heal automatically after a while. As for the victory or defeat, he didn't care much, and turned around and left without saying anything nonsense. Shinji smiled slightly and called Haku and Karin on the field to return to their class. Just now, he took advantage of the diffuse mist to cover his vision, and put the kunao with a small piece of Kimimaro's flesh and blood back to the ninja bag on his waist without anyone noticing. In fact, it was because Kimimaro didn't care about the small injury that he was able to succeed. Otherwise, even he would find it difficult to scratch Kimimaro. At this time, classmates gathered around and congratulated Shinji. Ningji also came to Shinji. "I lost." Shinji patted Ningji on the shoulder and said casually, "It's just a final exam, you don't have to care too much." Ningji shook his head, "No, although it's just an exam, I can see my shortcomings. You can defeat Suzuki and Kimimaro without opening the Sharingan, but I only lost, which shows that I am not as good as them." Shinji said in his heart, "Including the pair I control, I have 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. To be honest, it's my unfair victory." But Ningji changed the subject and suddenly emphasized his tone, "I won't give up like this, I will be stronger next time." Seeing Ningji's serious face, Shinji did not comfort him, but said lightly, "I look forward to it." Next to the water tank on the roof, Kakashi closed the intimate paradise in his hand, jumped off the roof, and left without looking back. The ninja school exams have come to this point, and there is no more it is necessary to continue watching. The performances of geniuses such as Suzuki, Shinji, Kimimaro, and Niji are definitely very impressive. Even he would probably be the same at the same age. But in his eyes, these so-called geniuses, none of them are qualified. The ninja school conducted the final exam in the form of 3-person teams this time, with the purpose of testing the students' teamwork ability. But none of these geniuses who shined on the field realized this. Without exception, they all regarded their teammates as dispensable consumables, or even as a burden. If this exam was hosted by Kakashi, he would put everyone on the list of unqualified. On the teaching building. Although the exam on the playground was still in progress, the figures of the 3rd generation and a group of advisory elders had disappeared. In order to suppress the wealthy, the Hokage lineage founded the ninja school and introduced civilian ninjas. However, the 3rd generation, who is the highest authority in the village, and the members of the advisory elders knew very well that the pattern of the ninja world is determined by geniuses. One Namikaze Minato is equivalent to hundreds of ordinary ninjas in war. One salamander Hanzo can make the weak rain hidden village survive tenaciously in the gap between several large ninja villages. This is the cruel fact, which cannot be changed by emphasizing one or two words of will of fire. So when the competition of a few geniuses such as Sasuke ended, they naturally would not continue to spend their precious time on the final exam of a mere ninja school. Feeling the dissipation of the killing intent, Shinji glanced at the teaching building. Are you leaving? He could feel Danzo's killing intent towards him from such a distance, not only because he had the ability of killing intent perception, but also because Danzo did not hide his killing intent at all. Perhaps in Danzo's view, there was no need to hide the fact that he wanted to kill a remnant of Uchiha. In the afternoon, the final exams of the ninja school finally ended. As everyone expected, with Sasuke's class defeated, no one in the entire ninja school could stop Shinji's class. So after many rounds of confrontation, Shinji's class got the final victory as they wished. All the students in the class had their semester grades improved by 1 level, and the 3 members of Shinji's team were given the highest S-level semester grades by the ninja school. After school, Tian arranged for the 2 teams to go to the barbecue restaurant to celebrate. With a rich woman treating, Shinji naturally would not refuse. On the way, they met Sasuke and Shin's group, who also made an appointment to have dinner together, and the 2 groups went to the barbecue restaurant together. After a day of competition, everyone was tired and hungry. When the first batch of meat slices and fruits were served, almost no one chatted, and everyone was concentrating on the food on the table. After everyone had filled their stomachs, people slowly started to chat. Shikamaru was picking his teeth with a toothpick while sighing, "Oh, I'm afraid this vacation won't be easy." With the end of today's final exams, the ninja school usually has a 1 or 2 month vacation. Ya asked, "Why?" Others also looked over, waiting for Shikamaru's answer. Shikamaru shrugged, "Just think about it, this exam has become a show for Shinji and the others. We performed so badly, how can we have a good harvest when we go back?" Thinking of his grumpy mother and sister at home, Ya shrank his neck and felt a chill on the back of his neck. Hinata's expression also fell. As the eldest daughter of the main family of the wealthy Hyuga clan, her performance in this final exam was not comparable to that of Niji from the branch family, and even some civilian students were inferior to her. It is conceivable how much pressure she faces. As a result, following Shikamaru's words, many students from wealthy families or mystical families in the private room all looked miserable. It can be imagined that their days will not be easy during this holiday, and their families will definitely train them hard. Sasuke fell silent, thinking in his heart, "If my father is still here, will he be happy or disappointed when he sees my performance today?" After a moment, he looked up at Shinji, who was still concentrating on barbecue, and asked, "Shinji, do you have any plans for this holiday?" Ningji on the side also put down his chopsticks and looked at Shinji. Shinji said casually, "Me? No plans for the time being." Sasuke quickly suggested, "Then let's train together? We are all Uchiha, and I can also pass on my experience of opening my eyes to you." "No." Shinji shook his head. He didn't want to hear about Sasuke's experience of opening his eyes, and he had a lot of things to do recently. Not only did he have to analyze Kimimura's cell tissue, but he also had to prepare for the impact of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Thinking of this, Shinji glanced at Karin calmly. From today's situation, the pair of Mangeki Sharingans in Karen's eye sockets should have recovered almost. Here is the first update. Please give me a recommendation vote and a monthly vote on Monday. The recommendation votes are refreshed every day, please vote for me. Chapter 112, The Mangeki That Sees the Light Again, please subscribe. Seeing Shinji refuse, Sasuke was a little unwilling to reject his proposal. "Shinji, are you still obsessed with learning some medical ninjutsu? What's the use of that kind of thing? The strongest means of our Uchiha is our pair of Sharingan." As he said, he opened the Sharingan, and the ink-colored eyes instantly turned scarlet. Shinji looked at Sasuke's Sharingan, then smiled and shook his head, "I'm just a little interested in medical ninjutsu." Sasuke asked, "Why waste time on such a boring interest? As long as you work hard, you have a chance to catch up with me." Naruto, who was still chewing barbecue in his mouth, looked puzzled. "Sasuke, didn't we lose today?" Sasuke was choked by Naruto, and his whole face turned black. Sakura said quickly, "Naruto, you are a big fool. Suzuki means that as long as Shinji is willing to work hard, he has a chance to catch up with him in opening the Sharingan. Naruto muttered, Sharingan is obviously not that powerful. Suzuki opened his eyes, but he was beaten today, right? Sakura grabbed Naruto's ear and pulled him aside. After being interrupted by Naruto, Suzuki had to be angry and silent. Ningji on the side was also a little puzzled why Shinji didn't practice with Suzuki, but he was a more introverted person, so he just watched and didn't say anything. After the dinner, everyone dispersed. Everyone was thinking about how to spend the next holiday, some were thinking about how to deal with their families, and some were thinking about how to arrange training. And Shinji was thinking about his next plan. It has been almost 2 weeks since Karin transplanted white Zetsu cells. The fusion period of her body is about to end, and she will soon enter the stable period. Through observations during this period, Shinji discovered that even in the unstable fusion period, Karin's immortal body, which had been strengthened by the white Zetsu cells, had the ability to restore the vitality of the blind Mangekyo, so he planned to sneak into Karin's apartment tonight to confirm the recovery of the Mangekyo again. Then arrange the next eye transplant surgery according to the situation. Night. Click. Seeing the clock on the wall pointing to 12 o'clock, Shinji put on the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization, put on a mask, and quietly left the apartment. Not long after, he sneaked into Karin's apartment. Because she had communicated with Karin through the direct space in advance, Karin was not surprised at Shinji's arrival. After carefully taking Shinji into the room, without waiting for Shinji to ask, Karin excitedly said, "My lord, my right eye can see things today." Really? Shinji was refreshed when he heard it. As Karin took off her goggles, she said, "Well, when I woke up this morning, I found that I could see things vaguely with my right eye. By noon, what I saw with my right eye was getting clearer and clearer." Shinji stared at Karin's right eye and found that the pale right eye had now returned to its dark color. Then, he waved his hand in front of Karin's right eye, "Can you see clearly?" "Yes." Karin nodded heavily. Shinji asked again, "Compared to the left eye?" Karin closed her left eye for a while, then closed her right eye for a while, and said, "The left eye is still clearer." Shinji said, "Well, this is normal. The insight of the Mangeki Sharingan is closely related to the pupil power. The pupil power of the left eye is definitely not as abundant as that of the left eye." After that, Shinji activated his own Mangeki Sharingan and tried to use illusion to help Karin open the Mangeki. Like before, Shinji quickly opened Karin's left eye, and the dark eye turned scarlet, and then the three Megatama gathered together and evolved into a complex pattern. But the right eye was not opened. Shinji frowned and launched the illusion again. This time, Karin's right eye changed. The ink on it faded very slowly, but gradually faded, turning into the scarlet of the Sharingan, and then the three Megatama slowly emerged. Shinji continued to add pupil power to stimulate Karin's right eye. Under the stimulation of Shinji's pupil power, the three Megatama on Karin's right eye slowly spun, and finally gathered together and transformed into the same pattern as the left eye. "Hey!" Shinji staggered 2 steps and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Karin, who had already escaped from the illusion with her own ability, hurried forward to support Shinji. "My lord, are you okay?" Shinji lowered his head, and after the dizziness dissipated, he shook his head to Karin, "I'm fine. There is no doubt. The restored Mangeki Sharingan is, to some extent, like a new life, so it needs an activation process. Fortunately, Shinji has the Mangeki Sharingan. If it were someone else, he would probably be completely helpless in the face of this situation. But even so, in order to activate Karin's right eye, he still consumed a lot of pupil power. With his pupil power to control 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, he felt a little unsustainable at this moment, and his body had a strong sense of dizziness. "My Mangeki is about to break down." Although he had this feeling, Shinji was not worried at all, because the restoration of Karin's right eye made him only 1 step away from the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After calming down, he asked Karin, "What is the pupil technique in your right eye?" Karin sensed it and quickly replied, "It is also Suzanu's own, but it is similar to the left eye that strengthens Suzanu's own. The power of the right eye is different from that of the Suzanu. The power of the right eye is to reduce the consumption of the Suzanu." Shinji was stunned when he heard this. He was not surprised by the pupil technique contained in the right eye, but was puzzled by the decision of the Mangeki Uchiha who chose to sacrifice his right eye. Under normal circumstances, sacrificing the left eye and keeping the right eye is the best solution. After all, with one less Mangeki, the left eye that increases the power of the Susanoo is obviously not as practical as the right eye that reduces the consumption of the Susanoo. Even in this situation, he still chooses to keep the more powerful left eye. Shinji secretly sighed, I can only say that he is worthy of being an Uchiha. Shinji immediately used illusion to help Karin close the Mangeki in her eye socket, and then said, I will arrange another eye replacement surgery for you tomorrow night. Karin asked, My lord, do you want to help me change my eyes back? Shinji was a little embarrassed and said, Don't worry, I will return your eyes intact. Tomorrow's eye replacement surgery will replace you with another pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Ah, you still have a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Karin was surprised. After being transplanted with Mangeki Sharingan, she also learned about Mangeki Sharingan in private and knew that this kind of eyes represented the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's pupil technique. Looking at Sasuke, who only had 2 Megatama Sharingan, he was so valued by the village, and it was clear what Mangeki Sharingan meant. So she really couldn't imagine that the leader actually had a pair of Mangeki Sharingan in his hands. The second update is here, please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's the end of the month, if you still have tickets, don't forget to vote. Thank you. Chapter 113 Recovery or Rebirth. After leaving Karen's apartment, Shinji began to prepare for the next eye transplant surgery. He first sneaked into the forest of death, and readjusted his own Mangeki Sharingan in a hidden cave, replacing the right eye of his grandmother Uchiha Chiri, which contained the pupil technique's Hibi. After putting his grandmother's Mangeki into the nutrient tank, he began to think. Now he is controlling Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki, so he has Amaterasu and is an Aganomi Kato and is an Aganomi Kato. That is to say, after Karin completely recovers his grandmother's pair of Mangeki Sharingan, he can no longer use Naobi to contact other people. However, this period of time should not be too long. With Karen's powerful sage body after entering the stable period, the longest time to restore a Mangeki Sharingan will not exceed 1 week. After Karin helps me recover my grandmother's Mangeki, I can use Susanoo Suntio Yuchan to directly fuse the pupil power. He was a little excited. But he knew that the closer he got to this moment, the calmer he had to be. Then he thought about the fusion. If he didn't have the eye technique of Susanoo's light, even if he had a pair of blood relatives Mangeki Sharingan, he would have to undergo a surgical transplant to fuse them. But surgical transplants often require a long period of fusion. In the original time and space, in order to transplant Ataka's Mangeki, Sasuke had recuperated for a long time in the secret base arranged by Obito for him. Shinji couldn't determine the specific time, and could only speculate that it was between a few weeks and a month. During the fusion period, the eyes cannot be used, so Shinji, who lives in Konoha village, can't fuse the eternal Mangeki through surgical transplantation. Sharingan. Even with the Susanoo temporary for fusion, he was not sure if there would be any abnormality in his body. At this time, Shinji took out the pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan again. Staring at the pair of slightly yellowed eyeballs soaked in the nutrient solution, which had completely lost their pupil power, he fell into deep thought. When he activated the restored Mangeki Sharingan for Karin before, he had a very strange feeling, as if the restored Mangeki was reborn, not restored. For a moment, he even felt the close connection between the Mangeki and Karin, the temporary host, just like Karin's own eyes. Could it be that through Karin's restored eyes, there will be some kind of blood connection with Karin? Shinji had such a guess in his mind. It's just that because the left eye of Karin's pair of kaleidoscopes has always maintained its pupil power, the abnormality of the right eye was quickly eliminated by the resonance of the left eye. The closeness between the right eye and Karin also quickly faded, and finally became consistent with the left eye. But if it is a pair of completely damaged kaleidoscopes, and both the left and right eyes have lost their light, if Karin can make the pair of kaleidoscopes regain light, will the feeling of blood connection produced by the restored kaleidoscopes be preserved forever? If so, whose is this pair of kaleidoscopes? Is it the original owner's? Or is it Karin's? This is a very critical question, because if this pair of restored Mangeki Sharingan is considered Karin's, then Karin has the ability to possess a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan to a certain extent. The possession here does not mean transplanting a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan to Karin. It means allowing Karin to fuse a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan that is connected to her blood. Because only one's own eyes have the ability to continue to evolve. If Karin can do this, then she has the powerful sage body of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. In fact, she has the possibility of impacting the Samsara Eye. although this possibility only exists in theory and cannot be proven for the time being. The next morning, Shinji came to the laboratory of the medical team as usual. He first measured the various data of Kaimimura's cell tissues through instruments, and then carefully recorded and filed them. Then, he and Kusanagi Kaoru were sent to Konoha Hospital by the medical team to treat the wounded. If he was not still a student of the ninja school, the medical team would almost treat him as a formal medical ninja. He was busy until the evening, and he walked out of the gate of Konoha Hospital a little tired. Kusai-sun, who came out with him, stretched and complained, "It's good to be young. Unlike me, I can't bear it after working for a day. You are only in your 20s. After complaining in his heart, Shinji smiled and said, "Goodbye, teacher, I'm going back first." Facing the front line of patients, although it was hard, it also allowed Shinji to actually understand the real situation of medical ninjutsu on various wounds, which made his understanding of medical ninjutsu more profound. Therefore, he was not too opposed to being pulled by the medical team to do hard labor. On the way home, he saw Xiao Li running around the village in the sunset and sweating. He saw Niji practicing soft fist with the help of Tenten. He also saw Naruto, who was naughty, graffiti on the Hokage rock, and was chased by Iruka all over the village. Holiday life has begun. He smiled and shook his head, and found a street shop to fill his stomach, and then walked back to the apartment. Time passed by little by little. Shinji looked up at the wall clock and saw that it was almost midnight, so he closed the book related to medical ninjutsu in his hand. Then, he put on the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization, put on a mask, and left the apartment in a flash. After a while, he came to the balcony of Karen's apartment and was welcomed into the house by Karen. Because it was not the first time, Karen was not nervous this time. She looked at the surgical instruments that Shinji took out of the surgical bag with interest, and watched Shinji disinfect the instruments. After completing the preoperative preparations skillfully, Shinji said to Karen, "The kaleidoscope I replaced for you this time is the same as the pair in your eye sockets. One of them is also blind." "I know." Karen nodded gently. When she learned that the leader was going to replace her with another pair of manjiki, she immediately understood that the leader must need her to restore the manjiki again. While Shinji took out the pair of manjiki that belonged to his grandmother Uchiha Yuri, he warned, "This pair of manjiki Sharingan is very important, please be careful." "Yes." Karen's expression immediately became serious. Shinji stopped talking nonsense, told Karen to lie down on the bed, and immediately started the eye replacement surgery. During the operation, he once again felt the difference between Karen and ordinary patients. Wounds that must be handled carefully on other people will stop bleeding and heal quickly on Karen as soon as they are cut. If Shinji's movements were slower, he might not even have time for the operation, and the wound would have healed. Here is the first update, please vote for recommendation. Monthly vote. It's the end of the month, don't forget to vote for friends who still have votes. Chapter 114 Harvest. Subscribe please. After completing the eye replacement surgery, Shinji carefully observed the pair of kaleidoscopes that had been replaced. He saw that the two eyeballs of the kaleidoscopes were shining with a fresh luster, which was completely different from before. Not only has the sight been restored, but it seems that even the pupil power has been replenished. After sighing in his heart, he carefully put the pair of kaleidoscopes into a special nutrient tank. The nutrient solution in this tank was prepared by him based on the latest research results of the medical team. Although the price is very expensive, it can guarantee the activity of the organ to the maximum extent. If the nutrient solution is replaced regularly, the organ can be preserved for a long time. After putting away the replaced manjiki, Shinji moved his gaze to Karen's eye sockets and asked, "How do you feel?" Karen blinked uncomfortably, "I'm still a little uncomfortable. It will be fine in a while." After a pause, Shinji instructed, "This pair of manjiki, the left eye is blind, so this time you need to focus on the left eye." "Yes." Karen nodded repeatedly. Shinji stared for a while, and suddenly instructed, "Don't try to open the Sharingan, and don't fight in the near future. Everything will be said after the pair of manjiki is restored." Feeling the leader's attention to the pair of manjiki, Karen assured, "Please rest assured, I will take good care of the pair of manjiki Sharingan. I will come again tomorrow night." After leaving a word, Shinji turned and left Karen's apartment. In the following days, Shinji spent the day in the medical classes laboratory studying Kaimimura's cell tissue or treating the wounded in Konoha Hospital. At night, he closed the door at home and studied books related to medical ninjutsu. Late at night, he went to Karen's apartment to check on the recovery progress of Manjiki. These days of vacation were busy but fulfilling for him. Seeing that Shinji was devoted to medical ninjutsu, Kusanagi Kaoru thought he had been irritated. Excited, he found him during the break and comforted him. I checked the files, the proportion of people in your Uchiha clan who can awaken their eyes is very low. On average, only 1 or 2 people in 10 clans can awaken the Sharingan. Unable to understand why Kaoru Kusanagi suddenly mentioned this, Shinji turned his head and looked at her. So even if you can't awaken the Sharingan, it's a very normal thing. You actually paused. Kaoru Kusanagi considered the wording. It's like this, and you are still young, the chance of awakening the Sharingan is very high. Shinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What about me? Kaoru Kusanagi touched Shinji's head. Okay, why are you pretending in front of me? You are an Uchiha, would you not care about the Sharingan? Kaoru Kusanagi continued, your talent is obvious to all of us. I believe you can awaken the Sharingan like Uchiha Sasuke. So don't run to the laboratory and hospital every day. You are very good, there is no need to escape. Thank you for your comfort. Shinji thought about it and admitted it. After Kusanaga's reminder, he also found out how abnormal his behavior looked in the eyes of others. After all, it is impossible for an Uchiha with good talent not to care about the Sharingan. According to normal logic, Shinji should practice with all his heart and try every means to awaken the Sharingan, instead of hiding in the laboratory of the medical class every day. Fortunately, there is another explanation. That is, as Kaoru Kusanagi was worried, others would think that Shinji was discouraged because he could not awaken the Sharingan, so he vented his energy on medical ninjutsu to avoid the fact that he could not awaken the Sharingan. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. After secretly alerting himself, Shinji returned to his laboratory after a break. He checked the culture dish on the experimental table and frowned slightly. After several days of experiments, he found that although Kimimura's cell tissue was not as overbearing as the first-generation cell tissue, it had a very strong rejection. He took his own cell tissue, Karen's cell tissue, and even White Zetsu's cell tissue to do cell fusion experiments. As a result, all the experiments ended in failure. Kimimura's cell tissue seemed to be poisonous and could not be integrated with the cell tissue of ordinary people. Shinji tapped his fingers lightly on the table, thinking, I don't know if the Hyuga clan's cell tissue can be integrated with Kimimura's cell tissue. Because there is no Hyuga clan's cell tissue at hand, he has not done relevant cell fusion experiments. Now that other people's cell tissues cannot be integrated with Kimimura's cell tissue, he thought of the original idea of integrating the Hyuga clan's sage eyes with the Kaguya clan's sage body. Find a chance to get some of Niji's cell tissue. The thought turned, and he pondered again, if possible, it's best to get Hinata's cell tissue as well. He remembered that Otsutsuki Tonari seemed to have said that Hinata and Hanabi both had pure Byakugan. So Otsutsuki Tonari chose to take Hanabi's eyes to integrate the Samsara eye, and chose Hinata as a bride to reproduce for him. Although it is not known what basis Otsutsuki Tonari used to judge that Hinata and Hanabi's Byakugan were purer than those of other Hyuga clan members, it turned out that he was right, because he did use Hanabi's Byakugan to fuse a pair of reincarnation eyes. At present, Hanabi is still young, and Shinji has no way to get close to her, so he can only set his sights on Hinata. 2 days later, 7 days had passed since the last eye transplant surgery. Late at night, Shinji sneaked into Karen's apartment again. After welcoming Shinji into the house, Karen said with joy, Sir, my left eye can see things today. Shinji was startled when he heard this, and then ecstasy appeared on his face. After a long time, he asked, Didn't I only vaguely feel the light and shadow yesterday? How come I can see things today? Karen shook her head, I don't know, I can see clearly in the afternoon. Very good. In his long sleeves, Shinji clenched his fists tightly. His efforts during this period have finally paid off. Karen was also very happy. She could see that the leader cared a lot about the pair of Manjiki Sharingans, so she felt that she was no longer a useless person by helping the leader. Suppressing his joy, Shinji checked Karen and confirmed that her left eye had changed from pale and lifeless to shiny black. But Shinji was not in a hurry to activate it. First, the pupil power of his own Manjiki Sharingan had been severely depleted, and he had to try to avoid consumption. Second, once activated at this time, Karen would be able to know the 2 pupil techniques contained in the pair of Manjiki Sharingans. After thinking for a while, Shinji said to Karen, We will perform the operation tomorrow night. The second update is here. It's the last day of this month. Students who still have monthly tickets, don't forget to vote. If you come tomorrow, your votes will be wasted. Chapter 115 Invitation. Your Highness, you have been away from the country for too long. Now that Konoha's ninja school is on vacation, you should take this opportunity to return to the country to appease the people. Yes, Your Highness, the thieves of the Huangchuan cult have been acting suspiciously recently, and the country needs you. The sentry post in the sealed land has sent out several warnings, reporting that thieves are spying nearby. Your Highness, this is a major event related to the safety of our ghost country. The attendants prostrated themselves on the ground one by one, surrounded Shin. Shin pouted, I don't want to go back. Seeing Shin's resistance, the attendant said, just go back to deal with domestic affairs. After that, you can return to the ninja school to continue studying. Really? The attendants nodded one by one, of course. Your study in the ninja school in Konoha is also good for the safety of our demon country. Shin pondered for a while and asked, then can I invite friends to go back to the country together? Yes, yes. As long as Shin can be persuaded to return to the country to deal with government affairs, let alone inviting 1 or 2 guests to visit the demon country, even if it is to organize the students of the ninja school to travel abroad collectively, they are willing. Shin nodded happily, okay, I promise you. With that, she went out happily. The first person she wanted to invite was naturally Shinji, but she hesitated as she walked on the street. Because she felt that with Shinji's personality, he would most likely not accept her invitation to the land of demons. That guy will definitely think that the land of demons is too far away. I will invite others first, and then invite him after everyone agrees. Having made up her mind, Shin was the first to come to Kurama Yakumo's house. After listening to Shin's invitation, Kurama Yakumo returned a graceful salute, my body may not be able to support such a long journey, sorry. Shin then went to another teammate's house. Kimimaro frowned slightly, the land of demons? Not interested. After leaving Kimimaro's apartment, Shin was angry all the way, you are all disloyal, I don't believe that no one is willing to accept my invitation to visit the land of demons. Then, Shin came to Sasuke's house. After listening to Shin, Sasuke shook his head, I have to train, no time. Tenta's house. Tenten spread his hands helplessly, demon country? Actually, I still want to go abroad to play, but I promised to help Ninkai train, so there is really no way. Ninkai's house. While practicing the soft fist, Ninkai said, thank you for your kindness, but my vacation is already full. Suppressing his excitement, Shinji waited for another day. At night, he couldn't wait until late at night, and sneaked into Karen's apartment when it was dark. After welcoming Shinji into the house, Karen said, my lord, I feel that my left eye can see more clearly today, and I can't feel any difference from my right eye. So fast. Shinji was secretly amazed. Although he knew that if he couldn't recover even if he transplanted it for 10 years, and if the yang release chakra met the standard, a week would be more than enough. But when it really came, he still felt it was too fast. You know, he used the Susanoo no Tempera to control his grandmother's Manjiki Sharingan. At that time, the blind left eye gave him the feeling that it had completely lost its activity, and he couldn't draw out any pupil power. After checking Karen's eyes again and confirming that her eyes had returned to normal, Shinji took out 2 nutrient cans and placed them in front of Karen. The one in this can is your own eye. The one in this can is the Manjiki Sharingan that was transplanted to Mei Na Piao before. Now I give you the opportunity to choose, do you want to change back to your own eyes, or replace them with this pair of Manjiki Sharingan? Karen was surprised, what do you mean? Shinji nodded slightly, if you want, I can lend you this pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Originally, Shinji wanted Karen to try to see if she could restore the completely damaged Manjiki. But on second thought, if Karen replaced the completely damaged Manjiki, wouldn't she become blind? He is currently at the critical moment of fusing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and he must avoid any accidents as much as possible. Therefore, even if he wants to try, he has to wait until he completes the fusion of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. As for the 2 choices for Karen, he has also thought about it carefully. Karen has helped him restore 2 pairs of half-damaged Manjiki Sharingan. In this situation, it is understandable to lend a pair of Manjiki to Karen for daily use. Looking at the 2 jars in front of her, Karen fell into a dilemma. She originally wanted to change back her eyes, but the choice suddenly given by the leader made her hesitate a little. Because she has personally experienced the power of the Mangeki Sharingan and knows what these eyes represent. It can be said that as long as she changes to these eyes, she instantly has the power to protect herself and her mother from being bullied. After a while, Karin asked cautiously, "My lord, if I occupy it, will it affect you?" Shinji smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that at this time, Karin would still consider whether it would affect him. Karin pointed to the jar containing the kaleidoscope, "Then please replace my eyes with this pair." Shinji nodded, "Okay, get ready, I'm going to start the operation." Karin lay down on the bed obediently after hearing that. After a while, Shinji completed all the preparations before the operation. Suppressing his excitement, he started the operation. Because he was already familiar with it, this operation was completed faster than before. In less than 5 minutes, he completed the eye replacement and took back grandmother Uchiha Yuri's pair of Mangeki. Although only a week had passed, the eyes now were completely different from those a week ago. Not to mention the restored left eye, even the right eye, which originally contained pupil power, was now black and bright, with a vibrant luster. It seems that even the pupil power has been fully restored. No wonder Obito, who only has one Mangeki left, can use the space-time pupil technique as an ordinary sea-level ninjutsu. White Zetsu's cells are really strong. After sighing, Shinji carefully put his grandmother's pair of Mangeki into the nutrient tank. Then, while packing up the utensils, he said to Karin, "Leave your own eyes with me for the time being, and you may need them in the future." Karin quickly bowed to Shinji, "Sorry for the trouble." Shinji could actually use illusions directly to help Karin open the pair of Sharingan, but he hesitated and finally did not do so. With Karin's current sage body, even if she keeps her Sharingan open, it won't burden her body like Kakashi does. But the Scarlet Sharingan is too conspicuous, even with dark goggles covering it up, it's not safe, and he's in a hurry to fuse the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and doesn't want to cause any trouble. Here's the first update. There are only 2 hours left this month, so remember to vote if you still have monthly tickets. Otherwise, it will be wasted after 12 o'clock. Chapter 116 Fusion, subscribe. After leaving Karin's apartment, Shinji first found a secluded place, changed out of the Akatsuki organization's red cloud cloak and mask, and then pretended to run around the village for exercise, and found an opportunity to sneak into the death forest without anyone noticing. He came to the cave he often visited, carefully checked the inside of the cave, and after confirming that no one else had been there, he couldn't wait to take out the nutrient tank containing his grandmother Uchiha Chiri's Mangeki. He stared at the eyes floating in the nutrient solution. "Finally, I've waited for this day." In order to have the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he has spent a lot of effort during this period, and even risked breaking into Denzo's root base. Today, all the efforts have finally paid off. The hardships and dangers before have become insignificant at this moment. Swallowing his saliva, Shinji calmed down, then took out his grandmother Uchiha Yuri's Mangeki from the nutrient tank and held it in his palm. Then, he activated the Susanoo and Susanoo Tōyu successively, took down the pair of Mangeki that Uchiha Fugaku had previously controlled, and replaced them with the pair of Mangeki that his grandmother Uchiha Yuri had. Instantly, a feeling of closeness surged into his heart. This is blood connection. When merging with the Mangeki of a loved one, there is no need to distinguish who is stronger and who is weaker, and there is no need to worry about pupil power rejection. After calming down, Shinji began to activate his pupil power and tried to activate the left eye that was restored to sight by Karin. As a large amount of Mangekyo pupil power was poured into the left eye that had been blind, the left eye finally turned scarlet under the linkage of the right eye. 3 Megatama quickly emerged and then gathered together to form 3 petal-like patterns. Success! As Shinji's mind was refreshed, his brain also received a lot of information. He was stunned for a long time before muttering to himself, "No wonder my grandmother chose to sacrifice her left eye. It turns out that the ability of Hwajin is like this." After activating the left eye that had been blind, the information of Hwajin instantly flooded into his brain. It turned out that the ability of Hwajin was attached to Naobi. Naobi can establish connections between people, and Hwajin goes a step further. Its ability is to plunder the chakra of all people connected by Naobi. In other words, as long as Shinji activates Hwajin now, he can extract the chakra of Haku and Karin who are in the sensing range of Shibi into his body through the air. One is information transmission, the other is energy transmission. This pair of eyes works together, it's simply. For a moment, Shinji himself didn't know how to describe it. Imagine that if Shinji uses Hibi to link 7 people, he will have 1 plus 7 chakras in battle. If one of the people he links is a chakra library like Jinchuriki, then his chakra is almost endless. Of course, there will be a lot of loss in the process of plundering chakra from the void. But even so, the effect of Hibi and Hwajin combined into one is terrifying. Shinji sighed, alas, if my grandmother hadn't sacrificed her left eye, maybe she could have led Uchiha to another path. Without Hibi, Hwajin is just a rootless duckweed. Without Huojin, Naobi is just a chat software. Only when Naobi and Huojin cooperate with each other, these 2 eye techniques can be sublimated at the same time and exert unimaginable terrifying power. Fortunately, Shinji has now recovered Huojin and can cooperate with Naobi again. Putting the eye technique aside for the time being, Shinji started the highlight of tonight. No matter how good the eye technique is, it still needs eye power to support it, so it is still the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He has a hunch now. Once he uses Susanoo's Toucan to fuse his and his grandmother's 2 Mangekis, not only can the power of Susanoo's Toucan be enhanced, but the power of these 2 eye techniques Naobi and Huojin will also be enhanced. Strength, maybe it can also be improved accordingly. So he activated the Susanoo Tou again and tried to merge. Instantly, the 2 pairs of eye sockets of his Susanoo merged together. Roar! Soon, the huge Susanoo roared. The roar echoed in the cave, shaking the rock walls on all sides with gravel sliding down. Suddenly, Shinji felt dizzy. Then, his eyes went black and he couldn't see anything. But he didn't panic, because he could feel that his Susanoo was still there, and the existence of Susanoo meant that his eyes were fine and blindness was only temporary. However, as time went by, he still felt a little uneasy when he couldn't see anything. After a long time, there was suddenly light in front of his eyes. He blinked, then looked carefully and found that his vision had recovered. The yellow Susanoo, the grey cave, etc., once again came into his sight. Did it work? He was a little nervous. Then he took out the mirror he had prepared before, placed it and observed it carefully. At this time, he found that the second pair of eye sockets on his Susanoo was empty, and the first pair of eye sockets were now squeezed with 2 pairs of eyes. This strange double pupil, at first glance, exudes an indescribable sense of weirdness. It seems that even if I use the Susanoo tomb, it will take time to fuse the 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. After sighing, he looked at his eye sockets again. I found that there was a normal Mangeki pattern in his eye sockets, and there was no strange double pupil like in the eye sockets of Susanoo. This undoubtedly shows that the fusion was carried out in Susanoo and would not affect his body. So he tried to remove Susanoo, and sure enough, the feeling of pupil power fusion in his body still existed. Hey, this is so convenient. He smiled. No surgery or rest is needed. The fusion of the 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan is carried out quietly, without anyone noticing. After packing up his things, Shinji is ready to leave. But just as he walked to the entrance of the cave, his eyes suddenly moved, and then a strong Yintun chakra burst out from his body, which was so strong that it was almost visible to the naked eye. After a long while, the restlessness of his eyes subsided. And as the restlessness subsided, he felt that his pupil power had increased a lot. This surprised and delighted him. What made him happy was that the improvement of his pupil power was so significant. If it happened a few more times, he could hardly estimate how strong his pupil power would be. What surprised him was that there was no sign of the restlessness of his eyes. If there were other people around him, his Mangeki Sharingan might be exposed. The second update is here. November is over. In the new month, I would like to ask for your guaranteed monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 117 Escort. It seems that there is a reason why Obito chose to hide Sasuke in the secret base to fuse the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Holding the wall of the cave, Shinji sighed. The restlessness of the eyes just now was obviously a normal reaction during the fusion. Even the Susanoo lantern can't solve it, so you can only adapt yourself. Because every restlessness means that the 2 pairs of eyes are one step closer to merging into one, so the most direct factor causing the restlessness of the eyes is the significant improvement of the pupil power. Rubbing his chin, Shinji pondered. In his impression, whether it is Sasuke fusing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan or Otsutsuki Tonari fusing the Samsara Eye, there is an obvious fusion period. Although his Susanoo lantern helped him solve the problem of not being able to use his eyes during the fusion period, it could not help him cover up the abnormalities that may occur during the fusion period. So the best way at the moment is to leave the village for a while. Because there are too many sensory ninjas in Konoha village. If Shinji suddenly had restless eyes and Yinsuku chakra overflowing around these ninjas, it would certainly arouse their suspicion. How can I leave the village? He was in a dilemma. The most logical way for a Konoha ninja to leave the village is to perform a mission or accept a commission. But he is still just a student at the ninja school and has no way to accept a mission. Do I have to hide in the apartment all the time? After frowning, he shook his head gently. The fusion period may last for several weeks to a month. I can't hide at home for a month, that would be even more suspicious. The restless eyes caused by the increase in pupil power have become his happy troubles at this moment. After carefully slipping out of the death forest, he was afraid that his eyes would become restless again, so he didn't dare to wander around the village and returned directly to the apartment. When he came to his own corridor, he was stunned. I saw a black shadow squatting in front of his door. Shin. After seeing that the shadow was actually Shin, he was confused. Why are you squatting at my door in the middle of the night? Shin raised her head from her arms and looked at Shinji aggrievedly. Shinji walked over. What's wrong with you? Shin avoided Shinji's gaze and whispered, I want to invite you to visit the land of demons. Go to the land of demons. Shinji's eyes lit up and he nodded, okay. I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. The distraught Shin stood up and bowed to Shinji, then walked downstairs like a zombie. But just after taking a few steps, her neck twisted back in a very strange way, staring at Shinji. Shinji said, I said yes, the land of demons is a good place, I have wanted to see it for a long time. When are we going to leave? Now. Shin, who had been tense, suddenly cried out wow, and then rushed into Shinji's arms, I know, only you will not refuse me. Shinji rubbed Shin's head like petting a cat, what's wrong with you? Shin, with a tearful face, sobbed while talking about her invitations from door to door today, but no one agreed to visit the land of demons. No one is going with us? Great. While secretly cheering in his heart, Shinji said, those guys are too hateful. On the way back, he was still worrying about what excuse to use to leave the village and spend the integration period outside, but he didn't expect Shin to come to him. Although Shin was crying and rubbing her snot on him secretly, he still wanted to laugh out loud. After comforting Shin for a while, Shinji asked, when are we leaving? Shin was not in a hurry, but seeing that Shinji wanted to visit the land of demons so much, he waved his hand and said, I've decided, I'll leave tomorrow. Then I won't keep you, I'll go into the house and pack my luggage now. Shinji took out the key and opened the door, and then without waiting for Shin's reaction, he closed the door with a bang. Shin was stunned outside the door, she still had a lot of grievances to tell Shinji. However, seeing Shinji so anxious to visit the land of demons, she burst into laughter and wiped her face with her sleeves. I didn't expect Shinji to like the land of demons so much. He is worthy of being my good friend. Not long after, I noticed that the Miko was going back to the land of demons, and a letter of authorization from the land of demons to hire Konoha ninjas to escort the Miko, were delivered to the desk of the third Hokage. The third Hokage looked at the notice from the land of demons and saw that Uchiha Shinji's name was on the list of accompanying personnel, and his brows could not help but frown. Irika, who delivered the notice, stepped forward to explain, Shin and Shinji were good friends in the ninja school. This time Shin returned to the land of demons and specially invited Shinji to visit the land of demons. Shinji agreed, so his name is also on the accompanying list. Staring at the list, the third Hokage was thoughtful. In fact, it is not a bad thing for Konoha to have a Konoha ninja who can maintain a personal relationship with the Miko of the land of demons. It's just that Uchiha Shinji's identity is a bit sensitive. If it were someone else, the third generation would not have any doubts. Seeing the third generation silent, Irika asked, Hokage, is there anything wrong? The third generation shook his head, no, issue the pass. Yes, I'll do it now. Irika bowed and left the Hokage's office. After Irika left, the third generation summoned the Anbu and ordered, let Asuma stand by and escort the Miko back to the land of demons tomorrow. Regarding the attack on the Miko in the land of demons, the third generation had sent people to investigate. The murderer pointed to by various clues was a wandering ninja organization called Yellow Springs Cult active around the land of demons. And this organization is not well known. It is said that only the leader has the strength of a Jonin, and the rest of the members are only at the level of a Chunin or a Genin. So it is more than enough for Asuma's team to go out. By the way, we can also let the Shrine Maidens of the Demon Country see Asuma's strength and expand Asuma's network of contacts. Early the next morning, Shinji carried his luggage and walked towards the demon country's base. Before he got close, he heard Shin's voice, "Shinji, this way." He looked in the direction of the voice. Shin, who had changed into a shrine maiden's dress, was waving at him. Walking up to Shin, Shinji asked, "When do we leave?" Just before leaving in the morning, his eyes moved again without warning. While his pupil power and chakra surged, he was reminded to leave the village as soon as possible. Shin said, "I've been ready for a long time, just waiting for the escort ninja." Shinji was a little confused. Escort ninja? A guard of the demon country standing next to Shin explained, "In order to have a smooth journey, we hired your Konoha ninjas. The first update is here. On the first day of December, please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket." Chapter 118 I changed my mind. Please subscribe. When Shinji heard this, he was speechless. But he also knew that it was understandable for the demon country to do this. After all, the shrine maiden came to Konoha for refuge because she had suffered a mysterious attack. To be on the safe side, it was reasonable for the demon country to hire Konoha ninjas to escort her. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Asuma leading 2 Konoha ninjas towards him. Headache. Seeing that the person who accepted the commission was actually a senior ninja like Asuma who had both strength and experience, Shinji had a headache. It was not easy to hide from the other party when traveling with such a senior ninja all the way. Asuma came in front of everyone. He first looked at Shinji, and then said to Shin, "The witch lady, I am the Jonin leading the team this time, Sarutobi Asuma." The guard of the demon country quickly leaned over to Shin's ear and whispered, "This Mr. Asuma is the second son of the third Hokage of Konoha village." Shin greeted Asuma in a proper manner. At this time, a group of people came to the outside of the demon country's residence. Shin pouted and snorted when she saw this. It turned out that these people were all classmates who rejected her invitation yesterday. Although everyone didn't want to visit the demon country, they could still send Shin off, so they came here together this morning. Seeing Shinji appear in Shin's team with a bag on his back, Suzuki was surprised. "Shinji, what are you doing?" Before Shinji answered, Shin put her hands on her waist and said, "Hehe, Shinji accepted my invitation and wants to go to the demon country with me." Suzuki was stunned for a moment, a little difficult to understand. "You want to travel abroad during such a precious holiday?" Shinji said nonsense casually, "The land of demons is not an ordinary place." Shin quickly agreed, "Yes, yes, yes. Shinji is right." Sasuke's eyes swept over Shinji and Shin, and finally fell on Asuma behind them. Asuma is not only the son of the Hokage, but also one of the 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire. The special waist scarf tied around his waist is proof of this. So even Suzuki, who is still in the ninja school, has heard of the reputation of this Jonin in the village. Shinji is not someone who will waste time on playing. And there are Jonins from the village with him. It seems that something will happen when Shin returns to the land of demons this time. Thinking that there may be an opportunity for actual combat, Suzuki couldn't hold back. So, he stepped forward and said to Shin, "Shin, I thought about it again last night and decided to accept your invitation to accompany you to the land of demons." Ah! Shin was a little confused. Sakura, who came with Suzuki, quickly pulled Sasuke's sleeve. "Suzuki, what are you talking about? Didn't we just agree that we were just here to see you off?" Suzuki said coolly, "I changed my mind." Just when everyone was surprised at Sasuke's temporary decision, another person stood up. "I changed my mind too, count me in." Everyone looked over and saw that the person who stood up was Kimimaro, who always looked like a stranger was not allowed to enter. Suzuki glanced at Kimimaro and thought to himself, "Did this guy see it too? He is indeed my nemesis." Kimimaro also looked at Suzuki. He suddenly changed his mind only because Orochimaru had told him to keep an eye on Suzuki, so when he saw Suzuki decided to go to the land of demons, he had no choice but to follow him. Ningji, who came to see him off, was confused at the moment. He looked at Shinji who was carrying a luggage bag, and then at Suzuki and Kimimaro who suddenly changed their minds. For a moment, he also had the idea of going together, so he stood up and said, "Then count me in." Tenten looked incredulous. "Ningji, isn't your holiday training already full?" Suzuki took over the conversation at this time, and raised the corner of his mouth confidently, "What else can be better than this training?" Shin frowned. Hey, you all rejected me yesterday, and today you saw that Shinji wanted to go with me, and you all wanted to go one by one. What do you mean? Shinji also complained in his heart, I want to hide away and fuse the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, why are you all joining in the fun? Are you sick? Originally, he had thought it through. He would quietly complete the eternal Mangeki Sharingan along the way, and then return to the village. Now, not only did Asuma's team become more powerful, but there were also 3 more light bulbs, Suzuki, Kimimaro, and Niji. Asuma also began to have a headache. Originally, he only needed to protect the Miko and monitor Uchiha Shinji, but now there were suddenly 3 more little brats. And each one was more troublesome than the other. The news quickly reached the Hokage's office. The 3rd generation was a little embarrassed when he heard it. Ningji and Kimimaro were fine, but Uchiha Suzuki was the focus of the village, so it was not appropriate to let him leave the village. However, it was not appropriate to directly reject the Miko's request. In addition, he changed his mind and thought that Suzuki might attract that person when he left the village this time, so he could send someone to contact him and obtain information about the Akatsuki organization. So the 3rd generation quickly made a decision and ordered, let Kakashi come to see me. Not long after, the group from the land of demons set out on their journey home. It was just different from when they came here, this time there were many more Konoha ninjas in the group. Looking at Suzuki, Kimimaro, and Niji, as well as Asuma's team leading the way in front of the group, Shinji was as depressed as he could be. The land of rain. Konan came to a secret room and knocked on the door. A voice came from the secret room, come in. Konan pushed the door open and walked in, saying, Nagato, the candidates have been selected. Nagato, who was sitting on the wooden cart with a tired look on his face, asked, who are they? The rebel ninja of Kirigakure, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kuriko Rega. The rebel ninja of Konoha, Okuriko, and the leader of the Sky Ninja village, Shenung. Konan slowly spoke of the list of candidates. Nagato was silent for a while and asked, who are you going to send to recruit them? Konan thought for a moment, I recruited Scorpion, he can be trusted. Angle should also be trustworthy. I plan to recruit Kuriko Rega myself, let Scorpion's group recruit Hirako, and let Angle's group recruit Shenung. Nagato nodded, well, let's do it. Demon Country. Obito, who came out of the whirlpool, looked into the distance and asked Zetsu, who was sticking his head out from the ground, is it here? Zetsu nodded and said, yes, the nest of Huangchuan cult is here. Obito asked, is that kind of guy really worth my personal trip? Zetsu said, the other party is not simple. Who knows, even you will be surprised. Obito chuckled, really? The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. Thank you. Chapter 119, Sealed Land. Inside the root base. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Just yesterday, he completed a major operation and successfully transplanted the Sharingan and the 1st generation cells into his body at the same time, achieving a delicate balance. Although this balance is fragile and needs to be maintained by sealing techniques at all times, which is very troublesome, his combat effectiveness has been improved without compromise. At this moment, he was surprised to learn that Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Shinji left the village at the same time. Humph, is Hiruzen really old? He actually let Suzuki leave the village. After a light snort, he made his own plans. He saw all of Sasuke's growth. His evaluation of Suzuki is not inferior to Shisui and Itaki. Because of this, he feels that he should take on the responsibility of protecting Konoha in the dark and take Suzuki into the root as soon as possible. As for Uchiha Shinji, it is even simpler. In his eyes, the Konoha ninjas who dared to disobey him are equivalent to traitors to the village, and it is right to kill such people. I am the root who protects Konoha. Since Hiruzen is old, I will bear the burden of protecting Konoha. Having made up his mind, he ordered his subordinates in front of him, immediately gather an elite team and secretly follow the team of the Demon Country. After they leave the Fire Country, find an opportunity to kidnap Uchiha Suzuki and kill Uchiha Shinji. The root ninja was slightly startled and asked carefully, Sir, the team escorting the team of the Demon Country is Asuma's team. We. Danzo leaned on his hand impatiently. Do you need me to teach you how to deal with those wandering ninjas of the cult who attacked the Miko and led Asuma away? Yes. The root ninja was startled and lowered his head. The Demon Country. The leader of the Yellow Spring cult, sitting on the tatami, supported his chin with his hand and squinted at the 2 figures that suddenly appeared in front of him. What is your intention? Obito, wearing a mask, said, on behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I invite you to join. Akatsuki. With a chuckle, the leader of the Huangchuan cult shook his head and said, why should I join? Zi, who was beside Obito, took over the conversation, we know what you are looking for. If you are willing to join us, we can help you. Oh, do you really know what I want to find? The leader of the Huangchuan cult was a little interested. Zi said very confidently, without our help, with your limited manpower, it is impossible to find that place in 5 years. The leader of the Huangchuan cult heard the words and his eyes condensed, who are you? Obito said lightly, you just need to know that I am someone who can help you. Make a choice, join us or... Obito is not a good man. Since he has made a personal trip, he will not return empty-handed. It would be best if the Huangchuan cult leader in front of him knew what was interesting. If the other party does not know what is good for him, he does not mind getting rid of him. After all, he had secretly recruited people without telling Nagato, so in order to keep it secret, the recruits this time had no right to refuse him. Staring at Obito and Zetsu, the leader of the Yellow Springs cult pondered. The other party appeared in front of him silently, and the guards outside did not react at all, which showed that the other party's strength was not simple. So after weighing the pros and cons, he nodded, I can join your organization, but you have to promise me to help me fulfill my long-cherished wish. Zi smiled, I have found the seal you are looking for. The leader of the Yellow Springs cult was refreshed, and he stood up from the tatami without caring about many things, tell me, where is it? Zi shrugged, even if I tell you, it's useless. There is a powerful seal of the Miko there, and ordinary people can't get close to it. The leader of the Yellow Springs cult said coldly, don't worry about it. Zi glanced at Obito, and seeing Obito nodded, he told the leader of the Yellow Springs cult the seal he had found. After learning the exact location, the leader of the Yellow Springs cult immediately gathered his subordinates. He wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when the Shrine Maiden was not in the country to lift the seal. Looking at the Yellow Springs cult members who hurried away, Obito asked Zetsu, what is sealed there? Black Zetsu smiled and said, a very interesting guy. Obito looked puzzled, interesting. Black Zetsu pretended that he had read an ancient document and introduced the history of the Shrine Maiden of the Demon Country to Obito in detail. The Demon Country once gave birth to a very powerful Shrine Maiden. Later, even the Shrine Maiden herself was afraid of her own power and felt once this power is abused, it will threaten the whole world. A flash of surprise flashed in Obito's eyes. Being afraid of her own power and afraid of affecting the world shows that the Shrine Maiden's strength is at the level of Cage, or even above the level of Cage. So he didn't expect that such a small country could produce such a person. Black Zetsu continued, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed by her own power, the prince finally chose to use the sealing technique to seal her evil thoughts alone. Obito immediately understood, so the evil thoughts of the Shrine Maiden are sealed there. White Zetsu said, no wonder my clone can't get close to there. Black Zetsu smiled, the sealing technique of the Shrine Maiden in the Demon Country is as famous as the Uzumaki clan. I'm really curious whether the guy just now really has the ability to break the seal of the Shrine Maiden and release the evil thoughts of the Shrine Maiden. Obito didn't joke, but asked, what will happen if the evil thoughts of the Shrine Maiden are released? Black Zetsu said, the evil thoughts of the Miko later transformed into a monster called Wu Yang. After being defeated by a certain Miko, Wu Yang was divided into 2 parts, body and soul. It is only Wu Yang's soul that is sealed in the land of demons. Obito confirmed, in other words, even if that guy succeeded just now, it would not affect our plan. Black Zetsu said, that should be the case. White Zetsu said at this time, I am really curious, what exactly is Wu Yang's soul like? Just follow and see, you will know. Obito was also a little curious, whether the demons were really as evil as Black Zetsu said, so he activated the god's power and disappeared into the twisted vortex. Zi's body also shrank into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Outside the sealed land, the 4 guards of the Demon Kingdom holding torches observed the surroundings vigilantly. Although the sealed land was in a very hidden valley, they did not dare to be careless at all, because they knew that once the monsters inside were freed, the one who suffered was their hometown, the land of demons. Swish! Just then, several kunai shot out from the darkness, accurately hitting the guards of the land of demons. 3 of the 4 died on the spot, and the one who fell to the ground with a serious injury was shocked and quickly reached for the flare on his waist. But just as he was about to fire the flare into the air, a foot stepped on his wrist and extinguished the flare that had just been lit. The first update is here, Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. Chapter 120 We Are Dead. Subscribe. Bang. With the joint efforts of several Huangchuan cult members, the huge stone door of the sealed place was slowly pushed open. The Huangchuan cult leader walked in slowly without saying a word. But when passing by a group of believers, the believers all noticed the ecstasy in the leader's eyes that was suppressed with all their efforts. Soon, the Huangchuan cult leader came to the underground palace where the soul of the Wangling was sealed alone. In front of the sealed coffin, he gently stroked the talisman on it and whispered. In a hidden corner of the underground palace, Obito walked out of the twisted vortex and looked at the Huangchuan cult leader in the distance. Zi also poked his head out from the ground. After watching for a while, White Zetsu asked, "What is he doing?" Black Zetsu said, "He is chanting a spell, trying to lift the seal." White Zetsu hurriedly asked, "Can he succeed?" Seeing that the witch's seal had begun to loosen, Black Zetsu's relaxed expression suddenly became more serious. It seems that the soul of the leader of the Huangchuan cult has long been corrupted by the monsters. Even without our help, he should be able to find this place. Obito looked at it indifferently. He didn't care whether the soul of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult was corrupted. He just wanted to confirm whether the Yellow Springs cult or the Wuliang were qualified to serve him. If it was just a farce, he would have to consider cleaning up the mess. Boom! At this moment, the coffin that sealed the soul of the Wuliang suddenly exploded with a big hole. The seal of the Miko was lifted. Obito and Zetsu were immediately stern. Because at the moment when the seal of the Miko was lifted, they both sensed an extremely evil chakra. Then, a low, bewitching voice came from the coffin, "Have you returned to the world? It's really nostalgic." The leader of the Yellow Springs cult knelt on one knee, "Welcome to your return, Master Wuliang." The voice in the coffin sounded again, "Yellow Spring, I didn't expect it to be you." The leader of Huangchuan said respectfully, "The stars have changed. This will be the best time for us to join hands to create a 1,000-year empire." The voice in the coffin was silent for a moment, and then said, "I need a body." The leader of Huangchuan stood up and opened his clothes, "Please use my body as a host for the time being. I will use dark medical ninjutsu to accept your soul." As he said, he took out a scalpel from his clothes and calmly cut open his chest. "Then, I will take your body back for you." "Yes." A low response came from the coffin. Voila! Immediately afterwards, a rich purple-black chakra gushed out of the coffin and poured into Huangkan. The leader of the sect was knocked out of the body. Hiss! White Zetsu took a breath of cold air. The opponent's chakra, both in quality and quantity, far exceeded his previous expectations. He originally thought that this so-called Wangliang only had its soul here, and its strength was at most at the level of a Jonin. When the soul and body were combined, it might have the power of a cage. Unexpectedly, this monster was so powerful. The chakra of the soul alone was close to the level of a tailed beast. Obito, who was standing aside, was also somewhat moved. He thought more than White Zetsu. Here was only the soul of the Wangliang. How strong would it be if the soul and body of the Wangliang were combined? How strong would it be if the Wangliang and the Miko were combined? "Shinji, when you are free later, let's spar again." Suzuki once again asked Shinji to spar. "Let's talk later." Shinji looked helpless. He just wanted to hide away, but he didn't expect it to be more troublesome. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the team. Shinji looked back and found that the scream came from Shin's carriage. In an instant, the guards of the demon country, his classmates and the leader Asuma all rushed to the carriage. Shinji was the first to open the curtain of the carriage and saw Shin, who looked pale and frightened, and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" Shin shook her head, "I don't know what happened, I just saw." A guard of the demon country seemed to realize something and asked cautiously, "Your Highness, did you predict something?" Prediction? Asuma was stunned when he heard it. He didn't know that the witch of the demon country had the ability to predict. The guards of the demon country didn't seem to want to let people know that the witch had the ability to predict, so they didn't answer Asuma's question, but stared at Shin. Shin's pale face was covered with tears, and she nodded, "I saw it." A guard swallowed his saliva, "Who is it?" Shin pointed at the guard. The guard was startled and his face turned pale. Without waiting for everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, Shin pointed at someone next to him. Then she pointed in the direction one by one, pointing at everyone who surrounded her, even Shinji, who looked surprised. "How is this possible? Why is this happening? Will everyone die?" Instantly, the team became noisy, and the guards of the demon country were all panicked. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, curled his lips. Hey, what's going on? Why are you so startled? Ningji was also a little puzzled. Shin, what did you see? Shin grabbed Shinji's sleeve and said anxiously, I saw your death. My sister Kuwata was dead. Sasuke said, Shin, such a joke is boring. Asuma didn't care and comforted him, Your Highness, you have a good rest, I will be responsible for sending you to the Kingdom of Demons safely. At this time, a guard of the Kingdom of Demons said, Why don't we return to Konoha? Sasuke widened his eyes, Hey, you won't believe this nonsense that predicts death. Another guard of the Kingdom of Demons shook his head, Since your Highness has seen it, there is no need for us to return to Konoha village. After the panic, the others calmed down and nodded in unison. Sasuke said, That's right. Ninkai was still a little worried and asked the guard of the demon country, Has Shin's prophecy ever happened before? The guard of the demon country nodded, Yes, so you won't worry too much. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Asuma walked to the front of the team, Sasuke raised his lips, turned around and prepared to leave, and even Kimimaro looked away. Only Nisi noticed the unnatural tone of the guard of the demon country and asked, Why don't you worry too much? Your performance just now was not like this. The guard of the demon country smiled bitterly and said, What I mean is that we are dead, so instead of being scared, it is better to face it calmly. Asuma, who had not walked far, staggered suddenly. The second update is here, please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who still have the guaranteed monthly ticket, please support it. Thank you. Chapter 121 Attack, subscribe please. The prophecy of death, with Asuma's intervention, temporarily calmed down in the team. Soon, everyone was on the road again, heading towards the land of demons. Sasuke walked to Shinji's side and asked casually, Shinji, you didn't believe that kind of nonsense, did you? Shinji glanced at Sasuke and saw that Sasuke was guilty. This guy is obviously scared. But Shinji didn't point it out, just said, Don't worry, with a senior ninja like Asuma, we will be fine. Sasuke immediately emphasized, I'm not scared. Shinji grinned at first, then put away the smile on his face. Shinji didn't take Shin's prophecy lightly. Prophecy sounds outrageous at first, but in fact, Shin is not the only one in the ninja world who can do this. The big toad sage in Myaboku Mountain also has the ability to predict. Don't talk about prediction. Things like peeping into fate, rewriting fate, and even repeating fate, which sound incredible, are all possible in the ninja world. So prophecy and the like are no tits worth making a fuss about. According to Shinji's impression, Shin's prediction is more like a peek into a branch of the future. In other words, she only predicted a possibility of the future. It's just that the branch she predicted is very likely to happen, so it has never been wrong in the past. But in the original time and space, her prediction was wrong once. She predicted Naruto's death, but it didn't really happen. Because of Naruto himself, the future went to another branch where Naruto survived. Therefore, Shinji can now get two pieces of information. First, there is an enemy who is enough to threaten him and is approaching the team heading to the land of demons. Second, this enemy will come soon. The reason for the second point? Because he believes that the enemy in the prophecy must have killed him before he completed the fusion of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Otherwise, with the power of his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, there may be many people in the ninja world who can beat him, but there are not many who can easily kill him. The key is time. After figuring out these things, Shinji grasped the key to the problem. In the original time and space, Naruto was able to break the prophecy because Naruto's final burst of courage awakened the power of the Shrine Maiden hidden in Shin. Shinji is not Naruto, and cannot copy Naruto's method. He needs to find a way to delay time so that his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan can complete the fusion. Only in this way can he have the strength to intervene in fate and rewrite the prophecy like Naruto in the original time and space. At night, the team camped in the wild. Because of the prophecy during the day, everyone lost interest. The whole team seemed to be silenced, and it was creepy from inside to outside. Enshin has been hiding in the carriage since daytime, and seems to have lost the courage to face everyone. At this time, Shinji came to the carriage with a bowl of hot soup, lifted a corner of the curtain, and handed the bowl of soup in, eat something. Shin still did not show up. She hid behind the curtain and took the bowl of soup handed in by Shinji, then grabbed Shinji's arm and stuffed a small object into Shinji's hand. Shinji took his arm back from the carriage, unfolded it, and found that the small object that Shin stuffed into his hand was actually the bell magic weapon that Shin always wore. Hat. Shinji chuckled, and then he thought of something, so he put the bell magic weapon into his pocket without hesitation. Then he returned to the campfire. Seeing Shinji coming back, Niji asked, "Is Shin okay?" "Not bad." Shinji replied casually. Suzuki curled his lips, "We are all here, I don't know what she is afraid of." Ninkai shook his head, "I have asked around, Shin's predictions in the land of demons have never been wrong, all those who have seen her death predictions will die within a week." Suzuki forced a smile, "Hey, they are lying." Ninkai said in a deep voice, "No, I have carefully asked several people, and they can match the details, it doesn't seem like they are lying." "But?" Suzuki asked hurriedly, "But what?" Ninkai replied, "But Shin's death predictions before only saw the death scene of one person. Seeing the death scene of the entire team like during the day has never happened before." Kimimaro, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "What kind of enemy strength is needed to deal with a team like ours?" When asked by Kimimaro, Ninkai and Suzuki were stunned. Ninkai thought for a while and said, "The leader Asuma is said to be one of the 12 guardian ninjas and a very powerful ninja. The 2 people traveling with him are also senior chunins in the village. To defeat them, the enemy needs at least 3 jonins." Suzuki followed and said, "And there are 4 of us. If the 4 of us join forces, even the jonins can compete." Kimimaro did not dwell on the details, but just said calmly, "It is possible that only when the 4 jonins join forces can our team be destroyed." Suzuki nodded first, then looked puzzled. "Shin is a priestess from the land of demons, and we are ninjas from Konoha. Ordinary people dare not attack us." Ninkai added, "And sending out 4 jonins is not something that an ordinary bounty ninja organization can do." Just as they were discussing the problem, they found that Shinji in front of the campfire was drinking hot soup with all his heart, as if he didn't take Shin's prophecy to heart at all. Ningji couldn't help asking, "Shinji, aren't you worried at all?" After finishing the soup in the bowl with a gulp, Shinji said, "It doesn't matter. If the prophecy is true, I will take action." Feeling Shinji's confidence, the 3 of them, including Kimimaro, were stunned for a moment. Then, Suzuki snorted, "Yeah, there's nothing to worry about. I won't die before I kill that person again." Ningji touched his bandaged forehead, and a fighting spirit surged in his heart. "I also want to see if the destined fate can be changed." Kimimaro then picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of hot soup. If the opponent is fate, even if he is indifferent, he will also be aroused to be competitive. Just when the 3 of them were because of Shinji, and when the fighting spirit was high, suddenly, a kunao shot out from the darkness and flew towards their team. Swish! Instantly, a guard of the demon country was hit by a kunao and fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Everyone be careful! Someone is injured! A series of warnings immediately rang out in the team. As the leader, Asuma had already launched the instant body technique with a swish sound and rushed to the direction where the kunao was shot. Soon, there was a fierce battle sound over there. "Here we go!" The 4 people in front of the campfire looked at each other, then stood up together and became alert. The fact that the other party could fight with Asuma showed that he was at least a jonin. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, 3 more black shadows rushed towards the demon country team from different directions. "Protect His Highness!" Amid the shouts, the guards of the demon kingdom immediately formed a formation, surrounding the carriage that Shin was riding in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The 2 Konoha chunins who stayed in the team sent a signal to notify Asuma, who was not far away, while entangled 2 enemies. Are there really 4 enemies? Seeing that even the number of enemies was analyzed correctly, Suzuki was confident, "Let's go together." As he said, he opened his Sharingan without waiting for others to respond, and rushed to the last enemy. Kimimaro and Niji followed without saying a word. Shinji did not act rashly, but carefully observed the situation. Just as they had analyzed in front of the campfire before, there were exactly 4 attackers, one of whom led Asuma away, and the other 3 attacked the team. But he was not as happy as Suzuki, because the other party had a clear division of labor and had a goal at first glance. And this was obviously inconsistent with Shin's prediction. In Shin's prophecy, everyone in their team died tragically, including Asuma, a jonin. But the attackers in front of them didn't want to fight Asuma to death. It's not this group of people in the prophecy. Instantly, Shinji made a judgment. "Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. Shinji immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the one who screamed was Asuma's teammate, a middle-aged Konoha Chunin. He had his neck broken by the enemy at this moment, and then fell to the ground dejectedly. Then, the enemy who killed the Konoha Chunin saw Shinji, and suddenly a cruel smile appeared on his bandaged face, and then his figure flashed and rushed towards Shinji. Shinji turned around and fled to the woods on the side without hesitation. Seeing that Shinji had left the team on his own initiative, the other party frowned slightly. For him, it was undoubtedly a good thing that the target was left alone. But there must be something wrong. The target knew that it was safest to stay with his companions, but he left the team without hesitation. According to his experience, there must be something fishy. But even if the target had any plans, he would not let the target go. In the face of absolute strength, a little trick is meaningless. So, Shinji and the enemy rushed into the forest one after another and disappeared into the darkness. In the team. Seeing that Shinji led a strong enemy away alone, Niji was relieved, but he couldn't help but worry about Shinji's safety. You know, the other party solved a senior Chunin in the village in a moment. The strength is likely to be as they guessed before, a Jonin. To lead a Jonin away with one's own strength, it takes a lot of courage. Suzuki, who was fighting fiercely, also noticed this. He shouted, "Let's kill this one quickly and then go help Shinji." The black-robed man who was fighting with them smiled and said, "You little brats, you still want to kill me?" In the forest. After escaping for several kilometers, Shinji stopped and suddenly held onto a big tree. Swish! Accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, the black-robed man who was chasing him fell to the ground. "Why, do you want to fight me?" Shinji turned around and asked, "Root?" The black-robed man chuckled, and then tore off his robe, revealing the root clothing inside. "You are worthy of being the kid who killed Gihu, but you won't be as lucky as last time this time." Shinji suddenly covered his eyes, with an uncomfortable look on his face. "Hey, I'm afraid you are the unlucky one." The root ninja stared at Shinji and said, "Stubborn kid. You don't think that we seniors are your classmates in the ninja school? Give up, for the sake of the same village, I can let you suffer less before you die." "Ah!" Shinji suddenly exclaimed. Immediately afterwards, an extremely rich yin escape chakra dissipated from his body. "You!" The root ninja was startled and took a step back subconsciously. As a member of the root, he was very experienced, so when he saw the terrifying chakra that was so dense that it was almost visible to the naked eye emanating from Shinji, his intuition was warning him wildly. Shinji shook his head slightly and said lightly, "Sorry, it often happens like this recently, and I can't control it." The root ninja was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes were stern, and he found that Shinji's eyes had turned scarlet at some point. "Sharingan. You opened your eyes." After a pause, the root ninja was shocked. "No, this is not an ordinary Sharingan, this is your Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan." "Very close." Shinji smiled. The restlessness in his eyes began to subside, and the chakra that had escaped from his body gradually returned to his body. Looking at this scene, the root ninja immediately realized a lot of things. He almost shouted, "It was you who sneaked into our root base to steal the Sharingan? It was you who subdued the Nine Tails that night? Uchiha Shinji, we were all fooled by you." The other party's sharpness was somewhat beyond Shinji's expectations, but he didn't say anything and walked slowly towards the other party. The root ninja immediately took out the flare hanging on his waist and shot it into the air. Swish! Bang! A striking signal firework bloomed in the night sky above the woods. Seeing that the signal was successfully sent, the root ninja raised the corner of his mouth. "Humph, even if you kill me now, your Manjiki Sharingan can't be hidden." Shinji kept walking. "Why do you want to attack the team of the demon country? Who is your target?" The root ninja also wanted to delay time, so he slowly retreated and replied, "Our target is you and Uchiha Suzuki." Shinji frowned. The root ninja was worried that Shinji would suddenly attack, so he hurriedly said, "I didn't lie to you about this." Shinji shook his head slowly, "I know, I was just thinking about other things." "It seems that the enemy in the prophecy is not you." The root ninja snorted coldly, "You are still in the mood to think about other things at this time? Humph, you ignorant brat. Do you think you can get carried away with a pair of Manjiki Sharingan? Uchiha Shisui of your Uchiha clan died in our hands." Shinji said lightly, "If you are waiting for your teammates, then I have to say sorry." The root ninja looked disdainful, the flare has been sent out, you can't escape. Really? The root ninja was stunned for a moment, then he touched his waist and found that the flare was still hanging on his waist. 2-in-1 chapter, please recommend and vote. Chapter 122 Counterattack, please subscribe. How could it be? After touching the flare on his waist that should have been shot into the air, the root ninja's expression suddenly became terrified. He looked at Shinji who was walking slowly towards him. You used an illusion on me. Shinji said, did you notice it? I underestimated you. Surprised, the root ninja decisively bit his tongue. Soon, a sharp pain surged into his heart, and under the stimulation of the severe pain, he felt that his somewhat dazed spirit was revived. At this time, he avoided Shinji's eyes, took out the flare again, and quickly shot it into the air. Swish! Boom! Shinji looked up at the flare blooming in the night sky. Seeing that the signal was successfully sent, the root ninja breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that the mysterious N would be so strong, but as long as you don't look at me, your Sharingan can't do anything to me. Shinji smiled, really? What are you laughing at? The root ninja roared loudly. He was very sure that he had just gotten rid of Shinji's illusion, but for some reason, his hand still unconsciously touched his waist. Suddenly, he felt the familiar touch of the flare on his hand. He looked down suddenly, and saw that the flare was hanging on his waist again. How is this possible? After a pause, the root ninja shouted to Shinji in horror, damn it, when did you use illusion on me again? Shinji said lightly, what made you feel that you got rid of my illusion? You. The root ninja was about to say something, but was horrified to find that the black robe he had torn off at the beginning was still on his body. He was startled, and then he realized that he had been trapped in Shinji's illusion the moment he landed. After that, tearing off the robe, firing flares, biting his tongue, and other behaviors were all illusions in the illusion. He was in the illusion created by Shinji from beginning to end. After figuring this out, the fear in his heart was infinitely magnified. At this moment, he no longer dared to treat Shinji as an 8-year-old child. He even didn't care about the task of killing Shinji. The only thought in his heart now was to escape. So, he made seals with both hands and shouted, release. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. However, nothing around him changed. Is it lifted? Damn, what kind of illusion is this? The root ninja fell into self-doubt. After being played with several times, he began to be unable to distinguish what was real and what was an illusion. Outside. Shinji was still leaning against the tree trunk, quietly waiting for the restlessness in his eyes to subside. Not far from him, the root ninja lowered his head and stood with a dull expression. There is no doubt that the moment the root ninja landed, he was caught in the dream illusion that Shinji had planned for a long time, and fell into a dream that was no different from reality. Shinji's illusion had almost no flaws. The only way to break this illusion is for the person who is caught to realize that he is trapped in a dream, and then wake himself up with great willpower. Solution. But most people can't wake themselves up, let alone realize that they are in a dream. For example, the root ninja in front of him, he is indeed experienced and quite experienced in dealing with various unexpected accidents, but it is precisely because of his preconceived notions and stereotypes of Uchiha that he mistakenly believes that Shinji only used a simple Sharingan illusion on him, so until this moment, he did not realize that he was actually trapped in a dream. After a while, the restlessness in Shinji's eyes completely subsided. He felt that his pupil power had increased again, and this improvement was not only reflected in quantity but also in quality. He clearly felt that his Yuntan chakra became more cold and gloomy, which made people feel creepy. Glancing at the root ninja who was still trapped in a dream, Shinji gently shook his wrist, shook off the spider silk wrapped around his wrist, and then poured chakra into it and threw it at the root ninja. In an instant, the spider silk wrapped around the neck of the root ninja and circled several times. Shinji didn't waste any words, holding the spider silk and gently pulling it. In the woods at the other end. Clang! Accompanied by a harsh sound, the flames produced by the violent collision of metals kept flickering in the dark forest. Asuma's face was gloomy. The black-robed ninja who was holding him was so strong that even though he had seen the signal from the convoy long ago, he could not get rid of the entanglement and rush back to reinforce. And he felt inexplicably familiar with the opponent's skills. Although he didn't want to believe it, his experience told him that the opponent was probably a Konoha ninja. Finding an opening, Asuma shouted, "Who are you and why are you attacking us?" The root ninja holding Asuma didn't say a word. In fact, he was also very uncomfortable at this moment. According to the plan made earlier, the teammates who attacked the convoy should have sent a signal that the mission was successful at this time. But until now, he could still vaguely hear the fierce fighting coming from the convoy. They can't even handle a few little ghosts, what a bunch of idiots. He muttered inwardly while resisting Asuma's fierce attack. On the convoy side, the remaining Chunin in Asuma's team, together with the guards of the demon country, was desperately resisting a black-robed root ninja. More than a dozen guards of the demon country had fallen on the ground. Even those who were still fighting were almost all injured. And the other black-robed root ninja was besieged by Kimimaro, Suzuki, and Niji. Yes, he was besieged. The strength of this root ninja was not weak, but he obviously misjudged Kimimaro's strength. After several fights, he was scratched in the ribs by Kimimaro's bone blade and fell into a disadvantage. Although Kimimaro was only 10 years old, as a genius who was regarded as a monster by the monster-like Kagaya clan, his strength could not be simply measured by age. You should know that in the original time and space, when Orochimaru assassinated the 4th Kazekage, he brought Kimimaro with him as an assistant. At that time, Kimimaro was only about 14 or 15 years old, but he was already able to participate in the Battle of the Cage level. Afterwards, Kimimaro, who was seriously ill and dying, almost killed Gaara, who had become the 5th Kazekage, before the disease broke out. From this, it can be seen that even if Kimimaro was seriously ill at that time, he was a genuine cage-level strongman. Kimimaro, who is only 10 years old now, does not have the strength of the cage level in the original time and space, but he is not easily solved. This root ninja thought that Kimimaro was just a little-known student in the ninja school, so he did not take it too seriously. When he found something wrong, he was already injured. Can't delay any longer, Kimimaro, Niji, you cover me. Seeing the guards of the demon country falling to the ground one by one not far away, Suzuki could no longer hold back and rushed directly to the root ninja in front of him, wanting to make a quick decision. Niji exclaimed, "Be careful." Kimimaro was also surprised. He didn't expect Suzuki to be so reckless. The root ninja raised his lips and showed a triumphant smile. Being beaten by 3 little devils and injured was a great shame for him who had performed countless missions. So he deliberately exposed a flaw to lure Kimimaro into the trap. Unexpectedly, Kimimaro didn't take the bait, but Suzuki did. But for him, it didn't matter who took the bait. As long as Suzuki was dealt with, his pressure would be relieved. In an instant, Suzuki arrived in front of the root ninja. He jumped in the air, shot 2 rounds of kunao, and then directly stabbed the root ninja with the kunao. The root ninja instantly formed seals with both hands, earth escape, earth formation wall. Boom boom. Instantly, a wall of earth rose from the ground and blocked the root ninja. With a clang clang sound, it blocked all the kunao that Suzuki had shot before. Then, the wall of earth collapsed instantly, and the root ninja unexpectedly passed through the wall of earth and grabbed Sasuke's throat. Little brat! The root ninja chuckled. He had already noticed that the kunao that Suzuki threw at him were all tied with steel wires, so he used earth escape directly, not giving Suzuki the opportunity to play with the ninja tool throwing, and captured Suzuki in one fell swoop with the cover of the earth wall. Oh no! Ninkai exclaimed, and rushed forward with a palm, trying to save Suzuki. On the other side, Kimimaro also pulled out a bone blade and stabbed the root ninja. Seeing Ninkai and Kimimaro attacking, the root ninja sideways he dodged Niji's soft fist and used Suzuki in his hand as a shield to block Kimimaro's bone blade. Ningji missed. Kimimaro had no choice but to stop attacking and retreat before the bone blade pierced Suzuki. The root ninja grinned and said, "Why don't you stab it? If you pierce this kid's body, you can hurt me." Kimimaro had a cold face and said nothing. Ningji shouted, "You guy, let Suzuki go." The root ninja laughed and said, "A bunch of naive kids, today I will let you see the cruelty of the ninja world." However, before the root ninja finished speaking, Suzuki, who was being strangled by the neck, hugged him. "You?" The root ninja was a little surprised. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of the detonating tag being ignited came from Sasuke's clothes. The root ninja was startled and just wanted to shake off Suzuki, but with a bang, he was blown away along with Suzuki. Suzuki! Ninkai was also surprised. He had never expected that Suzuki would choose to die with the powerful enemy in front of him. Just then, Sasuke's voice came from behind the two of them, "Hey, you didn't think I was dead, did you?" Ninkai turned his head sharply, and saw Sasuke with his hands in his pockets, appearing in front of him intact. He looked puzzled. Just now. Kimimaro on the side said, the shadow clone technique. Sasuke nodded gently, I was originally going to deal with you. If you want to blame, you can only blame that guy for being unlucky and meeting me, Uchiha Sasuke. Not to mention the root ninja, even Ninkai and Kimimaro who had been staying with Sasuke didn't know that Sasuke had learned the shadow clone technique. So Sasuke's trump card that he was going to keep for the sparring helped him solve a powerful enemy by accident. At this time, another root ninja had killed the remaining Chunin in Asuma's team. He noticed this side and was shocked and angry when he saw that his teammates were tricked by 3 little ghosts. You should know that Danzo will never show mercy to root ninjas who failed in their missions, and even those who completed their missions may be killed. Nono and Kabuto Yakushi are the best examples. So when he thought of Danzo's anger, the root ninja no longer hesitated and immediately flashed in front of Sasuke with a body flickering technique. Sasuke, who had just solved a powerful enemy, was still very proud. He didn't expect that the opponent would pounce on him directly. He didn't even have time to block and was hit by a punch from the opponent. Bang! In an instant, Sasuke flew out like a kite that had lost its line and hit a big tree hard. The root ninja ignored Niji and Kimimaro, and used another instant body technique to evacuate with the dizzy Sasuke. However, just as he picked up Sasuke and was about to escape, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Uchiha Shinji. The root ninja immediately recognized the person blocking him as another target of their mission this time. At the same time, he also realized that the teammates who had just chased Shinji were probably dead. Although he was puzzled by his teammates' failure, he still held Sasuke in one hand and waved a kunao at Shinji in the other. The mission is everything. For him, no matter how unfavorable the situation is, he must complete the mission. Facing the stabbing kunao, Shinji just tilted his head slightly and easily dodged it. Then, he immediately turned around and kicked the root ninja away. The root ninja instantly let go of Sasuke, and then flew out himself. At this time, Kimimaro dodged, and the bone blade in his hand drew a beautiful arc, piercing the heart of the root ninja from behind. Swish! Then, Kimimaro pulled out the bone blade, shook it lightly, and shook off all the blood on the bone blade. With a thump, the root ninja knelt on the ground, covering his chest. Until this moment, his face was full of astonishment. He didn't expect that a mere 8-year-old ninja school student would have such a sharp physical skill, from dodging to counterattack, leaving him no time to deal with it. At the same time, he didn't expect Kimimiro's movements to be so fast. He didn't have time to adjust his body in the air, and was pierced through the heart by Kimimiro's bone blade. Damn kid! He choked with blood in his mouth, stared at Shinji and others viciously, and then decisively detonated the detonating tag on his body. The closest Kimimaro dodged instantly. Shinji also picked up Sasuke, who was still a little confused, and jumped back. Ninji dodged sideways behind a big tree. Boom! In a violent explosion, the root ninja whose heart was pierced by Kimimiro's bone blade disappeared in the explosion. At this time, Shinji and his men came out of their respective bunkers. Ninji glanced at Shinji and asked, "Are you okay? Where is the black-robed man who was chasing you just now?" Shinji smiled and said, "I solved it." Sasuke rubbed the place where he was hit by the root ninja and said, "I solved it too." Decision 1. Still 2 chapters in 1, please recommend and vote monthly. Chapter 123 News, please subscribe. Shinji looked around and felt a little depressed when he saw the convoy full of casualties. In just a short while, more than half of the team members died in the battle. The 2 Chunins in Asuma's team were all killed, and at least a dozen of the Demon Country guards who were protecting Shin were killed, and almost everyone else was injured. In comparison, Sasuke and the others were pretty good. Only Niji's arm was slightly injured, which was considered a wound, and Sasuke's chest was hit hard, with a large area of bruises. Swish! At this moment, accompanied by a whistle, Asuma hurried back to the team. Seeing the corpses all over the ground and the wailing wounded, his face was very embarrassed. After realizing that the other party might have deliberately led him away, he knew that the team must have been attacked, but the black-robed ninja who entangled him was very powerful. Even he couldn't solve the other party for a while, so he came back late. Suppressing his anger, he found the bodies of 2 teammates. Damn it! Looking at his teammates who died tragically, he clenched his fists, and the anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. At this time, a guard from the ghost country came to Asuma and asked, "Mr. Asuma, do you know who attacked us?" Asuma opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so he shook his head again, "I'm sorry." "Hey!" The guard of the demon country sighed. Asuma felt a little guilty and turned his face away. Following his line of sight, he glanced at Shinji and the other four. Seeing that they were all safe and sound, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the carriage where Shin was. "Is Her Highness the Miko okay?" "Your Highness is fine." After hesitating for a while, the guard of the demon country said, "It's strange, the other party doesn't seem to be coming for Her Highness." The attacker had many opportunities to attack Shin's carriage, but he never did so. Anyone with a little experience can easily judge that the other party's target is not Shin. Therefore, the guards of the demon country were very confused. They really couldn't figure it out. If the attacker didn't come for Shin, then who was he coming for? This attack was really weird. Asuma was a little embarrassed and had to perfunctorily say, "Please rest assured, we Konoha will definitely give you an explanation." Although he failed to stop the black-robed ninja who was entangled with him, he had guessed the other party's identity. After guessing the other party's identity, it was not difficult to guess what the other party's purpose was. So Asuma knew in his heart that this attack was probably caused by Uchiha Shinji or Uchiha Sasuke who were traveling with him. But in the final analysis, this was a struggle within Konoha. Facing the guards of the demon country and these filth in the village, it was hard to talk about it, so he could only stammer. On the other side, Sasuke and his companions came to the place where the black-robed ninja was buried. Among the four attackers, the one who entangled Asuma escaped, and the one who chased Shinji was killed by Shinji in the woods. The remaining two who attacked the convoy were killed by the detonating talisman, and none of them were left. After observing for a long time with his Sharingan and not finding any useful clues, Sasuke asked Ninkai beside him, "Did you find anything?" Ninkai shook his head. The detonating talisman blew up their bodies, leaving no clues. Ninjas are also flesh and blood. Even a senior ninja cannot resist the close-range explosion of the detonating talisman, so it is difficult to leave any clues under such an explosion. Sasuke asked Shinji again, "Shinji, do you have any clues on the guy you killed in the woods?" Shinji shook his head, "I was in a hurry to get back, so I didn't search his body." Shinji already knew the other party's identity. But he was not going to reveal it, because doing so would not only be useless, but would also intensify the conflict and make Danzo take risks regardless of everything. And by observing Asuma's expression, he vaguely felt that Asuma had guessed something, so it would be much safer to let Asuma reveal the truth than for them to do it. Sasuke was a little confused. "Strange, why don't you check the other party's body?" Ningji looked helpless. If Shinji came back later, he would have been taken hostage. Sasuke was speechless. Shinji explained casually, "Since the other party is so sneaky, he must have made preparations. Even if we search the body, I'm afraid we won't get any useful clues for a while." "That's right." Sasuke and the others all thought it made sense. Because the black-robed ninja who was pierced through the heart by Kimimaro just now resolutely detonated all the detonating tags on his body before he died, destroying his body. Shinji did not continue the topic. In fact, the root ninjas who carried out this operation did not completely hide their identities. Under the black robes were their root costumes. From this point, we can also see the contempt of these people. But if you compare them carefully, you can't blame these root elites. After all, the oldest of them, Kimimaro, is only 10 years old, Shinji and Niji are only 8 years old, and Sasuke is only 7 years old. Several people stood in front of adults, and their heads barely reached their chests. In this case, no matter who it is inevitable that they will underestimate the enemy. After a few simple chats, everyone began to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. Because he had learned medical ninjutsu, Shinji temporarily acted as a medical ninja to treat the wounded in the team. Watching the wounds of the wounded heal quickly under Shinji's medical ninjutsu. Not to mention Sasuke and others, even Asuma, a senior ninja, was surprised and praised Shinji's medical ninjutsu. You should know that even in a large ninja village like Konoha, medical ninjas are very rare, and only a very small number of teams can be equipped with professional medical ninjas. After a while, Shinji treated the wounds of all the wounded and bandaged them professionally. While Shinji was treating everyone, the survivors in the team sorted out the bodies of their teammates and lined them up neatly. So many familiar people left, and the bodies were still in front of them. The impact it gave people was extraordinary. The surviving guards of the demon country sighed softly. Asuma also sighed, then he glanced at Shinji and the others, and a hint of suspicion suddenly flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that after such a tragic fight, seeing the corpses in front of them, Shinji and the other students of the ninja school would be terrified. But he didn't expect that they were just silent and not frightened. Obviously, Asuma underestimated Shinji and the others. Shinji, Sasuke, and Kimimaro don't need to be mentioned. They are all remnants of the extermination of the clan. Niji is also a person who witnessed the tragic death of his father at a young age. Although they are not old, they are no longer flowers in a greenhouse. Just when everyone was silent, Sasuke suddenly said, although the casualties are not small, we have at least changed our destiny. Sasuke's words broke the silence of everyone. Yes, we survived. Did His Highness's prediction go wrong? Maybe His Highness didn't see it clearly? We are still alive now, it is an indisputable fact. Instantly, the guards of the demon country began to discuss. Before this, they all thought they were dead this time. As a result, when the catastrophe was over, although there were heavy casualties, the entire team was not wiped out as Shin predicted. So compared with the prophecy, the current result does not seem unacceptable. Ninkai was a little doubtful, did we really break the prophecy? Isn't it obvious? Sasuke smiled and continued, Shin's prophecy was broken by our own hands. But... Ninkai frowned slightly, still a little unbelievable. Sasuke said, there is no but, don't forget that those guys who attacked us are all Jonin, it was not easy for us to win this time. Ninkai seemed to be convinced and nodded gently. Because in his opinion, the attack of the 4 Jonins was indeed in line with Shin's prophecy. Before this, he himself did not think that he could survive the joint attack of 4 Jonins, but it happened, they survived. Kimimaro thought after hearing this. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Although the attackers were strong, in his opinion, this level was far from the level predicted by Shin. Because only he knew it. If he was desperate, he could at least deal with 2 attackers by himself, plus the leader Asuma, and Shinji, Sasuke, and Niji. It would be difficult for the 4 Jonins to completely wipe out their team. You are too early to be happy. The real trouble is probably still behind. Shinji secretly complained. Compared to Kimimaro's intuitive feeling that something was wrong, he was much more certain. Even if he was now in the fusion period of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and could not perform pupil techniques, the 4 Jonins could not completely wipe out the team he was in. So the disaster predicted by Shin was definitely not this attack from the root. However, looking at the relieved people, he did not speak out his judgment. Firstly, speaking out would not change anything, so it is better to wait and see. Secondly, he could not explain his basis. At this time, Asuma found Shinji and asked Shinji to lead him to the woods to check the body of the attacker who was killed by Shinji. But when the 2 of them arrived at the woods, they only found a pool of blood on the ground. Shinji said, I got rid of him here, but for some reason, the body disappeared. Asuma squatted on the ground to check, and then said with a gloomy face, it should be taken away by his companions. Shinji asked casually, who are they? Asuma looked at Shinji, what do you think? Shinji shook his head, I don't know. Asuma retracted his gaze, leave this matter to me. After returning to the convoy, Asuma discussed with a leader of the demon country, I have sent a message for help to the village, and someone will soon meet us, so I suggest that the team temporarily stop advancing, stay on the spot, and wait for reinforcements to arrive. The leader of the demon country nodded slightly, everything is up to Mr. Asuma. Don't worry, I will take the which His Highness was safely sent back to the land of demons. After that, Asuma came to Shinji and the others. He looked at them and said, as expected of the geniuses of the ninja school, this time thanks to you. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth. Ningji asked, Lord Asuma, what are your plans for the future? You guys should call me teacher, maybe I will become your team leader in the future. After raising his hand, Asuma lit a cigarette for himself and took a puff. The current situation is a bit bad, I have already discussed with the land of demons, the team will temporarily stay on the spot and wait for reinforcements. Shinji was relieved when he heard it. What he lacked most now was time, so he agreed with Asuma's arrangement. Sasuke was a little puzzled, does the other party dare to provoke us? Looking at the young and energetic Sasuke, Asuma smiled and shook his head, you guys are still young, I don't want you geniuses to die on the way to growth. Ningji said quickly, Teacher Asuma, don't worry, we will help you well before the reinforcements arrive. Asuma nodded, then pondered for a moment and whispered, who of you go ask the witch in the demon country to confirm whether her prophecy is really wrong. Shinji was speechless. I didn't expect that Asuma, who seemed to care nothing about Shin's prophecy, actually cared so much. After the explanation, Asuma began to get busy with the team's garrison. In fact, his letter for help was not sent after the attack. Rather, after learning about Shin's prophecy, he sent a letter for help to the village as soon as possible, so if nothing unexpected happened, the reinforcements would arrive soon. But he would never have thought that it was because of his letter for help that the root ninja who had been following them made a misjudgment and hastily launched an action without waiting for the team to leave the land of fire. And this time, the root team following them was not one, but two. When they were attacked, another root team attacked the same. The Kakashi team secretly followed the demon country team, so that Kakashi's team could not reinforce in time. However, the root ninjas did not expect that this operation, which should have been easy, would have such a big mistake. Early the next morning, Yui Kurane, Yamashiro Aoba, and a 4-member team composed of 2 other Konoha Chunins, joined the demon country team. The arrival of the reinforcements restored the morale of the team. The convoy set off again and headed for the demon country. In the next few days, the team did not encounter any attacks and successfully left the fire country. Just when everyone thought that Shin's prophecy was really wrong and everyone was safe, the messenger of the demon country found the team and sent a message. What? The sealed land was attacked. After hearing the news, the guards of the demon country were in a panic. The leader Asuma hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" The leader of the demon country said in a panic, "Oh no, disaster is coming. We must send His Highness back to the demon country as soon as possible, otherwise, the world will fall into endless war." 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 124 Interception, please subscribe. The carriage sped on the road, stirring up dust all the way. After receiving the news of the attack on the sealed land, the convoy rushed to the demon country almost day and night. Swish, swish, swish. A group of Konoha ninjas shuttled through the trees, following the convoy. Looking at the solemn guards of the demon country who were guarding the carriage on horseback, Yui Kurane asked, "What is sealed in that sealed land?" Asuma said, "It is said that it is a monster called Wangliang that once caused a bloody storm in the ninja world." Yamashiro Aoba was a little puzzled. Monster? Why would someone want to release such a thing? Asuma shook his head. He privately asked the leader of the demon country about this question. But the other party just told him that the one who attacked the sealed place was probably a wandering ninja organization called Yellow Springs. As for why the Yellow Springs wanted to release monsters, what exactly is the monster Wangliang, why can only the witch of the demon country seal it? And so on, the leader of the demon country began to keep silent. Asuma told the people around him, "In short, this mission is not easy, you have to be careful." Several people nodded. Then, Yui Kurane glanced at Shinji and others on the other side and said, "Is it appropriate to continue to take those little ghosts with you?" Asuma chuckled, "Don't underestimate those little ghosts." Yamashiro Aoba said, "Captain, the leader of the alliance is the one who is in charge of the team, right? The village is saying that he subdued the runaway Nine Tails, which is unbelievable." Yui Kurane echoed, "How could a monster like the Nine Tails be subdued by such a little kid? There must be some misunderstanding." Asuma shook his head and said, "No, I mean the 4 of them. In addition to Uchiha Sasuke, the other 3 little kids should not be underestimated." Yui Kurane was a little surprised. She knew that people like Asuma who think highly of themselves would not praise others casually. Even the 3rd generation could not suppress Asuma's temper back then, so she looked at Shinji and the others again and asked curiously, "Are they strong? Like Kakashi back then?" Asuma nodded slightly, "Yes, just like the Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke is only 7 years old this year, but he has already learned the shadow clone technique. With the cooperation of others, he killed a powerful enemy who was at least a special Jonin. And Uchiha Shinji solved a powerful enemy who was at least a special Jonin by himself. Don't you think such a kid is worth paying attention to? The Uchiha family has so many geniuses." Yamashiro Aoba sighed, his tone a little sour. During his growth, he experienced the rise of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, and now he is witnessing the rise of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinji. No matter what, we have to protect those kids. After a pause, Asuma whispered, "At least ensure the safety of Uchiha Sasuke." understood. Everyone around him nodded. On the other side, Shinji and several students of the ninja school, like Asuma and the others, were shuttling through the trees. Ningji, who used his Byakugan to check the surroundings from time to time, suddenly said to them, "What kind of monster do you think that per thousand is?" Hat. Suzuki chuckled. Shinji glanced at Suzuki. Kimimaro also looked over. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Suzuki raised his lips and said, "I don't know what you are worried about. No matter how terrifying that monster is, can it be more terrifying than the Nine Tails? Even the Nine Tails was defeated by my pair of Sharingan, so it's easy to deal with a mere monster." Ningji was stunned for a moment. He was a little nervous when he heard that the monster sealed in the demon country had escaped. Now, after hearing what Suzuki said, he suddenly felt that it made sense. Even the fourth Hokage, who was as strong as he was, died on the night of the Nine Tails rebellion. So in his opinion, the Nine Tails should be the most terrifying monster in the world. Suzuki can even subdue the Nine Tails, so it should be no problem to deal with the monster named Wang Liang in the demon country. Suzuki continued, "Shin doesn't even know a few ninjutsu. It's too difficult for her to deal with the monster. When the time comes, I'll do it." Kimimaro looked at Suzuki deeply, then turned his head back. For some reason, even he was infected by Sasuke's confidence, and the depression in his heart was relieved a lot. Seeing that no one said anything, Suzuki was a little proud. Then, he looked at Shinji, who was thinking about something, and said, "Shinji, your medical ninjutsu is indeed amazing, but this time I will let you understand what the Sharingan that our Uchiha clan has established in the ninja world is. After that, you will know that with our bloodline, as long as we tap the power of the Sharingan, it will be enough to solve all problems." Shinji, who was busy fusing the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, responded, "Yes, yes, yes." The team galloped all the way, changing horses continuously at the post station, and it took only 2 days to leave the fire country and enter the rain country. Then the team continued all the way, passing through the rain country, the bird country, and came to the bear country, which is adjacent to the ghost country. The terrain of the bear country is very rugged, and the team was forced to slow down. But fortunately, the ghost country is already in sight, so everyone is not too anxious. After a long time, the team marched to the outside of a canyon. Looking at the steep rock walls on both sides, Asuma frowned slightly and stopped the team. The leader of the ghost country hurried over, "Mr. Asuma, what happened? Why did you ask everyone to stop?" Asuma pointed to the front, "The terrain here is not right, let me check it out first." The leader of the ghost country smiled helplessly, "Mr. Asuma, you don't know that the side of the bear country close to the ghost country is full of these steep canyons. If we stop to investigate every place, we may not be able to return to the ghost country for a month." Asuma said, "But here. Please forgive us, we must rush back to the ghost country immediately, otherwise, the ghost country will be devastated." The leader of the ghost country interrupted Asuma directly and bowed deeply to Asuma. Asuma sighed, his eyes full of entanglement. Xirihong was a little puzzled, although it is not appropriate to rashly enter this kind of canyon, as long as we are careful, it should be nothing. "What are you worried about?" After hesitating for a while, Asuma finally said, "Forget it, let's go." Soon, the team entered the canyon. Looking at the steep cliffs on both sides, Shinji said to Niji, "This place is perfect for an ambush. Niji, please check the cliffs on both sides." Ningji nodded, opened his Byakugan, and observed the cliffs on both sides. Suzuki and Kimimaro also became alert. In this way, the team was moving in the canyon, with the ninja crows raised by Yamashiro Aoba circling in the sky, and Niji's Byakugan exploring the team. After successfully arriving at the middle of the canyon, the team, which had been tense all the time, relaxed a little. Just then, a mournful cry of a ninja crow suddenly came from the sky. Yamashiro Aoba looked up and saw his ninja crow falling from the sky and falling on the top of a cliff on one side. He was shocked. "Everyone be careful." Ningji, who had just closed his Byakugan to rest not long ago, quickly opened his eyes again and looked at the rock walls on both sides. He saw faint chakra reactions in the cracks of the rock walls on both sides. He didn't react at first, and was stunned for a moment before realizing that these chakra reactions hidden in the rock peaks were likely to be detonating talismans, so he shouted a warning, "Be careful of the detonating talismans." Boom boom boom. As soon as Ningji finished speaking, a series of explosions sounded on the rock walls on both sides. In the midst of the earthquake, pieces of rocks collapsed and hit the team in the canyon. Seeing this, Asma quickly formed a seal, pressed his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Earth escape, earth formation connected walls." Crashing! In an instant, a series of earth walls rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, a solid earth fort was built above the team. Hiding in the dark earth fort, listening to the sound of boulders falling constantly in their ears, everyone in the team was nervous and uneasy, fearing that the boulders would smash the earth fort. Even Asma, who was performing earth escape, had a solemn face at this moment. After a while, the sound of boulders falling gradually stopped. Asma signaled everyone to be on guard and lifted the earth escape. With the collapse of the earth wall, everyone's vision became wider. At this time, everyone realized that although the collapsed boulders did not directly threaten them, they also blocked the roads on both sides of the canyon. The team trapped in the canyon was like being trapped in a huge pit. At this moment, a figure wearing the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization appeared on the cliff. The leader of the demon country faced the sun, squinted his eyes, and then his face changed. "You are the leader of the Huangchuan cult." The leader of the Huangchuan cult standing on the cliff smiled slightly, and then raised his hands. Swish! In an instant, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, dozens of Huangchuan cult members with various camouflage on their faces appeared on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, looking down at the demon country team in the canyon. With so many enemies appearing at once, the team in the canyon suddenly became agitated. Yui Kurane frowned slightly. Akatsuki organization. The Huangchuan cult is actually related to the Akatsuki organization. Asuma was also very surprised. Before this mission, he had looked up information about the Yellow Springs cult and confirmed that the Yellow Springs cult was just a vagrant ninja organization active in the land of demons. Unexpectedly, the Yellow Springs cult was mixed up with the Akatsuki organization, and the matter became complicated all of a sudden. Shinji also frowned at this moment, thinking to himself, "Monster Wool Yang. Akatsuki organization, how did they get together?" Shinji didn't know that it was because of his behavior of pretending to be the Akatsuki organization that caused Nagato and Obito to be suspicious of each other, which led to this scene. However, with the appearance of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, he finally knew what the disaster predicted by Shin was. Because he knew very well that the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, who had not successfully released the monster Wang Liang, would not dare to openly kill the shrine maiden of the land of demons who was guarded by Konoha ninjas. The other party dared to appear here, which meant that Wang Liang had escaped. That makes sense. If Wang Liang participated, and he failed to complete the fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and could not perform the eye technique, he might really die here. Ningji, who opened his Byakugan, didn't know what he saw, and his face suddenly froze. Not good, the leader has a lot of chakra in his body. Suzuki asked hurriedly, "How much?" Ningji looked embarrassed. "More than Naruto's chakra. Moreover, this chakra is very filthy, the most evil chakra I have ever seen." "What?" Suzuki was surprised. Not only him, but even Kimimaro was stunned for a moment. They both knew that Naruto, who was in the same class, was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so when they heard what Niji said, their first reaction was disbelief. Shinji also frowned, but he reacted quickly. The monster Wang Liang has a tailed beast level chakra, there is no doubt about that, but it should not surpass the strongest 9 tails among the tailed beasts. The reason why Niji judged that the chakra of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, who possessed the Wang Liang, was stronger than that of Naruto, who possessed the 9 tails, was because Naruto only had half of the 9 tails in his body. But even so, the chakra of the Wang Liang was enough to make people panic. At this time, the leader of the Yellow Springs cult on the top of the cliff opened his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of purple-black snake-like tentacles stretched out from the body of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, flew towards the Yellow Springs cult members on both sides of the cliff, and bit their necks. Then, the huge chakra in the body of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult was transmitted to the bodies of those Yellow Springs cult members through these tentacles. For a time, these Yellow Springs cult members who were originally only Chunin, or even Genin, were all filled with huge chakras that surpassed Jonin. This. Asuma and others were shocked. The chakras of these Huangchuan cult members were so huge that they all overflowed. Even without pupil techniques, they could be seen clearly. The Huangchuan cult leader, who had completed the chakra transfer, shouted crazily, "Shin, welcome our fate." Everyone's eyes were focused on the carriage that Shin was riding at this moment. However, the carriage remained silent. Knowing that Shen was not ready to deal with the Wang Liang, Shinji looked at the Huangchuan cult leader on the top of the cliff and said without hesitation, "Hey, you bastard who only dares to sneak attack, no matter what you want to do, you have to get through me first." The people who were stunned by the huge amount of chakra of the Wang Liang all looked strange after hearing Shinji's words. Zihihong whispered, "This kid, doesn't he know what we are facing? What is it?" Yamashiro Aoba was also puzzled. Even if he didn't open his eyes, he should be able to see the amount of chakra on those people on the top of the cliff, right? Is he really not afraid at all? Asuma spat, "Tisk, we were just outshined by the little devil." Yui Kurane smiled, "Yeah, even the little devils in the ninja school are not afraid, so we ninjas should not be timid." Suzuki was secretly annoyed, thinking that he was stolen the limelight by Shinji, and felt that he was shocked by the opponent's chakra just now, which was a bit embarrassing, so he opened his Sharingan and said to the leader of the Huangchuan sect, "Unfortunately, you met me." 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who have tickets, please support me. It's just a small effort. Please. Chapter 125 Canyon Melee, please subscribe. The leader of the Huangchuan cult standing on the top of the cliff glanced at Shinji and Suzuki. His eyes only stayed on the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes for a moment, and then moved to the carriage where Shen was riding. "Shen, you have a stronger Miko power than your mother, why do you resist fate? Come on, accept our common destiny." As soon as the voice fell, the Huangchuan cult believers on both sides of the cliff top, who had been supplemented with chakra, rushed to the canyon with strange cries, and there was an indescribable fanaticism in their eyes. "Get ready for battle!" Asuma shouted, then took out the fist blade he was used to from the ninja bag on his waist and went forward. Yui Kurane leaped and came to Shen's carriage. Yamashiro Aoba quietly approached Suzuki. The other 2 Chunins who accompanied him, one in front and one behind, guarded the 2 ends of the team. Obviously, before the enemy launched the general attack, Asuma had already made arrangements. He would lead the attack, Yui Kurane would protect Shen, and Yamashiro Aoba would protect Suzuki. As for the rest of the team, they could only accept their fate. Boom boom boom. Instantly, explosions were heard everywhere in the canyon. The Huangchuan cult members and the convoy started a big fight around the canyon. Among these Huangchuan cult members, most of them were only at the level of genin, and a few elite ones were only at the level of chunin. But after obtaining the huge amount of chakra from the Wang Liang, even genin became difficult. Because the amount of chakra itself is an important factor that restricts the strength of ninjas. Ninjas with huge amounts of chakra are not weak. So when these Huangchuan cult members began to perform various ninjutsu wantonly, and casualties immediately occurred on the convoy side. Fortunately, Asuma, Yui Kurane, Yamashiro Aoba and others were all elites of Konoha. With them calming the situation, the convoy barely withstood the Huangchuan cult members' all-out attack. Clang clang. Amid the harsh sound of metal collision, Shinji was entangled with 2 Huangchuan cult members. While fighting, he was distracted to observe the battle situation around him. At this time, Asuma, the leader of the team, counterattacked and solved several along the way. After the Yellow Springs cultists, he jumped to the top of the cliff and rushed straight to the leader of the Yellow Springs cult. There is no doubt that Asuma is ready to capture the leader first. On the battlefield in the canyon, Yui Kurane, who is still a special jonin, used illusion to deal with several Yellow Springs cultists who attacked the carriage. Yamashiro Aoba also cooperated with 2 Konoha Chunins to pin down a large number of Yellow Springs cultists. Some of the remaining Yellow Springs cultists were besieging Suzuki, Kimimaro, and Niji, while others were fighting with the guards of the Demon Kingdom. This level is not enough. After observing the battlefield, Shinji made an assessment in his heart. The number of Huangchuan cult members is large, and the offensive is fierce, but this level is not enough to match the disaster predicted by Shen. So this is definitely not the opponent's full strength. The top of the cliff. Swish. With a flash of his figure, Asuma swung his sword and slashed at the leader of Huangchuan cult. Looking at Asuma rushing towards him, the leader of Huangchuan cult snorted disdainfully, without even dodging, but slowly raised his right arm. Instantly, countless dark purple tentacles stretched out from his arms and shot towards Asuma. This. Asuma was startled, and quickly stopped, swinging his sword to cut the dark purple tentacles. Swish, swish, swish. The fist blade infused with a large amount of wind attribute chakra by Asuma was sharper than a famous sword. With a cold light and a whistling sound, it instantly cut off all the dark purple tentacles that shot at him. However, the cut dark purple tentacles just swayed in the air for a few times, and new fangs grew out of the broken ends, and shot at Asuma again with great momentum. Faced with this kind of dark purple tentacles that can regenerate no matter how they are cut, even with the sharpness of Asuma's fist blade, he could not resist. After a few breaths, Asuma not only failed to get close to the leader of the Huangchuan sect, but was forced to retreat. The leader of the Huangchuan sect glanced at Asuma and said lightly, "Ant." Dong dong. Asuma seemed to hear his own heartbeat. His face froze, and the moment the leader of Huangchuan cult looked at him, his heart seemed to be caught by something. At the same time, depression, pessimism, despair, resentment, and a series of negative emotions all surged into his heart. He was frustrated with his failed life, pessimistic and desperate about the current war situation, and even resented the third generation who sent him to carry out the mission, and Shen who predicted his death. Why should I do this for someone I don't know, fight to the death? No. Why should I live in this world? Suddenly, Asuma even had the idea of committing suicide. The leader of Huangchuan cult retracted his gaze from Asuma. Wangling is the product of the negative emotions of the witch, so it can not only absorb all the negative emotions in the world, but also release them. Just now, he attacked Asuma with negative emotions. General individuals cannot withstand the saturation attack of such negative emotions, so in his eyes, Asuma is already a dead man. As expected, Asuma slowly raised fist blade, ready to end his life. Just when Asuma was about to cut his neck with the fist blade, a burst of lightning suddenly sounded not far away. Swish! Then, a figure wrapped in arcs of electricity rushed all the way, instantly rushed behind the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, and pierced the chest of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult with one blow. Puff! The leader of the Yellow Springs cult spurted out a mouthful of blood, lowered his head, and looked at the arm shining with lightning that pierced his chest with an incredible face. Kakashi! Asuma was startled at this time, and then reacted. The various negative emotions that surged into his heart before, came like a tide, and like a tide, quickly receded. His fist blade was less than 1 centimeter away from his throat at this moment, and the skin on his throat had been scratched by the chakra on the fist blade, and blood was dripping down drop by drop. Just a little bit away, he cut off his head. Swish! Swish! At this time, 2 more figures fell on the high cliff. One of them was Mitarashi Anko, and the other was Aberame Muta of the Aberame clan, all of whom were members of Kakashi's team this time. Kakashi suddenly pulled out the arm that pierced the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, jumped back, and retreated to the side of Anko and Aberame Muta. Asuma, who was palpitating about what had just happened, shouted, "Kakashi, well done." Kakashi nodded to Asuma, and then focused his attention on the leader of the Yellow Springs cult. At this time, with a thump, the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, whose chest was pierced by Kakashi's chidori, knelt on the ground. The wound on his chest sprayed blood, and in just a few breaths, the ground in front of him was stained red with his blood. Seeing this scene, Asuma said, "Finally got rid of this guy." Hey! Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent's chakra just now gave him a lot of pressure. He had never seen such a huge and evil chakra. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, who was kneeling on the ground, shrugged and laughed. Then he slowly stood up in the surprised eyes of everyone, and shouted crazily, "You little fools, do you think you can kill me like this? Everyone be careful!" Kakashi noticed something and shouted a warning. Before he finished speaking, huge dark purple tentacles with a diameter of more than 2 meters emerged from the body of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult and rushed around frantically. Kakashi and others fled in a panic. Wherever these huge dark purple tentacles passed, whether it was trees or rocks, they were all smashed to pieces. Looking at Kakashi and others fleeing in a panic among the huge dark purple tentacles, the leader of the Yellow Springs cult covered his face and laughed, "Feel my power." The huge dark purple tentacles suddenly swelled up. Kakashi's face was stern, "Not good, everyone get out of the way." Boom boom boom. Instantly, there was a violent explosion on the top of the cliff, and in the smoke of the explosion, countless huge dark purple tentacles rose up, swaying back and forth in the air, and for a moment it seemed that even the sky was covered. Everyone in the canyon was stunned by the scene. Yui Kurane raised her head and muttered to herself, "What happened up there?" Yamashiro Aoba made a bitter face and said with emotion, "It is worthy of being called a monster." Not to mention the convoy, even many followers of the Huangchuan cult were looking at the sky with a dull look on their faces. Shinji hurriedly woke up the stunned Niji and asked, "What's going on the top of the cliff?" Ninkai, who came back to his senses, didn't know how to describe it for a while. That monster seems to have run out of the body of the leader of the Huangchuan cult. What? Shinji's face changed. You should know that the soul of Wang Liang cannot exist independently. Since it can run out of the body of the leader of Huangchuan sect, it means that not only his soul is freed, but also his body that was sealed in the swamp country by the previous priestess has been unsealed. It is complete. Instantly, Shinji realized this. And at this moment, the earth trembled. Then, stone warriors broke out of the rock wall one after another, layer upon layer, and there was no end in sight, blocking everyone in the canyon. If you continue to stay here, you will die. These stone warriors are the weapons that Wang Liang used to make the people of the ninja world devastated. Although they are slow in action, they are immortal. No matter how many times they are destroyed, they can be quickly restored. So Shinji immediately made a judgment, came to Shin's carriage in a flash, and pulled Shin out of the carriage. At this time, Shin covered her head with both hands, closed her eyes tightly, and trembled all over. Shinji whispered, "Don't be afraid, it's me." Shin carefully opened her eyes, saw that it was Shinji, and rushed over. Shinji patted Shin's back, "I'm here." Shin sobbed, "Shinji, I'm scared. Hold me tight." Shinji carried Shin on his back and shouted to Suzuki, "Kimimaro and Niji, cover me, let's kill it." Kimimaro didn't waste any words, and rushed to the front without hesitation to open the way for the team. In his unreserved attack, several nearby Huangchuan cult members all died under his bone blade in a moment. Suzuki and Niji also had a tacit understanding, one on the left and one on the right, covering Shinji who was carrying Shin. Soon, taking advantage of the gap before the Yellow Springs cultists and the newly appeared stone warriors approached, Shinji and his companions climbed to the top of the cliff on the other side with Shin, and then fled to the woods in the distance. Seeing this, Yui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba and others in the canyon quickly covered their rear and blocked the Yellow Springs cultists who were trying to chase them. Just a moment later, Shinji and his companions arrived in the woods. Shua! Before they could catch their breath, a black-robed ninja landed in front of them with a sound of breaking wind. Shinji put Shin down, and then said to Suzuki and his companions, "Sister, let Shin go first, I'll deal with this guy." Suzuki took the initiative to volunteer, "How about I do it?" Knowing the details of these black-robed ninjas, Shinji shook his head gently, "You guys go quickly, I'll catch up soon." Suzuki and his companions stopped talking nonsense and fled to the depths of the woods with Shin. After the few people walked away, Shinji said to the black-robed ninja in front of him, "Is your target me?" The black-robed ninja said coldly, "It seems that you have guessed my identity." Shinji looked back at the giant dark purple tentacles that almost covered the sky in the distance, and then asked the black-robed ninja, "Even at this time, you still want to deal with us?" The black-robed ninja also looked at the per thousand in the distance with fear, "The mission is the mission, you must die today." Ah! Shinji sighed. These root ninjas have been completely wiped out of their emotions by Danzo, and have become tools without emotions and independent judgment. Boom! Suddenly, in a burst of earthquakes, countless stone warriors rose from the ground and surrounded Shinji and the black-robed ninjas. Looking at the stone warriors that were still appearing in an endless stream, Shinji and the black-robed ninjas changed their faces. Shin! Because he was worried about Shin's safety, Shinji didn't bother to waste energy with the black-robed ninja, so he shook him off and chased in the direction of Sasuke's escape. All the stone warriors who blocked his way were swept by a red light from his body and cut into pieces. There is no doubt. The red light was emitted by the bell magic weapon that Shin had given him before. All the stone warriors who were cut into pieces by this magic weapon containing the power of the Miko seemed to have lost the ability to recover and turned into rubble on the ground. The black-robed ninja also wanted to break through, but he was not as lucky as Shinji. The stone warriors he smashed with ninjutsu recovered in a moment, and when he tried to break through from mid-air, he was forced back to the ground by the stone spears shot by countless stone warriors as soon as he jumped up. Not long after, he was swallowed up by countless stone warriors after consuming a lot of chakra. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 126 The Deity Arrives. Please subscribe. In the layers of stone warriors that are almost endless, Shinji ran all the way, and red light flashed everywhere, leaving a trail of gravel. And in this gloomy forest, at first glance, his figure is like a red light shining among the stone warriors. But Shinji is far from being as relaxed as he looks. The killing intent perception in his mind is constantly warning him, as if everything around him is full of hostility towards him. This also makes it impossible for him to distinguish which of the ubiquitous killing intent is the real deadly threat. Swish! Another stone spear shot from the blind spot of his vision. And this time the stone spear was almost about to pierce him, and he just reacted, and quickly turned his head and avoided it narrowly. It's bad. The enemy's saturation attack greatly reduced the sensitivity of his killing intention perception, and he could no longer keep up with the state of anticipating the enemy. After dodging several rounds of stone spears, Shinji jumped onto a big tree. He was panting and observing his surroundings. Soon, he found that there was a faint sound of fighting in the forest ahead. Are they intercepted? Shinji, with a gloomy face, flashed and rushed over there. A moment later, Shinji fell to the ground with a swish. He looked around and saw Shin sitting on the ground with a look of horror. Sasuke, who was lying next to him, had a bloody face and was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ningji was still fighting, but his left shoulder blade was pierced by a stone spear. Only his right arm could be used, and he was suppressed by the surrounding stone warriors. Fortunately, Kimimaro was in a relatively complete state, supporting the situation and blocking most of the stone warriors who rushed towards Shin. Seeing Shinji coming, Niji hurriedly shouted, "Shinji, help Sasuke, get treatment." Shinji rushed to Sasuke and asked, "Why are you also blocked?" Ningji endured the severe pain and said, "I don't know where these stone figurines came from, and they surrounded us all of a sudden." Sasuke wanted to break through, but was seriously injured by these stone figurines. "Please save him quickly, I will cover you." After that, Ningji, who was also seriously injured, resolutely stood in front of Shinji and Sasuke. Shinji checked Sasuke's injuries and found that he was mainly cut in the abdomen, causing a lot of blood loss, and the other wounds were not bad. So he immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat Sasuke's abdominal wound and bandaged it urgently. Sasuke also woke up at this time, with a look of annoyance on his face. "Damn, those damn stone figurines can recover, no matter how you hit them, they can't be killed. Too much blood, take a rest first." After a brief explanation, Shinji turned around and looked at Shin. "Shin, are you okay?" And just as Shinji turned around, swoosh! A giant dark purple tentacle suddenly jumped out from the shadow of the woods and pounced on Shinji. This attack came fast and fiercely. None of the people present reacted in time, even Niji, who had the Byakugan, was unable to give early warning due to his serious injuries and excessive physical exhaustion. Shinji himself also failed to detect this fatal attack in advance because of the warning of the killing intent perception, and was instantly hit by the giant dark purple tentacle. "Shinji!" All the people in the field screamed. All the people in Shin were shocked. Sasuke tried to force himself to stand up, but because of the wound on his abdomen, the pain squeezed his facial features into a ball. Both Ninkai and Kimimaro tried to rescue Shinji, but the giant dark purple tentacle was too fast. It directly grabbed Shinji, rushed out of the battle circle, and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook with a deafening roar. Looking at this scene, all the people looked ashen. A normal person can't withstand such a strong blow, not to mention that Shinji is only an 8-year-old ninja school student. "Don't!" Shin woke up from her daze and rushed towards Shinji regardless of anything. Ninkai stopped Shin, "Don't go over there." Shin struggled, "Don't bother me." Ninkai held onto Shin tightly, his face full of sorrow. "Damn it! Damn it! I'm going to kill you all!" Sasuke yelled hysterically. He didn't even notice that the moment he saw Shinji being attacked, the 2 megatama in his eye sockets instantly turned into 3 megatama. Kimimaro was stunned for a moment, then immediately threw himself into the battle again, resisting the siege of the stone warriors for everyone. However, Shinji, who was attacked by a giant dark purple tentacle not far away, did not die as everyone thought. He was indeed bitten by the rows of sharp fangs at the tip of the giant dark purple tentacle, and was severely injured. He fell heavily to the ground. But at the moment he was attacked, the bell magic weapon that Ziwan gave him activated a protective shield to protect him firmly. So the giant dark purple tentacle's bite or heavy smash did not hurt him at all. But being hit hard still made him a little dazed. He looked at the rows of ferocious fangs blocked outside by the shield activated by the bell magic weapon in surprise, swallowed his saliva, and thought to himself, is this attack the death of me predicted by Ziwan? If there was no bell magic weapon, he couldn't resist the sneak attack of the giant dark purple tentacle at all, and it is very likely that his body would have been torn to pieces before he could react. Fortunately, he was prepared. At this time, the giant dark purple tentacle that could not do anything to Shinji slowly retracted and disappeared into the forest. Shinji. Seeing that Shinji was still alive, Shin burst into tears of joy. Sasuke, Niji and the others were also very excited. Shinji jumped back to the others and said to Shin, "Thank you for your bell magic weapon. If it weren't for it, I would have died." Sasuke said, "I knew you wouldn't die so easily." Seeing the eye-catching 3 Megatama in Sasuke's eyes, Shinji looked strange. He really didn't expect that his danger would stimulate Sasuke to awaken the 3 Megatama. But he knew that this was not the time to worry about this, so he restrained his thoughts and said, "Now is not the time to relax." Ningji nodded, looked in the direction where the giant dark purple tentacle had shot from before, and said in a deep voice, "That guy is coming." Sure enough. The stone warriors who were besieging the crowd retreated and made way. Then, a figure walked out of the woods with steady steps and appeared in the sight of Shinji and others. This figure was none other than the leader of the Yellow Springs cult who had been pierced through the chest by Kakashi's Chidori not long ago. At this moment, he looked very scary. With a hole in his chest, he exuded a huge amount of dark purple chakra visible to the naked eye, and dragged behind him a series of giant dark purple tentacles with sharp fangs, looking like a half-liberated Jinkraki. Monster. The moment they saw each other, Shinji and the others all thought of this word. The leader of Huangchuan cult walked over and smiled at Shin. "Did you see that? No one can stop our destiny." Shin was frightened and stepped back repeatedly. She was only 7 years old and had no courage to face such a monster. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Kunao wrapped with detonating tags shot at the leader of the Yellow Springs from all directions. Boom! In an instant, the huge explosion engulfed the leader of the Yellow Springs. At the same time, Kakashi, Asuma, Yui Kurane, Yamashiro Aoba and other Konoha ninjas fell into the formation one after another. But they looked very embarrassed at the moment, many of them were injured, even Kakashi was no exception, with an obvious scar on his right leg. Not far away. After the smoke and dust of the explosion dissipated, the figure of the leader of the Yellow Springs with a look of disdain was revealed. The violent explosion just now seemed to have no effect on him at all, and even the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization on his body was not blown to pieces. Meaningless struggle. With a smile, the leader of the Huangchuan cult swept his eyes over everyone. "None of you can leave here alive today. I will use your blood to celebrate my new life." Asuma looked embarrassed. Is the prophecy unchangeable? When Asuma mentioned the prophecy, Sasuke and Niji changed color. They thought that Shin's prophecy had been broken, but now they were reminded by Asuma and found that the prophecy had not been broken. Is fate really undefeatable? Ninkai's eyes were blank, as if he had lost all his strength at once. Sasuke shouted, "What a joke, I don't want to die in such a place. I won't die before I kill that person again." After that, Sasuke used all his strength to activate the newly awakened 3 Magatama Sharingan and rushed towards the leader of the Huangchuan cult. He wanted to recreate the miracle of subduing the 9 tails in the village. He wanted to change his fate and break Shin's death prophecy. "Don't go over there. Be careful." Oops. Kakashi, Asuma and others were shocked to see Sasuke rushing towards the leader of the Yellow Springs cult alone, but it was too late to stop Sasuke. What a stupid guy. Since you are so eager to die, I will help you. The leader of the Huangchuan cult chuckled and slowly raised his hand towards Sasuke. Instantly, a giant dark purple tentacle behind him flew out and rushed straight towards Sasuke. Swish! Swish! Kakashi and Asuma attacked at the same time. But they were far away from Sasuke, and the giant dark purple tentacle shot towards Sasuke was so fast that they had no time to stop it. They could only watch Sasuke being torn to pieces by the tentacle. Shin closed her eyes in horror. Ningji opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Kimimaro pulled out his spine and pounced on him. Shinji could only watch Sasuke from a distance, powerless. Staring at the sharp fangs on the giant tentacles that were about to pounce on him, Sasuke was stunned for a moment. At this moment, he realized how reckless his attack was. Who can save me? Instantly, regret grew in his heart. But at this moment, he had no time to dodge and could only watch the sharp fangs tear him apart. Swish! Just when the giant dark purple tentacle was about to tear Shizuke apart, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Shizuke. Then, a golden light projected from the figure and instantly turned into a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton grabbed the dark purple tentacle with both hands and pulled it hard, and with a crash sound, the tentacle was torn off. What? Faced with this change, everyone on the field was shocked, even the extremely arrogant leader of the Yellow Springs cult was no exception. Everyone looked over together. Under the golden skeleton shadow, there was a figure wearing the same red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization and a mask. It was just that the red cloud suit on the figure was different from the red cloud cloak on the leader of the Yellow Springs cult not far away, and there was an extra hood on his head. There was no doubt. This figure that suddenly appeared was the real Shinji who had secretly left the team a few days ago when he took the opportunity to hide in the woods and kill the black-robed ninja. The Shinji who had been following the team was just a body he deliberately left behind. Just a shadow clone. Because of this, Shinji's shadow clone in the team has been saving Chakra these days, avoiding battles whenever possible. The reason why Shinji did this was that after learning about Shin's death prophecy, he realized that the key to breaking the deadlock was his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. So he secretly left the team, found a hidden cave, and used all his strength to accelerate the fusion of his pupils. Finally, when the predicted disaster came, he completed the fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and returned to the team in time. Looking at Shinji dressed in Akatsuki, Shizuke, who had just walked through the gates of hell, was stunned. Who are you? Shinji turned his head and glanced at Shizuke, and saw that the Sharingan in his eye sockets had become 3 Megatama, which surprised him a little. Facing Shinji's gaze, Shizuke also saw the eternal Mangeki Sharingan shining with a strange light under Shinji's mask, and was suddenly shocked. You? How could you have me? They? Mangeki Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Had. Shinji smiled, then activated Susanoo to twist Shizuke up and threw him into the formation. Kakashi hurriedly stepped forward to catch Shizuke who was thrown over, and after putting Shizuke down, his eyes stared at Shinji again. He recognized this figure. In the battle on the long street of the town, it was this figure who easily solved 2 strong men who were at least at the elite Jonin level, and then disappeared without a trace in full view of the public. But he couldn't tell for a while whether this person was an enemy or a friend, and why he rescued Shizuke. Ningji and Kimimaro rushed to the frightened Shizuke and pulled Shizuke back. But Shizuke stared at Shinji's back, muttering, I saw it, that's the Mangeki Sharingan. That's the Mangeki Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Same thing. There was another person in the field who was stunned when he saw the real Shinji appear. This person was Shin. The moment she saw the golden skeleton shadow covering Shinji, her memory sealed by Shinji suddenly loosened. A series of memory images flooded into her mind, making her remember everything. Then, she looked at the shadow clone of Shinji in the team with a confused face, and asked in a low voice, Shinji, is that you? The shadow clone of Shinji in the team smiled helplessly, ineffective again? 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for me. Thank you all. Chapter 127, Peeping into Destiny. Subscribe. Seeing Shinji's expression, Shin immediately became confident. At this moment, all the fear in her heart disappeared, because with Shinji here, she was not afraid of anything. She firmly believed that this hero who had saved her several times would be able to defeat the monster. So she wiped the tears from her face, showed a bright smile to Shinji's shadow clone, and said silently, I will keep it a secret. Looking at Shin's mouth shape, Shinji's shadow clone looked helpless. For some reason, it seemed that as long as Shin saw his Susanoo, the previously sealed memory would loosen. Then Shinji's shadow clone glanced at everyone around him and breathed a sigh of relief. The Shinji himself, who made a brilliant appearance, attracted everyone's attention at this moment. So the brief exchange between Shin and Shinji's shadow clone did not attract the attention of anyone present. Even Shizuke and Niji, who were beside Shinji, focused their eyes on the Shinji himself under the Susanoo. At this time, the leader of the Huangchuan cult stared at Shinji and said coldly, Akatsuki organization? I have already joined you, why are you stopping me? This is different from what we agreed before. Are you worthy of joining the Akatsuki organization? Shinji said with disdain. To be honest, he was a little surprised why the leader of Huangchuan sect would join Akatsuki, because Akatsuki was supposed to be full. Want to break the contract? After a pause, the leader of Huangchuan sect suddenly laughed. Originally, I just wanted to use my sister's connection. Since you are looking for death, I will also eliminate your so-called Akatsuki organization. In the midst of wild laughter, the leader of Huangchuan sect suddenly slapped his hands and shouted, "Go to hell!" Instantly, countless giant dark purple tentacles, accompanied by whistling sounds, rushed towards Shinji from all directions. Where these giant dark purple tentacles passed by, there was a mess. Trees, rocks, and everything else that stood in their way were all smashed and crushed by them. And because these giant dark purple tentacles were too many and too dense. For a moment, the sky seemed to be covered, and the field of vision was almost full of these tentacles and the disgusting evil chakra emanating from the tentacles. No, get out of the way. Kakashi saw this and warned everyone while flying back. Asuma, Ui Kurane, Yamashiro Aoba, Red Bean, Abarame Muta, and others scattered around, all retreated in embarrassment. Faced with such a horrible scene, they instinctively retreated without Kakashi's reminder. Sasuke was also stunned. Seeing the Yellow Springs leader suddenly showing off his power, he realized that the Yellow Springs leader who had almost wiped them out before had not used his full strength. While Ninkai was flying backwards, he shouted, "Sasuke, it's too late, run!" Sasuke turned a deaf ear to Niji's shouts, still staring at Shinji under the Susanoo. He really wanted to know whether the mysterious fellow with the Mangeki Sharingan, which represented the strongest pupil power of the Uchiha clan, could defeat the terrifying leader of the Yellow Springs cult. Seeing this, Kimimaro, who had already retreated, quickly turned around and took Sasuke with him, carrying him away. And Shinji's shadow clone also carried Shin on his back and hid far away with everyone. Boom! Before the fleeing people had time to stand firm, a roar of shaking the earth erupted on the battlefield over there. Everyone turned their heads and was instantly shocked by the scene in front of them. In the siege of the overwhelming giant dark purple tentacles, the golden skeleton phantom was not in a hurry. It just pulled it casually and a giant tentacle was torn off, and a random punch could blow up a giant tentacle. However, those giant tentacles that were torn off and blown up recovered in an instant and attacked the golden skeleton phantom again. It was just a short moment. The forest where the battle took place was completely flattened, and the ground was full of gullies and broken limbs of various giant tentacles. This primitive and violent duel between giants made people's blood boil. Boom! At this time, another giant tentacle was torn off by the golden Susanoo and thrown out casually, falling into the area where everyone was hiding. Raising her hand to block the dust and smoke stirred up by the falling limbs, Hongda swallowed her saliva. Is this a ninja fight? Unlike Kakashi and Asuma who had just experienced the battle on the long street of the town not long ago, it was her first time to see the Susanoo of the Mangeki Sharingan, so she looked at the fierce battle between Susanoo and Wuri with a look of disbelief. Ui Kurane smiled bitterly, "Why do I always encounter these monsters recently?" Asuma asked Kakashi, "Another internal conflict in the Akatsuki organization. What happened in their organization?" Kakashi's eyes were also full of confusion. In the previous battle on the long street of the town, 3 groups of Akatsuki members wearing the red cloud cloaks of the Akatsuki organization appeared. Now, in the land of demons, there is another internal conflict in the Akatsuki organization. The most unacceptable thing is that these members of the Akatsuki organization who are fighting among themselves are not good people, and the weakest one has the strength of an elite jonin. On the other side, seeing the golden Susanoo showing its power, Sasuke's eyes lit up. Is this the pupil technique of the Mangeki Sharingan? Is this the power of our Uchiha clan? Ningji was shocked. Such a battle was completely beyond his imagination. Even Kimimaro, who always had a cold face, showed a surprised expression at this moment. There is no doubt. This battle beyond the scope of conventional ninjas has subverted the cognition of these ninja school geniuses. Enshin, who was frightened, looked at Shinji's shadow clone with some worry. Shinji's shadow clone gave Shin a reassuring look, then frowned and paid attention to the battle in the distance. As a shadow clone a few days ago, it was not easy for him to hold on until now. As for the state of the original body, he had no way of guessing. However, since the original body has appeared, it must be certain that it has a certain degree of confidence, and from the fact that the original body can perform the Susanoo, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan should have been integrated. On the battlefield, besieged by countless giant dark purple tentacles, Shinji's eyes condensed, and in an instant, the size of the golden Susanoo suddenly increased. Then, muscle texture appeared on the skeleton phantom, and then a layer of armor was put on. A golden longsword also appeared on the hands that were originally bare-handed. Swish! In an instant, the golden Susanoo swung the sword horizontally. While setting off a whistling sound, it cut off all the countless giant tentacles in front of it, and the broken limbs and arms flew in the air. At this time, Shinji under the Susanoo finally saw the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, who was also surrounded by countless giant tentacles not far away. Tisk! After spitting lightly, Shinji launched the pupil technique Izanagi no Mikoto. There is no doubt about it. After completing the fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the pupil techniques contained in his 2 pairs of Mangekis were greatly enhanced. Among them, the improvement of the Susanoo was the most obvious. For example, the eye sockets on his Susanoo face increased from 2 pairs to 3 pairs. In other words, in addition to his own pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he also has the ability to control 2 pairs of eyes at the same time. So after completing the fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he recontrolled Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangekis, and temporarily possessed the 2 pupil techniques of Amaterasu and Izanagi no Mikoto. At the moment of launching Izanagi no Mikoto, a piece of information was mapped into Shinji's brain. After he spent a breath or two to absorb the information, he was startled, and a look of surprise appeared on his face under the mask. Lost. The feedback from Izanagi no Mikoto was that if he continued to fight with the opponent with Susanoo, he would be the loser in the end. At the same time, he also found from the fragments of feedback from Izanagi no Mikoto that even if he smashed the leader of the Yellow Springs cult to pieces, he could not kill the opponent. Because the opponent had merged his body with the flesh of Wang Liang through dark medical ninjutsu, becoming a kind of Wang Liang Jinkraki. Swish! The golden Susanoo swept across again, cutting off the giant tentacles in large pieces. From the battlefield alone, Shinji had an absolute advantage. Although the giant dark purple tentacles of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult were overwhelming, they could not hurt Shinji under Susanoo at all. And Susanoo could easily sweep across a large area of giant tentacles with just one strike. In just a short while, countless tentacles and broken limbs were scattered on the battlefield. Dark purple liquid flowed out from those broken limbs, soaking the entire battlefield. In the distance, this member of the Akatsuki organization is so strong, the monsters don't seem to be his opponent. Asuma frowned, he didn't know whether he should feel lucky or worried. Others were also shocked by the golden Susanoo on the battlefield. Nangu's domineering was shocked. The light in Sasuke's eyes became brighter and brighter. He pulled Shinji's shadow clone and shouted excitedly, "Shinji, did you see it? That is the ultimate eye technique of our Uchiha clan, the Mangeki Sharingan. As long as we have that kind of eyes, we will be invincible." Shinji's shadow clone was a little speechless. Shin on the side had a weird look on her face. She looked at Sasuke, then at Shinji's shadow clone, and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Shinji's shadow clone glared at Shin lightly. Shin pouted and said silently, "If I don't say it, I will just laugh secretly." On the side, Ningji looked at the battlefield with a complicated expression, Mangekyo Sharingan. Before, in the village, everyone was used to calling Uchiha and Hyuga the 2 major eye technique bloodline families in Konoha. So in his concept since childhood, the Byakugan is a pupil technique that is not inferior to the Sharingan's bloodline limit. But this scene completely overturned his concept. Not to mention him, even the current patriarch of their Hyuga clan, that is, his uncle, may not be able to compete with such a powerful monster. But Uchiha, who has the Mangeki Sharingan, can do it. It has to be admitted that the Byakugan seems to be inferior to the Sharingan in this regard. Kimimaro also opened his mouth slightly, his eyes a little absent-minded. Although he had been executing Orochimaru's orders without compromise before, he still looked down on Sasuke, who could only make a fuss in his heart. Now seeing this scene, he finally understood why Orochimaru coveted the Sharingan, and secretly sighed, "It is worthy of being Lord Orochimaru, I am too arrogant." In fact, not only the bystanders, but even the leader of the Huangchuan cult on the battlefield was quite shocked at this moment. He didn't take Akatsuki seriously at first, thinking that as long as he was a little more serious, he could easily get rid of the Akatsuki member who was ruining his business. He didn't expect that after the fight, the opponent turned out to be so difficult. You know, in addition to urging the giant tentacles to besiege Shinji, he also secretly launched a malicious attack against Shinji. As a result, the malicious attack that could play with humans at will, when facing Shinji, it fell into the sea without even a wave. Akatsuki is so powerful, I miscalculated. Seeing the shrine maiden right in front of him, His long-cherished wish for hundreds of years was about to come true, and he was very uncomfortable to be interfered by Akatsuki at this time. He even regretted it a little. If he had known that Akatsuki was so difficult, he felt that he should have temporarily pretended to be with Akatsuki before, and after swallowing the Shrine Maiden and gaining the ultimate power, he would settle accounts with Akatsuki. Shinji's eyes were stern. While urging Susanoo to continue attacking, he launched Izanagi no Mikoto again. Suddenly, another piece of information was reflected in his mind. The illusion doesn't work either. After combining the information obtained from Izanagi no Mikoto last time, Shinji adjusted his tactical thinking and launched Izanagi no Mikoto again. It turned out that the opponent seemed to really have some characteristics of a perfect Jinchuriki, and ordinary illusions were completely ineffective. He had just subdued the leader of the Yellow Springs cult with an illusion when the opponent was awakened by the half-liberated Wangliang in his body. And the Wangliang that can absorb malicious intent has a high resistance to illusions. Afterwards, in the picture of Izanagi no Mikoto, he launched Amaterasu again. This caused a lot of trouble for the opponent, and almost all of the giant tentacles were swallowed up by the black flames of Amaterasu. But the opponent still didn't die. Shinji glanced back at Chen in the distance, and was secretly distressed. Oh, I didn't expect that without Chen's power as a Miko, I couldn't kill the Wangliang at all. The Wangliang itself is a part of the Miko. As long as the Miko exists, the Wangliang is immortal. This is why the Miko of all generations has defeated the Wangliang so many times, but they only sealed it instead of completely destroying it. To a certain extent, the Wangliang is like the tailed beast. Even if it is killed for a while, it can be resurrected after a period of time. There are only two ways to completely solve the Wangliang. Either, the Miko accepts her dark side and reabsorbs the Wangliang into her body. Or, destroy it together with the Miko. In addition, other methods such as killing, sealing, etc. are all temporary solutions, and can only solve temporary problems. The leader of the Yellow Springs cult did not know that Shinji had already spied on several forks of fate through the Izanagi no Mikoto. He looked at Shinji's golden Susanoo approaching step by step, and he had already had the intention of retreating. At this moment, Shinji suddenly launched the Amaterasu that had forced the leader of the Yellow Springs cult into a desperate situation in the Izanagi no Mikoto. In an instant, the black flame enveloped the leader of the Yellow Springs cult and the countless giant dark purple tentacles of the opponent. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Please everyone. Chapter 128 Fear. Subscribe. The black flame that appeared in an instant spread to the whole body of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, and the countless giant dark purple tentacles behind him could not escape. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed over the battlefield. The Wangling does have a terrifying regeneration ability, it feeds on human malice, and its limbs can be regenerated endlessly. But the same is true for Amaterasu. No matter what it is attached to, it will never go out before it is burned out. In fact, Wangliang also has some sealing ability, in the fate branch that Shinji used Izanagi no Mikoto to spy on. The leader of the Yellow Springs cult once used the power of Wangliang to seal a part of the Amaterasu black flame in a hurry. So Shinji did not spare any strength this time, and he used all his strength as soon as he started, catching the leader of the Yellow Springs cult and Wangliang off guard, so that they had no time to respond, and they were completely swallowed by the Amaterasu black flame. In the distance, watching the monsters struggling under the mysterious black flames and listening to the monsters' shrill screams, everyone in Konoha had complicated expressions. Yui Kurane said in a deep voice, "I have never seen this kind of fire escape. What about you? Does anyone know what kind of fire escape this is? This is definitely not an ordinary fire escape." Asuma frowned. As a member of the Sarutobi clan who is good at fire escape, Asuma is also a master of fire escape, so he saw at a glance that the black flames attached to the monsters were extraordinary. Kakashi's face was solemn. He guessed that the masked member of the Akatsuki organization would win, but he didn't expect that the other party would win so easily. It was simply a beating. You know, just now, these Konoha ninjas joined forces, but they couldn't suppress the combination of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult and the Wangliang. In other words, the opponent's strength has reached a very terrifying level. If this mysterious Uchiha clan member is hostile to Konoha, then for the village, the other party is a huge threat. Suddenly, he felt fortunate. Fortunately, there was an internal conflict in the Akatsuki organization, otherwise, it would be unimaginable. On the other side, are those black flames also the pupil technique of the Sharingan? Suzuki was shaking with excitement. The fear of just walking through the gates of hell, the frustration of being crushed by monsters, and the pain on his body were all forgotten at this moment. Ninkai had recovered from his initial surprise at this moment, and he frowned slightly. Shinji, Suzuki, you are not from the Uchiha clan. Do you know this Uchiha clan member? Kimimaro also turned his head and looked at Shinji and Suzuki. After being asked by Ninkai, Suzuki realized the problem and looked at Shinji with a dazed look. In his opinion, there should be only 3 Uchiha left in the ninja world, namely him, Shinji, and Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. But the man in front of him was obviously not Itachi. Because he was very familiar with Itachi, even if Itachi wore a mask, he could not hide it from him. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shinji's shadow clone hurriedly shook his head. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Thinking that he knew a secret that no one knew, Shin covered her mouth and laughed proudly. Drib. Drib. At this time, the sky, which had darkened at some point, began to drizzle, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier. The black flames seemed to be unafraid of the rain, and they still burned the leader of the Yellow Springs cult and countless giant tentacles. And Shinji, standing quietly under the golden Susanoo, looked at the leader of the Yellow Springs cult who was struggling in the black flames, as if the gods were indifferently watching the sinner who disobeyed him. After a while, the shrill wailing of the leader of the Yellow Springs cult gradually weakened. The huge dark purple tentacles that had previously filled the battlefield turned into a mass of black charcoal with mist under the burning of the black flames. The leader of the Huangchuan cult was also severely burned and fell in the muddy water, his life or death unknown. Correspondingly, in the mist stirred up by the rain and the steaming mist of the Amaterasu, the golden and gradually hazy figure of the Susanoo appeared. From a distance, it actually felt a bit unreal. And this scene left a deep impression on the people of Konoha who were watching. Shin couldn't help but secretly look at Shinji's shadow clone, and sighed in her heart, oh my god. Shinji is so powerful, he is worthy of being my first friend. Suzuki stared at the golden Susanoo in the mist, muttering to himself, I want to have such power. Kimimaro was much calmer. He turned to Niji and asked, has the monster been solved? Ninkai used his white eyes to observe the leader of the Yellow Springs cult who was lying in the mud and his life or death was unknown, and shook his head. He still has chakra reaction on his body, he should not be dead yet. After hearing Niji's words, Asuma whispered to Kakashi, what should we do now? Kakashi shook his head. The current situation has long been beyond his control. The terrifying monster that was enough to set off a bloody storm in the ninja world was easily solved by a member of the Akatsuki organization. This made his fear of the Akatsuki organization rise to a new level. If before, he just thought that Akatsuki was a very dangerous organization, now his opinion of Akatsuki has risen to the point where it can threaten the 5 major ninja villages. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying Akatsuki would be if there was no internal strife. On the battlefield, Shinji extinguished the Amaterasu and breathed a sigh of relief. Using the eye technique continuously is still a big burden for him who has the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Because the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the eyes only have the ability to restore pupil power, which does not mean that the pupil power is endless and can be squandered on the battlefield. If this is the case, Uchiha Madara would not have needed to bring the 9 tails with him when he fought the first generation in the Valley of the End. After taking a breath, Shinji took a step and walked towards the leader of the Yellow Springs cult who was lying in the mud. At this moment, the opponent's body was still emitting that disgusting and terrifying chakra, which showed that the fate branch spied by Izanagi no Mikoto was correct. The dark side of the witch Wang Liang was indeed difficult to kill through physical means. Swish! At this moment, a twisted vortex suddenly appeared beside the leader of the Yellow Springs cult. Shinji stopped immediately, his face showing no sign, but he was secretly shocked in his heart. Obito? Why is this guy here too? Although he now possesses the 5 Mangeki pupil techniques of Susanoo's Tun, Naobi, Hakujin, Amaterasu, and Izanagi no Mikoto. But none of them can restrain Kami. And he is only 8 years old, whether in physical skills, combat experience, or even continuous navigation, he is not as good as Obito. Once he fights with Obito, he will definitely die. But Obito seems to be very nervous. It is not known whether Shinji's performance just now was too amazing, or the golden Susanoo was too domineering. In short, Obito hardly concealed his fear of Shinji. He did not dare to stay, and the moment he appeared, he immediately dragged the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, whose life and death were unknown, into the whirlpool, and then activated Kami to absorb his body. Before he completely disappeared, he stared at Shinji deeply, his eyes full of surprise and confusion, as if he was very confused about Shinji's identity. After realizing that Obito had no intention of taking action, Shinji acted more calm and indifferent, as if he was not surprised by Obito's space-time ninjutsu. This guy. Obito sighed, and finally disappeared in the twisted vortex. From his appearance to his disappearance, it was only a few breaths. Among the people of Konoha who were watching from a distance, only Kakashi and Sasuke who had the Sharingan, and Niji who had the Byakugan saw the whole process clearly. As for the others, through the mist, they could only vaguely see a figure wearing the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization, flashing on the battlefield, and then taking away the leader of the Yellow Springs cult. Crashing. As the leader of the Yellow Springs cult was rescued by Obito, the stone warriors who had retreated to the periphery before all collapsed instantly and scattered all over the ground. Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas were instantly nervous. They all stared at Shinji under the golden Susanoo and secretly became alert. Shinji lifted the Susanoo, glanced at the Konoha people not far away, and then disappeared from the spot. After Shinji left, Asuma breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "Dealing with these Akatsuki members will definitely shorten your life." Hongdo was a little confused, that person doesn't seem to have any hostility towards us. Yet. Yui Kurane and Yamashiro Aoba nodded, and they both felt the same way. Abarame Muta, who had been silent, suddenly said, "My parasites told me that they didn't feel threatened by each other." Kakashi's eyes fell on Shinji and Sasuke, the two of them are really good, but they are not afraid of each other. Instantly, everyone turned their eyes to Shinji and Sasuke. Shinji shook his head. Sasuke thought about it for a long time and finally shook his head. Red Bean asked, "Could it be Uchiha Itachi?" Sasuke said excitedly, "It's impossible. If it's him, I can recognize him at a glance." Kakashi also said, "That person is not Uchiha Itachi." They had seen the man in the battle on the long street of the town before. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi and Biwajozo were also present, so he knew that man was not Uchiha Itachi. Asuma thought for a moment, leaned over to Kakashi's ear and said, "Counting the red Susanoo that appeared in the previous battle in the town, there are at least 2 Uchiha clan members in the Akatsuki organization, not counting Uchiha Itachi." Kakashi nodded slightly, "Yes, and they are 2 Uchiha with Manjiki Sharingan." After the battle on the long street in the town, they checked the secret files in the village and learned that the red armored giant at that time was a kind of eye technique called Susanoo of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan. When Uchiha Madara and the first generation fought in the Valley of the End, they used this powerful eye technique. So the Uchiha who can cast Susanoo must have at least a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Asuma was a little depressed. Where did so many Manjiki Uchiha come from? Could it be Shisui who disappeared before? Kakashi shook his head, "Shisui is dead." Asuma was a little confused and didn't understand why Kakashi was so sure. Kakashi didn't explain. Because this was a secret revealed to him by the 3rd generation. Before, after destroying the entire Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi made a final report to the 3rd generation and asked the 3rd generation to protect Sasuke who stayed in the village. In order to ensure that the 3rd generation would not be plotted against by Danzo, Itachi also specifically reminded the 3rd generation to be careful and guard against Danzo who got a Manjiki Sharingan from Shisui. This is also the 3rd generation in Uchiha, one of the reasons why the root was immediately disbanded and Danzo was suppressed after the extermination of the clan. In the Kamui space. After throwing the leader of the Yellow Springs cult to the ground, Obito jumped to another stone platform and sat down with his legs crossed. "Stop pretending." The leader of the Yellow Springs cult, whose life and death were unknown, suddenly raised his head and stared at Obito fiercely. "What on earth do you want to do?" Obito said lightly, "I'm saving you, didn't you notice?" The leader of the Yellow Springs cult struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, there was no good meat on his body. If it weren't for the demon per thousand parasitizing his body, with his current injuries, he would have died 100 times even with the transformation of dark medical ninjutsu. He panted, "Why did you stop me from taking the power of the Miko? Do you know how long I have been waiting for such an opportunity?" Obito was silent for a while, and then said, "This is why I recruited you." There was a little disagreement within our Akatsuki organization. What? Faced with this answer, the leader of the Yellow Springs cult felt incredible. He thought of many possibilities and many conspiracies, but he didn't expect that it was just the internal strife within the organization that caused him to fail. Obito stared at the leader of the Yellow Springs cult, "So I don't need you, but your power." He saw that the leader of the Yellow Springs cult in front of him had completely merged with the monster Wang Liang, and he vaguely felt that it was not the leader of the Yellow Springs cult who was talking to him, but the monster Wang Liang. Wang Liang, who was seen through, looked gloomy. If it was before, he would have taken action to get rid of Obito without hesitation. But after the battle with Shinji just now, and being brought to this mysterious space by Obito's Kamyu, he realized that Akatsuki was far more powerful than he thought, and it was no good to turn against Akatsuki at this time. So he pinched his nose and said, "I can join you, but you must keep your promise and help me get the power of the Miko." "Okay." Obito nodded with satisfaction. The strength of the monster in front of him also exceeded his expectations. With the addition of this monster, the strength of his side in the organization has been greatly enhanced. Wang Liang emphasized, "Now is the best time. Once the Miko grows up, it will not be easy to deal with her." As the dark side of the Miko, he knows Shin's talent better than anyone else. The previous Miko, Shin's mother, was worried that Shin would use the power of the Miko recklessly, and even used a magic weapon to seal Shin's Miko power. You should know that this kind of thing has never happened before. So Wu Yang was very upset. He always felt that after missing this opportunity, it might not be easy to deal with Shin, the shrine maiden with the strongest talent. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for me. Classmates. Chapter 129 I Technique, please subscribe. In the drizzle, everyone returned to the canyon. Because Shinji led Shin to break through and attracted the enemy's attention, many of the guards of the Demon Kingdom who stayed in the canyon survived the war. Everyone worked together to clear the rocks blocking the canyon, and then set off again. This time, the convoy arrived at the Demon Kingdom smoothly. After arriving at the Shrine Maiden's palace, almost everyone in the convoy, including Kakashi who joined later, breathed a sigh of relief, and many people even cried with joy. Shin's death prophecy, like a shadow, shrouded everyone's heart all the way. Until this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, convinced that Shin's death prophecy, which had never been wrong, was really broken this time. Looking at the guards of the demon country hugging and crying, Sasuke, with his hands in his trouser pockets, curled his lips. "I don't know what these people are worried about. They actually believe in Shin's unreliable prophecy." Ninkai's eyes flickered. He had always believed in fate and felt that fate could not be resisted, just like he could not resist the bird in a cage on his forehead, and his father could not resist the orders of the village and family. But after going through this journey, he saw hope. As long as the strength is strong enough, even fate can be broken. At this moment, the figure standing under the golden Susanoo flashed in his mind, the figure that looked down at the monster like a god. Shin, who got off the carriage, happened to hear Sasuke's words and snorted, "Even if my prophecy is broken, it's not you who broke it. What are you proud of?" Sasuke glanced at Shin and raised his lips, "But that's the power of Uchiha. That's someone else's power." Shin reacted halfway through the words, stole a glance at Shinji next to him, and then said to Sasuke, "That's also someone else's power, not yours, don't you feel ashamed?" Sasuke didn't mind, but walked up to Shinji. "Shinji, you know why I object to you focusing on medical ninjutsu?" Sasuke opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets. "Look at me, I now have the 3 Magatama Sharingan." Ningji and Kimimaro all looked at Sasuke's Sharingan when they heard it. Kakashi, Asuma, and others not far away also cast their eyes on Sasuke and paid attention to the Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets. Red Bean said, "That little guy is only 7 years old." Asuma couldn't help but sigh, "Is he already 3 Megatamas so soon? I remember that in Uchiha attack his file, he opened his eyes at the age of 8, right?" "Yes, he has surpassed Uchiha Itachi." Kakashi nodded. As a temporary teammate of the Anbu, Kakashi had a certain understanding of Itachi. Knowing that even Itachi, who was known as the Uchiha super genius, did not have the 3 Magatama Sharingan at Sasuke's age. It can even be said that Uchiha Sasuke's eye-opening speed has reached a record-breaking level. According to the well-documented records, almost no one in peacetime can have the 3 Magatama Sharingan at his age. Yui Kurane said, "No wonder the village attaches so much importance to him." Hongdu echoed, "Yes. The reason why their team secretly followed the demon country convoy was, to put it bluntly, that they were arranged by the village to secretly protect Uchiha Sasuke." Seeing that everyone around was staring at the 3 Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, Shinji was a little helpless and thought to himself, should I show envy now?" Sasuke then said, "Shinji, don't be discouraged. Although your talent is not as good as mine, I believe you can open your eyes. Don't waste your energy on irrelevant things. You and me. Shinji opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Puff. Shin on the side was so uncomfortable that she had to cover her mouth with her hands, her face flushed. Sasuke became more excited. As long as we have the Manjiki Sharingan, we can get the same power as the one of our clan before, which belongs to our Uchiha. Shinji looked at Sasuke quietly. To be honest, he didn't think he had a close relationship with Sasuke before, it was almost a relationship of fellow clansmen and competitors. So when Sasuke saw him in danger, he was stimulated to awaken the three Magatama, which he still finds incredible. You know, on the night of the extermination of the clan, Sasuke just opened a Magatama in anger. Does he already regard me as a close friend in his heart? Thinking of this, Shinji's expression suddenly became strange. He remembered that Ataka later found Sasuke and told him a way to open the Manjiki Sharingan, which was to kill his closest friend. I won't be sacrificed by him in the future. Shinji laughed at himself secretly. Being friends with Uchiha is not necessarily a good thing. Soon, everyone began to heal their wounds. Almost all the people who were still alive in the convoy were injured along the way. Because they were worried about being ambushed again, many people just bandaged themselves and hurried on the road. So after arriving at the witch's palace, everyone healed their wounds and rested. At night, Shinji, who had found an opportunity to remove the shadow clone and return to the team, quietly sneaked into Shin's room. After seeing Shin, Shinji threw the bell magic weapon over, thanks. After catching the bell magic weapon, Shin pouted, it's all your fault. If you hadn't used illusion to seal my memory, I wouldn't have worried in vain. Shinji shook his head slowly, things are not that simple, your worries are not redundant. Shin opened his eyes wide and looked at Shinji with a face of wisdom, why? You should know this better than me. After a pause, Shinji said, what is the details of the monster Wang Liang, I don't need to tell you. Shin was surprised, ah, you even know this. Shinji said, so even if no one messes up this time, I can't solve the Wang Liang, the only one who can solve it is you. But I haven't practiced the sealing technique yet. Shin lowered his head and raised his fingers. Shinji said slowly, seal is only the last resort. Even if you seal it, it will eventually be released by those who are blinded by ambition, just like this time. Shin asked hurriedly, then what should I do? Everyone has their own dark side. Shinji slowed down his tone and said, I think only by facing your own dark side can you become a complete self. Shin was a little absent-minded, complete self. Okay, I have to do serious work. Shin was startled when he heard this and immediately hid behind a pillar, no. Shinji coaxed Shin, be good. Shin shook her head repeatedly, no. No. Shinji, please, don't seal my memory. I promise I won't tell anyone, I swear. Shinji was unmoved, I'm doing this for your own good, so you don't have to hold it in. Shin rubbed her hands and begged, Shinji, you are the only one who can break my death prophecy, we are a natural match, don't seal my memory. Shinji said, don't you understand yet? It's not me who broke your death prophecy, it's your power that is suppressed, and the future you peeked into is not accurate enough. What? Shin was stunned. Glancing at the bell magic weapon in Shin's hand, Shinji did not continue to explain. In fact, Shin's situation is somewhat similar to Shinji's. Both of them have very powerful powers in their bodies, but due to their age, they cannot fully exert their powers. At the age of 8, Shinji is unable to fully exert the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This has nothing to do with experience or skills. It is simply because his body has not fully developed, and his physical fitness and pupil power have not yet reached their peak. Shin, who is 7 years old, also has this problem. And her situation is more special than Shinji's, because her Miko power is also sealed by the bell artifact, so the accuracy of death prediction in this state is not high. For ordinary people, of course, there is no problem. But once the prophecy involves a powerful individual like Shinji who has the ability to interfere with fate, the accuracy of the death prophecy will naturally decrease. Just when Shin was stunned, Shinji took the opportunity to launch an illusion on her. At this time, Shinji already had a stronger pupil power than before, and Shin's Miko power was sealed again by the bell artifact, so he easily sealed Shin's memory. After completing the memory seal, Shinji flashed and left Shin's room. After solving the hidden danger of Shin, Shinji returned to his room and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he threw everything else behind his mind and concentrated on feeling the newly acquired Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After obtaining the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the most direct change was undoubtedly that his pupil power became more and stronger. The tingling sensation, blood and tears, decreased vision and other symptoms after using the pupil surgery before have now disappeared. Now, even if he uses 5 or 6 eye techniques in a row, he will only feel tired at most, just like when he fought with the Wang Liang. But maybe it's because his Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is too strong. The pair of Mangekis of Uchiha Fugaku that he controlled with the Susanozan lantern has made little difference to his eye power. The only contribution is the 2 eye techniques of Amaterasu and Izanagi no Mikoto contained in the pair of Mangekis. 5 eye technique positions. At this time, Shinji raised his chin and pondered. At the moment when the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan was fused, the 3 eye techniques of Susanozan lantern, Naobi and Hwajin contained in the 2 pairs of Mangekis were greatly improved. Among them, Susanozan not only evolved a 3rd pair of empty eye sockets, but also perfectly accepted the 2 Mangeki pupil techniques of Naobi and Hokasu, making Shinji's pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan unprecedentedly capable of containing 3 Mangeki pupil techniques in 1 pair of eyes. But the positions for pupil techniques are limited. Even Susanozan cannot accept pupil techniques without limit. And now Susanozan can only accept 5 Mangeki pupil techniques, not counting the universal Mangeki pupil technique Suzanu. In other words, in addition to the 3 fixed Mangeki pupil techniques of Susanozan, Naobi and Hokasu, he can temporarily accept 2 Mangeki pupil techniques at most. Just like at this moment, he temporarily accepted Amaterasu and Izanagi no Mikoto, and the 5 pupil technique positions were all occupied, so even if he used the vacant 3rd pair of eye sockets to control another pair of Mangeki, he could not obtain the pupil techniques in that pair of Mangeki. This means that before each battle, he must make certain adjustments and choose which Mangeki eye techniques to temporarily control. 5 eye technique slots, plus the Suzanu that does not consume eye technique slots, are actually a lot, but Shinji is still not satisfied. He stroked his chin. If you want to get more eye technique slots, I'm afraid you need to evolve your eyes again and strengthen the Suzanu Tou again, right? But the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is already the ultimate of the Sharingan. If it evolves again, it can only be the Samsara Eye. Thinking of Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, who had to endure until his old age to awaken the Samsara Eye, Shinji suddenly felt that the probability of his awakening the Samsara Eye was not high. But he changed his mind again. At that time, Uchiha Madara used Izanagi once and destroyed an Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. His pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is intact, so from a certain perspective, he and Uchiha Madara have their own advantages and disadvantages. Uchiha Madara's advantage is that he has the high-quality Yintun Chakra of Otsutsuki Indra, and his disadvantage is that he lacks an Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. His advantage is that the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is intact, but he does not have the high-quality Yintun Chakra of Otsutsuki Indra. When it comes to evolution, quality is actually more important than quantity. If you can't reach that quality, it's hard to succeed just by piling up quantity. So after careful consideration, Shinji feels that compared to Uchiha Madara who lacks an Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his disadvantage seems to be greater. But it's obviously too early to consider these things now. After all, his current body is only 8 years old, and he hasn't even reached his peak yet, so there's no need to rush to think about impacting the Samsara Eye. But it's still okay to collect some eyes and some pupil techniques. The increase in his eye power from controlling the Mangeki Sharingan did decrease, but that was only because the power of a pair of Mangeki Sharingan was insignificant compared to him now. But what if he controlled another pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Even more, what if he controlled a pair of Samsara eyes? And there are many strange eye skills bloodline limits in the ninja world, such as the red eyes and the blood dragon eyes. There is no doubt that these eye skills bloodline limits, like the Sharingan and the Byakugan, can be traced back to Kagaya Otsutsuki. They just produced genetic mutations during thousands of years of reproduction. Under normal circumstances, their upper limit is limited and cannot be compared with the Sharingan. But if Shinji uses the power of the Susanoo to combine the red eyes and the blood dragon eyes fusion, activating the hidden power in their blood, what kind of eyes will be obtained in the end? I am afraid no one in the ninja world can give an answer. 2 in 1 chapter. A new week, please recommend votes. Monthly votes. It's a small favor, please everyone. Chapter 130 Peace of Mind, please subscribe. In the next few days, everyone rested in the palace of the Miko. Thanks to Shinji's medical ninjutsu, the injured people received comprehensive treatment and their injuries gradually recovered. Suzuki and Niji, who were greatly stimulated, immediately began to practice after recovering from their injuries. And Kakashi and other Konoha ninjas, at the request of the Demon Country, immediately began to investigate the Yellow Springs cult active in the Demon Country. In the sealed land, Kakashi stared at the broken coffin and asked the Demon Country official next to him, "Is this the place where the monster per thousand is sealed?" "Yes, it's here." The Demon Country official nodded with a dark face. Until now, he still didn't understand how Huangchuan cult found this place. You know, even among the high-ranking officials of the Demon Country, the location of the sealed place is a top secret. Feeling the evil chakra of the ghost remaining in the coffin, Kakashi frowned a little uncomfortably. Was the seal here completed by the previous priestess? The official of the Demon Country nodded slightly. Kakashi was puzzled, since it was the seal imposed by the previous priestess herself, why is it so easy to be lifted? This. The officials of the Demon Country shook their heads, and they also wanted to know why. Is it related to the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi unconsciously thought of the Akatsuki organization. After returning to the palace of the priestess, Kakashi met with other people in Konoha and summarized their respective investigation results. Asuma was the first to say, "I went to several places suspected to be the bases of the Yellow Springs cult, but I didn't find any clues. All the places were deserted." Yui Kurane said, "It's the same here. The Yellow Springs cult seems to have disappeared all of a sudden." Others also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't find any clues. Asuma asked, "Kakashi, what do you think?" Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that the monsters were seriously injured in the previous battle, so they are dormant." Red Bean said, "Then what should we do?" "Continue to look." Kakashi shook his head, "No, let's return to the village first." Red Bean looked puzzled, "Should we just leave it alone? This matter involves the Akatsuki organization, we must be extremely cautious." After a pause, Kakashi said, "Let's report to the Hokage first." Although Asuma was a little unwilling, he finally nodded, "That's the only way." Kakashi and others quickly informed the Demon Kingdom of their decision. After discussing for a while, the top leaders of the Demon Country unanimously agreed to send the young shrine maiden to Konoha to study. Of course. It's called studying, but it's actually taking refuge. After all, the monster per thousand has escaped and may attack at any time, and the shrine maiden is still young and is no match for the monster. Rather than letting the shrine maiden stay in the country and be on guard against monsters all day long, it is better to send the shrine maiden directly to Konoha village. So, not long after Shin returned to the country, the Demon Country began to prepare for the trip again. But it was different from the last time. This time Shin went to Konoha and brought a large number of secret scrolls, spell secrets, and talisman secrets with him. Obviously, the top leaders of the Demon Country hoped that Shin would not relax the practice of the shrine maiden in the process of growing up. Watching the guards of the Demon Country carrying boxes of scrolls and secret books onto the carriage, Suzuki was a little curious, "What are these?" Shin sighed, "These are sufferings." Suzuki was stunned, "Suffering?" Ningji also looked surprised. The leader of the Demon Country next to him smiled, "Don't be offended, our prince is joking with you, these are the treasures of our Demon Country." Shinji walked over and looked at the boxes, "Is there a Maiko's sealing technique in it?" "Sealing technique?" Suzuki also became interested and moved closer. Shin put her hands on her waist and said proudly, "Not bad." The leader of the Demon Country said, "Looking at the entire ninja world, the sealing technique of our Demon Country is unparalleled in the world. Even the previous Uzumaki clan cannot compare with our prince in the attainments of sealing techniques." Shinji smiled slightly and said nothing. Although the other party was boastful, he was generally right. The sealing technique of the Demon Country priestess is indeed one of the best in the ninja world, and should be on par with the Uzumaki clan. Suzuki looked at Shin in surprise, "Are you so powerful?" "Hehe, you know it." Shin became more and more proud. Ninkai and Kimimaro also came over after hearing this. As if thinking of the bird in a cage on his forehead, Niasai asked, "Can I see it?" Shin was about to speak when she was interrupted by the leader of the Demon Country, "It's useless. Only your highness can practice these sealing techniques, spells, and talismans. No matter how hard others try, they can't master them." Kimimaro said lightly, "Just like the blood limit." The leader of the Demon Country was stunned for a moment, and then thought about it and found that this metaphor seemed very appropriate, so he smiled and nodded, you can understand it this way. But our highness is unique. Ningji stepped aside with some regret. Shinji saw this scene and remembered it in his heart, thinking, with Niji's personality, he should focus on the soft fist, why is he suddenly interested in the sealing technique? Did he want to break free from the bird in the cage? Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea. In his impression, the Hyuga clan and the Otsutsuki clan on the moon have some kind of connection. In the original time and space, Otsutsuki Tonari had a secret meeting with Hyuga Hayashi, who was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan at that time, but they finally broke down. So the main family of the Hyuga clan may hide some way to contact the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. If I bewitch Niji in the identity of the Akatsuki organization and let him secretly find out how the main family can contact the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, maybe there is a way to sneak to the moon. Instantly, this thought flashed through his mind. Calculating the time, it is still 9 to 10 years before Otsutsuki Tonari appears in the original time and space. At this time, there should be few members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and large towns are vacant, so as long as you can find a way to go to the moon is not as dangerous as imagined. And the giant reincarnation eye on the moon can be said to be one of the strongest treasures in the ninja world. If Shinji can get the giant reincarnation eye, or even get a part of the power of the giant reincarnation eye, the improvement of his strength is unimaginable. Just then, Shin suddenly pulled Shinji's sleeve. Shinji, degree superscript 2. Shinji hurriedly said, "Ah, I didn't think of anything." "You must have been thinking of something bad just now." Shin puffed her lips, her tone was very firm. Shinji felt a little guilty. "You are slandering me." "You are slandering me." Shin said, "You have to accompany me on the way to Konoha." Suzuki asked curiously, "Why do you want Shinji to accompany you?" "He has to practice now, how can he have time to accompany you every day?" Shinji nodded repeatedly, "I have to find a way to open my eyes, I don't have time to accompany you." "I don't care." Shin pulled Shinji's sleeve and said, "Only when you are by my side, I will feel at ease." Shinji's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, "No way, the illusion failed again? That's not right, if it failed, she would have quarreled with me a long time ago." Suzuki was even more curious, "Why do you feel at ease when Shinji is by your side?" Shin was also stunned, and couldn't answer for a while. But she just felt that she would feel inexplicably at ease when she was with Shinji. Yuzhiguo. With a bloody march sickle on his shoulder and a piece of grass in his mouth, Haydn curled his lips. "Hey, is this the place?" Engel, who had just walked out of a village, shook his head, "That guy left not long ago." "Damn, that damn guy escaped again." Haydn spit out the grass in his mouth and cursed. Engel's face was also a little gloomy. As a long-established bounty ninja, he has tracked countless targets, and has never been fooled by the target like this time. After thinking for a while, Engel said, "The other party should have noticed that we are tracking him. Continuing to look for him like this will only waste time. Let's go to the black market first to see if there are any large bounties recently. After receiving the bounty mission, we will do the mission and inquire about his news." In his eyes, everything that has nothing to do with money is a waste of time. If the leader hadn't ordered it personally this time, he wouldn't want to take this mission at all. Tisk. Spitting, Fei Duan said, "When we catch that guy, I will definitely cut off his hands and feet and teach him a lesson." Engel said coldly, "The leader asked us to recruit him, not kill him." Fei Duan smiled and said, "At worst, you can sew him up. By the way, I heard that he is also a very famous doctor. I wonder if he can heal himself after we cut off his hands and feet." "No doubt." Engel and Fei Duan, the immortal duo, received an order to find a doctor named Sheneng. Of course, the doctor is just the other party's cover identity. The other party's real identity is the leader of the remaining forces of the Sky Ninja village that was once destroyed by Konoha, and it is said that he is planning something. And at the same time that Engel and Fei Duan went to the black market. In a dark underground palace somewhere in the Kingdom of Soup, Sheneng paced and came to a huge culture tank. Looking at the huge cocoon inside that beats like a heart, his eyes were full of expectations. This is his masterpiece, the zero tail made by imitating the tailed beast. From the fact that the Air Ninja village dared to challenge Konoha, we know that the Air Ninja village is not an ordinary small ninja village. They have a lot of background. If not, there would not be enough financial resources and technology to support Sheneng to imitate the tailed beast and create the monster in front of him. It's just that the current Zero Tail is still in a juvenile state due to lack of chakra and cannot be used in actual combat. When Sheneng thought of this, he frowned. If you want to become a true-tailed beast, the chakra required is unimaginable for ordinary people, so how to obtain a huge amount of chakra has become a difficult problem in front of him. Suddenly, a twisted vortex appeared behind him. Then, two figures walked out of the vortex. One of them was Obito wearing a vortex mask, and the other was the monster Goryo that Obito had subdued not long ago. Sheneng was startled, and while retreating, he shouted, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Wang Liang glanced at the zero-tail larva in the giant petri dish, revealing a hint of surprise. "Hey, interesting." Obito smiled and said, "Are you satisfied with the partner I picked for you?" Wang Liang moved his eyes away from the zero-tail larva and looked at Sheneng in front of him. "A good host." "Oh, you actually gave such a high evaluation." Obito smiled, and then carefully examined Sheneng in front of him. "It seems that this guy still has secrets that I don't know." As a monster, Wuliang has its own set of evaluation standards for monsters, so being given a good evaluation by Wuliang at least shows that Sheneng's physical strength is far beyond the level of normal people. And listening to Obito and Wuliang's conversation as if no one was around, Sheneng's face was gloomy. From the Akatsuki red cloud cloaks worn by Obito and Wuliang, he, who had traveled all over the ninja world, recognized the identities of the other party. However, he asked himself that he had never offended the Akatsuki organization, and he didn't understand why the organization was trying to make things difficult for him, and even tracked down his lair. He waited and said, "You two should be from the Akatsuki organization, is there anything I can do for you?" Obito smiled and said, "I would like to invite you to join us." "Join you?" Obito nodded slightly, "We have investigated your background. As long as you work for us, we can help you to avenge Konoha." Wuliang pointed at the zero-tail larva at this time, "Without our power, you will never be able to complete this semi-finished product." Even his lair was found by the other party. Sheneng actually had no choice, so he said very tactfully, "I can join you, on the condition that you help me complete the zero-tail." "Deal." Obito nodded, and then threw a red cloud cloak to Sheneng. After taking the red cloud cloak, Sheneng put it on directly. At this time, Obito said to Wuliang and Sheneng, "From now on, you two will be partners, and you only need to obey my orders." At this time, Zetsu poked half of his body out of the ground and greeted Wuliang and Sheneng. "Hi." Obito continued, "Zetsu is your contact person. I will convey the next mission to you two through him." Seeing that another weirdo inexplicably appeared in his nest, Sheneng wanted to die, but the situation was stronger than the person, so he had to nod. Obito finally reminded, "Except for me and Zetsu, you should not contact or trust other members of the organization." Wang Liang remembered the colleague who had ruined his good deeds before, and gritted his teeth. Sheneng looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Did something happen in the organization?" 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Students who have votes, please support. Chapter 131 Negotiation, subscribe please. After leaving Wuliang behind, Obito and Zetsu left Sheneng's lair. Arriving at a cliff outside, Obito looked back, and then told Zetsu beside him, "This Sheneng is not as simple as we thought. You should pay attention to it in the future, don't let anything go wrong." Zetsu asked, "What's wrong with him? He is not an ordinary doctor." After a pause, Obito remembered Wuliang's evaluation just now. He should have practiced some secret technique, and his physique is much stronger than ordinary people. Secret technique? Zetsu seemed to have thought of something. Obito turned his head and glanced at Zetsu. Zetsu said quickly, "There were some rumors in the black market before, saying that the guy was a very powerful spy who had sneaked into Konoha's secret library and stole some secret techniques." Obito narrowed his eyes, "Is there such a thing?" Zetsu shrugged, "It may just be a rumor. There are many rumors like this in the black market. However, most of them are rumors, and some are even spread by various ninja villages for certain purposes. In short, you have to keep a close eye on them." After giving an order, Obito asked again, "Have you found out the two Uchiha clan members that Nagato secretly recruited?" Zetsu shook his head, "There is no clue at all. Those guys should not stay in the Hidden Rain village." "Guessed it." Obito said with a gloomy face, "The Uchiha who can awaken the Mangeki Sharingan cannot be unknown. We must have overlooked something. You keep checking. I want to know their identities." Itaki and Biwajozo watched the battle on the long street of the town and witnessed the red Susanoo launched by Karin. And Obito saw the golden Susanoo that Shinji launched when fighting with the monster. So they were sure that Nagato secretly recruited 2 Uchiha clan members with Mangeki Sharingan. I will continue to investigate. After a pause, Ze suddenly smiled and said, by the way, I have a piece of news that may interest you. What news? Ze smiled and said, do you remember Uchiha Itaka's brother who stayed in Konoha village? Uchiha Sasuke. Ze slowly said, yes, that's Uchiha Sasuke. I just got the news that he has awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Obito's face suddenly changed. He vaguely remembered Itaka's younger brother, who was only 7 or 8 years old now. At this time, Zetsu sighed, at the age of 7, he awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. This kid's talent is probably higher than Itaki. Obito nodded gently. Even he couldn't help but marvel at this talent. Then he thought of the survivor on the night of the genocide, so he asked, I remember there is another Uchiha survivor in Konoha. Yes, it's an 8-year-old kid named Uchiha Shinji. Without waiting for Obito to ask, Zetsu continued to introduce, but this kid hasn't opened his eyes yet, and can't be compared with Uchiha Sasuke. He is an ordinary kid who survived by luck. Obito said lightly, it's normal not to open his eyes at the age of 8. Thinking that Obito opened his eyes at the age of 11, Zetsu didn't refute, but just smiled secretly. Keep an eye on that Uchiha Sasuke. Glancing at the smirking Zetsu, Obito disappeared in the twisted vortex. Obviously. Although he emphasized that it was normal for an 8-year-old not to have his eyes open, he still recognized Zetsu's judgment in his heart and felt that Shinji was not worth paying attention to, so he only emphasized that Zetsu should pay attention to Sasuke's movements. Konoha Village. Hokage's office. After a long journey, Kakashi returned to the village without delay and came to report the mission situation to the 3rd Hokage as soon as possible. After listening to Kakashi's report about the escape of the monster Wang Liang and the involvement of Akatsuki in the incident, the 3rd Hokage frowned. Kakashi, do you suspect that the escape of the monster this time was planned by Akatsuki? Kakashi nodded. This possibility is very high, because the leader of the Huangchuan sect who released the monster has been wearing the red cloud suit of Akatsuki. And in the subsequent battles, many members of Akatsuki appeared. The 3rd Hokage took a puff of cigarette. Then how do you explain the Akatsuki member who stopped the monster later? There is no way to explain it. Sighing, Kakashi said solemnly, we know nothing about Akatsuki now. Not exactly nothing. The 3rd Hokage said, handing a document to Kakashi. After taking the document and looking at it, Kakashi's pupils shrank and he took a breath of cold air. This document records several members of Akatsuki whose identities have been discovered. The first one is Uchiha Itaki, who came from Konoha and killed the entire Uchiha clan. The second one is the Kirigakure rebel ninja, Biwajozo, one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen and the owner of the beheading sword. The third one is the Sand Village rebel ninja, the puppet master Red Sand Scorpion. The fourth one is the Uegakure rebel ninja, the disciple of the third Tsuchikage, the explosive monster Deidara. The fifth one is the Takigakure rebel ninja, Kakuzu. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Kakashi said, Hokage, have these S-level rebel ninjas joined the Akatsuki organization? The third Hokage nodded, yes, it has been confirmed from all aspects. All these people in the documents have joined that organization. Itaki and Biwajozo are members of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi has known this for a long time. But he didn't expect that the Red Sand Scorpion of Sand Village and the disciple of the third Tsuchikage of Uegakure, Deidara, also joined the Akatsuki organization. You should know that Scorpion of the Red Sand is the grandson of Cho, the powerful elder of Sand Village. Whether in terms of his own strength or background, he is one of the best in Sand Village and is qualified to run for the position of Kazekage. Similarly, being able to become the disciple of the third Tsuchikage, Deidara's status in Uegakure is obviously extraordinary, and he may inherit the position of Tsuchikage in the future. Even Kakuzu, who is relatively inconspicuous among them, is a very famous bounty ninja in the bounty circle. It is incredible that all these ninjas have joined the Akatsuki organization. However, Kakashi has experienced the Third Ninja World War after all. He quickly calmed down and said, Hokage-sama, I am afraid that 5 more people will be added to this document. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi. Kakashi said slowly, in the Long Street battle, in addition to Itaki and Biwajozo, there were 2 other groups of Akatsuki members. The group with words engraved in their eyes was eliminated by the other group wearing masks, and there were 3 masked Akatsuki members in total. After a brief recollection, Kakashi continued, among the 3, 2 have performed the pupil technique Susanoo of the Uchiha clan's Manjiki Sharingan, and the other has the Kirigakure's ice release bloodline Genkai. The 3rd generation nodded slightly. Yes, these 3 should be added. Kakashi continued, the leader of the Huangchuan cult should have also joined the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, the mysterious man wearing a one-eyed mask who rescued him is also a member of the Akatsuki organization, so these 2 people should be counted. While speaking, Kakashi hastily added the 5 people described by Kakashi to the end of the document, and then handed the document to the 3rd generation. Looking at the document handed back by Kakashi, the 3rd generation's face gradually became gloomy. After adding 5 people, the number of Akatsuki members suddenly expanded to 10. And these 10 people are all first-class Jonin, including 3 Uchiha with Manjiki Sharingan and a monster who once caused bloodshed in the ninja world. The strength of Akatsuki is so great that even the 3rd generation of Hokage can't help but feel. He couldn't help but wonder, what exactly does this organization want to do? Kakashi, who witnessed the battle on Changja and the battle between Shinji and Wu Yang, felt the strength of Akatsuki more deeply and more intuitively than the 3rd generation. He felt that even Konoha, the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, was not able to deal with Akatsuki alone, so he stepped forward and said, Hokage, Akatsuki has not only attacked ninjas from various villages, but also released monsters sealed in the land of demons. We can no longer ignore its threats. The 3rd generation heard Kakashi's implication, do you want to unite other villages to investigate Akatsuki together? Kakashi nodded immediately. You see, there are rebels from various ninja villages among the members of Akatsuki. We can use this as an excuse to call other ninja villages to discuss countermeasures together. The 3rd generation was silent after hearing this. Of course, he knew that with Konoha's current strength, it was not enough to face a ninja organization as difficult as Akatsuki alone. It's just that there are 3 Uchiha clan members in Akatsuki, including Uchiha Itachi. If other ninja villages knew about this, Konoha would lose face. However, considering that this kind of thing could not be concealed, the 3rd generation finally nodded and said, send a communication eagle to invite other villages. Kakashi nodded and confirmed, invite those ninja villages where traitors joined Akatsuki. No, notify all ninja villages. The 3rd generation waved his hand. He thought further than Kakashi. The threat of Akatsuki could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye, so it's better to take this opportunity to bring all ninja villages together. Kakashi, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly stopped. Hokage-sama, there is one more thing I need to report to you. Uchiha Sasuke awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan in this battle. The 3rd generation was not too surprised. Kakashi considered his words carefully. In addition, during this mission, we encountered an attack by a suspected root team. At this moment, the Sandai's face darkened. Kakashi continued, the root's target seems to be Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinji, but they resolved it. Oh. The Sandai became more interested. Then, Kakashi described in detail how the root team attacked the Demon Country convoy and was killed by Shinji, Sasuke and others. After learning that Uchiha Shinji had once again killed a root ninja on his own, the 3rd generation asked Kakashi, what do you think of Uchiha Shinji? Without hesitation, Kakashi blurted out, a genius. Genius. Kakashi nodded, he may not be as dazzling as Uchiha Sasuke, but he is definitely a genius, especially his medical ninjutsu, which has met the standards of a medical ninja. Yes, if you don't look at his Uchiha identity, he is indeed good enough. Shaking his head, the 3rd generation said, it's a pity that he is an Uchiha. Kakashi was silent. For Uchiha, as long as you can't open your eyes, you are not a genius, and as long as you can open your eyes, no matter how mediocre you look, you must be treated with caution. So at least for now, Uchiha Shinji who hasn't opened his eyes is not a genius. The 3rd generation said at this time, you should pay more attention to Sasuke. I hope you can serve as a mentor to Sasuke and Naruto in the future. As for Shinji, Gen's matter, I will handle it. Yes. Kakashi bowed and turned to leave. After Kakashi left, the 3rd generation looked out the window with his hands behind his back. In his heart, he had actually given up on Shinji, but he did not expect that Shinji, the lucky man who escaped the night of the Uchiha clan extermination, could escape Denzo's assassination one after another. But soon, he put Shinji's matter behind his mind. A mere Uchiha boy who had not opened his eyes was not qualified to occupy too much of his energy. Not long after, under the instruction of the third generation Hokage, Konoha's communication team became busy. Then, the communication eagle carrying the third generation's handwritten letter flew to various villages in the ninja world. In addition to the 5 major ninja villages, Kyuzagakuer, Takigakuer, Omegakure, and even the newly formed Otagakuer were formally invited. The Hidden Mist Village. A Hidden Mist ninja hurriedly handed the letter sent by Konoha to the 4th Mizukage. Mizukage, this is a handwritten letter from the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village. After the 4th Mizukage opened it, his eyes lit up. Akatsuki Organization. Seeing this, the Hidden Mist ninja asked, Mizukage, what does Konoha want to do? The 4th Mizukage said, good question, I also want to know what they want to do this time. The Hidden Cloud Village. Akatsuki. The 4th Raikage put the letter back on the table and said, it has nothing to do with our Kyumagakuer, why invite me to participate in the negotiation? It's ridiculous. The assistant next to him said, Lord Raikage, the previous cases of ninja disappearances in the village are likely to be caused by Akatsuki. Bang! The 4th Raikage smashed the table in front of him with a punch. What? It was done by this Akatsuki. Sand Village. The 4th Kazekage handed the 3rd Hokage's handwritten letter to Cho, read it yourself. After Cho took the letter, she sighed, hey, this time I will accompany you to Konoha. The 4th Kazekage nodded. Iwagakuer Village. The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, with a dark face, tore the 3rd Hokage's handwritten letter to pieces. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to write a letter specifically to humiliate me. They. Attendant said quickly, Lord Tsuchikage, according to. The 3rd Tsuchikage said angrily, why are you hesitating? Just say what you want to say. The attendant did not dare to hide. There are witnesses who saw Deidara wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization and appeared in the land of birds. The 3rd Tsuchikage was embarrassed. What did you say? Did that bastard really join the Akatsuki organization? The land of birds. H.U. Deidara sneezed and rubbed his nose. Scorpion beside him suddenly said, the hiding place of that Beirahu should be here. 2 in 1 chapter. Continue to ask for recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's a small effort, please support it. In addition, the situation is serious recently, everyone should pay attention to personal protection. Chapter 132 Invitations from each other, please subscribe. Boom boom boom. The shock waves of the explosion, like fireworks, bloomed in the air. Swish! Instantly, a giant white bird sprang out from the smoke of the explosion. There is no doubt. This giant white bird is Deidara's giant clay bird. Standing on the giant clay bird, Deidara spat lightly, tisk, that guy doesn't understand art at all, such an explosion is too lame, hey. Scorpion, who was also on the clay bird, said gloomily, if you can't do it, let me do it, you've been delayed for too long. Hearing Scorpion's impatience, Deidara said, don't worry, brother Scorpion, that guy just ran away fast, I will let him see what real art is now. After that, Deidara's eyes moved to the black shadow flying in the clouds ahead. Before in the bird country, the two of them had already blocked Baileahu, who knew that Baileahu actually had a giant fusion beast that could fly. Not only did the fusion beast fly at an incredibly fast speed, but the feathers that fell from its body could cause an explosion like a detonating talisman. So, they fought in the air all the way, from the bird country to the rain country, and now they have left the border of the rain country and come to the grass country. Knowing that his giant clay bird could not catch up with the opponent's giant fusion beast in speed, Deidara put his hands into the clay bag on his waist and said to Scorpion, brother Scorpion, just wait and see, hey. Then, he jumped off the giant clay bird with a swish and spread his hands that were rubbing the clay. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded, and a smaller and more slender clay bird spread its wings and flew out of the smoke. After landing steadily on the clay bird, Deidara raised the corner of his mouth. His detonating clay can be transformed into various creations under his artistic processing. He can mold countless birds alone. And this slender clay bird at this moment was molded by him imitating a bird with extremely fast flying speed in the land country. With the rapid flapping of its wings, the clay bird instantly accelerated and left the giant clay bird that Scorpion was riding behind. In Scorpion's vision, the giant fusion beast and the clay bird in front of him, one after the other, drilled into a cloud. Then, the dark cloud flashed with the light of explosion, followed by a roar, carrying a wave of air, deafening. On the ground, What's going on? Is it thundering? Why is that cloud flashing? It's strange, there's no moisture in the air, it doesn't look like it's going to rain. The delegation of the Land of Grass all looked up at the sky. This delegation was the team that the Grass Ninja Village sent to Konoha to participate in the negotiations after receiving the handwritten letter from the third Hokage. In fact, the Grass Ninja was not interested in the Akatsuki organization, nor was it interested in encircling and suppressing this organization. It's just that Konoha, the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, has spoken, and the third generation of Konoha Hokage has also sent a handwritten letter. It is reasonable that these small ninja villages in the gap must give some response. Therefore, the Kyuzagakure village sent out this delegation led by the elder of Kyuzagakure village. The elder of Kyuzagakure village, who was sitting in the carriage, saw the team stopped and asked, "What's going on?" Because it was still in the territory of the grass country, the elder was not worried about being attacked and was not too vigilant. A servant hurried to the carriage and reported, "My lord, we found some abnormal phenomena in the air." Abnormal. The elder of Kyuzagakure village frowned, walked out of the carriage, and then looked up at the sky like everyone else. Just then, he saw a small black dot appear in the clouds in the sky. Is it a bird? He was a little confused, but the distance was too far and he couldn't tell it clearly for a while. In a moment, another black dot emerged from the clouds and entered his field of vision. But before he could distinguish them clearly, he saw 2 black dots entangled together, and then a series of explosions broke out in the air. Enemy attack! The enemy is in the sky. Everyone be careful! Amid the loud boom, the grass country delegation team immediately became alert. Soon, a black shadow flew out from the smoke and dust of the explosion in the air, and immediately cast a huge shadow on the ground. This is too big. What is this? What the hell? Just when the grass ninjas were at a loss, they found feathers falling from the sky. A grass ninja caught a feather that fell in front of him, took a closer look, and found that the fluff at the end of the feather was on fire. He blew it subconsciously, but the ignited feather in his hand was not blown out by him, but a bright light flashed on it. Boom! In an instant, the feather exploded along with the grass ninja. This explosion immediately caused a linkage, and other falling feathers also exploded one after another. For a moment, the entire grass country delegation was engulfed by the explosion. In the air, standing on the back of the giant fusion beast, Hirahu never even looked down at the grass ninja delegation on the ground from beginning to end. His attention was all on Deidara, who was chasing him behind him, and he thought to himself, "Damn, why did the Akatsuki organization target me?" Hirako, who had been secretly following the developments in the ninja world, naturally also paid attention to the Akatsuki organization, which was in the limelight recently. He was just prepared to sit back and watch the fight between the Akatsuki organization and the ninja village. He never expected that the Akatsuki organization would find him and disrupt his original plan. Swish swish! Suddenly, 2 palm-sized white clay birds flew to his sides like arrows. His face was stern, and his eyes were full of surprise, when... Bang! Before he could react, the 2 clay birds that were close to him suddenly exploded. Instantly, the explosion at close range caused the giant fusion beast to lose its balance. It tilted and fell to the ground wrapped in black smoke. Boom! Amid the roar, the giant fusion beast fell to the ground, creating a big pit. The Kyuzagakure village delegation, which had just experienced the baptism of the explosion, was shocked again. Many people were knocked over by the airwave when they got up. Deidara in the air controlled the clay birds and fell to the ground immediately. Ahem! The dusty Bailuo climbed out of the big pit with a cough. Deidara smiled proudly and said, "Have you seen my art?" Bailuo looked gloomy and said, "I haven't offended my sister, what are you doing? Why are you attacking me?" At this time, Scorpion also caught up on the giant clay bird and landed on the ground. After jumping off the clay bird, Scorpion said in a deep voice, "We are here to invite you to join our Akatsuki organization." Hiroyuki was surprised. "What? Invite me to join your Akatsuki organization?" Deidara nodded, "Yes." Scorpion said again, "You can choose to accept or refuse, but before making a decision, you'd better think it over." Hiroyuki sneered, "Does it make a difference?" "Of course there is a difference." After a pause, Scorpion said to himself, "The difference is whether you go back with us as our colleague, or as my collection, and we take you back." Hirahu's face darkened. He had seen the strength of the 2 Akatsuki members in front of him. Before the ceremony was completed, he had no confidence to fight against them. And he knew very well that the Akatsuki, which had recently become famous, was full of masters. Even if he defeated the two with difficulty, there would be more and stronger Akatsuki members looking for him later. After a while, Hiraho asked a question he was eager to know the answer to: why? Why do you want to find me? Scorpion did not hide anything and said bluntly, we need your strength. Hiraho instantly felt the ambition of Akatsuki. The Akatsuki, which is already so powerful, is still actively recruiting people. This only shows one problem, that is, Akatsuki's plot is huge. Not far away, the survivors who were staggering in the Kyuzagakure village delegation finally saw the murderer who attacked them. Akatsuki. Are we being targeted? How did the other party know our route? Is there a spy from the other party in the village? After seeing the red cloud suits on Sasori and Deidara, the Kyuzagakure ninjas were horrified. You should know that the purpose of their trip was to discuss strategies to deal with the Akatsuki organization. As a result, the team was attacked by the Akatsuki organization not long after they set out. You can imagine how horrified they were. However, whether it was Sasori, Deidara, or Oburu who was confronting them, neither of them paid attention to the Kyuzagakure envoy team not far away, and neither of them even looked at them straight in the eye. Scorpion urged, I don't like to waste time. Okay, tell us your answer. If Akatsuki wants to use me, then I can also use Akatsuki. With their help, the preparations for the ceremony may be smoother. Thinking of this, Oburu said, okay, I will join you, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Just when Oburu was about to state his conditions, Sasori said impatiently, I am not interested in your conditions. When you go back, you can ask the leader yourself. Then, Scorpion said to Deidara beside him, let's go. Deidara shrugged, is this the end? Seeing Scorpion and Deidara jump onto the giant clay bird one after another, with no intention of talking to him, Biru's face turned pale. But he knew that it was meaningless to quarrel with the two of them at the moment, and he suddenly became very interested in the leader of the Akatsuki organization, so he pressed one hand on the giant fusion beast in the deep pit and poured his chakra into it. Turnies. After receiving the chakra of Okunaki, the giant fusion beast, which was originally seriously injured and had its wings broken, recovered from its injuries, flapped its wings, and flew away with Okunaki following Scorpion and Deidara. Not far away, the survivors of the Kyuzagakure village delegation looked at each other. Thinking that they were doomed, they suddenly felt like they had survived a disaster. At this time, the waiter shouted, it's bad, the elder was blown to death. The Kyuzagakure ninjas immediately gathered around and saw the elder who was lying beside the carriage with a look of unwillingness to die. Obviously, the previous feather bomb came too suddenly, and the elder of the Kyuzagakure village had bad luck. It happened that there were many feathers floating near him, so when the feathers exploded, he was caught off guard and died in the explosion before he could even perform defensive ninjutsu. What should we do? How do we explain to the village? The survivors in the delegation were in a state of panic. By watching the confrontation between Scorpion, Deidara, and Oburu, they roughly figured out that the two groups were not coming for their delegation. The reason why the two sides fought was because the Akatsuki organization was trying to recruit Oburu. The attack on their delegation was purely an accident, and they suffered an unprovoked disaster. But the delegation has not even left the country, and the leader died in an accident. If this gets out, where will their face as grass ninjas be? A Kyuzagakure ninja stood up at this time, glanced at everyone, and said, we just encountered an ambush carefully planned by Akatsuki, and the elders died in battle. Someone said, but... No buts. The Kyuzagakure ninja interrupted him and said viciously, Akatsuki openly intercepted our Kyuzagakure envoys, which is a heinous crime. We must tell all the ninja villages about this. Yes. Yes, we were attacked by Akatsuki. They are so despicable. Everyone quickly reacted and nodded. If the truth about what happened here is told to other ninja villages, it goes without saying that the village will only be ridiculed and despised. But if this matter is said to be a premeditated ambush by Akatsuki, then the situation will be completely different. And Konoha invited all ninja villages this time to discuss ways to deal with Akatsuki, so they said this, in fact, they are also cooperating with Konoha. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Yuditen Koharu said, Mist Village, Kumo Village, Sand Village, and Uegakure have all agreed to participate in the negotiations. Mito Kato added, Kusa Village, Omegakure, Taki Village, and Sound Village have also expressed that they will send people to participate in this meeting. The Sandai nodded. There is no doubt that everyone is not a fool. The recent movement of the Akatsuki organization has attracted the attention of all ninja villages. Coupled with his handwritten letter, the promotion of the talks is completely a matter of course. Danzo said coldly, Akatsuki has taken in so many Manjiki Uchiha with ulterior motives. We must take advantage of this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Yudatan Koharu and Mito Kato nodded together. On this issue, they support Danzo. For no other reason, just because the Uchiha with the Manjiki Sharingan is too dangerous. If it cannot be controlled in hand, it must be eradicated as soon as possible. This is also the reason why they support Danzo's tough treatment of the Uchiha clan. The third generation sighed. He thought that with the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the matter would come to an end, but now there is an Akatsuki organization closely related to the Uchiha clan. This gave him a bad feeling. Still 2 chapters in 1, please recommend and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 133 Experiment, please subscribe. Listening to Shin's vivid description, the students in the barbecue restaurant were stunned. Sakura looked incredulous. Did you guys really fight with that legendary monster? Shin put her hands on her hips. It's true, if you don't believe me, ask Shinji. Shinji was too lazy to talk, he was eating barbecue in big mouthfuls. Facing Sakura's expectant eyes, Suzuki nodded gently, yes, it's true. Kurama Yakumo also looked doubtful, you also met a mysterious Uchiha clan member? The other party also used a kind of Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique and almost burned the monster to death. Shin hurriedly said, yes, it's a black flame, it's powerful. Everyone turned their eyes to Suzuki again. Suzuki nodded again, it's true. Xiao Li was a little puzzled, didn't the Uchiha clan already? Just halfway through the words, Xiao Li was hit on the head by Tian Tian, and his mouth was covered by Ninkai next to him. It's okay. Suzuki shook his head. I don't know if it's because he has many friends around him. Suzuki walked out of the shadow of genocide earlier than in the original time and space. His eyes sparkled. In fact, Shinji and I don't know each other's identity, but I will never mistake the Sharingan in his eyes. Yakumo Kurama asked, is the Manjiki Sharingan really that powerful? Of course. Yes. Yes. Shin, Suzuki, Niji, even Kimimaro, who usually doesn't like to talk much, gave answers almost in unison. Karin lowered her head quickly, as if trying to hide the Manjiki Sharingan in her eyes. Naruto complained, if I had known it was so interesting, I should have followed her. Interesting. With a snort, Suzuki said, do you know how many people died along the way? Fortunately, there are 4 of us. If we had brought a burden like you, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to come back. Ningji echoed, this trip is indeed very dangerous. Shin said quickly, this is the first time I've made a mistake in my prediction. In the past, my predictions were always accurate. Thinking of the death prophecy that Shin mentioned before, everyone was shocked. Many students who just felt sorry for not being able to participate in this trip to the land of demons suddenly felt fortunate. This feeling of brushing shoulders with death is obviously not something everyone wants to experience. Just then, Karin suddenly asked, could you have seen it wrong? Didn't that monster just escape the seal? How could it join the Akatsuki organization? No doubt. When they heard that the monster was wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization and ambushed everyone, Karin and Shiro were shocked. In their minds, the Akatsuki organization is a righteous organization with the mission of saving the ninja world. How could they allow monsters to join? When Karin mentioned this topic, everyone looked at Shin and the others. Through Shin's story just now, everyone also became interested in the mysterious Akatsuki organization. After all, mystery and power are both attractive elements, and the Akatsuki organization is almost full in these 2 aspects, and it is difficult for the boys and girls present not to be attracted. Feeling everyone's gaze, Suzuki said, I know what you want to ask. Yes, the monster and the mysterious Uchiha clan are both members of the Akatsuki organization. As for why they are fighting among themselves, I can't give you an answer. As he said, Suzuki looked at Shinji on the side. Shinji, what do you think? Shinji spread his hands. I don't even know what the Akatsuki organization is. This Akatsuki organization is too mysterious. After sighing, Ino looked at everyone. Does anyone know the information about this Akatsuki organization? Everyone shook their heads. Karan and Haku had no choice but to follow everyone's shaking heads. At this time, Niji said, I heard that the Hokage has invited other ninja villages, and the topic seems to be how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Shikamaru nodded and said, yeah, I heard about it too. The Akatsuki organization first attacked the ninjas of various villages, and now released monsters, so the village did not keep the issue of the Akatsuki organization secret, and some wealthy families and high-level people in the village received the news. After chatting about the Akatsuki organization for a while, Kurama Yakumo said to Shin, since the monster's target is you, then don't leave the village. Sakura nodded hurriedly, yes, as long as you stay in our Konoha village, the monster will not dare to do anything to you. Shin insisted, I'm not afraid of it. Sasuke smiled, and then raised his mouth, I now have a 3-Magatama Sharingan. When I awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, I will help you get rid of that guy. Ninkai's face darkened. Sasuke's words made him feel uncomfortable. Before this trip to the land of demons, he didn't think he was worse than Sasuke at all. But after seeing the power of the Manjiki Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization, he found that the gap between the Byakugan and the Sharingan was far greater than he imagined. That almost invincible monster was completely vulnerable in front of the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. And Sasuke now has a pair of 3-Magatama Sharingan. As Sasuke said just now, as long as he awakens the Manjiki Sharingan, he will have the strength to defeat the monster. Looking at himself, Nishi felt desperate. He couldn't even imagine a way to defeat the monster, and he didn't even have a direction to work hard. With a soft fist? He sighed secretly. Seeing Niji sigh softly, Shinji, who was chewing barbecue, grinned calmly. Then he looked at Sasuke again and buried his head in the barbecue again. This time, the fusion of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan consumed a lot of his energy. He didn't eat well on the way back, and he lost a few pounds, so he wanted to make up for it while Shin was treating him. While eating barbecue, he felt the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his eye sockets. For now, his pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan should be the second pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the entire ninja world after Uchiha Madara. Considering that Uchiha Madara's pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan has evolved into Samsara Eye and is installed in Nagato's eye sockets, his eyes have become the only pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the current ninja world. It is of great significance. If you have to find someone in the ninja world who is closest to having the Samsara Eye besides Nagato, then he is the best choice. If there is no invasion, it will be great. Thinking of the heavy mission on his shoulders, Shinji became depressed again. But even if there is no invasion, there are many people in the ninja world who can threaten him. Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye, is not to be mentioned. In a one-on-one fight, no one in the ninja world today can be Nagato's opponent. Shinji can't beat Obito, who has the Kamyu and masters the wood release. He certainly can't deal with the cage of the 5 major ninja villages. Even Feijuan, who has mastered special means ninja, if he is not careful, there is a possibility of overturning. After all, age is his biggest weakness now. His physical fitness, strength, etc. may be top-notch among his peers, but facing the middle-aged ninja, the disadvantage is very obvious. This is also the reason why he tries his best every time and never takes it for granted. After a long time, the dinner finally ended. Shinji, who was full and satisfied, returned to the apartment with Bai, who was traveling with him. After lying on the bed and resting quietly for a while, he glanced at the wall clock and saw that the hour hand pointed to 12 o'clock, so he opened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and activated this Hibi. In an instant, he came to this Hibi space. Like the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan, after completing the fusion of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, this Hibi was also enhanced. The sensing distance of this Hibi was only 100 kilometers before. After being strengthened, the sensing distance of this Hibi has been increased to 300 kilometers, which can almost cover the entire territory of some small countries. At the same time, the number of spirits that can be marked by this Hibi has also increased from 7 to 9. After sensing Karen's position, Shinji connected with Karen's spirit. Hey! Karen was surprised when she was suddenly pulled into this Hibi space, and immediately stood up and saluted Shinji. Shinji, who was sitting on the stone chair, waved his hand, sit down. Karen sat down. Sir, do you have any instructions for me this time? Shinji said slowly, I need your cooperation to help me do an experiment. Okay. Karen agreed directly, although she didn't know what the leader wanted her to cooperate with. Shinji then instructed, no matter what happens later, don't be surprised, and don't do anything extreme. Karan nodded, yes. After releasing Niobe, Shinji's spirit left the Niobe space. Then he quietly left the apartment and came to a remote grove in the village. After confirming that there was no one around, he prepared a little and then activated Hwajin. The two kaleidoscope eye techniques of Hwajin and Niobe are symbiotic, and all spirits marked by Niobe are in the connection with Hwajin. So when Shinji sensed Karen's position, he activated Hwajin and somehow had the ability to extract Karen's chakra. Just when he was about to extract Karen's chakra, he was stunned. He didn't feel it at ordinary times, but now that he was connected to Karen through Hwajin, he intuitively felt how terrifying Karen's chakra was. If his chakra is set to 1 unit, then Karen, who has fused with White Zetsu's cells and transplanted a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, has at least 20 units of chakra in her body. You should know that his chakra amount is already outstanding among his peers, and Karen's chakra amount is at least 20 times his. When she reaches adulthood, her chakra amount may be even more exaggerated. After sighing, he no longer hesitated and immediately used the Huojin to extract the high-quality Yang attribute chakra from Karen. In the apartment, Karen sat quietly on her bed, waiting for the leader's test. She didn't know what would happen, so she was a little uneasy. Suddenly, she felt that the chakra in her body was taken away by an inexplicable force out of thin air. She was shocked and subconsciously jumped up from the bed. But just when she instinctively wanted to resist, she thought of the experiment mentioned by the leader and wondered, is this the adult's experiment? With this thought, she immediately suppressed her instinct to resist and let this force extract her chakra. In the grove, instantly, Shinji felt Karen's chakra pouring into his body. Even though he was prepared, he was still stimulated by the high-quality Yang escape chakra pouring into his body and moaned. The high-quality Yin attribute chakra in his body and Karen's high-quality Yang escape chakra, at this moment, blended in his body. Is this the union of Yin and Yang? With his back against the tree trunk, he slowly slid down and sat on the ground. This was his first time to experience such a strong union of Yin and Yang, and he felt that his chakra was agitated all over his body. Even after the fusion, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, whose pupil power had basically stabilized, became agitated at this moment. He suddenly covered his eyes. My pupil power. At first, he thought it was just an illusion, but after a moment, he found that his already stable pupil power began to grow again. Everything happened so suddenly. After a long time, Shinji stopped extracting Karen's chakra. Because according to the induction from Huojin, Karen's chakra at this moment has been almost extracted by him. Sitting on the grass leaning against the tree trunk, Shinji panted lightly and sighed, is the transmission loss so great? The physical distance between him and Karen at this moment is actually not far, at most 1 kilometer, but even with such a short distance, the loss of Huojin extracting chakra is almost close to 50%. In other words, only half of Karen's chakra that was almost drained was returned to his body. After assessing the loss of Huojin, Shinji sorted out his body again. Just a moment ago, his body had undergone significant changes. The most obvious change was that the pupil power of the pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan in his eye sockets had increased. And he faintly felt that the Yin-Tsu chakra in his body had also increased a lot, and this increase was not in quantity, but in quality. It's a pity that the power of the 10,000 things was not brought out. He shook his head, a little regretful. However, he also knew that the power of the 10,000 things was not so easy to bring out. It took Uchiha Madara decades to succeed. If he wanted to succeed, he had to increase his Yin-Tsu chakra to the extreme, at least to the level close to Otsutsuki Indra, to have a slight possibility. Then, he chuckled again and said, I didn't expect that Huojin has such an effect. His previous attempt showed that he could directly obtain the high-quality Yang-style chakra in Karen's body through Huojin. This would allow him to obtain the effect of transplanting White Zetsu cells without risk. When his body adapts to this level of Yang-style chakra in the future, the risk of transplanting White Zetsu cells or first-generation cells will be greatly reduced. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote monthly. Thank you all. Chapter 134 Ambition for the Power of All Things, please subscribe. In the apartment, Karen, sitting on the bed, was a little exhausted. It finally stopped. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, her face still in shock. The experience just now was really scary for her. She stayed in her room and did nothing, and the chakra in her body was drained out. Fortunately, when her chakra was about to run out, the extraction stopped, otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. In fact, with her current strength, she can resist this extraction. She was just worried about affecting the leader's experiment, so she had been enduring it with fear. At this time, she looked out the window and murmured, "Is the master in the village?" There is no doubt. When Shinji extracted her chakra, her Kagura heart also located Shinji's position. Looking in the direction of Shinji, Karin was curious, "I don't know how the master did it, it's amazing." In the woods. Because of the dual connection of Niobe and Hwajin, Shinji sensed the moment Karin subconsciously activated the Kagura heart. But he was not too surprised. He left the apartment and ran to the small woods outside to conduct experiments, originally to deal with Karin's Kagura heart. If he stayed in his apartment, he would have been exposed now. The improvement is so obvious after one time. If I do this regularly in the future, won't my pupil power be able to grow slowly? Shinji smiled and planned his future arrangements. With Karin's current strong physique, as long as he controls the amount of chakra extracted each time, it will not cause any damage to Karin. As he thought about it, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. Karin's high-quality Yang-style chakra can stimulate my Yin-style chakra. Then my high-quality Yin-style chakra can also stimulate her Yang-style chakra? Help her to fuse and absorb white Zetsu cells. Shinji couldn't hold back any longer when he had this thought. This kind of thing was impossible before, but it's different now. Like the Susanoo Sun Tomb and Niobe, the successful fusion of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan also strengthened Hwajin. In the Manjiki Sharingan state, Hwajin can only extract the chakra of the spirit connected to Niobe. But now Hwajin can transmit in both directions. In short, Shinji can extract Karin's chakra, or he can transfer his own chakra to Karin through the air. He can even extract Haku and Deodara's chakra, transfer it through his own body, and transfer it to Karin. Of course. Whether it is extraction or transfer, there is consumption. After calming down, Shinji started a new round of experiments. In an instant, Hwajin was activated again. This eye technique that can absorb chakra out of thin air was used by Shinji in reverse, allowing the high-quality Yintan chakra in his body to flow into Karin's body through the void. In the apartment. Hey! Karin was startled, staggered a few steps, and sat back on the bed. A large amount of chakra suddenly poured into her body, making her a little at a loss for a while. Did the master return my chakra? After a pause, her face suddenly changed. No, this is not my chakra. Instantly, she found that the chakra flowing into her body was a pure Yintan chakra that she had never felt before. As this Yintan chakra flowed into her body immediately became agitated. At this moment, not only her own Uzumaki clan bloodline was strongly stimulated, but also the white Zetsu cells implanted in her body became agitated by this Yintan chakra. Is this the master's chakra? Such a pure Yintan chakra is more extreme than the Yintan chakra contained in my pair of Manjiki Sharingan. It's simply incredible. Karin was shocked. You know, she had a pair of Manjiki Sharingan transplanted, and her body had been stimulated by high-quality Yintan chakra. So ordinary Yintan chakra could not cause a stress response in her body. This puzzled her. At the previous gathering, she heard Sasuke say that the Manjiki Sharingan was the ultimate pupil power of the Uchiha clan. Once you have the Manjiki Sharingan, you will be at the top of the ninja world. After transplanting the Manjiki Sharingan, she did feel the power of the Uchiha clan's ultimate pupil power. But compared with the Yintan chakra sent by the leader, the Yintan chakra on the Manjiki Sharingan instantly pales in comparison. Before she could think about it, she was surprised to find that her body seemed to be undergoing some changes under the stimulation of this Yintan chakra. She didn't know that this change was called yin-yang unity, which was the prerequisite for bringing out the power of all things. She just instinctively felt that the yang-style chakra in her body was becoming more and more active, and both the quality and quantity were slowly increasing. Then, she felt her arm getting a little hot. She pulled up her sleeves and took a closer look, and found that the wrinkled area where the white Zetsu cells were transplanted before was red and swollen. And in the swelling, the wrinkled skin in the transplanted area seemed to have smoothed it out a lot. What is this? Her eyes gradually changed from surprise to joy. Although she didn't understand cell fusion, she heard the leader mention that the wrinkled skin in the transplanted area was caused by her failure to completely fuse the white Zetsu cells. If she could perfectly fuse the implanted white Zetsu cells, she could smooth out the wrinkles. And at this moment, the wrinkles in the transplanted area had a tendency to smooth out, which undoubtedly showed that her degree of fusion with the white Zetsu cells had further deepened. Just when she expected the wrinkles to continue to smooth out, the influx of yin-style chakra suddenly stopped. In the grove. Huff! Huff! Shinji gasped for air. His chakra was not as abundant as Karen's. After a while of full supply, it was about to run out. This was when he had obtained a lot of Karen's chakra before. If he relied solely on his own chakra, he would last even shorter. After a while, Shinji recovered his chakra, and then he activated this Hibi and entered this Hibi space. Then, he brought Karen's spirit into this Hibi space. Seeing the leader, Karen immediately asked, "Sir, what happened just now?" Shinji tapped the round table in the middle with his fingers and said lightly, "Just now I was trying a pupil technique, which can absorb your chakra and also supply chakra for you." "So that's it?" Karen suddenly realized. Shinji pondered for a moment and asked, "Did the Yin-Tun chakra I sent to you cause any discomfort?" Karen immediately excitedly described the changes in her body to Shinji in detail. While listening, Shinji thought to himself, as expected, through Huojin, I can exchange each other's chakras with Karen without risk to enter the state of yin-yang unity. Yin-yang unity is a necessary condition for eliciting the power of all things, but it does not mean that it is useless if the power of all things is not elicited. In fact, yin-yang unity itself is a kind of practice far superior to other methods. As long as high-intensity yin-yang unity can be carried out, both Shinji and Karen can reap great benefits. For example, Shinji can improve his pupil power and the quality of Yin-Tun chakra. Karen can improve the degree of fusion with white Zetsu cells and the quality of Yang-Tun chakra. So, Shinji told Karen the concepts of Yin and Yang unity and power of the universe, and said, "We just entered the state of Yin and Yang unity, and the Yin and Yang chakras in our bodies have produced a shallow fusion of properties. Yin and Yang unity power of the universe." Karen was still a little dazed. These two concepts were too advanced for her, and she found it difficult to understand for a while. Seeing this, Shinji was not in a hurry, and slowly said, "You can understand it this way. The product of the fusion of water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra is wood release. And power of the universe is the product of the fusion of yin and yang chakras." This time, Karen had an intuitive understanding. Every Konoha ninja knows the power of wood release, and the yin and yang chakras are rarer and more difficult to master than the water and earth chakras. So she used simple ideas to speculate, and it was easy to conclude that the power of the forest was more powerful than the wood release. However, she also thought of the difficulty of fusing the wood release, so she asked, "Sir, it is so difficult to fuse the water attribute chakra and the earth attribute chakra, so it may not be easy for us to get the power of the forest." "Yes." After nodding slightly, Shinji said, "So just now we only briefly entered the state of yin and yang integration, and did not complete the fusion of the yin and yang attribute chakras, so we did not get the power of the forest." In Shinji's view, to get the power of the forest, at least two elements must be met. First, yin release chakra and yang release chakra of sufficient quality. Second, the user has the superb skills to fuse the properties of yin and yang chakras. If there is only quality but no skills to fuse properties, then only a very shallow yin and yang unity can be maintained. If the skills to fuse properties are mastered, but the quality of yin and yang chakra is not enough, it is still impossible to draw out the power of all things. In other words, the power of all things requires the ultimate yin and yang attribute chakra and the peak nature fusion skills. Both are indispensable. So in theory, no matter how hard Shinji and Karen try, they can't draw out the power of all things like Uchiha Madara. They have obvious deficiencies in chakra and skills. Although Shinji has the eternal Manjaki Sharingan, he does not have the chakra of the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, so his Yinsuku chakra is not the ultimate, and the quantity is not enough. Similarly, although Karen had transplanted white Zetsu cells, she also lacked the chakra of the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura, so her yang-style chakra was not extreme and the quantity was insufficient. At the same time, neither of them had mastered the technique of fusing the properties of yin-yang chakra. Shinji waved at Karen at this time, "Okay, you go back and rest first." "Yes." Seeing that the leader seemed to be thinking about something, Karen didn't say much and responded obediently. Shinji cut off the connection, and then Karen's spirit disappeared in this Hibi space. At this time, in the quiet Hibi space, Shinji thought about the solution. First, the most basic chakra problem must be solved. Shinji's current yin-style chakra, whether in quality or quantity, does not meet the conditions for eliciting the power of all things. The reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, Sasuke, still has a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets, so the method of stealing Otsutsuki Indra's chakra by transplanting Sasuke's Sharingan is not feasible. Then I can only rely on myself. Shinji lowered his eyes and began to think. Except for the pair of Mangeki Sharingan that had been fused with his grandmother Uchiha Chiri, there were only 3 pairs left. Among the 3 pairs, Uchiha Fugaku's pair and the half-damaged pair before were intact. The remaining pair was the completely damaged pair that was almost scrapped. If I can restore the completely damaged pair of Mangeki, and then use the Susanoo Suntoyu to fuse the 2 pairs of Mangeki into a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. He had this idea in his mind again. And now he can obviously complete this operation. Because he already has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, with the power of these eyes, he can completely use the power of the Susanoo Suntoyu to ignore the blood connection and forcibly fuse the 2 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. Because the Susanoo Suntoyu has been upgraded, there is an extra pair of empty eye sockets, which just meets his needs to control 3 pairs of eyes at the same time, and fuse the other 2 pairs of eyes with his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan as the foundation. In this way, he can get a second pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. At that time, whether he fuses this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan with his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan for the second time to impact the extreme of Yin-Tun Chakra, or transplant it to Karin to help Karin suppress the Yang-Tun Chakra in her body and provide protection for Karin's next transplant of primary cells, it is a feasible option. Yes, Shinji has begun to consider transplanting primary cells for Karin. Because compared to obtaining the ultimate Yin-Tun Chakra, obtaining the ultimate Yang-Tun Chakra is actually a little easier. As long as Karin can perfectly fuse the white Zetsu cells, she can try to transplant the first-generation cells, which are more domineering than the white Zetsu cells. If fusing the first-generation cells is not enough, she can also try to transplant Naruto's cells to obtain the chakra characteristics of the contemporary Otsutsuki Ashura's reincarnation in Naruto's cells, and further improve the quality of Yang-style chakra. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Everyone around me has been a sheep recently, so scared. Chapter 135 The Secret of the Samsara Eye. Please subscribe. The premise of everything is to restore the pair of completely damaged Mangeki Sharingan first. As for why he didn't use Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki to fuse with the pair of Mangeki in Karin's eye sockets, Shinji naturally had his own considerations. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki is an insurance for him. If Sasuke cannot successfully obtain Ataka's pair of Mangeki in the future, then Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki can be used as insurance to ensure that Sasuke can fuse a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan containing Otsutsuki Indra's chakra. So he will not easily use Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki unless it is absolutely necessary. No hurry, I'm still young, I can slowly lay out. Shinji calmed down. The power of all things is a very high-end power in the ninja world, and it is the threshold to enter the 6 paths level. For thousands of years, there are only a handful of people in the ninja world who can master this power. Therefore, this kind of thing cannot be rushed, it requires the right time, right place, and right people. For now, Shinji's starting point is already very high, and there is also the road that Uchiha Madara has traversed in front of him, so he can for reference. In addition, the reincarnations of this generation of Otsutsuki Indra and Otsutsuki Ashura are all around. As long as he makes bold assumptions, carefully verifies, and explores little by little, it will not be an unattainable goal to bring out the power of all things in the world. After closing his eyes, emptying his mind and clearing away all distracting thoughts, he began to concentrate and carefully sorted out the next plan. First, regularly exchange chakra with Karin to enter the shallow yin and yang integration state. This will not only allow both of them to improve the quality of chakra, but also allow them to take the opportunity to explore the skills of fusing the properties of yin and yang chakra. Second, find a way to restore the completely damaged pair of Mangekyo and fuse the second pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. These 2 things are his recent focus. After removing Niobe and Hwajin and closing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he walked out of the grove and headed towards his apartment. On the way, he thought of Konoha calling other ninja villages to discuss how to deal with Akatsuki. Strange, what happened inside Akatsuki? It stands to reason that Akatsuki is now fully staffed and will not recruit anyone else. But this time, the escape of Wu Yang clearly showed signs of Akatsuki's involvement, and in the end, Obito personally came forward to rescue Wu Yang, which was obviously abnormal. Shinji, who couldn't figure out the reason, thought, it seems that I have to find an opportunity to contact Deidara with Niobe. Obviously. Shinji overestimated the degree of unity within Akatsuki, so he didn't think about the internal strife at the first time. In fact, both Nagato and Obito were extremely wary of each other. Obito, needless to say, was inseparable from Yahiko's death and the destruction of the first batch of Akatsuki members, so he could never completely trust Nagato and Konan. Nagato and Konan, who had discovered some clues, were cooperating with Obito while being on guard against him. Konan even prepared 600 billion detonating talismans that could last for 10 minutes to kill Obito. The two sides had the same goal, so before the nine-tailed beasts were gathered, they had always maintained a tacit understanding and were in a state of cooperation. This was also the reason why Shinji did not consider the internal strife of the Akatsuki organization. But what he did not know was that his appearance accidentally broke this tacit understanding. His behavior of pretending to be a member of the Akatsuki organization became evidence of the other party's secret accumulation of strength in the eyes of Nagato and Obito. The two sides, who were already wary of each other, could not be open and honest on this issue. So after missing the opportunity for frank communication, the only option left for Nagato and Obito was to secretly recruit people and prepare in advance for the internal strife that would inevitably occur in the future. Therefore, there are now a series of events such as Obito recruiting Woolyang and Cheneng, and Nagato arranging Sasori to recruit Beirahu. The reason? The culprit who triggered this series of chain reactions was Shinji himself, who was troubled by this. I don't know how the village will deal with the Akatsuki organization. Shinji shook his head. Then he remembered that the village had summoned other ninja villages to discuss how to deal with the Akatsuki organization, and it was Niji who said it, and remembered Niji's sigh at that time. So the thought came to him, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. In a training ground not far from the Hyuga clan. Clang clang clang. Ningji dodged and moved under countless kunao attacks. He was agile, dodging while blocking with the kunao in his hand, sparking a bunch of flames caused by the violent collision of metals in the night. So strong. Xiao Li on the sidelines was stunned. Tenten, who was operating the mechanism and firing various kunao at Niji, said, "Of course, he is Niji." Xiao Li clenched his fist, "I must catch up with him." "Then you have to work hard." Tenten smiled and immediately moved her eyes to Niji on the field. Her eyes were full of admiration, and Niji's strength fascinated her. Swish! At this moment, I don't know if Niji was a little tired, he failed to completely avoid a kunao, and the kunao flew past his cheek, leaving a shallow blood mark on his face. "Be careful!" Tenten exclaimed and quickly turned off the mechanism. Ninkai in the field asked, "Why stop?" Tenten said, "Ninkai, your face." Ninkai wiped his face with his hand, "I'm fine, continue." Looking at Ninkai's violently heaving chest, and his slightly trembling arms that couldn't even hold the kunao tightly, Xiao Li said, "Ninkai, take a break." Tenten echoed, "Yes, it's too dangerous to do this kind of training in a tired state, let's take a break." Ninkai glanced, "Do you think I can't do it too?" Tenten and Xiao Li shook their heads together. "Go on, I'm fine." Ninkai got ready and urged him. Seeing Ninkai's persistence, Tianten had no choice but to start the mechanism again. In an instant, one kunao after another was shot at Ninkai again. Xiao Li gritted his teeth, "Even a genius like Ninkai is so hard-working, I shouldn't slack off. Starting tomorrow, my training will double." Tenten was speechless when he heard this. Then, she looked at Niji who was sweating profusely on the field, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She actually knew that Nisi was competing with Suzuki. What she didn't understand was that Nisi was already so good, why did he still have to compete with others, why did he still push himself so hard? What you worry about is what will happen. The tired Nisi was in danger several times on the field, and Tenten was so frightened that a layer of sweat oozed out of her hands. After a while, Tenten couldn't hold on any longer, "I can't go on." Xiao Li also agreed, "Stop it." Tenten quickly reached out to close the mechanism. "No." Ninkai, who was almost out of breath, roared angrily. Tenten's hand suddenly froze in mid-air, and for a moment, he was in a dilemma. At this time, something happened suddenly on the field. Ninkai's feet were unstable, and he staggered a step, and his rhythm was disrupted. His 3 defensive circles of white eyes, soft fists, and kunao collapsed instantly. As a result, he staggered, lost his defensive posture, and was completely exposed to the countless kunao shot from all directions. Tian Tian was horrified and reached out to close the mechanism. Xiao Li even rushed directly into the field holding the kunao. However, whether it was Tian Tian or Xiao Li, they were far away from the sidelines, and at this moment, they had no time to interfere with anything in the field. Return to the sky. At the line between life and death, Ningkai roared from his chest. He spun while staggering, and the whole person was like a whirlwind, facing the kunao shot from all directions. Clang clang clang. In an instant, a series of metal collisions sounded in the field. Those kunao clearly only hit the cyclone raised by Ningkai, but it seemed to hit the iron wall. This. Tian Tian and Xiao Li were both stunned. They didn't expect that in such a desperate situation, Niji could turn danger into safety. They were stunned for a moment, and Tian Tian even forgot to turn off the mechanism. However, Niji, who was almost exhausted, could not maintain a special skill like Kaiden. So in just a few breaths, Niji was forced to exit the Kaiden state and was exposed to the kunao shot from all directions again. No! Tension screamed, and when she realized that something was wrong with Niji, she was too late to turn off the mechanism. In the field. Is it over? Looking at the kunao shot from all directions, Niji, who was in so much pain that he couldn't use any strength, felt a sense of relief in his heart for some reason. But in the next moment, his heart was filled with resentment. Thinking of his wronged father and the bird in a cage on his forehead, he regretted it, but with countless kunao coming, no matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and then a golden skeleton hand grasped Niji. Then, kunao from all directions shot at the golden skeleton hand, and fell to the ground with a series of ding ding dang dang crisp sounds. This is... Ningkai, who had already accepted his fate, looked a little dazed. He recognized the golden skeleton hand at a glance. It was the eye technique Susanoo of the Mangekyo Uchiha who had fought against the monster before. But it obviously shouldn't appear here, so he thought, am I dead? These are all illusions before I die. But he quickly realized that it was not him who died, but the golden Susanoo really appeared. He stabilized his body, turned around, and saw the mysterious man wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask. While the mysterious man lifted the Susanoo, he said, "You are here." Ningkai asked in shock, "Why are you here?" The opponent's terrifying strength made him use honorifics subconsciously. The mysterious man smiled and said, "Why can't I be here?" Ningji quickly looked at the sidelines. Tenten and Xiao Li had been hit by the illusion at some point and fell to the ground. The mechanisms around the venue were also accurately shot by a kunao and stopped firing. The mysterious man looked around and said, "What you just used was the Kaiden of your Hyuga clan, right?" "Yes." Ningji nodded. "Just learned it." Ningji did not hide it and said frankly, "Well, I haven't been able to master it before. Just now, I successfully used it for the first time. Desperate situations can really stimulate potential." With a smile, the mysterious man continued, "But if I hadn't happened to pass by, your Hyuga clan should have held a banquet." Ningji lowered his head and said softly, "Thank you for your help. Luck won't always favor you." The mysterious man said, and turned to walk out. Ningkai hesitated and shouted, "Please wait a moment." The mysterious man stopped. Ningkai asked, "Why did you save me?" The mysterious man was silent for a moment, and smiled, "Maybe it's because you feel it's a pity." "A pity?" Ningkai was a little unbelievable and said, "Why do you feel it's a pity for a mediocre person like me to die?" The mysterious man turned around and said, "Because I don't think you are mediocre." Ningkai was full of surprise. He never thought that the strong man who could crush the monsters in front of him actually felt that he was not as a mediocre person. After a brief moment of surprise, he said painfully, "But I can't see the future, my Byakugan is far inferior to your Mangeki Sharingan." The mysterious man said as a matter of course the Byakugan is not as good as the Mangeki Sharingan. Ningkai looked lonely. At this time, the mysterious man casually said, "If you want to compete with the Mangeki, wait until you open the Samsara Eye." Ninkai's expression was lifted. Samsara Eye. What is that? He had never heard of this word. But he couldn't tell why, when the mysterious man in front of him said it, he firmly believed that this Samsara Eye must be real. The mysterious man said lightly, "The Samsara Eye is the advanced Byakugan." Ningkai was so excited that he trembled all over. Can the Byakugan awaken a higher level eye technique like the Sharingan? The mysterious man nodded. Ninkai thought of something and asked, but why have I never heard anyone mention it? There is no record of it in the family. The mysterious man looked up at the night sky. Did you see it? Ninkai also looked up, but after looking for a long time, he found that there were only the moon and stars in the night sky, and there was nothing unusual, nothing. The mysterious man said, such a bright moon, can't you see it? Ninkai was stunned. The moon. The mysterious man said in a deep voice, the secret of the reincarnation eye is hidden in the full moon above our heads. Only when you find a way to go to the moon can you open the reincarnation eye. Ninkai became more confused. The way to go to the moon. The mysterious man nodded and said, this is why I am here. Ninkai glanced at the Hyga clan land not far away, and reacted, you mean, the way to go to the moon is hidden in our Hyga clan? 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Today's body is still normal. Sheep, please leave. Sheep, please leave. I suddenly had chills last night, and the symptoms came so fast that I was caught off guard. I had a fever at night, my throat was dry, and I couldn't sleep all night. I'm still having a fever now. I got up and tried several times, but I couldn't concentrate. I had to take a leave. I hope everyone will tolerate it. Chapter 136 The 5 Cage Talks. Ningji didn't expect that his family still had such a secret, and he felt complicated for a while. He was happy that the Byakugan could continue to evolve like the Sharingan and impact a higher level of pupil power, but he was also worried that as a branch family, he had no right to know such a secret. That's right. Even a young man like Niji, who was known as a genius of the Hyga clan, first thought that he was not qualified to know such a secret. The strict hierarchy of the Hyga clan has been engraved into the bones of the clan members. Even brothers will have a huge difference in status because of the difference between the main family and the branch family. The mysterious man smiled and said, are you hesitating? Ningji shook his head and said, you don't know, I'm just a branch family. The mysterious man said indifferently, so what? So. Ningji lowered his head and said, so even if the family really hides the secret of the reincarnation eye, it is not for a branch family like me to ask about it. Really? With a smile, the mysterious man said, I thought you were determined to break the shackles of fate, but it turns out you are just a stupid bird willing to hide in a cage. After saying that, the mysterious man turned around again without any hesitation. Seeing the mysterious man disappearing into the darkness, Ninkai seemed to have figured something out and chased him. Please wait. The mysterious man did not stop. I am not interested in listening to the self-pity of the branch family. Ninkai chased him and apologized, I'm sorry. The mysterious man stopped. For you, there is only one chance to change your fate. Do you watch it go away or hold it tightly? Tell me the answer now. Ninkai clenched his fist, I want to hold it. Very good, that is the mentality of a strong man. Nodding, the mysterious man continued, the method to go to the moon, or the method to contact the moon, must be hidden in the hands of the main family. You have to find a way to get it. Ninkai listened carefully, then what? Then contact me, I will take you to the moon. After a pause, the mysterious man smiled and said, of course, you can also try to go by yourself, but I want to remind you that there is a group of people with similar blood to your Hyga clan living on the moon. I am afraid they will not be too friendly to you. I know. Ninkai nodded. He knew that the other party was using him. But no matter what, the other party pointed him in a direction, a hope called reincarnation eye. He is not afraid of hardship or grinding. What he is afraid of is that he doesn't even have a direction to work hard. As for betraying the main family, it is not an obstacle for him. If there is no opportunity, he would have wanted to avenge his father and deal with the main family. After all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, Ninkai asked, if I find a clue, how can I contact you? The mysterious man chuckled and said, don't worry, I will contact you. After that, the mysterious man flashed and disappeared into the night. Ren-igen. Ninkai silently recited and turned back to the practice field. Waking up the fainted Tenten and Xiao Li, Ninkai said, you two must be too tired, go back and rest early. Tenten rubbed his head, Ninkai, just now. Ninkai waved his hand, I'm fine, but you two fainted. Tenten and Xiao Li started to grumble, but seeing that Nisi was safe and sound, they were relieved. After chatting for a few words, they went home. On the other side, Shinji came to a secluded place, took off his mask and red cloud cloak, and finally lifted the transformation technique. Obviously, it was him who saved Nisi in the training ground just now. Originally, he was not sure whether to contact Nisi as an Akatsuki organization, but he didn't expect Nisi to practice so hard. If he hadn't happened to be nearby, he would have been dead by now. So he could only perform a transformation technique and then save the situation urgently. The Byakugan can see through the mask, but not the transformation technique, or to be more precise, the Byakugan can see the traces of the transformation technique and know you performed the transformation technique, but you cannot see your original appearance. And that's enough. Rin-Egan. Like Niji, Shinji is also thinking about Rin-Egan. There are two ways to obtain Rin-Egan. The first is to use a large number of Byakugan to merge into a giant Rin-Egan, which is the giant Rin-Egan on the moon. The second is that the Otsutsuki clan on the moon transplanted the high-purity Byakugan of the Hyuga clan to evolve the ordinary Rin-Egan. There is no need to talk about the first one. The number of Byakugan required to fuse the giant Rin-Egan is extremely exaggerated. The giant Rin-Egan on the moon was condensed by the Byakugan of thousands of clansmen of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. With the current number of Byakugan in the ninja world, even if the bird in the cage is not considered, it is impossible to gather enough Byakugan. So Shinji can only think of the second way. I wonder if Niji can fuse the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan into the Rin-Egan? This conjecture has been running through Shinji's mind since early in the morning. It is still 8 or 9 years before Otsutsuki Tonari destroyed the world in the original time and space. There must be other Otsutsuki clan members alive on the moon, so there are a lot of materials for testing, and he can test them one by one. As for the life and death of those crazy people who want to destroy the ninja world all day long, Shinji doesn't care. In the next few days, the delegations of various countries arrived in Konoha one after another. The first to arrive was the fourth Mizu Cage. The shadow of a village came in person, which obviously gave Konoha enough face as the inviting party, so the third came out to receive him in person. Afterwards, the fourth Reikage, the third Tsuchikage, and the fourth Kazekage they all arrived in Konoha. At this moment, the whole village was in an uproar. In fact, Konoha, as the inviting party, originally planned that each village would send 1 or 2 elders to participate in this meeting. Unexpectedly, the 4 shadows gathered. An ordinary negotiation turned into a 5-shadow meeting. You should know that in the history of the entire ninja village, the number of 5 shadow meetings is very few, and each time the 5 shadow meetings are held, they are all major issues such as distributing tailed beasts and responding to wars. Hokage's office. Kakashi reported, "Hokage, we have arranged temporary residences for each delegation and strengthened security." The third generation nodded, looking solemn. Yudin Koharu said, "It's a bit abnormal." Midaman nodded, "Yes, it's indeed a bit abnormal." Kakashi said, "Perhaps other villages have also noticed the threat of the Akatsuki organization, so they are so active in this meeting." Obviously, the Konoha high-level officials were surprised by the reactions of other ninja villages and worried about whether there might be some conspiracy. However, their worries were a bit unnecessary. Because the third Mizu Cage showed signs of being controlled by the Sharingan, Kirigaku suspected that Konoha was behind it. Later, with the demise of the Uchiha clan, Kirigaku suspected that Ataka had joined the Akatsuki organization, so they came immediately after receiving the news from Konoha. In Tsunagakur, the disappearance of the third Kazekage was a mystery to other villages, but for Tsunagakur, they already had a suspect, and this suspect happened to be Scorpion who joined the Akatsuki organization, so the fourth Kazekage decided to go there in person after receiving the invitation. It was even simpler for Iwagakur. Their favorite disciple joined the Akatsuki organization, so even if it was just a gesture, Onoki had to come. As for Kumigakur, after learning that the recent disappearances of Kumigakur ninjas might be related to the Akatsuki organization, how could the fourth Reikage sit still with that temper? The third Kazekage folded his hands behind his back. "No need to guess, we will know their purpose tomorrow. Kakashi, you are responsible for the security of this meeting, don't make any mistakes." "Yes." Kakashi bowed and accepted the order. The Kirigakur Embassy's headquarters. "Mizu Cage, here is the information you want." A Kirigakur ninja handed a document to the fourth Mizu Cage Yagura. After taking the document, the fourth Mizu Cage glanced at it and said, "Uchiha Sasuke, who is only 7 years old, has awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan." The Kirigakur ninja said, "Yes, among the 2 Uchiha survivors, Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes with double Magatama, and he awakened 3 Magatama in the demon country not long ago." The fourth Mizu Cage frowned. After he took office, he had studied the Uchiha clan and knew very well what it meant to awaken the three Magatama Sharingan at the age of 7. Then he looked at the second page. Why is this Uchiha Shinji so highly regarded? He is not, didn't he open his eyes? After a hesitation, the Kirigakure ninja explained, although this Uchiha Shinji didn't open his eyes, his ninjutsu and taijutsu are ranked among the top in Konoha's ninja school, and he is also good at medical ninjutsu, so we have improved our evaluation of him. The fourth Mizukage did not comment on this, and after a moment of silence, he ordered, let our people get close to Uchiha Sasuke as soon as possible, I want to know the secrets of the Uchiha clan. The Kirigakure ninja quickly responded, yes. The Kusagakure village. Why are all the 5 shadows here? Is it just a cover to deal with the Akatsuki organization, and the 5 major ninja villages want to start a war again? Then they wouldn't invite us to participate. Several Kusagakure ninjas gathered together to communicate. At first, they didn't take it too seriously. After arriving in Konoha, they found that the other 4 major ninja villages were led by the shadows themselves, and they instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. At this time, a Kusagakure ninja said, maybe the Akatsuki organization is really dangerous. A grass ninja echoed, yes, those guys are all S-level wanted criminals. Even the 5 major ninja villages will probably find it difficult to deal with them. They have received some basic information about the Akatsuki organization from Konoha. According to the intelligence, all members of the Akatsuki organization are elite first-level jonin, which can be seen from their previous encounters. There are 3 Manjiki Uchiha hidden in the Akatsuki organization. They must be related to the Uchiha clan. Don't we have spies in Konoha? Let the spies find a way to get close to the Uchiha survivors. We must hold this secret in our hands. Yes. The Sound Village. Kimimaro, who lifted the transformation technique, saluted to the person in front of him in the Sound Ninja costume and said, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled and said, are you still used to the ninja school in Konoha? Kimimaro was stunned, as if he didn't know how to answer this question. The smile on Orochimaru's face became even brighter, it seems that you still like the life in the ninja school. Kimimaro shook his head quickly, I want to stay with you. Orochimaru said, I need you to stay here. Kimimaro's expression became firm, then I will stay here. After nodding with satisfaction, Orochimaru asked about Sasuke's recent situation. After learning the details of the trip to the demon country, Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips with his tongue, you are worthy of being the child I like. Originally, targeting Sasuke was just a second choice. What he wanted most was Uchiha Itake's body. However, Uchiha Itake controlled him with a look, which forced him to give up the idea of coveting Itake's body. You know, he is not a person who will give up easily. If the gap is not too big, he will not set his sights on Sasuke, who is only 7 years old. However, Sasuke's performance did not disappoint him. He awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 7. In time, it is not impossible to surpass Uchiha Itake. Kimimaro asked, Lord Orochimaru, do you have any new arrangements? Orochimaru shook his head, no, it's the same as before, just keep an eye on Sasuke. As for other things, don't interfere. Yes. After Kimimaro left, Orochimaru took out the information about Akatsuki distributed by Konoha. At first, he didn't take this information seriously. You know, he was a real member of Akatsuki. He knew very well that the real horror of Akatsuki was not those S-level rebels, but Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. That was a person with the legendary Sage's Eye. Even he had to admit that the other party's strength far exceeded his. After seeing the other 4 cages arrive in Konoha one after another and forming a situation of the 5 cage talks, he became cautious again. Is there really a Manjiki Uchiha hidden inside Akatsuki that I don't know about? He had already overestimated the Akatsuki organization, but now it seems that this overestimation is not enough. If it is true as the Konoha newspaper said, there are still 2 or 3 Manjiki Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization, then the Akatsuki organization basically has the strength to sweep across a large ninja village. The next day, the talks officially began. There were 5 empty seats at the central round table, which were the seats of the 5 shadows. There was another round table in the outer circle, where representatives of some small ninja villages participating in the meeting, such as Takigakure, Raingakure, Kusagakure, and Soundgakure, sat. Soon, as the 5 shadows took their seats, the highlight began. As the host, the third generation was naturally the first to speak. He coughed twice and said, "Welcome everyone to Konoha to discuss plans to deal with the Akatsuki organization." Before the third generation finished speaking, the impatient fourth generation Reikage interrupted him and roared, "Forget about these nonsense. Tell us how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Those guys dared to attack our Kumigakure, I will not forgive them." 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for me. I had a fever for 2 days, and it only subsided this afternoon. I feel a little uncomfortable. I need another day off. I need another day off. The symptoms are sometimes mild and sometimes severe. Sometimes I just think I'm fine and I'm fully recovered, but the symptoms come back again. I won't be stubborn today and take another day off. End of this chapter. Chapter 137 Quarrel, please subscribe. The third generation's face sank. Teitin Koharu and Midaman N, who were sitting in the outer circle, all frowned, their expressions unchanged. Union relied on its own strength to plot against Konoha several times, and it was far away. Some of them sent spies to sneak into Konoha to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina, and recently arranged for the delegation to kidnap Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, which made Konoha very embarrassed. If Konoha had not been in a period of transition and its strength had not been greatly damaged, it would have gone to war with Kumigakure long ago. And now is obviously not the time for a dispute of loyalty. The third generation suppressed the anger that flashed in his eyes and said calmly, "Sir Reikage, please be patient." The fourth generation Mizukage suddenly said, "I think what the Reikage said is right, let's not talk nonsense. Since we 5 are gathered here, let's get straight to the point." The fourth generation Kazekage nodded lightly, "Yes, let's not be polite." The third generation Tsuchikage chuckled. The representatives of the small ninja villages sitting in the outer circle looked at each other for a while. No one expected that this 5 meeting would be full of gunpowder from the beginning, and several villages seemed to have a posture of targeting Konoha. Kakashi and Asuma, who were responsible for maintaining order on the sidelines, looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Although Konoha was the victor of the Third Ninja World War, but Konoha did not win that battle easily. The young and middle-aged suffered heavy casualties. It was the rising fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze who stabilized the situation by himself. Now that the fourth Hokage and his wife have all passed away, although Kakashi's generation has grown up, there is still a lack of strong people like the fourth Hokage who can control the situation. What's more, the destruction of the Uchiha clan also caused Konoha to lose a large number of combat forces. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Konoha at this time has long been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Its comprehensive strength may still rank first among the 5 major ninja villages, but its advantage is no longer so obvious. Facing the aggressive 4 shadows, the third Hokage looked calm. "In that case, let's get straight to the point." After that, the third Hokage ordered his attendants to distribute the information one by one. These materials were all the crimes of the Akatsuki organization collected by Konoha, including many cases of missing ninjas, the escape of monsters from the demon country, and the attack on the Kyuzagakure shinobi delegation just confirmed from the Kyuzagakure shinobi delegation. After reading the crimes of the Akatsuki organization collected by Konoha, the Reikage could not hold back and roared, "These guys are simply lawless." The other shadows also had gloomy faces. There are countless bounty ninja organizations in the ninja world, but there has never been one that dares to offend the 5 major ninja villages. And this Akatsuki organization not only attacked the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages, but also released the monsters sealed in the demon country and attacked the Kyuzagakure shinobi delegation. These crimes were too dazzling in the eyes of the 5 shadows. The fourth Mizukage put down the information in his hand and asked the third, "Why are there so many Uchiha people in this Akatsuki organization?" Instantly, everyone in the venue looked at the third, even the representatives of the Hidden Rain village were no exception. There is no doubt that when Pain received the third's invitation to discuss the meeting with the Akatsuki organization, he sent a delegation as the leader of the Hidden Rain village. The representatives of the Hidden Rain village who participated in the meeting at this moment represented the Akatsuki organization rather than the Hidden Rain village. So, the Akatsuki organization also attended this meeting against the Akatsuki organization. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, the third, who had been mentally prepared, coughed twice and shook his head. "Unfortunately, we in Konoha have no clue about this. We can only be sure that Uchiha Itaki, who killed the entire Uchiha clan, defected to join the Akatsuki organization. As for the information of other Uchiha people in the Akatsuki organization, we in Konoha know nothing." Humph. The fourth Mizukage snorted coldly. The third Hokage asked, "Does the Mizukage have any questions?" "It's not that I don't believe you, Konoha. It's just that." Glancing at everyone present, the fourth Hokage said slowly, "The Mangeki Sharingan is also rare in the Uchiha clan, right?" So many Mangeki Uchiha appeared in the Akatsuki organization at once. "Who would believe you if you said you didn't know?" The third Hokage Onoki blew his beard and glared, "Yes. I heard that the Uchiha clan had a genius named Uchiha Shisui before. Where is he?" The third Hokage shook his head and sighed, "Shisui committed suicide." The fourth Hokage smiled and said, "Suicide? You tell me that instant body Shisui would commit suicide? A genius like him would commit suicide?" The third Hokage's face sank. Shisui's death, of course, cannot be simply attributed to suicide, but it involves the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, as well as Danzo's rash and shameless sneak attack on Shisui. These scandals cannot even be made public, let alone brought up at the 5-Cage conference. But if it is not made clear, the suicide alone will obviously not fool the 4-Cage. Seeing the third Hokage speechless, the two Konoha elders, Koharu Udaten and En Mizuto, who were sitting in the outer circle, looked embarrassed, and the fourth Mizukage immediately asked, "Please tell us the truth, Mr. Hokage, is Uchiha's instant body Shisui really dead?" After hearing the fourth Mizukage's question, the other cages all became thoughtful. If Uchiha Shisui is not dead, then there may be a person like Uchiha Shisui among the several Mangeki Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization. The third Hokage immediately said, "Shisui is indeed dead, we have found his suicide note." "What's the use of a suicide note?" "Use." The Raikage was furious, "We want evidence. Where is the body? Where is Uchiha Shisui's body?" The third Hokage said calmly, "Unfortunately, we didn't find the body. It's not that Konoha can't produce evidence. As long as Danzo shows the Mangeki Sharingan that he snatched from Shisui in his eye socket, it can prove that Shisui is dead. But in this case, will Konoha still talk about the will of fire?" So the third Hokage can only resist. The fourth Mizukage narrowed his eyes, "I know very well what kind of monster instant body Shisui is. If such a monster doesn't find the body, we in Kirigakure will never believe that he is dead." After listening for a long time, the third Tsuchikage sneered, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, this Akatsuki organization is not a group of people who have been killed by the enemy and then secretly joined this Akatsuki organization, and went against us in the name of the Bounty Ninja organization." The third Hokage retorted, "Onoki, if that's the case, why did we Konoha hold this meeting?" The third Tsuchikage said coldly, "Who knows what conspiracy you have?" The third Hokage said, "Don't forget, your disciple is also a member of the Akatsuki organization. Is this also arranged by our Konoha?" Without waiting for the third Tsuchikage to answer, the fourth Raikage raised the information in his hand, "Look at these people. They are all traitors from your villages. The emergence of such a lawless bounty ninja organization in the ninja world is the responsibility of your villages. There are traitors from Konoha, Uegakure, Kirigakure and Sandagakure in the Akatsuki organization, but there are no traitors from Kumigakure, so the Raikage is justified." The third Tsuchikage said, "Raikage, don't talk nonsense." The fourth Raikage stared at Onoki, "Tsuchikage, isn't Deidara your disciple?" The third Tsuchikage Onoki crossed his arms and said, "Whether Deidara joined the Akatsuki organization or not is just one-sided words from the Kusagakure village. Without solid evidence, we will not admit it in the Uegakure village." The fourth Kazekage, who had been silent all this time, immediately agreed, "Yes, before there is solid evidence that Scorpion joined the Akatsuki organization, we will not admit it in the Sandagakure village." The fourth Mizukage did not speak, but chuckled twice, but these two chuckles had revealed his meaning. Seeing this, the third Hokage shook his head slightly. Although the Third Ninja World War had passed 7 or 8 years, the hatred between the 5 major ninja villages had not subsided much. Everyone was full of fear and hatred for each other. Under such circumstances, it was really difficult to bring several villages together. After another quarrel, the first meeting ended in this meaningless dispute. In the barbecue restaurant, Shinji smiled at everyone, "I'm treating you today, everyone can eat whatever you want. It's rare that Shinji invites us, so we won't be polite. Serve the dishes. We can have a good meal again." Everyone cheered immediately. Shinji also sat down at this time, picking up the dishes while pretending to be casual, and asked Shin beside him, "By the way, Shin, what did the 5-Cage talks talk about today?" Undoubtedly, Shinji's main purpose of inviting us this time was to get some information from Shin. Because Shin is a shrine maiden from the land of demons and the head of a country, she naturally attended the 5-cage talks today. When Shinji mentioned the 5-cage talks, everyone turned their eyes to Shin. Especially Shiro and Karin, they were more concerned about the results of this meeting than others. After all, the theme of this meeting was to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Shin sighed, hey, they were just arguing, and nothing was discussed. Suzuki was stunned, arguing. Shin nodded, yet. While chewing meat, Naruto asked incoherently, do big shots like Cage quarrel like us? Shikamaru said, of course, adults also quarrel. Shinji thought to himself, the Akatsuki organization has not done anything too outrageous yet. Even if there are attacks on ninjas from various villages, it will hurt the face of the major ninja villages. With the trust between the 5 major ninja villages, it may not be easy to unite to deal with the Akatsuki organization. In the original time and space, the reason why the 5 major ninja villages were able to put aside their past grudges was that the Akatsuki organization went too far. Not only did they attack the tailed beasts of each village, but they also openly declared war at the 5-cage conference. This made the 5 major ninja villages determined to form a ninja coalition. At present, the Akatsuki organization is just a small fight. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for the 5 major ninja villages to unite. Shiro and Karin also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Hidden Rain Village. Following Scorpion, Obaru passed through a narrow alley dripping with rain and walked towards the high tower in the center of the Hidden Rain Village. Obaru asked, where are we going? Scorpion replied, see the leader. Hiroho was refreshed. He was really looking forward to what kind of person this Akatsuki leader who could bring together dangerous people like Scorpion and Deidara would be. Soon, the two came to the tower and saw the figure standing in the rain. The figure turned slowly. Scorpion, step down. Scorpion didn't waste any words and left directly. Hiroho finally saw the figure standing in the rain at this time, and was attracted by the pair of eyes with strange spirals in the other's eye sockets. I am the leader of the organization, Pain. After a pause, Pain said, Scorpion said you want to see me. Yes. Hiroho even he nodded quickly. Then he was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why he answered so quickly and in such a humble tone. Pen looked at Hiroho, what do you want to tell me? After adjusting his mood, Hiroho said, the condition for me to agree to join the Akatsuki organization is that the Akatsuki organization must help me complete an experiment. What experiment? Hiroho told him that he needed several bloodline ninjas. Pen nodded, I will send someone to assist you. From now on, you are a member of our Akatsuki organization. Back off. After Hiroho left, Konan walked out of the shadows. Kakuzu and the others failed. Pen frowned slightly, what happened? Konan shook his head, it's not clear yet. The target of recruitment may have been taken by others first. Pen tilted his head, are you doubting him? Except for him, no one else will interfere with our plan. Konan said with a gloomy face, he is still expanding his strength. We must be vigilant. The Akatsuki organization has its own intelligence network. The matter of the demons in the demon country escaping is now making a big fuss in the ninja world. Konan naturally learned the details and guessed that it was Obito's doing. Pain nodded, the 5 major ninja villages have also begun to pay attention to us. Konan was a little worried, what will they do? Pain said lightly, don't worry, those ignorant guys will never learn to understand each other. When he received the invitation from Konoha, he had already seen the ending. In his opinion, if the 5 major ninja villages can understand each other and reach cooperation because of this matter, it means that the 5 major ninja villages still have value to exist. But he believes that this possibility is very small. Because he has seen through the nature of the 5 major ninja villages. Those arrogant ninjas only know how to use the power in their hands and don't know how to understand each other at all. So they can talk about war lightly for their own selfishness, and can coldly wipe out villages, towns, and even a country. Whether they win or lose, they can't learn lessons from the war. They will only accumulate strength and plan the next war. Only by making these people feel the pain deeply. Let them lose their relatives, close friends, and lovers. Only then will they remember the pain, understand the pain, and understand what peace is. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 138 Pure White Eyes. Looking at Pain with a firm gaze in front of her, Xionan's worries gradually dissipated. She knew that as long as Nagato was there, their ideals would be realized. She walked up to him and whispered, "The plan to collect the tailed beasts may be forced to move forward." Pain nodded gently, "I will prepare the outer path statue as soon as possible." At this stage, he has not adjusted the outer path statue, but the external situation has changed, so they must also make adjustments. Xionan then asked, "Do you need to notify him?" The he in Xionan's mouth naturally refers to Obito. Pain said, "He shouldn't hinder us in collecting the tailed beasts. Moreover, we can test his power by collecting the tailed beasts." Konan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go inform him." The 5 major ninja villages slowly advanced the talks in the quarrel, while the Akatsuki organization was secretly accumulating strength. Shinji was naturally not idle. These days, he regularly exchanged chakra with Karin through Naobi and Hwajin. Karin's high-purity yang-style chakra brought great stimulation to his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Every time he exchanged chakra, his pupil power could be significantly improved. Similarly, Shinji's high-purity yin-style chakra also brought great benefits to Karin. The most obvious example is that the wrinkles in the transplanted area of Karin's arm have been smoothed out a lot, and they are no longer the ugly wrinkled appearance before. According to Shinji's estimate, in 2 months at most, the skin wrinkles in the transplanted area of Karin's arm should be completely restored to normal. Once that area returns to normal, it means that Karin has completely merged with the white Zetsu cells and no longer has the risk of rejection. Hey! After exhaling, Shinji stopped the Hwajin. Just now, he completed another chakra exchange with Karin. Holding the tree trunk, he slowly stood up while evaluating the results of this chakra exchange in his heart. Not to mention his own eye power improvement. What really shocked him was the increase in Karin's chakra volume. Because of the Hwajin, he could clearly feel the overall chakra volume of the target linked by the Hwajin. So he actually knew the changes in Karin's chakra volume better than Karin herself. At first, he felt that Karin's chakra volume was about 20 times his, which was already a very amazing number. And after exchanging chakras again and again, Karin's chakra volume was still surging. Just now when he used the Huojin to extract Karin's chakra, he found that Karin's chakra amount has been raised to about his 25th. It is conceivable that once Karin completely merges with the white Zetsu cells, the amount of chakra will be terrifying. Did I cultivate a humanoid-tailed beast like the first generation? Thinking of this, Shinji was secretly shocked. Before, he did not dare to have too much hope for whether he could restore the pair of completely damaged Manjiki. But now seeing Karin's growth rate, he suddenly felt that once Karin completely merged with the white Zetsu cells and the yang release chakra in her body reached a higher level, restoring the pair of completely damaged Manjiki might not be an unimaginable luxury. But now he is not going to let Karin try to restore the pair of completely damaged Manjiki. In addition to the fact that Karin has not completely merged with the white Zetsu cells, another point is that the Kyuzagoku behind Karin has been frequently contacting Karin recently. In fact, it is not only Karin. During this period, Kirigaku has also been frequently contacting Haku, asking Haku to get closer to Sasuke and find out the secrets of the Uchiha clan and the Akatsuki organization. The reason for this is that there was a rumor in the outside world that Akatsuki was secretly supported by Konoha, and that the Manjiki Uchiha in Akatsuki were all masters of the Uchiha clan who faked their deaths and escaped, and were secretly disguised, so they all wore masks. Because of this rumor, Bai and Karin were once again asked by the forces behind them to approach Sasuke. Shinji smiled and shook his head. He had the most say in the truth of this rumor, but he obviously couldn't stand up and say anything, so he could only take it as a joke. After thinking for a while, he activated this Hibi and entered this Hibi space. Then, in this Hibi space, he linked a spirit and brought it into this Hibi space. Where is this? As soon as the spirit entered this Hibi space, the whole person exclaimed. Shinji, who was sitting leisurely, said calmly, "Hyaga-niji, find an empty seat and sit down." There is no doubt that the spirit brought into the Naobi space by Shinji was not someone else, but Niji, who was marked with Naobi by Shinji that day. Looking at Shinji on the main seat, Niji was surprised. "Is it you?" Shinji nodded gently. Niji suppressed his doubts, looked around vigilantly, found an empty seat, and sat down slowly. After sitting down, he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, where is this place? How did I get here?" Shinji did not explain much, but just said casually, "You don't need to know the details, you just need to know that this is a hidden spirit space, you are just a spirit brought here by me, and you can find a place. Spirit space. Ningji's eyes were stern. As a son of a wealthy family, he knew very well that once the spirits were involved in the ninja world, they were often very mysterious and dangerous techniques. Shinji continued, I will contact you in this way in the future. Here, you can speak freely without worrying about leaks. When Niji heard this, he immediately realized the benefits of this spirit space, so he asked, then how should I call you? Shinji pondered for a moment and said, you can just call me leader. Leader. Niji was stunned, and then asked, are you the leader of the Akatsuki organization? Shinji nodded gently. Niji naturally knew that the village was holding a 5-cage meeting to deal with the Akatsuki organization. For a rich kid like him, they had even heard about some of the crimes of the Akatsuki organization. So when he learned that the person in front of him was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, he couldn't help asking, do you know that our village is holding a meeting to deal with the Akatsuki organization? Shinji asked, so what? Ningji was puzzled, you are not worried at all. Why should I worry? Shinji smiled and asked back, shouldn't the weak be the ones who should be worried? Why should the strong be worried? Ningji was speechless. He didn't expect the leader of the Akatsuki organization to be so arrogant. He dared to regard himself as a strong man when facing the 5 major ninja villages. Shinji said, okay, let's get to the point. Have you gained anything these days? Ningji shook his head, I'm sorry, I sneaked into the main family mansion and searched many places, but I didn't find any clues related to the Samsara Eye or the moon. Shinji thought for a while and said, this secret should be the most core secret for the main family. It may even be known only by the head of the family, so it is not so easy to find. Ningji frowned, then how should I find it? Shinji said, I can't give you any advice on this. You can only figure it out yourself. Yes. Ningji had no choice but to nod. Shinji stopped talking nonsense and directly terminated the connection with Ningji, allowing Ningji's spirit to leave the Niobe space. After Ningji left, Shinji did not leave immediately, but took advantage of the quietness of the Niobe space to think. Shinji actually guessed whether the Hyuga main family had a way to contact the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. If the Hyuga clan didn't take the initiative to contact the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, then his plan on Niji would be in vain. Because it would take 8 or 9 years for Otsutsuki Tonari to contact the Hyuga clan. Shinji can wait. But the ninja world may not be able to wait. Is there any other way to go to the moon? Shinji stroked his chin and pondered. He remembered that in the original time and space, Naruto and his friends were teleported to the interior of the moon through a sealed space. Although the entrance to that sealed space was in the ninja realm was so large that if there were no clues, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a sealed space. Unless, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon can be attracted down. Suddenly, Shinji had a new idea. If he could come up with something to attract the Otsutsuki clan and attract the Otsutsuki clan down from the moon, he could sneak into the moon. But soon he was in trouble again. Because he found that there seemed to be nothing in the ninja realm that could attract the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Even when Uchiha Madara stole the Outer Path demon statue, the Otsutsuki clan, the guardian, did not react. Do we really have to wait for Otsutsuki Tonari to come down and abduct Hanabi? Shinji's expression suddenly changed, and he thought, yes. Those Otsutsuki on the moon are not without desires, they still need 2 things. These 2 things are the 2 things that the original Otsutsuki Tonari in the sky sent the reincarnation eye puppet to sneak into Konoha to try to abduct before launching the world destruction. That is the pure Byakugan, and the Byakugan princess who can give birth to children. The pure Byakugan is used to fuse the reincarnation eye, and the Byakugan princess is why the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan continues. These 2 things are what the Otsutsuki clan on the moon must have. If Shinji can use one of these 2 things to lure the Otsutsuki on the moon, maybe he can lure them down from the moon. As for what to choose as bait, Shinji quickly made a decision. At present, there should be some people left in the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, and Otsutsuki Tonari is still young and not yet an adult, so the Byakugan princess and the like should not be very attractive to those Otsutsuki. So what can really attract them should be the pure Byakugan. If I can create a pair of pure Byakugan, maybe I can lure those Otsutsuki down. Shinji gradually became certain. Because the pure Byakugan is the only way to fuse the ordinary samsara eyes, as long as the Otsutsuki clan wants to fuse a pair of ordinary samsara eyes, they can't do without the pure Byakugan. Shinji narrowed his eyes, but where can I find a pair of pure Byakugan? In the original time and space, the one who met the pure Byakugan was Hinata Hanabi. But now Hanabi is still young, and her Byakugan has not yet developed, and she can't reach the level of pure Byakugan at all. Moreover, even if it is Hanabi's pure Byakugan, Otsutsuki Tonari can't make a move in advance, which means that Hanabi's Byakugan only meets the minimum standard of pure Byakugan. In other words, if Shinji wants to attract the Otsutsuki on the moon in advance, he needs to create a pair of Byakugan with extremely high purity, so high that the Otsutsuki clan can't restrain their greed. With Niji's talent, the purity of his Byakugan should be extremely high. It's a pity that he was engraved with bird in a cage, otherwise, he could give it a try. After a pause, Shinji tilted his head. What about Hinata? She was called the Byakugan princess by Otsutsuki Tonari, her Byakugan should also be very pure, right? Shinji felt that whether it was Niji or Hinata, their Byakugan should be quite pure. But this degree is definitely not enough. So the problem now is not who to choose, but how to create a pair of Byakugan with a purity that can arouse the greed of the Otsutsuki on the moon. Thinking about it, Shinji suddenly thought of Kimimaro. He has confirmed in many ways that the Kagaya clan, where Kimimaro belongs, is a distant relative of the Hyuga clan. Now he is sure that the relationship between the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan is similar to that between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. So the pure Byakugan can actually be obtained from Kimimaro, who has the blood of the Kagaya clan. Because according to the theory of blood fusion, the common ancestor of the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan is the second son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, who has the pure Byakugan second only to Kagaya Otsutsuki. If Kimimiro's cells are fused with Niji or Hinata's cells, then it is possible to get a pair of pure Byakugan. Thinking of this, Shinji flashed and came to the laboratory. In the laboratory, he has analyzed Kimimiro's cell tissue and conducted cell fusion experiments with it and several other groups of cell tissues. However, Kimimiro's cell tissue has too strong rejection and can hardly be fused with other cell tissues, so he once stopped the related experiments. But what happened just now suddenly gave him an idea. If the relationship between the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan is the same as that between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, then the cell tissues of the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan must be able to merge. So the previous failure was just because he overlooked something. What exactly did you overlook? The key to balancing the first generation of cells is the Sharingan, so. I know, the key is the Byakugan. You must have a strong Byakugan chakra to be able to control the violent Kagaya clan cell tissue on Kimimaro. Instantly, Shinji had an idea. He took out a culture dish again, put Kimimaro and Niji's cell tissues in them respectively, and then directly activated the Hwajin, extracted Niji's Byakugan chakra from a distance, and injected it all in. Chapter 139 Bewitching. With the injection of the Byakugan chakra from Niji, the aggressiveness of Kimimiro's cell tissue in the culture dish immediately decreased by 1 level. There's hope. Shinji's expression changed. Leaving aside other things, the fact that Byakugan chakra can suppress the rejection of Kimimiro's cell tissue shows that Byakugan chakra is the key to fusion. Then, he used an instrument to detect the progress of cell fusion in the culture dish. It was found that the two groups of cells that could not be fused before, after being injected with Byakugan chakra, which had the effect of a regulator, actually showed signs of fusion. Crack! After a while, the culture dish shattered. The cell tissue in the culture dish was all calcified, and then withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a fine ash. Shinji was not surprised at all by the scene. He had tried it many times before, and as long as it was related to Kimimiro's cell tissue, the final result would be like this without exception. It's just that compared with the previous ones, there was obvious progress this time, and this progress was obviously caused by Byakugan chakra. It is so. Looking at the data displayed on the instrument, Shinji was a little more certain. The blood fusion of the Kagaya clan and the Hyuga clan also follows the elements of yin and yang fusion, and the unity of yin and yang. It is not a mindless cell fusion. If Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan is the main one, then the yang fusion in Kimimiro's body is the main body, then he can only obtain the yin fusion power of the Hyuga clan by transplanting the Byakugan. On the contrary, if Niji of the Hyuga clan is the main one, the yang fusion power of the Kagaya clan can only be obtained by transplanting cell tissues. If Niji's cell tissue is transplanted to Kimimaro, or Kimimiro's eyes are transplanted to Niji, not only will the effect be minimal, but the probability of transplantation failure will also be greatly increased because of the inability to achieve a balance between yin and yang. In addition, from the experiment just now, Shinji also found that the strength of the Byakugan chakra is the key factor for the successful fusion. In order to suppress Kimimura's cell tissue throughout the process, it is necessary to have a constant supply of Byakugan chakra. In this regard, Niji's Byakugan chakra is obviously not enough. After cleaning up the test bench and erasing all the experimental residues, Shinji left the laboratory. He has made 2 preparations to find the way to the moon. It would be best if Niji could find a way to contact the Otsutsuki clan on the moon within the Hyuga clan. If he can't find it, he will find a way to create a pair of pure Byakugan to attract the Otsutsuki on the moon. As long as the Otsutsuki are greedy, he can follow the clues and find a way to the moon. In a hidden cave, Zato poked his head out from the ground and said to Obito in the cave, "The 5 shadows gathered in Konoha to discuss how to deal with us." Obito asked, "Is there any news from Nagato?" Zato replied, "He asked us to be prepared, and the plan may be advanced." Obito nodded. Since the 5 major ninja villages have noticed the Akatsuki organization, it is reasonable to plan ahead of time. Then, Obito asked Zetsu, "Are there any clues about those people?" Zato spread his hands, "There are no clues yet, those people seem to not exist." "How can there be at least 2 Mangeki Uchiha?" Obito's face sank, and he said sternly, "They must be hiding somewhere." Zato probed, "Maybe Itaka knows something." Obito's face was a little embarrassed, "I can't guess what he thinks. He has always been vigilant about Itaka. Perhaps in Nagato's eyes, Itaka belongs to his side, but only he knows that this fellow has never truly believed in him." Zato said, "But we need him now, don't we?" After being reminded by Zetsu, Obito also realized the importance of Itaka. If Nagato holds 2 Mangeki Uchiha as a trump card, then he must win over Itaka, at least not let Itaka join the other side's camp. After thinking for a while, Obito said, "Itaka's will is very firm, and ordinary bewitching has no effect on him. If we want to restrain him, we must first get a trump card." Ze smiled, "You want to attack Uchiha Sasuke?" "Yes." Obito nodded slightly. Itaka slaughtered the entire clan, but left his younger brother Sasuke. Anyone with a little bit of brains can guess what Sasuke means to Itaka, so as long as you capture Sasuke, you will capture Itaka's weakness. Zetsu said, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to go to Konoha right away." Obito glanced at Zetsu, "Now the 5 kage are all in Konoha." Zetsu smiled, "Don't worry, professional matters should of course be assigned to professionals." Obito narrowed his eyes, "You want that Chenung to go?" "Yes, it is rumored that the guy is a very powerful spy. This time is just right to test the guy's level." After a pause, Zetsu continued, "And the fact that he joined our Akatsuki organization is still confidential, so he can use his cover identity as a pharmacist to sneak into Konoha directly." Obito thought for a while, "Let's go with him." Early the next morning, Shinji, as usual, was doing physical confrontation with Haku and Karin in the training ground. At this time, Sasuke came to the sidelines. Shinji stopped the physical confrontation when he saw this, came to the sidelines, wiped his sweat with a towel, and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Sasuke nodded, didn't say much, turned to and walked out. Shinji followed him with some doubts. After arriving at a deserted place, Sasuke asked Shinji, "Shinji, has Miji told you about the recent rumors in the village?" "What rumors?" Sasuke took a deep breath, "Rumors about Akatsuki." "What's wrong?" Sasuke stared at Shinji, "Then you should have heard that the man who committed a heinous crime joined Akatsuki." The one he was referring to was, of course, Itaka. There is no doubt that the 5 kage summit was a hot topic, and the news that Itaka joined Akatsuki naturally reached his ears. Shinji said, "I heard a little bit." Bang! Sasuke punched the tree next to him, "Finally! Finally I know where he is." Seeing Sasuke's eager face, the 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets opened unconsciously, Shinji was speechless. You don't have any ideas, do you?" Sasuke said coldly, "I want to kill him. Now." Shinji shook his head and laughed, "Are you crazy?" Sasuke looked at Shinji and asked, "Don't you want revenge?" Shinji answered said, "I want to, but I don't want to die." Sasuke raised his voice, "That guy is nothing great. I already have a 3 Magatama Sharingan, I already have the strength to compete with him." Shinji shook his head slowly, "Not enough, he has a Mangeki Sharingan." "I know. I know everything." Sasuke became irritable and roared, "But I can't wait. The whole meaning of my life is to kill him. Shinji stepped forward and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, don't do stupid things. After that, he didn't persuade him anymore and turned back to the practice field. Looking at Shinji's leaving back, Sasuke said angrily, Shinji, you really don't know anything without opening the Sharingan. You just hide in the village and wait for the news of my success. Shinji raised his hand and complained, it's as if you can find a taki. He was not surprised by Sasuke's reaction. As long as a taki is mentioned, Sasuke's emotions will be ignited instantly. Now that the gossip related to Ataki and Akatsuki has spread everywhere, it is reasonable for him to explode. However, Shinji is not worried about what Sasuke can do. Even if Sasuke wants to do something, the village will not allow him to do it. Sure enough. When Sasuke found Kakashi and proposed to join the team to attack Akatsuki, Kakashi's face was black. What did you say? Sasuke said, isn't the village discussing how to deal with Akatsuki? I want to join. Seeing Sasuke's serious face, Kakashi was helpless, this has nothing to do with you, you should enjoy your holiday life. Sasuke snorted coldly, without me, you can't deal with Uchiha Ataki. Just then, Asuma came to Kakashi with a stack of documents. Kakashi patted Sasuke on the shoulder, go home. Then, he passed Sasuke and met Asuma. Asuma saw this and asked, what happened to that little guy? Is he causing trouble again? Kakashi said, he must have heard some rumors. Watching Kakashi and Asuma gradually leave, Sasuke's chest rose and fell violently, damn it, one or two of them underestimated me. In the next few days, Sasuke practiced while collecting intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. At night. Clang clang clang. Sasuke, who was in the air, closed his eyes and threw a few shurikens. These shurikens collided with each other in the air, and then one by one accurately hit the targets placed in various blind spots. After landing on the ground, he slowly opened his eyes and checked the results. Then, he started the next round of practice. In this way, he practiced almost non-stop until late at night. Crack! Suddenly, when he landed once, he was too tired and did not notice the stones under his feet, and he sprained his ankle when he landed. He fell to the ground, his face full of pain, damn it. At this time, a figure rushed in from outside the practice field and grabbed Sasuke's ankle, don't move, I'll bandage you. Sasuke glanced at the other person, who are you? The other person showed a warm smile, don't be nervous, I'm just a passing doctor. Obviously. The doctor who suddenly appeared was not someone else, but Sheneng who received Obito's order. He actually came to Konoha yesterday, but he had never had the opportunity to get close to Sasuke. Now he happened to meet Sasuke sprained his ankle, so he pretended to pass by and showed up at the right time. Doctor. Sasuke was a little confused, but soon he was impressed by the other party's exquisite bandaging skills. Sheneng then applied medicine to Sasuke and said, do you feel better? Sasuke nodded, yeah, it doesn't hurt as much as before. Sheneng smiled and said, your muscles are already very tired, you need to rest. Sasuke shook his head, no, my training is not yet complete. You are really working hard. Sheneng began to pack up his medicine box, then slowly stood up, you'd better rest for a night and continue training tomorrow. Sasuke stood up and tried, and found that his ankle did not hurt, so he said, thank you for your treatment, how much is the consultation fee? Sheneng waved his hand, it's just some herbs I prepared myself, not worth much. Seeing this, Sasuke still bowed to Sheneng, thank you. Sheneng pretended to leave, then turned around and said to Sasuke, hey, have we met somewhere before? Sasuke recalled and shook his head, we haven't met before. Really? I always feel like I've seen your eyes somewhere before. Sheneng muttered in a voice that Sasuke could hear while walking out of the venue. Sasuke didn't care too much at first, but after thinking about it, he was suddenly shocked and called Sheneng, wait, where have you seen my eyes? You must know that Sasuke opened the Sharingan at this time. In his opinion, if the pharmacist in front of him had seen the Sharingan, then the other party might have seen Uchiha Ataki. Sheneng waved his hand when he was called, I can't remember. Sasuke walked up to him and said anxiously, think carefully, when and where did you see my eyes? Sheneng stared at Sasuke's eyes, and then made an expression of sudden enlightenment, I remember, just last month, I saw a young man who looked a bit like you. Yes, it was last month. But he was much taller than you. Sasuke suddenly became energetic, he grabbed Sheneng's clothes, where is he? After listening to the other party's description, Sasuke immediately confirmed that the young man in the other party's mouth was Uchiha Itachi, whom he wanted to kill. It seems to be somewhere in the land of hot springs. Sheneng smiled and said, I'm old, I don't remember clearly, but the young man seems to be a wandering ninja, his base should be near there. Sasuke smiled coldly, finally found you. Sheneng asked curiously, do you know each other? Yes, you look so similar, you must know each other. Sasuke gritted his teeth, of course I know him, he is my dear brother. Really? That's a coincidence. Sheneng suddenly changed the subject, but I have some bad news here, you may need to be mentally prepared. What bad news? Sheneng said, the last time I met him, he seemed to be seriously injured. Sasuke's eyes lit up, he was injured. Sheneng nodded, yes, the injury is not light. I am a doctor, you know my medical skills, I think his injury will not be healed in 2 months. 2 months? Sasuke's face changed, and he asked, did you see him last month? Sheneng replied, yes. So, I only have 1 month left. No, I will waste some time on the road, and I don't have much time left. Thinking of this, Sasuke grabbed Sheneng's collar, hurry, take me to find him. 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 140 Letter. Subscribe please. Looking at the excited Sasuke, Sheneng not only did not agree immediately, but shook his head like a rattle, no, no. This happened almost a month ago. How can I find him now if you want me to take you to find him? Sasuke asked anxiously, didn't you say it was in the land of hot water? Sheneng smiled bitterly, do you know how big the land of hot water is? It's not easy to find someone. And I just came to Konoha and have no plans to leave for the time being. The more Sheneng shirked his responsibility, the more anxious Sasuke became. He was very clear about the gap in strength between himself and Itachi. He had seen the power of the Mangeki Sharingan with his own eyes. So if he didn't take advantage of Itachi's injury, he would have no chance of revenge. Thinking of this, his expression became firm, how about you agree to take me to find him? Sheneng was unmoved, just shook his head, I'm just an ordinary doctor, I don't want to get involved in the disputes between ninjas, you should find someone else for this matter. After that, he hurriedly got up and was about to run away with the medicine box. It has come to this point, how could Sasuke let him leave, so he grabbed Sheneng's wrist and slowly exerted force. It hurts. It hurts. Sheneng screamed immediately, and even the medicine box fell to the ground. Sasuke said coldly, sorry, this matter is more important than my life, you have to agree or not. Sheneng blushed, let go quickly. It's just an ordinary doctor. Seeing that Sheneng couldn't bear his strength at all, Sasuke thought to himself, while loosening his hand holding Sheneng, and his guard was also lowered. He didn't completely believe Sheneng right away. After all, this was his first time meeting Sheneng. The timing of his appearance was too good, which made him subconsciously feel that something was wrong. But the other party's behavior of trying to escape later dispelled his doubts. And he deliberately tried to test him and found that the other party did not resist at all. He was just an ordinary person with a strong body. This kind of person, let alone one, even if there are 10 or 20 more, will not pose any threat to him. Sheneng rubbed his wrist and complained, you are a big ninja village in Konoha. How can you use force to oppress wandering doctors like us? Sasuke said, as long as you take me to find that person, I can pay you a commission. Sheneng was helpless, okay, we will set off tomorrow. Sasuke's eyes condensed, no, tonight. Right now. Sheneng pondered for a moment and said, it will take a week to go to the Kingdom of Hot Springs. We should at least prepare some gifts and food. How about this, we prepare separately and gather at the village gate in an hour. Okay. Sasuke nodded gently. Then I will go and prepare the food first. Sheneng walked out tentatively. Sasuke stood still and didn't follow. Seeing that Sasuke didn't catch up, Sheneng's pace became faster and faster, almost 3 steps in 2, and disappeared in the practice field. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. A moment later, Sheneng came to the building of the newly established police force in Konoha. He deliberately looked around, and then ran towards the police building quickly, as if he wanted to expose Sasuke. Swish! Just then, a figure fell from the sky and blocked Sheneng. Sheneng stopped immediately, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face at the right time. Why did you follow me? Obviously. The figure that suddenly appeared was not someone else, but Sasuke. He put his hands in his pockets and said coolly, "Hey, there is no food here." Sheneng scratched his head, "Really? Haha, I went the wrong way." Sasuke glared at Sheneng fiercely, "I'll warn you for the last time, don't think about telling on me, otherwise, I'll be rude to you." Sheneng sighed, "Okay, I understand." Sheneng, who was escorted by Sasuke, walked away from the police building dejectedly and headed towards the commercial district in the center of the village. On the way, Sheneng asked curiously, "Aren't you preparing anything?" Sasuke said, "This is just one of my shadow clones, my original body has already prepared it." Shadow clone technique? Tisk tisk, it's worthy of being Konoha village. A random boy can actually master such a powerful ninjutsu. Sheneng was amazed. Sasuke said, "I'm not just any random boy, I'm from the Uchiha clan. Remember, my name is Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke himself. He quickly returned to his apartment, packed up his luggage, and prepared to go out. But just as he reached the door, he suddenly thought to himself, "I may not be able to come back alive this time for revenge. If I lose in the end, I must give Shinji an explanation." In his opinion, he and Shinji are the last hope of the Uchiha clan. He was worried that if he died, Shinji would not be able to bear it. "Hey, if I am gone, I don't know if a fragile guy like Shinji can survive in the village." For a moment, he hesitated, wondering whether he should take revenge. But soon, the thought of revenge surpassed everything. So he came to the desk, took out a piece of letter paper, and began to write a suicide note to Shinji. After writing, he checked it, then folded the letter paper, put it in an envelope, and wrote the 3 words Shinji, Chi on the front of the envelope. Then he put the envelope in his pocket and left the apartment. Walking on the street, Sasuke thought, "Give the letter directly to Shinji, he will definitely stop me after reading the letter. Let someone else pass it. By then I have left the village, even if he wants to stop me, it will be too late." So, he walked around the street, ready to deliver the letter to any classmate he met. But because it was too late, he walked around the street for a long time and didn't meet any classmates. Just when he was about to give up, he ran into Naruto, who was walking alone on the street. "Naruto." Sasuke called Naruto. Seeing Sasuke carrying a backpack, Naruto asked, "Sasuke, why are you still carrying a backpack at night?" This is a weight-bearing exercise, don't worry about it." After a perfunctory remark, Sasuke took out the letter from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. "Do me a favor and give this letter to Shinji tomorrow." Naruto looked at the letter and asked, "Why don't you give it to him yourself?" Sasuke said quickly, "Don't peek." Naruto had to put away the letter. "If you don't want to read it, then don't read it. By the way, you haven't answered me yet. Why don't you give the letter to Shinji yourself?" Sasuke didn't explain, but just reminded, "Remember, you can only give the letter to Shinji tomorrow." "Oh." Naruto nodded. Saying goodbye to Naruto, Sasuke had no more worries and went straight to Sheneng, who had already bought food. After removing the shadow clone that was monitoring Sheneng, he recovered the shadow clone's chakra and learned that Sheneng had just tried to go to the police building to report. And Sheneng's behavior dispelled his last doubts. In his opinion, if there was something wrong with this Sheneng, he would never take the initiative to report to the police building, so he thought Sheneng should really just happen to meet the injured Itachi, and then happen to come to Konoha. Sasuke asked, "Are you ready?" Sheneng said bitterly, "The food is ready, but I just came to Konoha not long ago. Alas, it's unlucky to meet you." Sasuke said, "There is plenty of time to complain to you on the way. Let's go now." Sheneng asked tentatively, "My temporary pass can only be entered and exited during the day. How can we leave Konoha at night?" Sasuke pondered for a moment and said, "Go out through the side door. Don't worry, if I encounter a guard, I will solve it with illusion." "Okay." The two took a remote path and soon came to the side door of Konoha. This side door is specially used by the village for ninjas who go out on temporary missions, and there are people on duty 24 hours a day. So when the guard saw Sasuke approaching with Sheneng, he immediately signaled the two to stop. "Stop, it's so late, what are you doing?" Sasuke flashed out from behind Sheneng and launched the Sharingan at the guard. In fact, the 3 Magatama Sharingan is already a very powerful illusion eye. In the hands of the orthodox Uchiha, the 3 Magatama Sharingan is a one-on-one trump card. Many villages have clear regulations during wartime not to fight the Uchiha with the 3 Magatama Sharingan alone. So even though Sasuke's illusion was still a little immature, the guard who was caught off guard was still tricked and fell to the ground with a thump. Sheneng pretended to be surprised. This. Sasuke urged, "What's there to be surprised about? Let's go." "Yes, yes, yes." Sheneng showed a state of being coerced, carefully bypassed the guard who fainted on the ground, and walked out of the side door. Sasuke looked back at the village in the night for the last time, then took a step resolutely and walked out of the side door. What he didn't know was that in the original time and space, Itaki and his partner Hoshigaki Kisame walked into Konoha from his current position in the morning mist. After leaving the village smoothly, Sasuke urged, "We don't have much time, you may have a hard time on this journey." Sheneng shook his head, "I am a doctor, and traveling is not difficult for me. It's just..." "Just what?" Sheneng glanced at Sasuke's foot injury. "It's just that your foot was injured. If you don't rest well, it will affect your recovery." Sasuke said, "You underestimate ninjas too much. This little injury is nothing." "Okay, now tell me, what kind of injury did that person suffer? Where is he hiding in the land of hot water?" Sheneng, who was walking in front, smiled triumphantly while talking. As an excellent spy, he is very good at playing with people's hearts. After receiving Obito's order, he rushed to Konoha while collecting information about Uchiha Sasuke. Before arriving in Konoha, he had completed the psychological profile of Sasuke. After analyzing Sasuke's character, which has both a pure side and an arrogant side, he decided to prescribe the right medicine, deliberately guiding Sasuke in a weak position, and letting Sasuke take the initiative to play the stronger side of the two, so as to weaken Sasuke's suspicion. Because proud people will become blindly arrogant after they feel that they have an advantage. And he wanted to use Sasuke's arrogance from the blood of the Uchiha clan to make Sasuke despise him and look down on him, so as to relax his vigilance against him. Sure enough, he disguised himself a little, and Sasuke fell into his trap. It seems that the whole action was strongly promoted by Sasuke himself, but in fact, he had predicted all of Sasuke's actions in advance. It is precisely because of this ability that he can wander between villages and steal various secrets. For example, the manufacturing drawings of Zero Tail were stolen by him from the secret library of Konoha. That time, he not only stole the manufacturing drawings of Zero Tail, but also stole a scroll of the secret technique of 8 Gates of Dunjia. Right. Shen Nong, the so-called wandering doctor, is actually a master of physical skills who has successfully practiced the 8 Gates of Dunjia. Although he is not a pure physical martial artist, he has mastered the 8 Gates of Dunjia through his superb medical skills. This is the secret of the steel fist style that can be regarded as one of the best in the entire ninja world. Therefore, when the monster Wu Yang saw him for the first time, he gave a very high evaluation of his body. Because at that time, he had successfully opened the 6th gate of the 8 Gates of Dunjia, Jingmen. If this matter spread to Konoha, it would probably shock a lot of people. After getting the assistance of the monster Wu Yang and obtaining the dark medical ninjutsu taught by the monster Wu Yang, he has successfully transformed his body and opened the 7th gate of the 8 Gates of Dunjia. It is only one step away from opening all 8 gates. Of course. He is just a doctor after all. Although he has mastered the secrets of the 8 Gates of Dunjia, he is not a warrior who is loyal to physical skills and his own will. This is also the reason why he used the 8 Gates of Dunjia in the original time and space and exerted his physical strength to the extreme, but he was still defeated by Naruto and Sasuke. The reason? He lacks the courage to be invincible and the determination to die with the enemy. Sasuke naturally didn't know who the doctor in front of him was. He was proud of subduing the doctor and leaving the village smoothly. After noticing Sasuke's pride, Sheneng smiled slightly. "Hey, stupid kid." After laughing in his heart, Sheneng decided to accompany Sasuke all the way. Finally, after tricking Sasuke to the destination, he wanted to see what expression this genius of the Uchiha clan would have after learning the truth of everything. The next day, Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Uncle Ichiraku looked at Naruto and was speechless. "Still didn't you find the coupon?" Naruto took off his coat and pants, holding them in his hands and shaking them, saying, "That doesn't make sense. I clearly remember putting the coupon in my pocket." Just then, Sasuke's letter was shaken out by Naruto and fell to the ground. Naruto picked it up in confusion. "Hey, what is this?" 2 in 1 chapter. Please recommend and vote. Also, I wish you all a happy Christmas. Chapter 141 Team Up. Naruto picked up the letter on the ground, looked at it carefully for a while, and then realized, oh, this is the letter Sasuke gave me yesterday. At this time, Sakura and Ino were walking together on the street. Seeing Naruto standing naked at the door of the ramen shop, they walked over and asked, Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto answered honestly, I'm looking for a coupon. Sakura held her forehead with her hand, looking embarrassed. Ino whispered, I told you, we shouldn't have come here. Let's go. Pretend you don't know him. Sakura regretted coming here and pulled Ino to leave. Ino glanced at the letter in Naruto's hand and saw the words Shinji, Chi written on the envelope, so she asked curiously, Naruto, what are you holding in your hand? Naruto answered casually, oh, this is a letter that Sasuke asked me to give to Shinji. Sasuke's letter to Shinji. Sakura was stunned for a moment, with a puzzled look on her face. Why did Sasuke write a letter to Shinji? Ino also felt a little strange. Everyone is in the village, so if they have anything to say, they can just say it directly. There is no need to write a letter, especially for two boys. Thinking of this, Sakura snatched the letter from Naruto's hand. Naruto, you continue to look for it. I will give this letter to Shinji for Sasuke. Naruto didn't care too much. He nodded and continued to look for his coupons. Sakura and Ino took the letter and came to the small practice field where Shinji often went. Bang bang bang. Before they got close to the practice field, they heard a burst of intensive punches and kicks from the field. Then, when they came to the side of the field, they saw Shinji fighting 1 against 2, dealing with the pincer attack of Haku and Karin. The three of them were extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, the three of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Hiss, Karin is so powerful. Yet, Haku is so strong. In the minds of Sakura and Ino, it's not surprising that Shinji is a genius, but they didn't expect that Haku and Karin, who were like invisible people in the ninja school and were Shinji's little followers, were so strong in physical skills. For a moment, the two of them suddenly felt a sense of urgency, and felt a little guilty about their shopping today. After a while, after completing a round of physical training, Shinji came to the sidelines, wiped his sweat with a towel, and said to Sakura and Ino, why are you two here? Facing Shinji, Sakura and Ino suddenly became nervous, we just came to see. Although Shinji did not open his eyes, his popularity in the ninja school was not lower than Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Niji. On the contrary. Perhaps because he was not as arrogant as Sasuke, who always talked about the Sharingan, nor as cold as Kimimaro and Niji, his popularity was slightly higher than the other three. Shinji glanced at the letter in Sakura's hand and saw his name on the cover, so he asked, what's in your hand? Oh, this is a letter from Sasuke. Sakura lowered her head and handed the letter to Shinji with both hands. Not far away, Karin, who was drinking water on the sidelines, saw this and sprayed the water in her mouth with a puff, splashing Bai next to her. Bai asked, what's wrong? Karin was surprised, did Sakura write a love letter to Shinji? After saying that, without waiting for Bai to answer, he walked over quickly. Bai looked over quickly and saw Sakura handing a letter to Shinji with both hands, thinking, really? Shinji sighed. He was speechless. Sasuke's letter to me? Why did that guy write to me? And why did you lower your head to give me the letter? After taking the letter, he tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside. At this time, Sakura, Ino, Karin, and Bai all came over and read the letter with Shinji. Shinji looked casual at first, but after glancing at the content of the letter, his face suddenly changed. Sakura exclaimed, what, Sasuke? He went to take revenge alone. Ino covered her mouth and said in horror, isn't Sasuke's enemy his brother who has the Manjiki Sharingan? How could he be that man's opponent alone? Karin and Haku were also surprised. These days, they were forced by the forces behind them to get close to Sasuke, but they didn't expect that before they could get close to Sasuke, Sasuke went to commit suicide. They both knew the strength of the Manjiki Uchiha. In their opinion, the leader should be a Manjiki Uchiha, and Sasuke seeking revenge on such a strong man alone was no different from committing suicide. Shinji thought more than others. From the point of view of leaving a letter, Sasuke should not be held hostage, but it was precisely because of this that he was surprised by Sasuke's behavior. Although Sasuke was impulsive, he would never commit suicide without thinking. So someone must have bewitched him. Sasuke made Sasuke make a wrong judgment. The people who have the ability and motivation to do such a thing are Akatsuki and Orochimaru. But Orochimaru has already placed Kimimaro next to Sasuke. If he has any intentions towards Sasuke, the executor must be Kimimaro. But if it was Kimimaro who bewitched Sasuke, Sasuke would not have said nothing in the letter. So the one who bewitched Sasuke and induced Sasuke to go out this time is most likely Akatsuki. Sakura and the others were in a mess at this time. They asked Shinji, "Shinji, what should we do now? If Sasuke goes to seek revenge alone, something bad will happen." Shinji waved his hand and ordered, "Sakura, go to Sasuke's house. Ino, go to the practice field where Sasuke often goes. Shiro, Karin, mobilize your classmates to look for him in the village. We must first confirm whether Sasuke has really left the village." Yes, we must first confirm whether Sasuke is still in the village. After listening to Shinji's instructions, the few people immediately had a backbone. Shinji continued, "We will agree to meet here in half an hour, whether we can find Sasuke or not." Okay. The few people agreed and quickly went their separate ways. Seeing the few people hurriedly disperse, Shinji's face gradually darkened. Sasuke is a very important part of his plan. If he fails to attack the Samsara Eye with his own ability, then Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki in this generation, is his last plan to attack the Samsara Eye. And the Samsara Eye is the ticket to attack the Six Paths level. If he can't even reach the Six Paths level, then he will never be able to resist the Overlord's corruption of the ninja world. At that time, the entire ninja world will become food in the mouth of the Overlord. For this reason, he can't just watch Sasuke fall into the trap of others. With Sasuke's speed, if he set out last night as the letter said, including the rest time, he is only half a day ahead of me at most. If I go at full speed, as long as the direction is right, I can catch up with him in one day at most. Shinji didn't hold on to luck. He began to make corresponding plans based on Sasuke's departure from the village. Half an hour passed quickly. However, this time, there are more than just the four people gathered. In addition to Sakura, Ino, Shiro, and Karin, Niji, Kimimaro, Shin, Kurama Yakumo, Lee, Tenten, Shikamaru, Koji, Hinata, Kaiba, Shino, and Naruto, who was just at Ichiraku Ramen, all came over. Sakura said, "No one is at Sasuke's house." Ino added, "He's not at the practice field either." Shiro and Karin said, "We looked around the street and went to all the stores he frequented, but we couldn't find him." Shinji sighed, "It seems he really left the village." Shikamaru said, "By the way, I heard that Sasuke bought dry food with a stranger last night." Shinji frowned, "Stranger?" Shikamaru nodded, "Well, I asked in detail, and the person with Sasuke is definitely not from our village." Naruto muttered, "Sasuke was lying to me yesterday." Sakura knocked on Naruto's head, "Stupid, why did you ignore the obvious fact that Sasuke was carrying a luggage bag?" Naruto complained, "I asked him. He lied to me that he was just carrying weight." Shinji had already confirmed 2 points at this time. First, Sasuke really left the village, and second, someone sneaked into the village, bewitched Sasuke and led him out of the village. Since the other party deliberately lured Sasuke out of the village, there must be someone outside to pick him up, so he didn't have much time left. So, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "I think everyone has understood the current situation. If I am not mistaken, Sasuke must have been led out of the village by someone with ulterior motives." After listening to Shinji's words, many people showed worried expressions on their faces. Shinji continued, "He is in a very dangerous situation now, so I must bring him back." Sakura quickly raised her hand, "I'll go." Ino was unwilling to lag behind, "I'll go too. Count me in." "And me." Soon, everyone present stretched out their hands, willing to bring Sasuke back together. Shinji said, "I understand everyone's feelings, but this operation is very dangerous, and we must act quickly, so the more people the better." Shino said at this time, "My parasitic bug can help track Sasuke." Ya said, "My Akamaru can track Sasuke's scent." Akamaru, who was lying on top of Yae, shouted, "Woof." Shinji nodded, "Okay, Shino and Yae." Ningji said, "I have the Byakugan." Kimimaro, who had been silent, said, "Count me in." Shinji nodded again, "Bye, Kimimaro." Shin came up to Shinji, "And me?" "I can predict, Shinji, count me in." Shinji rejected Shin unhappily, by the time you see the prophecy, Shizuke will be dead. You stay in the village honestly. The monster Wolyang has now escaped, just wandering in the ninja world. Shinji dared not let Shin leave Konoha. You should know that Shin's current Miko power is sealed by the bell artifact, so she can't sense the monsters, but the monsters can sense her location. She just left Konoha, and the monsters might target her. He is already overwhelmed by Sasuke's matter, and he doesn't want Shin to be kidnapped by the monsters before Shizuke is found. Karin raised her hand. My perception ability is okay. Bai also said, my speed is okay. Shinji glanced at Bai and Karin, nodded, okay, count you two. Karin's Kagura heart is not as simple as just okay. It is possible that Karin's Kagura heart may be needed to track Sasuke's whereabouts this time. And once he fights with the enemy, there will be a battle. With Haku and Karin following, Shinji felt it would be safer. Glancing at the selected personnel, Shino had the Yoshiratsu, Kaiba had the ninja dog, Niji had the Byakugan, Karin had the Kagura heart, and Kimimaro and Haku could be responsible for the battle. Counting himself, there were 7 people in total, enough. So Shinji said to everyone, the 7 of us are just right. If there are more people, the team will be bloated and not suitable for pursuit. The classmates also understood. After all, the people Shinji selected were either capable or had special skills, and they could really help when tracking Shizuke. Well, you have to be careful. Shinji, you must save Shizuke. Come on. Everyone cheered for Shinji's 7-man team. Shinji didn't waste any words and said directly to the team members, are you all ready? The team members nodded in unison. Shinji said, then let's go. After that, he rushed out first. The rest of the team followed closely, one after another, catching up with Shinji. In this way, the 7-member team ran all the way, without stopping at the gate of Konoha, and rushed out of the village directly past the Konoha ninja who was responsible for guarding the gate. Hey, where are you guys going? Seeing Shinji and his friends rushing out of the gate, the guard was anxious and angry. He didn't expect that someone would rush out of the village in broad daylight. A colleague on the side said, it seems to be a few kids from the ninja school. Is it a prank? The guard said, the 5 shadows are all in the village. Even if it is a prank, we can't pretend that it didn't happen. Quick, go and notify the Hokage. The colleague sighed, oh, okay. There are so many bad lucks recently. I heard that Mitsui, who was guarding the side door yesterday, seemed to be bitten by a poisonous snake. He was found in the morning and has not woken up yet. Undoubtedly. In order to delay being noticed by Konoha. Last night, after Shizuke cast a genjutsu on the guard at the side gate, Shenung bit the guard with a poisonous snake without making a sound, leaving the guard in a coma. So until now, the village has not received any report that Shizuke left the village without permission. Hokage office. The 3rd Hokage who received the report said, Shinji rushed out of the village with a few children from the gate. Kakashi continued with a gloomy face, I have investigated. They rushed out of the village to find Shizuke who left the village without permission last night. 2-in-1 chapter, please recommend and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 142 No one is left alive. After listening to Kakashi's report, the 3rd Hokage frowned deeply. During this period, because Danzo has been much more obedient, and the envoys from various countries have gathered in Konoha, the village's security force is short, so the village temporarily transferred the envoy who is responsible for monitoring Shizuke. Unexpectedly, something happened so soon. The 3rd generation asked, have you investigated it clearly? Who is behind it? Kakashi shook his head, there is very little information at present. According to the description of the witnesses, the person who was with Shizuke last night should be a wandering doctor named Shenung. Wandering doctor. Kakashi added, I have asked someone to investigate this wandering doctor. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Then, Asuma came in with a document, this is the information about the wandering doctor. According to the analysis of the intelligence team, the other party's identity is not simple. It is very likely that he has a hidden background in the ninja village and has carried out some espionage activities. After taking the document handed over by Asuma, the 3rd generation glanced at it and immediately sighed, it's a troubled time. Kakashi said, since the other party has gone to great lengths to trick Shizuke to leave Konoha, he should not hurt Shizuke for the time being. If we chase him now, we may still catch up. The 3rd generation handed the document to Kakashi, you are responsible for this matter, and you can choose the manpower. No matter what, you must bring Shizuke back to the village. Yes. Kakashi saluted and hurriedly left the Hokage's office. The headquarters of the Kirigakure delegation. What? Uchiha Shizuke was lured out of Konoha. The fourth Mizukage, who had received the information, stood up with a look of surprise on his face. Is the information reliable? The Kirigakure ninja hurriedly said, it should be reliable. The one who did it is a wandering doctor named Shenung, who is said to be a very powerful spy and has a little reputation in the black market. The fourth Mizukage narrowed his eyes. Why at this critical moment? At the moment, the 5 cages are discussing how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shizuke is not as good as the Akatsuki organization. The organization has 1,000 connections. At this critical moment, someone suddenly tricked Shizuke to leave Konoha, which made the fourth Mizukage think more. Another mist ninja on the side suggested, Mitsuki, this is a godsend for us. We just need to secretly kill the wandering doctor and then kidnap Uchiha Shizuke. Wouldn't it be possible to control Uchiha Shizuke in our hands without anyone knowing? The fourth Mizukage's eyes lit up. Yes, no matter what tricks Konoha plays, as long as we hold Uchiha Shizuke in our hands, one day we will be able to discover the secret of the Uchiha clan. After that, the fourth Mizukage lowered his voice, let Zabuza do it, and this time he must do it cleanly for me. Understood. The Cloud Hidden Mission Station. After hearing the news, the fourth Raikage laughed loudly. Konoha will probably make a fool of itself again this time. The attendant stepped forward and asked, Lord Raikage, the team is ready. The fourth Raikage ordered, well, let them move quickly. This is the only Sharingan left in Konoha, don't break it for me. No doubt about it. For Kumigakure, Shizuke being lured out of Konoha is simply an opportunity that comes to the door. You should know that Kumigakure has always been very interested in Konoha's eye technique bloodline limit. Back then, it was Kumigakure who tried to kidnap the young Hinata, which triggered a series of subsequent disputes and led to Niji's father's death at a young age. Now that such an opportunity is in front of him, how could the fourth Raikage remain indifferent? The headquarters of the Uegakure delegation. The third Tsuchikage ordered, let the decapitation troops go. The Uegakure ninja was a little puzzled, Lord Tsuchikage, that Shenung is at most a spy, and Uchiha Shizuke is just a kid of 7 or 8 years old. Is it necessary to let the decapitation troops go out? The third Tsuchikage clasped his hands behind his back. It is still unclear who is the mastermind behind the scenes, so it is better to be careful. Remember, let the decapitation troops withdraw immediately after the success, and do not leave any evidence for Konoha. Yes. The Sand Village Mission Headquarters. Cho sighed, Konoha is really weak. Isn't this just right? We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After a pause, the fourth Kazekage looked at the street scene of Konoha outside the window. The land of fire is too fertile. If we want to develop, we must take a bite. The fourth Kazekage was able to take the position because of the accidental disappearance of the third Kazekage. Therefore, in order to suppress the doubts within the village, the fourth Kazekage has always wanted to make some achievements. This is also the original motivation for him to be bewitched by Orochimaru in the original time and space and launch the Konoha collapse plan with the Sound Village. And now, Konoha has revealed a flaw. As an ambitious leader, he will naturally not let the opportunity slip away. So, at the moment when Shinji and others rushed out of the village, various kinds of information were passed between the delegations, and various orders were also sent out of Konoha through different channels. In the forest, Shinji's team was speeding in the forest. At the front of the team were Shino and Kaiba. Shino's parasites spread out, searching for all information related to Shizuke, while Kaiba's Akamaru tracked Sasuke's scent. In the middle of the team were Shinji, Niji, and Kimimaro. Ningji had already opened his Byakugan at this moment, searching for details on the road. And at the end of the team were Haku and Karin. The two of them fell behind the team, whispering to each other. While observing the surroundings, Karin said to Bai, what should we do if we encounter an enemy later? Enemy? Bai also frowned. Their identities were actually a bit awkward. To be honest, they both really hoped to bring Shizuke back safely, but one of them was a spy planted in Konoha by Kirigakure, and the other was a spy planted in Konoha by Kusagakure, and they both secretly joined the Akatsuki organization. If they met someone from Kirigakure, Kusagakure, or Akatsuki later, they didn't know what to do. After hesitating for a while, Bai asked Karin, do you want to save Shizuke? Karan nodded, of course, we are classmates. Bai immediately said, then don't think too much, we just listen to Shinji's arrangement and save Suzuki. Karan subconsciously covered her eyes, but if we need to fight, what should we do? Once we start, we may be exposed. Bai thought for a while, look for a chance later, we will use the shadow clone technique to replace ourselves in the team. Karan glanced at Bai, are we acting as the Akatsuki organization? Bai nodded slightly, well, only by acting as the Akatsuki organization can we fight with all our strength. I feel that this matter is not simple. If we don't use all our strength, let alone recovering Suzuki, our own safety may not be guaranteed. Karan echoed, yes, if we really encounter any accidents, we must at least ensure Shinji's safety. Even if they are all classmates, there are still distances between them. Although they were very worried about Suzuki, he had already been lured away and was in great danger. Ensuring the safety of Shinji in front is the bottom line. As if she thought of something again, Karan hesitated, just. Bai took a deep breath, if the leader blames you, you can say it was my idea. Karan hurriedly said, how can that be possible? If the leader blames us, we will both bear the responsibility. Bai smiled and said, okay. Karan looked at Shinji in front of her, we must be careful this time, and we must not reveal any flaws in front of Shinji, otherwise, it will harm him. Bai said in a deep voice, yes, Shinji must not be implicated. Bai and Karan knew very well the situation of Shinji, the remnant of Uchiha, in Konoha. Once their identities as spies were exposed, Shinji, who was closest to them, would inevitably be implicated. After a long time, the team stopped in front of an extinguished bonfire. After squatting beside the bonfire and checking for a while, Niji said, there is still a trace of residual heat in the bonfire. It should have been lit last night and extinguished this morning. Shinji glanced at his teeth. Akamaru at Ye's feet barked twice. Ye nodded to Akamaru, then said to Shinji, there is Sasuke's scent here, this should be their temporary camp. Kimimaro said, it seems that the direction we are tracking is correct. Ningji glanced at the messy footprints around, these footprints should be left by Suzuki when he was collecting wood last night. The messy footprints left by Suzuki when he was collecting wood last night disturbed the scene, so for a while, everyone could not tell which direction Suzuki left from this morning. Shinji immediately said, everyone disperse and look for clues. The team members dispersed tacitly and distinguished the footprints left by Suzuki. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai and Karan used the shadow clone technique to replace themselves in the team, and the original body fell far behind the team. Shinji naturally saw all these. In order to cover up the actions of Haku and Karan, he even deliberately distracted Niji, so that Niji, who opened his Byakugan, did not notice the actions of Haku and Karan. Soon, the team gathered again. Shino combed out a row of footprints, and Kaiba combed out another row of footprints. Ningji asked, why are there two rows of footprints in different directions? Shinji smiled coldly, humph, it should be the person who deceived Suzuki, trying to mislead us. That guy seems to be having a lot of fun. From the current situation, the other party has not yet used force on Suzuki, that is, the other party is still playing a certain role, coaxing Suzuki. Kimimaro came to Kaiba and said along the row of footprints combed out by Kaiba, this direction is to the land of fields. Ningji came to the row of footprints combed out by Shino, this direction should be to the land of hot springs. After that, everyone looked at Shinji, waiting for his decision. Shinji looked at Shino, are there any results? Shino said calmly, please wait. After a while, a parasite flew back and landed on Shino's hand. Shino immediately said to everyone, the footprints leading to Tianziguo only continued for more than 10 miles before disappearing in a forest. The direction of Yuzhiguo is correct. Everyone reacted immediately. Shinji was also somewhat fortunate that he brought Shino and Kaiba with him at the same time, otherwise, he didn't know how much time would be wasted to see through the other party's disguise. Let's go. After determining the correct direction, Shinji no longer hesitated and immediately led the team to move again. Time passed in bits and pieces. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the team members infinitely. At this time, Niji, who opened his Byakugan, suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, Suzuki is in front. The team members were immediately refreshed and quickened their pace. In a blink of an eye, the team finally caught up with Suzuki and Sheneng, who was disguised as a wandering doctor, outside a forest. Seeing Shinji leading the team to catch up, Suzuki was surprised, Shinji, why are you here? Shinji glanced at Sheneng standing next to Suzuki, and then said to Suzuki, Suzuki, come back with us. Ningji said anxiously, yes, come back with us. Suzuki shook his head, you don't understand. Now is my best chance to take revenge. If I miss this time, I don't know when the next time will be. While Suzuki was talking to a few people, Sheneng's face sank. He made a lot of disguises along the way. In his opinion, no matter how fast the Konoha pursuers were, it would take at least 2 days, but he didn't expect that the Konoha pursuers would catch up with them in just 1 day, and they were a group of little ghosts. Seeing Suzuki was stubborn, Niji emphasized, don't be silly, your brother has the Mangeki Sharingan, you know what those eyes mean. If you seek revenge on him now, it's like committing suicide. Suzuki pointed to Sheneng beside him, he is injured, this doctor saw it with his own eyes. Kimimaro said coldly, idiot, do you believe this? Suzuki said resolutely, no matter what, I will try, you go back. Don't worry about me. Swish swish swish. At this moment, with the sound of breaking wind, a masked mist ninja fell around the crowd. The leader looked at Suzuki, and then glanced at Bai and the team inadvertently, and finally said in a hoarse voice, except Uchiha Suzuki, no one else will be left. Sheneng pulled Suzuki and flashed in the woods nearby. Shinji snorted, then jumped up and chased after him. The rest of the team followed closely, and rushed into the woods with Shinji. Just as the Kirigakure ninjas were about to rush into the woods to kill everyone, a figure wearing a red cloud-hooded uniform and a mask from the Akatsuki organization descended from the sky and stopped the Kirigakure ninjas. Akatsuki organization. The Kirigakure ninja leader was stern at first, and then grinned, you alone want to stop so many of us? Humph, I want to see how powerful your Akatsuki organization is. In the woods, Sheneng and Suzuki were intercepted again. But this time, it was not the Kirigakure ninjas who intercepted them, but the well-equipped Iwagakure ninjas. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 143 Fighting Among All Parties. Clang. Members of the Iwagakure beheading unit lined up and unsheathed the long swords on their backs in unison. The sound of the long swords being unsheathed almost became one. Sheneng took a step back slightly, looking a little embarrassed. He had traveled a lot, so he naturally knew that the Iwagakure ninjas dressed in this outfit were most likely the most elite beheading unit of the Iwagakure village. This beheading unit was very successful in the Third Ninja World War, and had many records of sneaking into enemy territory and assassinating senior enemy personnel. Suzuki also felt something was wrong at this time and asked, who are you? The leader of the Iwagakure beheading unit said indifferently, Uchiha Suzuki, come with us. Damn it, how come even the Iwagakure village got involved? Sheneng felt a little anxious. The sudden appearance of the Kirigakure assassination unit just now made him realize that the situation had changed. Now even the Iwagakure village has taken action. This undoubtedly shows that his action of deceiving Suzuki is no longer the business of Akatsuki alone. Several other ninja villages in the 5 major ninja villages also want to fish in troubled waters and put the blame on him. After realizing this, he knew that he must not hand Suzuki over to these people. Otherwise, not only will the mission assigned to him by the organization fail, but he himself will probably find it difficult to escape. Because whether it is the previous Kirigakure assassination team or the current Iwagakure beheading team, they probably won't leave any witnesses. Just then, Shinji and his men also chased into the woods and came to the front. Seeing that someone was disrupting the situation again, the members of the Iwagakure beheading team just looked at each other and then quietly dispersed. Obviously, they were ready to leave only Suzuki and then kill everyone present. Seeing this, Niji whispered to his teammates, everyone be careful, the other side seems to be the elite troops of Iwagakure. Ye was a little confused, first it was the people of Kirigakure, and now it's the people of Iwagakure, why are they attacking us? Kimimaro said lightly, the other side's target is Suzuki. Swish! Just when the battle was about to break out, another figure fell from the sky and landed on the open space between the Iwagakure beheading troops and Sheneng and Suzuki. Everyone looked together and saw that the figure that suddenly appeared was also a member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask, just like before. Sheneng was secretly happy when he saw this, and thought that the organization's reinforcements had arrived, so he quickly pulled Sasuke's body and ran away into the depths of the woods. Shinji took a deep look at the Akatsuki member who blocked the Iwagakure beheading troops, and then without a word, he led the team again and chased in the direction of Sheneng and Sasuke's escape. So, in just a few breaths, Sheneng, Sasuke, and the Shinji team disappeared into the forest in front of the Uegakure beheading team and the Akatsuki member. At this time, the leader of the Uegakure beheading team gestured to the team members around him, and then his figure flashed, trying to pass the Akatsuki member in front of him and catch up with Sasuke. Clang! As a result, a metal collision sound was heard in the forest in an instant. Then, two figures fell, namely the leader of the Uegakure beheading team and the Akatsuki member who stopped them. The leader of the Uegakure beheading team was a little stunned at this time. He had overestimated the Akatsuki member in front of him just now, so he did not hesitate to consume chakra and use the flash body technique with all his strength. Unexpectedly, the opponent's speed was so fast that he still intercepted him. Knowing that he would not be able to pursue Uchiha Sasuke at ease if he did not get rid of the Akatsuki member in front of him, the leader of the Uegakure beheading force said, "Since you are looking for death, I will help you." Instantly, a big battle broke out in the forest. Sasuke's side. A series of changes made him feel something was wrong. The appearance of Kirigakure and Uegakure can be explained as other villages coveting the Sharingan in his eye sockets. But the Akatsuki members appeared one after another and helped them block Kirigakure and Uegakure, which is difficult to explain clearly. You know, he is going to assassinate Uchiha Itachi, a member of Akatsuki. Thinking of this, he glanced at Sheneng who was running in front and asked, "How could this happen? Why do all people want to catch me?" Sheneng was speechless. "How should I know?" Sasuke continued to ask, "Why did Akatsuki help us?" Sheneng asked casually, "What Akatsuki organization?" Seeing that Sheneng seemed to know nothing about Akatsuki organization, Sasuke put aside his doubts. The reason why he put aside his doubts about Sheneng so quickly was mainly because until this moment, he thought that he had coerced Sheneng, not Sheneng who was deceiving him. Speeding all the way, the two of them quickly rushed out of the woods along a small river. Just as their vision suddenly became clear, they found that the front was full of Kumigakure ninjas at some point. Uchiha Sasuke. The leader of the Kumigakure ninjas locked onto Sasuke who opened his Sharingan, and his eyes focused on Sasuke's 3 Magatama Sharingan. Oh, what a pair of beautiful eyes! Kumigakure again? Sheneng secretly groaned. Sasuke fearlessly stepped forward and took out a kunai from the ninja bag on his waist. "Is there going to be a big war in Konoha?" The leader of the Hidden Cloud Ninja smiled and said, "You fled Konoha without permission. Can you still be considered a Konoha ninja? Perhaps, Konoha has already regarded you as a defected ninja. Even if we kill you, Konoha can't blame us for anything." Sasuke's momentum suddenly fell. He was blinded by hatred before and ignored this problem. Now that the leader of the Hidden Cloud Ninja pointed it out, he gradually realized that he had sneaked out of Konoha without permission last night, which was a taboo for ninjas. If the village wants to punish him severely, he can be charged with the crime of treason. After all, the ninja village is not an amusement park. You can come and go as you please. It's just that it has come to this point. As long as he can get revenge, he doesn't care about life or death, so he made up his mind, "Don't stop me, otherwise I will be rude to you." Ha ha ha. All the Hidden Cloud ninjas laughed. Sasuke was a little angry and embarrassed. Damn it. The leader of the Hidden Cloud Ninja raised his hand at this time, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "Leave Uchiha Sasuke, the other one, kill it. Quick battle, Master Raikage is still waiting for our news." Sheneng's face sank when he heard this, and he thought to himself, "It seems that we can only fight. Damn it, if I had known that this mission would be so troublesome, I shouldn't have played games with that kid. It would be much easier to just knock him out and take him away." Sasuke also took a stance, ready to fight to the death with the Hidden Cloud Ninja. Suddenly, a man came from a distance. Everyone on both sides looked over. The man was wearing the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization, with an evil face, and countless dark purple tentacles swaying behind him. Sheneng recognized the other party as his partner at a glance, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke, however, became nervous like a cat with its fur blown up. He also recognized the other party's identity and knew that the other party was the monster Woolyang who escaped from the land of demons. Akatsuki Organization. The Kumigakure ninjas were on alert. The Kumigakure ninjas sent to abduct Sasuke were all elite, so they knew that the monster Woolyang was not easy to mess with just by the amazing chakra emanating from him. It's just that the Kumigakure was used to being domineering. Especially this area is already the border between the land of fire and the land of hot water, and it's only a day or two away from their land of lightning, so even if they knew that the Akatsuki member in front of them was not easy to mess with, they were not afraid at all. Wang Liang walked up to both sides at this time. He first glanced at Sasuke, who was full of fear, and his eyes stayed on the three Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes for a moment, and then looked at the Kumigakure ninjas. If you don't want to die, get out. The Kumigakure ninjas glared at Wu Yang one by one, and their leader drew his sword directly, saying, "It's really a ghost. A member of a bounty ninja organization dared to talk to us like this." Wang Liang smiled coldly and waved his hands. Instantly, all the dark purple tentacles behind him swarmed out and pounced on the cloud ninjas. All the cloud ninjas either drew their swords and slashed, or formed seals and released ninjutsu. No one retreated, and all of them met the dark purple tentacles aggressively. Sasuke saw this and said hurriedly, "Let's go quickly, that guy is a monster, very powerful. Even I am afraid I am no match for him now." Sasuke took advantage of the fight between Wu Yang and Kumigakure ninja and turned around to flee in another direction. Seeing that he didn't need to take action, Sheneng followed Sasuke while watching Wu Yang fighting with Kumigakure ninja. Actually, he was also very curious about the strength of Wu Yang, his partner. With his sensitivity to chakra, he naturally knew that the partner forced on him by the Akatsuki organization was probably very powerful. But estimates are just estimates after all, and he didn't know how strong Wu Yang was, so he wanted to take advantage of the situation. This time, I have a chance to learn a little about the strength of Wu Yang. Ah! However, at this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The cloud ninjas who had rushed towards the dark purple tentacles with great momentum before, in just a blink of an eye, most of them died in the mouth of the tentacles. The whole battlefield was filled with the wailing and screaming of the cloud ninjas. Sasuke's face tightened, and he hurriedly said to Sheneng, "Don't look at it. I said that the monster is very strong. If we don't run away, we will not be able to escape after he kills those cloud ninjas." "Oh." Sheneng responded absent-mindedly. He guessed that Wu Yang was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Especially the amount of chakra that Wu Yang showed on the battlefield at this moment, in his opinion, this is simply at the level of the tailed beast. On the other side, Shinji almost at this time, people rushed out of the woods and saw the battle between the Wu Yang and the Kumigakure ninja. Ye was shocked, again, the Akatsuki organization. Shino rarely showed a panic expression. "My parasite was afraid, this has never happened before." Ningji looked at Shinji and Kimimaro at this time. "What should I do?" Obviously, Ningji, who had participated in the demon country, recognized at a glance that the Akatsuki member who was slaughtering the Kumigakure ninja on the battlefield was not someone else, but the demon from the demon country. Shiro and Karin in the team looked at the demon Wu Yang in front of them, who was full of evil chakra, and they all showed shocked expressions. Although they had heard that the demon from the demon country had joined the Akatsuki organization before. But when they really saw the demon wearing the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization and slaughtering the Kumigakure ninja, they still felt very uncomfortable. In their opinion, the demon in front of them was tarnishing the name of the Akatsuki organization. Shinji looked at the battlefield, glanced at Sheneng and Sasuke who were going away, and said, "Don't worry about the battle between the monster and Kumigakure, let's continue to chase Sasuke." Everyone nodded in agreement with Shinji's judgment. Although the appearance of the monster was a bit unexpected, the fact that he stopped the Kumigakure ninja was a big help to them in a way. After all, in order to ensure that there would be no excuse, Kumigakure would definitely chase and kill all witnesses while abducting Sasuke. So if this monster had not appeared, they would be the ones fighting the Kumigakure ninja now. Soon, Shinji led the team to bypass the battlefield where the monster and the Kumigakure ninja were fighting, and continued to chase in the direction of Sasuke's escape. When passing the battlefield, Bai and Karin looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. At the moment, their original bodies, one was resisting the assassination troops of Kirigakure, and the other was resisting the decapitation troops of Uegakure. At this time, they were just two shadow clones in the team. Even if they wanted to eliminate the monster Wu Yang for the Akatsuki organization, they were powerless. Soon, the battlefield where Wu Yang fought with the Kumigakure ninja gradually disappeared behind them. Seeing that the monster did not chase them, everyone in the team breathed a sigh of relief. The deterrent power of the monster Wu Yang was too great. Not to mention Ninkai, Kimimaro, and others, even Shinji felt a little tricky. At this time, Shinji looked at Suzuki in front of him and analyzed the current situation in his mind. Originally, he thought that only the Akatsuki organization was involved in this incident, but now he knows that things have changed. Suzuki is like a bait. The 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets is particularly eye-catching at the moment when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. So as soon as he was tricked out of Konoha, it triggered a series of chain reactions, and Kirigakuer, Uegakuer, and Kumigakuer all joined the game. If he was confident that he could bring Suzuki back to the village before, now he could only take it one step at a time. Just then, Suzuki and Sheneng in front were suddenly blocked by a member of Akatsuki. The other party carried a beheading sword and grinned, "Uchiha Suzuki, if you want revenge, follow me." Suzuki asked, "Who are you?" The other party smiled, "You don't need to care who I am, you just need to know that I can take you to find the person you want to find." Suzuki no longer cared whether there were traps or not, and said, "Lead the way." Sheneng also followed Suzuki. The Akatsuki member then held the beheading sword horizontally and blocked Sheneng's way. "Hey, you stay here, and you will deal with those little ghosts behind." Sheneng glanced at the red cloud cloak on the other party, and then looked at the beheading sword in the other party's hand, and nodded. 2 in 1 chapter. It's the end of the month, please give me some recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you all. Chapter 144, Quick Victory. For Sheneng, the current situation is getting out of control. If he can get rid of Uchiha Suzuki as soon as possible, he will be more than happy. Moreover, the other party is a member of Akatsuki wearing a red cloud cloak. Handing Suzuki over to the other party may have been the leader's arrangement. So he obeyed the other party's orders and turned around to stop the Shinji team behind him. Suzuki is not a fool. Listening to the conversation between the Akatsuki member carrying a beheading sword and Sheneng, he immediately understood that Sheneng must have a relationship with Akatsuki. Even if he is not a formal member of Akatsuki, he is probably serving Akatsuki. This incident is likely to be a conspiracy. But it has come to this point. Even if the front is a trap arranged by Uchiha Itachi, he can't afford to retreat. Suzuki urged coldly, "Take me to find him." Tisk, what an impatient guy. The Akatsuki member carrying the beheading sword grinned, then the whole person flashed and flew away. Suzuki immediately followed with murderous intent. At this time, Shinji's team caught up. Sheneng stopped everyone and said with emotion, "It's worthy of Konoha. A few random little ghosts can see through my arrangement and catch up with me." Shinji glanced at Suzuki who was going away, but felt relieved. No doubt. The man carrying the beheading sword just now, the member of Akatsuki who held the sword, was none other than Uchiha Itachi's current partner, Biwajozo, one of the former 7 ninja swordmen of Kirigakuer. His appearance meant that Uchiha Itachi had also joined the chaos. His joining at least ensured Sasuke's safety, so what Shinji needed to consider at this time was how to ensure the safety of his companions. Staring at Sheneng, who was dressed as a doctor in front of him, Niji said, "Everyone be careful, the amount of chakra in this person's body is amazing." Swish, swish, swish. Amid a burst of dense wind-breaking sounds, a team led by Kakashi landed on the edge of the battlefield. What's going on? Why did Akatsuki fight with Kirigakuer's people? Is this the Uchiha clan's Mangeki Sharingan? Looking at the two sides fighting fiercely in the field, a group of Konoha ninjas exclaimed, and even the leader Kakashi looked solemn at this moment. In the field. In the thin mist, the assassination troops of the mist-hidden mountain, who are good at silent assassination, changed their positions back and forth. They were obviously very fast, leaving a trail of after-images in the mist, but there was no sound at all, as quiet as if there was no one in the mist. In the center of the mist, a member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask stood quietly under a red Susanoo. Clang! 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 On the entire quiet battlefield, only the occasional golden sound revealed the imperceptible danger on the battlefield. Yui Kurane came to Kakashi, "This group of mist-hidden mountain ninjas are not simple, they may be the assassination troops of the mist-hidden mountain." Kakashi nodded slightly, "Yet. Even in the mist-hidden mountain, which is good at assassination, those who can practice silent killing techniques to this extent are also extremely rare elites." So he actually saw that these mist-hidden mountain ninjas were not simple. Asuma was somewhat puzzled, "This is within the territory of our land of fire. The people of Kirigakuer should not have a conflict with the people of Akatsuki here for no reason." Staring at the battlefield, Kakashi said, "Did you find out?" "What did you find out?" Kakashi pointed to the battlefield. The Akatsuki member on the field does not seem to have any intention of killing people. After Kakashi's reminder, several people immediately found that the Akatsuki member who had activated Susanoo seemed to have been on passive defense, as if just to contain the Kirigakure ninjas here. After seeing this, Asuma and Ui Kurane said in unison, "Oh no, Kirigakure has set its sights on Uchiha Sasuke." Kakashi said, "Let's keep chasing." As he said that, Kakashi led the team to bypass this battlefield, and rushed to the grove on the side following the traces left by Shinji and others. The intervention of Kirigakure means that the news of Sasuke's departure from the village has been leaked, and the situation they have to face has become more complicated, so they must find Sasuke as soon as possible. Shoo! At this moment, a Kirigakure ninja stopped Kakashi and others and said with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry? Now that you are here, you want to leave without saying hello?" Kakashi held the kunao in his hand. "Do you Kirigakure want to start a war?" The Kirigakure ninja smiled and said, "It was you Konoha who invited us Kirigakure to deal with Akatsuki. Now Akatsuki is right in front of us. How come we can't fight against the Akatsuki organization?" Kakashi said, "Sorry, we have other tasks to perform." "You are indeed a despicable Konoha ninja. It is hard for us not to suspect whether Konoha and Akatsuki have colluded privately." The Kirigakure ninja continued to be aggressive. For them, it would be best to kidnap Uchiha Sasuke, but if they can't take Sasuke away, it is also necessary to test the relationship between Konoha and Akatsuki. Asuma whispered, "Kakashi, what should we do?" Kakashi turned his head and glanced at the battlefield not far away. Although there was only one member of the Akatsuki organization on the field, he had seen the opponent's strength. In the Long Street battle, it was this Akatsuki member with the red Susanoo who strongly defeated another Akatsuki member who was good at performing ice escape blood limit. He knew very well that the opponent was not serious at all. Once the opponent got serious, even if these Kirigakure ninjas were the elite of Kirigakure, they would probably be in danger. So he immediately said to the Kirigakure ninja who was blocking him, "Please get out of the way. We do have other tasks now and can't help you deal with that Akatsuki member. In addition, I personally remind you that the opponent is very strong, don't be careless." "Very strong?" The Kirigakure ninja smiled and said, "Hatake Kakashi, I didn't expect you to say such a thing. Konoha's famous copy ninja turned out to be a coward who didn't even have the courage to fight Akatsuki." Asuma said angrily, "What did you say?" Kakashi stopped Asuma and said to Kirigakure ninja, "Excuse me." After that, Kakashi bypassed Kirigakure ninja again and rushed towards the grove. This time Kirigakure ninja did not stop Kakashi. He looked thoughtfully at Kakashi and others disappearing in the grove, and then flashed back to the battlefield. After encountering this Akatsuki member with Manjiki Sharingan, the goal of Kirigakure assassination team has changed. Uchiha Sasuke's value is obviously not as good as this Akatsuki member with Manjiki Sharingan. Instead of wasting time and effort instead of chasing Uchiha Sasuke, it would be better to catch the Manjiki Uchiha who came to the door. Therefore, he stopped Kakashi and others just now, more to test the relationship between Konoha and Akatsuki. If Kakashi and others really intervened in the battle, he would be afraid. Now that Kakashi and others have left, they can just concentrate on dealing with the Manjiki Uchiha in the field. In the forest. Seeing that there were no pursuers behind him, Ui Kurane said, "The people from Kirigakure didn't catch up." Asuma pondered for a while, and immediately figured out the plan of the Kirigakure ninja, and spat lightly, "Tisk, it turns out that they just want to test our intentions. I see, no wonder they didn't catch up." After a pause, Kurane asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, you saw it a long time ago?" Kakashi nodded. The other party, with the advantage in numbers, slowly used the silent assassination technique of Kirigakure to besiege the Akatsuki member. This means that even if the other party's previous target was Sasuke, now they must have changed their target and set their sights on the Akatsuki member. This is also the reason why he reminded the other party not to be careless. The people of Kirigakure have not seen the horror of the Akatsuki member, but he knows, so in order to avoid Kirigakure from suffering a big loss, he gave a warning. However, judging from the current situation, the Kirigakure ninjas obviously did not pay much attention to his warning. Just then, he was moving quickly in the forest, and suddenly frowned. Because he clearly felt that the temperature in the forest was much lower than outside, he even saw icicles flying in the air. "Everyone be careful!" Kakashi shouted a warning while pulling off the blindfold, revealing the 3 Magadama Sharingan inside. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the team slowed down and became alert. Asuma said, "Did you hear it? There seems to be a sound of fighting ahead. Let's go and have a look." Kakashi was worried that Sasuke and others were ahead, so he quickly led the team to the direction of the fighting sound. Soon, they saw the battlefield in the forest, and they were all stunned. Everything they saw was icicles. On the ground. In the grass. On the trees. Everything in the scenery was covered with a layer of crystal-clear icicles, even the corpses were no exception. In this world of ice crystals, the ninjas of the Uegakure beheading team were staggering. Some of them had half of their bodies frozen, groaning and breathing heavily. Some had their entire arms frozen, so they had to cut off their arms with a knife to prevent the necrotic cell tissue from spreading further. What's worse, the whole person was frozen into an ice sculpture, completely losing the breath of life. In the center of the battlefield, a member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask stood on the ice crystals all over the ground, breathing heavily. There is no doubt. It was not someone else who held back the Uegakure beheading troops in the forest, but because he really didn't want to face his colleagues from Kirigakure, he asked Karin to hold back the Kirigakure assassination troops, and he stopped the Uegakure beheading troops who tried to kill everyone and then kidnap Sasuke. But he didn't expect the Uegakure beheading troops to be so powerful. As soon as they fought, he found that he had no room for mercy at all. If he didn't pay attention, he might even lose his life. So once the fight started, both sides fought with all their strength at the same time. Bai didn't hold back, and the Uegakure beheading troops were even more so. So although the battle lasted only a short while, it was extremely tragic. At this moment, the Uegakure beheading troops in the field had lost at least 3 people, and everyone else was injured. Although Bai was not injured for the time being, his chakra had been completely exhausted. If there was no help, he would definitely die. Of course. In the eyes of Kakashi and others on the sidelines, the situation was another story. Having experienced the Third Ninja World War, they quickly recognized that the members fighting against the Akatsuki members were the famous Uegakure decapitation unit. Because of this, they could not hide their shock. Any member of the Akatsuki organization actually had the ability to severely damage the Uegakure decapitation unit without any injuries. This was simply too scary. You know, there are quite a few members of the Akatsuki organization. Bai, who was in the field, also discovered Kakashi and others at this time. But he could not ask Kakashi and others for help. Am I going to die here? He was panting, and this thought flashed through his mind. But he was not afraid of death. He was just afraid that once his identity was exposed, it would implicate Shinji and Karin. At this time, the ninjas of the Uegakure decapitation unit around him pressed forward again. Damn it, you killed so many of us. Damn you, I'm going to cut you into pieces. They stared at Bai fiercely, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Seeing Kakashi and others watching the battle, one of the members of the Uegakure decapitation unit shouted, "Get out of the way, don't get in our way." Kakashi signaled his teammates to step aside. At this moment, the two sides on the field have already started a real fight. At this time, no matter who intervenes rashly, they may get burned. After stepping aside, Asuma said, "Kakashi, who do you think will win?" Kakashi shook his head, "It's hard to say. Those guys from the Uegakure beheading team must have underestimated the enemy, so they suffered a great loss. But there is only one member of the Akatsuki organization after all, and it seems that they have consumed a lot of energy, so both sides have a chance next." Hong said in a deep voice, "These people from the Akatsuki organization are really crazy. They dare to resist the elite teams of the 5 major ninja villages alone." Kakashi said, "They are not crazy, they are absolutely confident in themselves. Everyone remember, no matter which member of the Akatsuki organization you meet, you must not be careless." On the field, looking at the approaching Uegakure beheading team, Bai was ready to die. He has taken advantage of the unexpected to achieve such a record. Now, the people from the Uegakure beheading team have understood his ice escape, and his chakra has been exhausted. There is no suspense in this battle. Quick battle and quick decision. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears, a voice that only his spirit could hear. Is it the leader? He was shocked. Although he recognized the leader's voice and guessed that the leader was using Shibi to contact him, he didn't quite understand what the leader meant by quick battle and quick decision. After all, his chakra was exhausted and he had no ability to continue fighting, let alone a quick battle and quick decision. And in an instant, a shockingly powerful chakra flowed into his body out of thin air, making his exhausted body come alive. 2 in 1 chapter. It's the end of the month, please recommend. Monthly vote. Don't forget to vote if you have tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 145 Shocking. Instantly. Bai understood the meaning of the leader's words quick battle, quick decision. This sudden huge amount of chakra filled his body in just a moment, making his originally exhausted limbs and bones suddenly full. He even felt that if he didn't consume some of it as soon as possible, his body would be blown up by this surging chakra. Swish! Without thinking too much, Bai immediately stretched out his left hand and skillfully formed 4 or 5 seals, water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Hwalala! In an instant, a huge water dragon appeared out of thin air in the forest, roaring with a shocking roar, circling and attacking the approaching Uegakuer decapitation troops. This? The members of the Uegakuer beheading unit were all horrified. They had previously judged that the chakra of the Akatsuki member in front of them should be very little, so they surrounded him from all directions, not wanting to give him time to recover. But they didn't expect that this was a trap set by the other party. Not only did the other party have abundant chakra, but he also mastered the ability to perform the advanced water-style ninjutsu of Water Dragon Bullet technique with one hand, which was beyond their expectations. Retreat quickly. Kakashi and others in the outer circle were also surprised and retreated. You should know that the Water Dragon Bullet technique is famous for its many seals. Even a senior ninja has to make dozens of seals to perform it successfully. So when they saw that the Akatsuki member in the field successfully performed the Water Dragon Bullet technique with only 4 or 5 seals with one hand, the shock in the hearts of Kakashi and others can be imagined. Just then, Bai, who completed the Water Dragon Bullet technique in the field, did not stop with his left hand and made a seal with one hand again, water style, waterfall style. At the same time, his free right hand also began to make seals, ice style, ice time rain. Snap! Afterwards, when the left and right hands completed their respective seals, he suddenly put his hands together and clapped them together. It's a compound ninjutsu, everyone pay attention. The captain of the Uegakuer decapitation squad shouted. Immediately, several members of the Uegakuer decapitation squad who were closer to them took advantage of the brief gap before the opponent's water escape technique arrived, and immediately formed hand seals in tacit agreement and performed a joint ninjutsu, earth escape technique, earth flow wall. Rumble. Instantly, the ground in the forest began to shake. Kakashi and the others who were flying back looked at the water dragons, waterfalls, and layers of earth walls that were wrapped in a layer of ice crystals and raging in the forest, and their faces were extremely solemn. This level of ninjutsu duel was rare even in the Third Ninja World War. Boom boom boom. The collision of ice escape and earth escape set off a series of huge roars in the forest. And in this violent roar, accompanied by shock waves spreading outward, dust instantly rose high, and ice chips flew everywhere. In just a few breaths, the originally clear battlefield fell into chaos. Not to mention Asuma, Yui Kurane, and others, even Kakashi, who had the Sharingan, lost his insight into the battlefield situation. What a powerful ninjutsu! Kure swallowed to hide his surprise. Asuma looked solemn. Did you see it? That guy can seal with one hand, and the power of the ninjutsu he performed is so terrifying, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Kakashi whispered, we should try our best to avoid going to war with the Akatsuki organization. Finding Sasuke is our top priority. Asuma and Hong nodded in unison. At this time, due to the convection of cold and hot air, a gust of wind blew in the forest. Under the blowing of this gust of wind, the smoke and mist that filled the battlefield gradually dissipated, revealing the appearance of the battlefield. The battlefield at this time is completely different from what it was just now. Because the two large-scale water escape techniques of Water Dragon Bullet technique and Great Waterfall technique condensed a large amount of water vapor, so with the blessing after the ice release, the entire battlefield has turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the joint earth escape performed by the Uegakuer decapitation unit was wrapped in a layer of frost and turned into a towering ice wall. The water that was not completely frozen bypassed the earth wall from both sides and bloomed in front of the Uegakuer ninjas hiding behind the earth wall, turning into ice caltrops, stringing the elite of the Uegakuer decapitation unit into a string of ice sculptures. Hiss! The people of Konoha not far away took a breath of cold air after seeing this scene. Many of them guessed that the Uegakuer decapitation unit might suffer in this duel, but no one expected that the Uegakure decapitation unit, which was outnumbered, would be defeated so miserably. Asuma sighed, it is worthy of the blood limit, ordinary ninjutsu can't compete. The Uegakure ninjas lost. Kakashi glanced at the members of the Akatsuki organization standing in the ice and snow, and the fear in his eyes deepened a bit. Just like before, the Akatsuki member who was hiding in the hooded red cloud uniform was still breathing heavily, as if he had exhausted his chakra. But now no one dared to bet whether the other party had really exhausted his chakra. So he quickly made a gesture to his teammates around him. Everyone immediately understood, and all retreated quietly away from the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, Kakashi said in a deep voice, Kirigakure and Uegakure have intervened. You must be prepared. You may have a conflict with people from Kumigakure or Sandgakure later. Yes. Asuma and others following Kakashi nodded. Only the last ray of afterglow of the sunset in the sky remained, and the light in the grove also dimmed a lot. Not long after, following the footprints left by Shinji and others, Kakashi's team rushed out of the woods. As soon as they rushed out of the woods, they were frightened by the scene in front of them. In the open space outside the woods, there were a large number of bodies of Kumigakure ninjas lying in a mess, and these bodies were all in a mess, and some of them even had only some unrecognizable limbs left. What happened here? Why are there so many dead? It seems that they are all the bodies of Kumigakure ninjas. After hearing someone in the team say this, everyone suddenly realized that the bodies lying on the ground on this battlefield like a slaughterhouse were all the bodies of Kumigakure ninjas. Not a single enemy body could be found. Kakashi squatted on the ground and checked it, and his face sank. The miserable state of these bodies on the ground reminded him of the bodies of the guards of the demon country who died from the monsters and goblins during his previous trip to the demon country. The bodies of those guards at that time were also like this, with broken limbs and arms that could not be distinguished, leaving only a mess on the ground. Asuma asked with a dark face, is it the monster from the demon country? Yes. Kakashi nodded. Hong looked around, her face gradually turning pale, so many Kumigakure ninjas, were all slaughtered by that monster. Konoha has always been very wary of Kumigakure. It is for this reason that Konoha chose to give in to Kumigakure's war blackmail several times. But seeing so many Kumigakure ninjas being slaughtered one by Akatsuki, like livestock, their bodies were left exposed in the wilderness. Not only did the people of Konoha not feel happy about their revenge, but they felt a chill on their backs. Because Akatsuki can slaughter Kumigakure ninjas, they can also slaughter Konoha ninjas. The matter of Sasuke being lured out of the village has gradually gone beyond the matter itself. In this incident, the strength shown by Akatsuki and its reckless style of doing things made them realize that their previous judgment of Akatsuki was too conservative. Akatsuki is not a possible threat to the 5 major ninja villages, but it has already threatened the 5 major ninja villages. Send a message to the village and ask for support. Soon, Kakashi made a decision. If the Akatsuki members wearing hooded red cloud clothes were a little more gentle, then the monster that escaped from the demon country was worthy of the name of monster. So Kakashi felt that once they encountered that monster, they might not be able to get rid of it as easily as they did when they encountered the 2 Akatsuki members wearing hooded red cloud clothes before. Shinji sighed. With a swish, Shenung tore off his doctor's robe, revealing the bulging muscles inside. Little demons of Konoha. He gestured to Shinji and the others, and said with a smile, today is a good day for you to see, superscript 1, superscript 1 plus or minus superscript 1. Ya curled his lips, this guy is quite arrogant, you go after Sasuke first, I'll deal with him. Akamaru echoed with a woof. Shinji shook his head, don't underestimate the opponent, let's attack together. Ningji said, yes, this guy has a lot of chakra in his body, stronger than many jonin in the village, it's safer for us to attack together. Shiro and Karin looked at each other at this time, and both of them showed difficulty at the same time. They were just 2 shadow clones in the team, and once they fought, they would probably be exposed. At this time, Shinji began to arrange, Shiro, Karin, you 2 hold the line, and the others will follow me. Yes. Shiro and Karin responded, and then secretly relaxed breath. The other people in the team dispersed instantly, and surrounded Shenung in the center. Shenung smiled, then waved his hands and shouted, 8 gates, the first gate, open the gate, open. Boom. Instantly, Shenung's strong body swelled again. Little ghosts, open your eyes and see clearly. Shenung shouted with a grin, the second gate, the rest gate, open. Ninkai's eyes were stern, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Seeing this, Ye hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Ninkai said with difficulty, "The chakra in that guy's body suddenly became much stronger." Kimimaro frowned slightly, "How much is a lot?" "In short, it's a lot." Ninkai couldn't describe it for a while, because this was the first time he saw someone perform the 8 gates, and he was completely stunned by the ability of the 8 gates to unlock the limitations of the human body. The 3rd gate, the gate of life, open. The 4th gate, the gate of injury, open. Sheneng continued to open the restrictions of his body. When he opened the 4th gate, the chakra that was running wild in his body had already dissipated to the outside of his body. Even the airflow around his body seemed to be pulled by something, forming a series of upward cyclones around him. At this time, there was no need for Niji Spyakugan to see through it. Everyone in the team knew that the strength of Sheneng in front of them was not simple. Ye was very fortunate that he did not stay alone to deal with this monster. The 5th gate, the gate of Du, open. The 6th gate, the gate of Jing, open. Sheneng did not stop, and climbed all the way to the 6th gate. At this time, his whole body was wrapped in a strong cyclone, and some small stones on the ground around him were also floated up by these cyclones. At first glance, it seemed that even gravity was distorted. Kaiba asked, "Is that around him chakra or sweat?" Ningji shook his head, "I can't be sure either. Chakra condensed to the point where it is visible to the naked eye, covering the whole body. This is basically the privilege of the tailed beast level monster, it is a chakra coat, ordinary ninjas can't do this." But now, Sheneng is wrapped in a black chakra cyclone. It looks as if the Jinkraki is wearing a chakra coat, which makes people terrified just by looking at it from a distance. "Ah!" Sheneng roared at this time, his whole face flushed, and shouted, "The 7th gate, the gate of shock, open." Bang! At the moment of opening the 7th gate, a huge cyclone instantly swept around. Shinji and others all subconsciously raised their arms to protect their faces. Swish! At this time, Sheneng moved. He was as fast as a ghost. He flashed and covered a distance of more than 100 meters in an instant. In an instant, he came in front of Kaiba and punched him. Bang! Without any resistance, Kaiba was blown away like a cannonball, and only stopped when he knocked down a big tree. Damn it! He tried to get up, but found that his body was broken and he had lost all the ability to move. Just when everyone was stunned. Bang bang bang! Shino, Niji, and Kimimaro were all blown away by Sheneng in an instant. Although Niji opened his Byakugan, his pupil technique was completely ineffective in the face of Sheneng's absolute speed, and he did not resist at all. Among the three, only Kimimaro had some reaction. When Sheneng punched him, he protected his vitals. However, he did not expect that Sheneng was not only incredibly fast, but also had a seemingly ordinary punch with astonishing power. He had adjusted his body and secretly activated the corpse bone vein, but he was still injured by the punch and fell heavily to the ground, unable to even get up. Little ghosts, I like your terrified expressions now. Sheneng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his eyes swept across the field. Shinji was a little helpless. He really didn't expect Sheneng to be able to open the 7th gate of Jingmen now, and he didn't expect Sheneng who opened the Jingmen to be so strong. Originally, he didn't plan to let his original body go on the field, but now it seems that if his original body doesn't go on the field, they can't even resist Sheneng's move. Yes, Shinji in the team is actually a shadow clone, and his original body has long been separated from the team. Swish! At this time, a figure fell from the sky and landed in the field. Sheneng, who was full of pride, froze in his expression, because he saw that the figure that suddenly appeared was actually a member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask. The other party looked at him and said lightly, "Get lost." 2 in 1 chapter. It's the last day of this month. Students who still have monthly tickets, remember to vote. Please, everyone. Chapter 146. If you die, you will no longer be. Sheneng's face froze immediately. The other party actually told him to get lost so contemptuously, which made him feel a great insult. You know, he is now in the state of opening the 7th gate of the Gate of Shock. The strength and speed are close to the limit of human beings. In this state, he feels that he can touch even the 5 shadows. So after a brief surprise, he said in a cold tone, "For the sake of the same organization, I will only teach you a lesson today, so that you can understand that you should pay attention to the tone of speech when dealing with colleagues." Tisk. The Akatsuki member wearing a hooded red cloud suit spat lightly. You bastard! Sheneng was completely enraged. Shua, he said no more and rushed towards the Akatsuki member. In the dim afterglow of the evening, because of his speed, his figure left a long after-image. At the same time, there was a sharp whistling sound. It was just an ordinary attack, but it was like a cannonball, creating shock waves one after another, spreading in the air. This knocked down Ye, Ninkai, Kimimaro, and others were all shocked and held their breath when they saw this scene. They were still young and could not imagine that someone could use physical skills to such an incredible degree. Bang! At this moment, Sheneng's attack with the air wave hit the Akatsuki member head-on, and a deafening roar broke out instantly. Whether it was Niji, Kimimaro, Kaiba, Shino who were knocked down, or Shinji, Haku, and Keirin's shadow clones who retreated far to the side, they all covered their ears at the same time, looking uncomfortable. The shock of the shock wave alone made people feel their blood surging, their ears tinnitus and dizziness. After a while, the smoke and dust stirred up in the field gradually dissipated. Everyone looked over hurriedly, only to see that Sheneng's punch did not directly hit the Akatsuki member, but was blocked by a golden skeleton phantom. There is no doubt. The Akatsuki member who suddenly appeared was Shinji himself. Through the golden skeleton phantom, Sheneng looked at Shinji standing under the Susanoo, who was calm and indifferent, and his face was stern. What is this? Shinji did not explain, but directly activated the Susanoo and punched Sheneng. Although he opened the seventh gate at lightning speed, Sheneng was not a pure physical ninja after all, so he forgot to dodge for a moment, and when he realized something was wrong, Shinji's fist of Susanoo had already hit him. Helplessly, he had to raise his hands. Boom! With a huge roar, the fist of Susanoo hit Sheneng hard. Sheneng, who had just opened the Jingmen, was also in a state of infinite strength, so the huge force of Susanoo did not smash him instantly, but nailed him into the ground like a hammer hitting a nail. The ground under his feet cracked instantly, and the cracks extended around like a spider web, extending for dozens of meters before stopping. Sheneng, who was hit into the ground by a punch, finally reacted, and hurriedly struggled out of the ground, then retreated far away while panting heavily. Damn it! His eyes were bloodshot. Even though he opened the seventh gate of shock, his body was only flesh and blood after all. He had to fight against the Susanoo of Shinji, who had the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even if he could barely block it, his body was still seriously injured. This can be seen from his violently heaving chest and slightly trembling arms. Shinji under the Susanoo slowly took a step and walked towards Sheneng, the 8 gates of the ninja. As he spoke, the golden Susanoo that enveloped him changed. Originally, the Susanoo was only in a skeleton state. With the injection of his pupil power, the muscles and meridians began to be completed. The body also expanded rapidly, not only became bigger, but also covered with a layer of armor, and a golden long sword was added to his hand. What kind of technique is this? Sheneng subconsciously stepped back. The brief confrontation just now had wiped out all his arrogance. When he found that Shinji's Susanoo was still getting stronger, he instantly lost his determination to win and had the idea of retreating. At the moment he had the idea of retreating, his momentum obviously dropped, and the cyclone formed by the chakra and sweat that was scattered around his body also weakened a little. Such an obvious change naturally could not be hidden from Shinji, who possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Humph! He snorted lightly, his disdain was evident. This was not a performance, but a real feeling. If it comes to physical fitness, Might Guy's father Might Guy, the 10,000 years of Genin of Konoha, is definitely not as good as Sheneng in front of him. But in terms of combat power, Sheneng, who also mastered the secret of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the steel fist style, is far inferior to Might Guy. The 8 gates of Dunjia has actually exceeded the scope of physical skills. Because every impact on a gate means impacting one's own limit, it is a challenge to one's body and will. Therefore, there is an essential difference between the 8 gates of Dunjia mastered through hard practice and the 8 gates of Dunjia mastered through medical skills and dark medical ninjutsu to transform the body. The former is infused with one's own will and ninjutsu. Once the 8 gates of Dunjia is opened, there is death and no life. Not to mention the Susanoo in the primary skeleton form, even the complete Susanoo may not be able to resist it. The latter only simulates the fur of the 8 gates of Dunjia and obtains the most basic power of the 8 gates of Dunjia like cheating, but lacks the will infusion as a soul. Once the battle situation is not going well, not only does it not have the toughness of the steel fist flow that becomes more and more courageous, but its state will fall rapidly. At the beginning, Shinji was a little afraid of the opponent, but at this point, he had completely lost interest in the guy who had opened the 7th gate of the shocking door in front of him. If you are only this level, then go and die obediently. As he said this, Shinji urged his half-armored Susanoo to slowly draw his sword. Staring at the golden giant with a face full of horror, Sheneng shouted, "You can't kill me, I am also a member of the Akatsuki organization." Shinji kept walking. "Oh, if you die, you are not." Sheneng was stunned and thought, what is going on? Is it allowed to kill each other in the Akatsuki organization? Shua. At this moment, Shinji's golden Susanoo swung a knife and slashed at Sheneng. Sheneng had no idea of resistance. Seeing the golden knife light coming, he was scared to death. The whole person ran wildly and retreated backwards. However, at this time, his speed could no longer maintain the previous extreme state, so despite his best efforts to dodge, he was still covered by the sword light. Boom! Amid the loud noise, Sheneng rushed out of the smoke and dust. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, his face was covered with blood, and there was a shocking scar on his chest. So strong! Everyone in Shinji's team exclaimed. Before Shinji's real body appeared, Sheneng, who opened the 7th gate of the gate, was like a god of war. Not to mention Ya and Shino, even Kimimaro with the corpse vein and Niji with the Bun were not his opponents. But when Shinji's real body appeared, the situation was reversed in an instant. The incredibly powerful Sheneng was as humble as an ant under the golden Susanoo. With just 3 or 2 moves, he was completely at a disadvantage, and even looked like he was in danger of his life at any time. Just then, swish! Another member of Akatsuki wearing a red cloud cloak fell from the sky and landed on the field. The embarrassed Sheneng was overjoyed when he saw this. "Hurry up and save me." There is no doubt that this member of Akatsuki who suddenly appeared was the monster Woolyang who had just slaughtered a large group of Kumigakure ninjas. The monster Woolyang ignored Sheneng's call for help. He stared at Shinji with murderous intent. Ninkai, Kimimaro, and others were disheartened. As one Akatsuki member after another appeared, they found that they seemed to have been involved in a battlefield that did not belong to them at all. Especially the last Woolyang, whose strong bloody smell was simply pungent. Just based on this bloody smell, everyone could imagine how miserable the fate of the large group of Kumigakure ninjas was before. Swish, swish, swish. Almost one after another. Kakashi and others also appeared at the edge of the battlefield after the monsters arrived. Looking at the towering golden Susanoo and the monsters surrounded by countless dark purple tentacles, the faces of the Konoha ninjas were extremely embarrassed. No matter who they were irresistible. However, because the Shinji team was trapped in the battlefield, they could not withdraw calmly as before. They had to confront several members of the Akatsuki organization on the field while gathering the injured members of the Shinji team. Fortunately, whether it was Shinji standing under the golden Susanoo, or the monsters staring at Shinji, or the disheveled and extremely embarrassed Sheneng, their attention was not on the Konoha ninjas at this time. So although the process was a bit daunting, Kakashi and others still led the injured and unable to move, including Niji, Kimimaro, Kaiba, and Shino, out of the core area of the battlefield. Kakashi looked at the uninjured shadow clone of Shinji and asked, "Where is Suzuki?" Shinji's shadow clone did not hide anything and said bluntly, "Suzuki was taken away by a member of the Akatsuki organization with a beheading sword." It was him. Kakashi was startled when he heard this, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, after learning that it was Uchiha Taka's partner Biwajozo who took Suzuki away, he was so perceptive that he instantly realized that Sasuke's safety should not be a concern. Asuma came up to Kakashi at this time. "Kakashi, what should we do now?" Looking at the strange battlefield in front of him, Kakashi had to shake his head. "I don't know either." In the current field, the members of the Akatsuki organization were divided into 2 groups and were confronting each other, so Kakashi did not dare to make any rash moves at all. Because no one knows whether these Akatsuki members will find conflicts temporarily and solve them first. You must know that neither the Akatsuki member with the golden Susanoo nor the monster in the land of demons can be matched by them at present. If these 2 Akatsuki members join forces, he even thinks that his side may not even be able to escape. Just then, there was another sound of breaking wind in the distance. Then, a figure fell into the field. Kakashi and others looked over and found that the person who rushed to the battlefield was the Akatsuki member who was good at ice escape and had killed many Uegakure beheading troops in the grove before. He did not hesitate, and as soon as he stepped into the battlefield, he stood next to the golden Susanoo. The hearts of the people in Konoha sank. Oh no, another Akatsuki member has come. Swish! Before everyone could continue to think, another figure fell into the field. The people in Konoha looked ashen when they saw this. Because this figure is another member of the Akatsuki organization wearing a hooded red cloud uniform, and judging by his figure, it seems that he was the one who launched the Susanoo to resist the Kirigakura assassination troops. That Akatsuki member. After entering the battlefield, this Akatsuki member quickly came to the golden Susanoo, and stood on the left and right of the Akatsuki member standing under the golden Susanoo with the previous Akatsuki member who was good at ice escape. As these two Akatsuki members rushed to the battlefield, everyone in Konoha found the figures of the Rock Village beheading unit and the Mist Village assassination unit in the distance. Obviously, they did not give up, and followed the two Akatsuki members. But when they found that there were 5 Akatsuki members on the battlefield, whether it was the arrogant Rock Village beheading unit or the fierce Mist Village assassination unit, they all stopped tacitly and did not dare to approach the battlefield any further. 5 Akatsuki members. Hong gritted his teeth and whispered. Asuma even suggested, Kakashi, let's retreat. Let one escape. Kakashi hesitated and did not dare to make a judgment. The strength of the 5 Akatsuki members in front of them far exceeds that of their team. Once the other side turns around to deal with them, none of them can escape. On the other side, under the leadership of Biwajozo, Suzuki came to a canyon. As soon as he stepped into the canyon, he frowned. Because the breeze blowing from the valley was filled with a strong smell of blood. Seeing Suzuki frowning, Biwajozo smiled appreciatively. Hehe, worthy of being Ataka's younger brother, your reaction is very sharp. Suzuki asked sternly, where is that guy? Where is he? Biwajozo stopped and pointed to the depths of the canyon with a beheading sword. Your brother is in front, go find him yourself. Suzuki immediately flashed and rushed forward. After a few ups and downs, his eyes suddenly opened up. It turned out that there was a large open area in the middle of the canyon. In the middle of the open space, Itaki, wearing the red cloud cloak of the Akatsuki organization, stood there quietly, and at his feet, there were corpses of sand ninja lying in all directions. The bloody smell in the air before was obviously caused by these corpses. 2 in 1 chapter. The last day of 2022. Students who still have monthly tickets in their hands, don't forget to vote. New Year's Day leave. New Year's Day leave. I'm getting married on New Year's Day, so I'll take 2 to 3 days off. I hope everyone will forgive me. Chapter 147. The ninja world is getting more and more chaotic. Watching Suzuki quietly, Itaka's calm face did not stir up any waves, as if he just saw an insignificant person. Sasuke's expression quickly became ferocious. He clenched his fists and roared at Itaki, I will kill you. I will kill you. After roaring, the 3 Megatama in his scarlet eyes spun quickly. For a moment, the 3 Megatama seemed to be connected together. Itaki was slightly startled when he saw this, and then said calmly, it seems that you have grown up a little. Suzuki, who was already filled with anger, roared, I want to avenge my parents and the whole clan. Itaki, today is the day of the death of Itaki. Swish. Instantly, Suzuki activated the instant body technique that he had never used before, and rushed in front of Itaki with a flash. Itaki did not seem to expect that in just a few months, Suzuki not only awakened the 3 Megatama, but also mastered the instant body technique, a high-level ninjutsu, and did not react for a while. Capturing the surprise that flashed across Itaki's face, Suzuki felt proud. He held a kunai in each hand, swung it out fiercely, and slashed at Itaki's throat fiercely, go to hell. You Uchiha sinner. Just when the kunai in Sasuke's hand was about to hit Itaki's throat, Itaki raised his foot and kicked Suzuki out. The whole process was clean and neat. Suzuki didn't react until he was kicked out and his body was in the air. Bang! After falling heavily to the ground, Suzuki was stunned for a while, and then he got up from the ground in anger. But as soon as he got up, his legs softened and he fell to the ground again. At this time, he felt a sharp pain in the place where Itaki kicked him in the chest, and he felt a strong discomfort even if he just breathed. Damn, did it hurt his lungs? He said inwardly, looking at Itaki's eyes, the hatred was even stronger. Itaki said lightly, I misunderstood, you haven't made any progress. You bastard. Cough cough. Suzuki stood up with all his strength, coughing violently, and began to make seals with both hands. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Boom! A huge ball of fire spewed out of Sasuke's mouth and rushed straight towards Itachi. Itachi also raised his arm and began to form a seal, and also used the great fireball technique. In an instant, the two balls of fire collided with each other and exploded at once, as if the entire sky was ignited, illuminating the Grey Canyon. However, this stalemate did not last long. After a few breaths, Itachi's great fireball technique quickly gained the upper hand, quickly overwhelmed and swallowed Sasuke's great fireball technique, and then plowed a deep gully on the ground, and pounced on Sasuke. How is it possible? Sasuke was startled and tried to use the instant body technique to dodge, but just as he was about to use the instant body technique, his injured lungs were involved, and he lost his breath and instantly lost his strength. The huge flames were close at hand. Sasuke's eyes suddenly flashed with panic. At this moment, he really felt the approach of death. At this critical moment, he quickly used the shadow clone technique, and then at the moment he was about to be engulfed by the flames. At this moment, the original body was kicked away by the shadow clone that had just split off, and narrowly avoided the flames. After being thrown out, Sasuke quickly stood up and looked back, only to see that his shadow clone had disappeared in the flames. The memory he fed back was full of fierce flames. At this time, Itachi slowly walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke's previous anger had been extinguished by the repeated setbacks. He struggled to retreat, his face full of panic. After just a moment of fighting, his chest was severely injured, and it hurt every time he breathed, and he couldn't use any strength at all. Just now, in order to protect himself, he launched another shadow clone technique, which instantly consumed half of his chakra. Now he couldn't even stand up, and his chakra was almost consumed. Facing Uchiha Itachi, who had the Mangekyou Sharingan, he didn't see any chance of winning at all. As Itachi walked, he said lightly, "I reminded you, come to me again when you have eyes like mine." Sasuke looked at Itachi and saw the Mangekyou Sharingan in Itachi's eyes that looked like a three-edged shuriken, Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi continued, "Only the Mangekyou Sharingan can fight against the Mangekyou Sharingan. Before you have eyes like mine, you are not my opponent. Don't underestimate me. My pupil power can even control the nine tails." Sasuke became hysterical. "Control the nine tails?" Itachi suddenly laughed, and then said disdainfully, "With your Sharingan, you can't even distinguish between illusion and reality. Do you still want to control the nine tails?" Sasuke retreated and shouted, "Everyone in the village knows that I subdued the nine tails. My Sharingan is stronger than yours." Suddenly, the surrounding sky and earth turned scarlet. Sasuke was stunned, and then he thought of something, and a look of horror appeared on his face. At this moment, everything around changed. The valley, the trees, and the bodies of the sand ninja lying on the ground all disappeared. After a moment of illusion, the scene around changed into the night of the extermination of the clan. Still on the long street of the Uchiha clan, still on that unforgettable night, as if time went back and everything returned to the beginning. "No, no!" Sasuke covered his head with both hands and shouted in pain. The scene around changed again. The long street of the clan became the clan's mansion. His father and mother knelt in front of him, and behind them was Uchiha Itachi with a long sword raised. Sasuke blurted out, "Stop!" Uchiha Itachi, who raised the sword, just glanced at Sasuke lightly, and then swung the sword down mercilessly, killing his father and mother together. Swish! Blood spurted out, spilled all over the ground, and finally splashed on Sasuke's face. Feeling the temperature of the blood on his face, Sasuke was stunned, his pupils dilated, and his eyes gradually lost focus. After beheading his parents, Itachi, holding a long sword, walked over his parents' bodies and slowly walked towards Sasuke. Squeak! The sound of the knife tip scratching the ground broke the tranquility of the mansion and awakened the unconscious Sasuke. "No, no! Don't come over! Don't kill me!" Sasuke got up quickly and fled out regardless of anything. However, no matter how he fled, the sound of the knife tip scratching the ground behind him, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, followed him closely. When he came to the long street of the clan, he was tripped by the threshold and looked back in horror. He saw that there was no one behind him, and even the sound of the knife tip scratching the ground disappeared. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a cold voice came from the front of him, "Where are you looking at?" Sasuke looked back in horror and saw Uchiha Itachi standing in front of him with a knife in his hand, his eyes full of coldness. No. Before Shizuke finished speaking, Itaka's long sword had already fallen and cut off his head. Ah! The next moment, Shizuke appeared in his own mansion again. His father and mother knelt in front of him again, and behind his parents, Itaka raised his long sword again. Everything was just as before. Outside. With a thump, Shizuke knelt on the ground, drooling, his eyes blank. Itaka came to Shizuke and stared at him silently, wondering what he was thinking. Shua. At this time, a figure flashed beside Itaka. This figure was the Biwajozo who led Shizuke to the canyon before. He stared at Shizuke, who was kneeling on the ground with a beheading sword, and smiled. Does it need to go to this extent? Itaka said lightly, there is no need to hold back against such a stupid guy. Tisk. Biwajozo spat lightly with a smile on his face. Itaka looked very determined, as if he was satisfied with humiliating his brother, but he knew that all this was just a deliberate illusion created by Itaka. Under Itaka's cold face, there was a nervous heart. But he also knew why Itaka did this, so he didn't point it out, but reminded him, if you leave this kid here, he will definitely not survive tonight. Itaka didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, a twisted vortex appeared out of thin air, and then Obito, wearing a mask, walked out of the vortex leisurely. Then he looked around, looked at the bodies of the sand ninjas scattered all over the ground, and finally his eyes fell on the unconscious Shizuke. Obito was also an Uchiha with the Mangeki Sharingan, so he could tell at a glance that Shizuke in front of him had been controlled by illusion and his spirit had completely collapsed. Even for him, it would be difficult to recover from this state. If an ordinary person is tortured to this extent, he is basically useless and there is no way to treat him. Therefore, he was a little confused and didn't understand why Itaka tortured Shizuke to this extent, which was very different from his previous guess. Did I guess wrong? Itaka left Shizuke for another purpose. After a pause, Obito thought to himself, could it be that Itaka has already known the purpose of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and he wants to stimulate Shizuke through illusion to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan, and then take this pair of Mangeki for himself? For a moment, this thought flashed through Obito's mind. So he glanced at Itaka and tried, if you can't do it, I can do it for you. Itaka shook his head, no need, I still have a use for him. It's true. Obito said secretly, and then nodded, well, since you are useful, I will leave it to you, and it's worth it for me to lead him out of Konoha. After that, Obito didn't stop and disappeared directly in the whirlpool. Seeing Obito leave, Biwajozo loosened his hand holding the beheading sword. Every time I meet this guy, I feel uneasy, it's really annoying. Itaka didn't answer, but his solemn eyes showed that he was also full of vigilance against Obito. Biwajozo said, your brother left Konoha, it was indeed that guy who ordered it. The wandering doctor before should also be that guy's man, you have to be careful, he is doing these things, it is very likely to target you. Yet. Itaka nodded lightly. He had never completely trusted the man who called himself Uchiha Madara, just as the other party had never completely trusted him. It was just that he had investigated for a long time and could not find out the other party's identity. In addition, the other party's mysterious space-time ninjutsu, so he had been holding back and did not choose to completely turn against the other party. Because even he was not sure that he could deal with the other party. Similarly, he could also feel the other party's fear of him. This time, Sasuke's reckless action was obviously planned and instigated by the other party, and he had to admit that the other party had grasped his weakness. So he deliberately revealed that he had ulterior motives for Shizuke, misleading the other party, making the other party think that he had mastered his trump card, and thus temporarily gave up on Shizuke. That's right. Biwajozo looked into the distance and said, those guys from before have appeared again. The Kirigakure assassination team, the Uegakure beheading team, and the demon from the land of demons and the wandering doctor were all stopped by them. Itaka frowned, who are they? Biwajozo said, those guys are not simple. Could they be members recruited privately by the leader? Isn't the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara also recruiting people privately? Itaka shook his head slightly, but where did these Mangeki Uchiha come from? I have never heard of them. Biwajozo carried the beheading sword on his shoulder. Alas, the ninja world is getting more and more chaotic. On another battlefield. Boom boom boom. The battlefield was filled with smoke and roars. The countless dark purple tentacles behind the monsters were like the devil descending to the world, wreaking havoc on the battlefield. At the other end of the battlefield, a huge red Susanoo waved a spear, sweeping across the dark purple tentacles. The clash of the two behemoths caused the battle to spread over a large area. Even though they had long since hidden far away, the people of Konoha were still trembling with fear. Just then, a twisted vortex appeared beside Wu Yang. Then, a figure walked out of the vortex and signaled Wu Yang to stop attacking. Seeing the leader who recruited him appear, Wu Yang stopped fighting and stared at the Akatsuki member standing opposite under the red Susanoo, who was also wearing a mask and wearing the Akatsuki red cloud uniform. Karin, who was standing under the red Susanoo, looked back at Shinji standing on the sidelines. Seeing Shinji nod, she also stopped fighting, flashed, and retreated behind Shinji. Obito's eyes instantly fell on Shinji. Because from the positions of Karin and Shiro, it can be clearly seen that the three unfamiliar members of the Akatsuki organization in front of them are led by Shinji in the middle. And unlike the relatively loose superior-subordinate relationship in the organization, the superior-subordinate relationship of the three people in front of them is very clear. The one standing in the middle is obviously the leader, and he has a very high control over the two people beside him. This is also one of the reasons why Obito is afraid. You have to know the strength of the other two people through his own observation and the information collected by Zetsu. One of these two people has a Mangeki Sharingan, and the other has an Ice Release Bloodline Genkai. Looking at the ninja world, they are figures that cannot be ignored. Even the existing members of the Akatsuki organization may not be their opponents. And a strong man with such strength, but he listens to the middle person. Just from this point, it can be inferred that the strength of the middle person must be very terrifying. The vacation is over. 2-in-1 chapter, please vote at the beginning of the month. Thank you for your support. Chapter 148. If it is that person, it is possible to do it. Obito knew very well that if the three Akatsuki members in front of him, wearing masks and hooded red cloud uniforms, were really affiliated with Nagato's side, then his situation within the Akatsuki would be awkward. The cooperation between him and Nagato was essentially based on the premise that he could help Nagato collect the tailed beasts and revive the 10 tails. If Nagato could successfully collect the 9 tailed beasts without his assistance, then the foundation of his cooperation with Nagato would be shaken. What on earth is Nagato thinking? Why does he send people to interfere with my actions again and again? As his thoughts diverged, Obito's expression under the mask gradually became solemn. Swish! Swish! At this time, Itaki and Biwajozo appeared on the battlefield and stood on Obito's side. Obito glanced at Itaki from the side, and then withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. In his opinion, this action to lure Shizuke out of Konoha was not without gain. Although it was a little different from what he imagined, he confirmed the importance of Shizuke to Itaki. He found that as long as he grasped this point of Shizuke, Itaki could only stand on his side obediently. With the addition of Itaki and Biwajozo, the number of people on Obito's side suddenly increased from 3 to 5. Shinji's side. He observed Biwajozo, Itaki, Obito, Wu Yang, and Sheneng, who were lined up on the opposite side, while analyzing the current situation. Shizuke was lured out of the village by Sheneng and Wu Yang were obviously recruited by Obito. This means that Sasuke's departure from the village should have been planned by Obito. But what is his purpose? Why did Itaki stand on his side? In the original time and space, Obito and Itaki had a relationship of mutual cooperation, mutual surveillance, and caution. Shinji believed that this point should not have changed much in this time and space, so he could guess Obito's motive for luring Shizuke, but for a while, he could not judge how Itaki would deal with this matter. However, judging from Itaki's current performance, he should have chosen to stand on Obito's side. As for whether Itaki was sincere or just paralyzing Obito, Shinji was more inclined to the latter, but no matter what, with the appearance of Itaki and Biwajozo, the balance of power has tilted towards Obito. After all, Haku's chakra has been exhausted. Karin has fought repeatedly, and he used Huojin to extract some chakra and transfer it to Haku before, which consumed a lot of chakra. In fact, he is the only one who can maintain the peak combat power. On the opposite side, Obito and Itaki are experienced and have many trump cards. Shinji dare not say that he will win in a one-on-one fight, let alone 1 against 2. Add to that Wu Yang, Biwajozo, and Sheneng. Once a full-scale war breaks out, the situation is likely to collapse quickly. However, Shinji understands that the more this happens, the more he cannot show his cowardice, so even if Itaki and Biwajozo appear on the battlefield, he still stands quietly, staring at the opposite side indifferently. In the distance, Seeing the Akatsuki organization split into two groups and confront each other, not only the people of Konoha, but also the Kirigakure assassination team and the Uegakure beheading team, all looked at each other in bewilderment. Ahem. Ya coughed and asked, "What's going on? Why are the members of the Akatsuki organization fighting each other?" Ningji, who was also injured and holding his chest, was a little breathless. He opened his Byakugan and observed the distance. It was the same last time in the land of demons. The Akatsuki organization seemed to be divided into two factions. Kimimaro said, "We should be thankful." Everyone agreed. They had all seen the horror of the Akatsuki organization with their own eyes. If there was no internal strife, they really couldn't imagine how powerful the Akatsuki organization was. On the side, Kakashi and others were also paying close attention to the battlefield. He keenly felt that this was a good opportunity to spy on the Akatsuki organization, so he did not lead the people of Konoha to evacuate immediately. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that after this battle, the 5 major ninja villages would definitely not continue to let the Akatsuki organization go. The war will officially break out, and the 8 members of the Akatsuki organization in front of us will become the key targets that the 5 major ninja villages need to deal with in the future. Every more intelligence we have now will reduce the number of sacrifices in the future. This is also the reason why the Kirigakure assassination team and the Uegakure beheading team are still wandering around the periphery and refusing to leave even though they know that it is impossible. On the battlefield, seeing that the 3 opponents had no intention of retreating, Obito frowned slightly. 2 Manjiki Uchiha and 1 Ice Release Ninja. He stared at the opposite side while evaluating the combat power in his heart. The Uchiha in the lead, one of the Manjiki's pupils is Amaterasu, and the other Uchiha's pupil is unknown. In the previous battle in the Land of Demons, Shinji had used Amaterasu to deal with the monsters, so Obito judged that the pupil of Shinji's Manjiki Sharingan was Amaterasu. However, there are 2 Manjiki Uchiha and 4 Manjiki Sharingans on the opposite side. Normally, there are 4 different Manjiki Eye techniques. Now he only knows 1, Amaterasu, and the remaining 3 Manjiki Eye techniques are all unknown, so he is very afraid. Because the Manjiki Eye techniques are all strange and varied. No one can guarantee whether there will be a certain eye technique that can restrain his god's power, so before obtaining sufficient information, he does not want to fight with Uchiha who has the Manjiki Sharingan. Itaki obviously does not want to fight a meaningless battle here, so he said indifferently, "Continue the war, or it may lead to the division of the organization." Obito nodded gently, "Well, let's stop here." Itaki said no more, and signaled Biwajozo beside him to leave with his eyes, and then his figure flashed. Biwajozo looked deeply at Bai, who was dressed as an Akatsuki organization, and then followed Itaki. After a few ups and downs, his figure gradually disappeared into the night. After Itaki and Biwajozo left, Obito held down the shoulders of Woolyang and Cheneng with one hand each, and disappeared with them in the twisted vortex. The whole retreat process was clean and neat. It took only a few breaths before and after, and Obito and his party disappeared without a trace. Until then, Bai and Karin breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Bai whispered to Shinji, "My lord, I'm sorry, this time I acted without authorization." Karin followed and said, "I also contributed, please punish me." Shinji waved his hand, "Let's talk about this later, let's leave here first." Karin, pay attention to your perception, the other side has a ninja who is good at earth escape tracking. Yes. Karin quickly activated the Kagura heart. Shinji glanced at the people of Konoha in the distance, simply identified a direction, and then led Bai and Karin out of the battlefield. Kakashi was terrified at this time, fearing that the Akatsuki organization would target him and his group. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until everyone in the Akatsuki organization evacuated. Asuma next to him wiped the sweat from his forehead. The shadow clone of Shinji who stayed in the team came up and said, "Sasuke should be in front, let's go and take a look." Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Kakashi. In theory, the team's mission was to find Sasuke who left the village without permission, so it was natural to continue searching for Sasuke. But after experiencing the scenes just now, especially after seeing a large number of Kumigakure ninjas being slaughtered by the monsters, everyone was a little worried. If they continue to search for Sasuke, they may encounter members of the Akatsuki organization again. At that time, it is hard to say whether they can be as lucky as before. After weighing the pros and cons, Kakashi looked up and said, "Let's continue searching. If we still don't find any trace of Sasuke after leaving the border of the Land of Fire, we will return to the village first." "Okay." Yes, it's okay. Everyone nodded. Everyone could accept Kakashi's decision. So, Kakashi's team, together with Shinji's team, continued to search forward in the dark, and soon found the canyon where Itaki and Suzuki fought. When they came to the middle of the canyon, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Although everyone had seen many bloody and horrible scenes today, the scene in front of them still made everyone feel creepy from the bottom of their hearts. The bodies of the sand ninjas on the ground were intertwined in pairs. A closer look revealed that all these sand ninjas died in cannibalism. In the blood, there was an indescribable weirdness. As a master of illusion, Yui Kurane carefully checked it, and then said with a serious expression, "It should be an illusion." Asuma was full of doubts, "Are they all under illusion?" Hong shook his head, "I can't explain this either. Under normal circumstances, if one person is hit by an illusion, his companions will wake him up instantly, so the ninjas of the large group are completely immune to illusions, unless..." Kakashi took over the conversation, "unless the caster delays the activation of the illusion after planting the illusion, and waits until all enemies are planted with illusions before triggering them together, it is possible to achieve this effect." Hong glanced at Kakashi, then nodded and said, "Yes, only in this way can it be successful in theory. So it is impossible for one person to do it. These sand ninjas should have been attacked by a well-coordinated illusion team." Asuma, who was squatting on the ground to check, said, "From the footprints, there are only 2 or 3 footprints here except for the footprints of the sand ninjas themselves, and one of the footprints is Uchiha Sasuke's." Hong frowned, "This is impossible." "No, it's possible." After a pause, Kakashi said, "If it's that person, it's possible to do it." At this time, the voice of Ya came from a distance, "Found it." Everyone rushed over following the sound and finally found Suzuki lying on the ground, unconscious. As a medical ninja, Shinji's shadow clone took the lead, squeezed through the crowd, stepped forward to check Suzuki, and said, "He is not in danger of life for the time being. But his spirit has been strongly stimulated and is on the verge of collapse." "Ah!" Kakashi sighed. The thing he least wanted to see finally happened. At this time, the Kirigakure assassination team and the Uegakure beheading team also found this canyon and saw the bodies of Sand Village ninjas all over the ground. Damn it! These people from the Akatsuki organization are so arrogant. We must make them pay the price. The people of Kirigakure and Uegakure gnashed their teeth. This was the first time for the 5 major ninja villages to be bullied by a bounty ninja organization, so both Kirigakure and Uegakure ninjas felt offended. Due to the terrifying strength of the Akatsuki organization, they found it particularly unbearable, because what they couldn't say was that they really felt threatened and terrified. Kakashi came to the Kirigakure assassination team and Uegakure beheading team, "Everyone, now we must put aside our prejudices and unite to face the outside world." Zabuza, the leader of the Kirigakure assassination unit, glanced at Uchiha Suzuki, whose life or death was unknown and was surrounded by the people of Konoha, and knew that there was no chance to kidnap Uchiha Suzuki, so he nodded to Kakashi with a cold face. The captain of the Uegakure beheading unit also knew that now was not the time to turn against Konoha, and asked, "What are your plans?" Kakashi said, "We know too little about the Akatsuki organization, so it is not appropriate to act rashly now. I plan to return to the village first and report this operation to the 5 shadows." Zabuza and the captain of the Uegakure beheading unit looked at each other, and then nodded together. They actually knew in their hearts that if the Akatsuki members they were facing were not murderous, they would have become cold corpses on the ground like the people of Kumigakure and Uegakure. After the negotiation, Kakashi did not hesitate, remembered the location of the canyon, and quickly led the people of Konoha to Konoha village. The ninjas of Kirigakure and Uegakure also left. It was midnight. Kakashi and his group, who were returning, met Kai and his group who came to support them. After the 2 teams joined together, they returned to the village together. As everyone returned to the village, the news that Akatsuki tricked Suzuki out of the village and slaughtered ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages along the way spread all of a sudden in Konoha. In the temporary base of Kirigakure. After receiving the news, the 4th generation Mizukage was surprised. After confirming it again and again, he muttered to himself, "The strength of Akatsuki is so strong. Could it be that Akatsuki was the one who controlled the 3rd generation before?" In the temporary base of Uegakure. After the 3rd generation Tsuchikage Onoki learned about the loss of Uegakure's beheading troops, he was heartbroken. This damn Akatsuki organization must not be let off easily. In the temporary base of Kumigakure. Boom! The fourth Reikage smashed the wall in front of him with a punch, and then ordered the attendant beside him, "How dare you slaughter my people so openly? Go and inform the Ubi and Uzukimon. This time I will personally investigate the Akatsuki organization." In the temporary station of Sand Village, the fourth Kazekage looked serious. 4 teams were wiped out. The strength of the Akatsuki organization seems to be stronger than we imagined. Cho nodded. "I didn't expect that just Uchiha Sasuke's departure would cause such a melee. All of our 5 major ninja villages were involved, and so many people died." The fourth Kazekage said, "Let's put aside the matter against Konoha for the time being. I always feel that if the Akatsuki organization is left alone, there will be big problems in the future." 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's just a small effort, and I hope everyone will support it. Chapter 149. The 5-cage talks are opened again. The 5-cage conference was held again, but this time there was less gunpowder. The third Hokage looked around the whole place, met the eyes of the other 4 Hokages one by one, and finally said slowly, "I believe you all have understood the threat of Akatsuki." The third Hokage had already learned through Kakashi that the 4 villages of Kirigakuer, Uegakuer, Kumigakuer, and Sandgakuer had sent people to try to kidnap Sasuke. But now is obviously not the time to settle accounts with these villages. Because after repeated evaluations by the intelligence team, Akatsuki's high-end combat power is no less than any major ninja village. Considering that Akatsuki is a secret organization, its personnel move secretly and quickly. In a small local battlefield, any of the 5 major ninja villages will not get any advantage if they encounter Akatsuki. So the strength of the 5 major ninja villages must be gathered to solve the hidden danger of Akatsuki. Hearing the hidden meaning in the third Hokage's words, the fourth Reikage was a little annoyed and snorted heavily. The 4th generation Mizukage said, "This Akatsuki organization is different from ordinary bounty ninja organizations. They continue to recruit rebel ninjas from various villages to expand their strength. There must be a bigger conspiracy." The 3rd generation Tsuchikage and the 4th generation Kazekage nodded in unison. Everyone is a smart person. They pulled each other's legs before because they didn't take Akatsuki too seriously and thought it was just a bounty ninja organization with a little strength. Now that they know about Akatsuki, especially after confirming that Akatsuki has the ability to shake the ruling position of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, everyone naturally pays attention to it. Once they pay attention to it, they can judge from many of Akatsuki's behaviors that Akatsuki is very ambitious. The 4th generation Reikage frowned and asked directly, "What exactly do they want to do?" The meeting was instantly quiet. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke easily. The intelligence network of the 5 major ninja villages covers almost every corner of the ninja world. In theory, once the 5 major ninja villages get serious, any organization in the ninja world will be exposed in front of the intelligence network of the 5 major ninja villages. But Akatsuki is an exception. Each village has activated its own intelligence network and conducted a rigorous investigation of Akatsuki, but no useful intelligence was found. Where is Akatsuki's lair? It's a mystery. What is the purpose of Akatsuki's establishment? It's also a mystery. Even who is the leader of Akatsuki? No one can tell. After paying attention to Akatsuki, everyone realized that this organization is so mysterious and full of mysteries. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki pondered for a moment, "Our priority now is to obtain intelligence on the Akatsuki organization." The 4th Kazekage said, "If we capture 1 or 2 of their members, we will know where their organization's lair is." Boom! The 4th Reikage smashed the long table in front of him with a punch, stood up and said, "Okay, let's do it." The 3rd Hokage said helplessly, "Sir Reikage, please be patient. The members of the Akatsuki organization are extremely powerful, and according to the intelligence we have collected so far, they rarely act alone, usually in groups of 2 or 3. It is not an easy task to capture them." The 4th Reikage said in a muffled voice, "Humph, many of them are traitors to your villages. Please share the intelligence of those traitors." The 4th Kazekage nodded gently. "Later, we in Tsunagakuer will compile a report on the Red Sand Scorpion." Unaki sighed and said, "Forget it, we in Uegakuer will also share the information about Deidara." The 4th Mizukage said calmly, "We will sort out the information about Biwajozo." The representative of Takigakuer stood up and saluted, "We will sort out the information about Kakuzu as soon as possible. We apologize to Takigakuer again for Kakuzu's joining Akatsuki." After the representative of Takigakuer spoke, Everyone in the venue looked at the third Hokage. The third Hokage said, Konoha will share the information about Uchiha attack with everyone. Onoki snorted coldly, there is more than one Uchiha attack. The third Hokage frowned, Mr. Tsuchikage, we Konoha really know nothing about the other Uchiha in Akatsuki. Onoki asked, Sarutobi Hiruzen, then tell me, where did those Uchiha come from? Did they appear out of thin air? The fourth Kazekage interjected, we in Sand Village have received information that your disciple Orochimaru, Hokage, is suspected to have joined the Akatsuki organization. The fourth Mizukage nodded slightly, yes, we in Kirigakure have also received relevant news. Obviously. Once the 5 major ninja villages are serious, many previously ignored intelligence will be investigated one by one. For example, the fact that Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization was investigated by Sand Village and Kirigakure. Sitting in the outer circle, Orochimaru, disguised as the representative of the Sound Village, grinned slightly. He looked at his teacher, curious about how this Hokage, known as the ninja hero, would deal with the aggressive questioning of other ninja villages. The third Hokage's face darkened, we will also share the information about Orochimaru in Konoha. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and thought, is he really old? For a moment, an idea came to his mind. Instead of watching the teacher lose his edge bit by bit in old age, it would be better to let the teacher die in a splendid battle. At least, this way he would not be despised by other villages because of his old age. With the compromise of the third Hokage, the other 4 shadows calmed down a little. Everyone also knew that this time, the assistance of Konoha was indispensable to deal with the Akatsuki organization, so no matter how much they quarreled, they still had to talk about it. The fourth Raikage suddenly proposed, several of your villages have rebel ninjas joining the Akatsuki organization, but only our Kumigakure has not, so I think this time the action against the Akatsuki organization should be commanded by our Kumigakure. The third Tsuchikage Onoki immediately said, why? Humph, just because you have so many dead people. The fourth Raikage was furious, what did you say? Onoki was unmoved and crossed his arms, although I am old, my ears are not deaf, and I don't need you to yell so loudly. The third Hokage quickly stopped him and said, Mr. Raikage, this is a meeting of the 5 Kages, please be careful about your words and actions. The fourth Mizukage was also displeased with the Raikage's rudeness, if you want the command of the operation, you can't just rely on your voice. I propose that whoever can obtain the key intelligence from the Akatsuki organization can obtain the command of the operation to eliminate the Akatsuki organization this time. After listening to the proposal of the Mizukage, all the Kages present considered it. Such a large operation must be under unified command, which the 5 Kages know. But no one will agree to get the command without any words. The result will only be constant quarrels. So the proposal of the Mizukage is very practical. After all, being able to obtain key intelligence from the Akatsuki organization itself proves its own strength. In this case, it is reasonable to obtain the command of the operation. As long as we can contact Itaki, we can obtain the intelligence of the Akatsuki organization, and then we can legitimately obtain the command of the operation. At this point, the third Hokage was the first to agree, I agree with Mr. Mizukage's proposal. Humph. When we in Kumigakure catch 1 or 2 members of the Akatsuki organization and torture them to find out the location of the Akatsuki organization, the command of the operation will belong to us in Kumigakure. After thinking about it, the fourth Raikage also said, okay, let's do it. Whoever can obtain the information will lead this operation. The third Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes and weighed it, and finally nodded, we have no objection to the rock village. Although Deidara joined the Akatsuki organization, he has not done anything evil yet, so Onoki considered finding a way to pull Deidara out of the Akatsuki organization and take advantage of the situation to obtain information about the Akatsuki organization from Deidara. The fourth Kazekage exchanged glances with the Cho elders sitting in the outer circle, and then said, we in the Sand Village have no objection, but what is the key information? The third Hokage said in a deep voice, the information of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, the location of the Akatsuki organization's lair, and the personnel structure of the Akatsuki organization. Okay. If any village can obtain these intelligence first, the command of this operation will be handed over to that village. Agreed. Okay. That's it. Yes. The 4 Kage all nodded. Outer circle. The representatives of Takigakure breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Kakuzu, they were under great pressure. After all, Takigakure was just a small ninja village and had no strength to compete with the 5 major ninja villages. In addition, Takigakure had a tailed beast. If the 5 major ninja villages attacked them with this incident and asked for the tailed beast, they really had no way to compete. Fortunately, the 5 major ninja villages were currently competing for the command of this operation and checking and balancing each other. They could not take care of them for a while, so they escaped. Several representatives of Kyuzagakure looked at the 5 kage sitting in the inner circle and set the rules to deal with the Akatsuki organization without asking for their opinions. They looked embarrassed. Among them, the elders of Kyuzagakure who came to Konoha later said in their hearts, "These arrogant guys simply don't take us Kyuzagakure in their eyes. It seems that the tailed beast plan will be launched again, otherwise, we Kyuzagakure will never have a chance to succeed." The 2 representatives of the Rain Village looked at each other, then lowered their eyes, revealing an attitude of obeying the arrangements. On the surface, they came to the meeting on behalf of Hanzo, who has the title of demigod in the ninja world, but in fact, they came to Konoha to gather intelligence according to Konan's instructions. So in front of the 5 shadows, they did not dare to show the slightest abnormality. Because they knew very well that the secret base of the Akatsuki organization, which was wearing red cloud clothes, was in the Hidden Rain Village, and the leader of the Akatsuki organization was the current leader of the Hidden Rain Village, Pain. Orochimaru, representing the Sound Village, glanced at the 2 representatives of the Hidden Rain Village, grinned, and smiled. The 5 major ninja villages did not take the small ninja village seriously, but it happened that the small ninja village knew the information of the Akatsuki organization, which had to be said to be a kind of irony. However, he was not going to disclose the information of the Akatsuki organization for the time being. The Akatsuki organization was a huge threat to him, and the 5 major ninja villages were also a threat to him, so he wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, let Akatsuki and the 5 major ninja villages restrain each other. In his judgment, although the leader of Akatsuki, Pain, has the legendary Immortal Eye, he is alone and weak, and his overall strength is obviously inferior to that of the 5 major ninja villages. Exposing the intelligence of Akatsuki too early will only benefit the 5 major ninja villages. What he wants is that Akatsuki and the 5 major ninja villages fight to the end. In this way, no one will hinder his plan to seize Uchiha Sasuke's body. Finally, Shin, the witch of the demon country, who was sitting in the outer circle, yawned boredly. Such a meeting was too boring for a 7 or 8-year-old child like her, so she was distracted throughout the whole process. She only knew that the 5 shadows reached an agreement on the issue of command, and she didn't know anything about the details. In the Konoha hospital, Kaoru Kusanagi shook her head at Shinji. "Hey, his spirit has been greatly stimulated, and he has closed all contact with the outside world. With our current means, there is no way to wake him up." What Kaoru Kusanagi was referring to was naturally Suzuki, who was rescued by Shinji and his friends. At this time, Suzuki was lying on the intensive care bed in the hospital, unconscious. Through the window of the ward, Shinji glanced at Suzuki on the bed inside and said, "Is there no way at all?" Kaoru Kusanagi said, "Unless it is that adult, no one can wake him up." Shinji knew that the adult Kaoru Kusanagi was talking about Tsunade, who had run away, so he said, "I know." When Shinji walked out of the hospital, a group of classmates immediately surrounded him. "How is Suzuki? Is he awake? Is he not in danger of life?" Everyone asked in unison. Shinji motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then slowly said, "Don't worry, Suzuki is not in danger of life, but his mind was attacked by illusion and he fell into a coma temporarily." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shinji said, "Okay, let's go back." Everyone said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. Shinji came to Niji, Kimimaro, Kaiba, and Shino and asked, "Are you all right?" They shook their heads. Then Kaiba said sadly, "Hey, I didn't expect a wandering doctor to have such strong strength." Ninji's face darkened. This action to recover Suzuki had a great impact on him, and made him realize his weakness once again. At the same time, the wandering doctor who could almost kill him in an instant had no power to fight back in front of the Akatsuki member, which also made him hesitate. He had actually decided to report to the village that the Akatsuki member had sneaked into Konoha and instigated him to steal the secret of the main family's trip to the moon. But after experiencing this incident, he hesitated. He didn't want to be so mediocre all the time, and he wanted to get the Rinnegan mentioned by the Akatsuki member from the bottom of his heart. He secretly swore, "I don't want to be a bird in a cage." On the other side, Kimimaro also thought to himself, 8 Gates of Dunjia, is this the technique that makes the 7 ninja swordsmen completely disappear from the ninja world? Shenung's 8 Gates of Dunjia left a deep impression on him. He never thought that pure physical skills could reach such a high level. 2 chapters in 1. Please recommend and vote. Those who have updated their recommendation votes every day, please raise your hand. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 150, The Open and Covered Struggle for Command. Hokage's Office. The third generation and several advisory elders in the village are listening to Kakashi and Asuma's more detailed report on this operation. Kakashi finished his report. The above is the whole process of this operation. Asuma said, I have nothing to add. The third generation took off his pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke. So, the monster in the demon country and the wandering doctor with the alias Shenung have all joined the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi nodded, yes. Danzo raised his eyebrows sinisterly. Why did the Akatsuki organization lure Sasuke out of the village? Koharu Yudatan also asked, and they let him go in the end, which is a bit abnormal. According to Kakashi's description, the Akatsuki organization had enough time to kill Sasuke or take Sasuke away, but they did not do so, but left the unconscious Sasuke alone in the canyon. This point is obviously a bit unreasonable. Kakashi said, I'm sorry, we haven't collected any relevant clues yet. Maybe we can only understand the cause of the matter after Sasuke wakes up. The third generation asked at this time, how is Sasuke's injury? When can he wake up? Kakashi reported, the medical team's diagnosis is that Sasuke's spirit has been greatly stimulated and all connections with the outside world have been closed, so. Danzo asked, so what? Kakashi sighed, so they are not sure when Sasuke can wake up, unless that adult takes action. Everyone present knew who Kakashi was referring to, but Tsunade was away and could not be contacted for a while. After a pause, the third Hokage ordered, notify Jiraiya and ask him to find Tsunade. The village needs them now. Kakashi bowed and accepted the order, I'll arrange it now. Midaman Yan suddenly asked, did that wandering doctor really master the 8 gates of ninjutsu? And he can open the 7th gate, the gate of Tsunade. As Midaman Yan questioned, the third Hokage and the other 2 advisory elders all looked at Kakashi and Asuma. The 8 gates of ninjutsu is a forbidden technique of Konoha. Even in Konoha, there are only a handful of people who can master this technique. With the death of Might Dai, there is no one in the village who can open the 8 gates of ninjutsu to the 7th gate, the gate of Tsunade. After all, even Might Dai's son Might Guy can only open the 6th gate, the gate of Jing, and is trying to attack the 7th gate, the gate of Tsunade. So a wandering doctor not only mastered the 8 gates of ninjutsu, but also could open the 7th gate, the gate of Tsunade. This is simply incredible for the Konoha high-level officials. I saw it with my own eyes. The other party has indeed mastered the 8 gates of ninjutsu and opened the 7th gate, the gate of terror. Kakashi gave a positive answer. For him, who has also practiced the 8 gates of ninjutsu and knows the difficulty of practicing this forbidden technique, he is unwilling to admit that a wandering doctor can open the 7th gate of terror. But the fact is that Shenung did open the gate of terror in full view of the public and instantly severely damaged the team that Shinji had temporarily assembled. If Shenung had not deliberately shown off and did not kill him, except for Kimimaro who possessed the corpse vein, Niji, Kaiba, and Shino would not have survived. Yutane Koharu frowned, are the rumors true? Shenung is a spy. Danzo snorted coldly, humph, he may have worked for Akatsuki for a long time. He wandered around villages as a wandering doctor, stealing secret techniques and intelligence. Mitomano said, we must investigate thoroughly. The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe, then nodded slightly, immediately investigate the leak of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Yes. Kakashi bowed again to accept the order. Shenung even stole the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of Dunjia level, which means that he may also steal other forbidden techniques, so we must investigate thoroughly, otherwise, this will be a huge security risk for Konoha. After the high-level meeting, when everyone dispersed, the third Hokage stopped Kakashi who was about to leave and said, this time, Konoha is very passive in the 5-cage talks. If we can't get the confidential information of Akatsuki first, the command of the action will be handed over to others. Kakashi immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. The reason why the Land of Fire can occupy the most prosperous and fertile land in the ninja world is because Konoha is the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. Once this position is lost, the Land of Fire will never have peace. You must know that other major countries have always coveted the fertile land of the Land of Fire. This time, the command seems to only involve actions against the Akatsuki organization, but it directly reflects the current strength of the 5 major ninja villages. Once the command is taken away by other villages, it means that Konoha has lost its transcendent status as the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, which is something the 3rd generation absolutely cannot tolerate. Seeing that Kakashi has understood his concerns, the 3rd generation ordered, no matter what method you use, contact Uchiha Itachi as soon as possible to obtain information from the Akatsuki organization. Any conditions he proposes can be discussed, and everything is based on information. Kakashi nodded, I understand. After pondering for a while, the 3rd generation suddenly asked, did Uchiha Shinji have any abnormal behavior in this operation? After carefully recalling it, Kakashi shook his head, no abnormal behavior of Uchiha Shinji has been found for the time being. The 3rd generation waved his hand, go. Kakashi saluted and then left the Hokage's office. While the Konoha high-level officials held a secret meeting, other villages were not idle. As soon as the 4th generation Raikage returned to the base, he issued a secret order to the Hidden Cloud village, requiring the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 3 Tails Jinchuriki to be secretly assembled by wooden men. The command of this operation was bound to be obtained by the Hidden Cloud village, so the 4th generation Raikage was ready to lead the team personally, capture 1 or 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, and then pry open their mouths to obtain the confidential information of the Akatsuki organization in the simplest and most direct way. After the 4th Mizukage returned to the temporary base, he also issued the same order. He was not attacked by Itaki and Biwajozo first, and then controlled by Obito's illusion as in the original time and space, so the Kirigakure was firmly under his control. Because the 3rd Mizukage had traces of being controlled by the Sharingan illusion, the entire Kirigakure high level was deeply ashamed, so Kirigakure was highly unified in investigating related incidents. After returning to the temporary base, the 3rd Tsuchikage immediately issued a secret order, requiring the Uegakure ninja to search with all their strength and contact Deidara. Onoki was determined to get the command this time. But as an old and shrewd man, he did not want to fight Akatsuki head-on and consume his own strength, so Deidara became his breakthrough point. After returning to the temporary base, the 4th Kazekage and Cho began to select elite teams to try to capture 1 or 2 members of Akatsuki. For Cho, if Scorpion was captured by their sand village, he might be able to save his life, but if he fell into the hands of other villages, it would be hard to say. Therefore, both publicly and privately, she fully supported the 4th Kazekage to fight for the command of this operation. In the eyes of the 4th Kazekage, the 5 major ninja villages joined forces. No matter how strong the Akatsuki organization was, they would eventually be swept by the 5 major ninja villages, so he had to take advantage of this opportunity to win, brush up his prestige and dispel those voices in the village who doubted him. So, for a while, Konoha village was in turmoil, all kinds of news were flying, and all kinds of secret orders were shuttling. Late at night, Bai came to a small forest and whispered to a big tree, I just participated in the operation to recover Suzuki. You shouldn't contact me at this time. Asai came from the shadow behind the big tree, there is no way, the Mizukage is urging. Bai asked, did the Mizukage give the order personally? Yet. The shadow responded, and then said, Akatsuki members sneaked into Konoha and lured Uchiha Suzuki out of the village. Biwajozo came forward to guide Suzuki. These signs indicate that Uchiha Suzuki has something that the Akatsuki organization is interested in. What Mizukage means is that since you have participated in the operation to recover Uchiha Suzuki, you'd better use this opportunity to get close to Uchiha Suzuki and find out why the Akatsuki organization lured him out of the village. Bai hesitated for a moment and revealed a piece of news, Suzuki fell into a deep coma, and Konoha's medical team couldn't treat him. Black Shadow was a little surprised, what, is the news reliable? Bai said, absolutely reliable. Black Shadow asked, why did he fall into a deep coma? Bai said what he knew, according to the analysis of Konoha's medical team, Suzuki should have suffered a very strong illusion stimulation, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse, so he activated the self-protection mechanism and isolated all external information. Illusion attack. After a pause, Black Shadow said, doesn't Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan have the power to subdue the 9 tails? Why did he suffer such a serious illusion trauma? Bai shook his head, I'm not sure, but Sasuke's purpose of leaving the village this time was to kill his brother Uchiha Itachi, so the one who cast the illusion attack on him was probably Uchiha Itachi with the Manjiki Sharingan. The Black Shadow was silent for a while and asked, is it possible for Uchiha Suzuki to wake up? Bai replied, it's impossible to be sure. Okay, I will report this to Lord Mizukage. However, if he wakes up, we must find out as soon as possible why the Akatsuki organization lured him out of the village, and why they didn't kidnap him or take his life. Bai nodded and said, okay. At the other end, in the temporary station of the Sound Village, the disguised Kimimaro came to Orochimaru and saluted, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, I heard that you suffered a great loss at the hands of Shenung this time? I'm sorry. Kimimaro looked guilty. Orochimaru smiled and said, there's nothing to apologize for losing to the 8 gates. Kimimaro shook his head stubbornly, I'm too weak. But next time I meet him, I will definitely kill him. Orochimaru looked at Kimimaro with admiration, I'm looking forward to that day. Kimimaro met Orochimaru's gaze and said excitedly, please rest assured, I will not let you down. Orochimaru smiled and said, I recently found an interesting guy and extracted a natural energy from him. Do you want to try it? Kimimaro bowed and said, everything is up to you. Orochimaru saw what Kimimaro was thinking, what do you want to say to me? If possible. After a pause, Kimimaro asked, can you teach me the 8 gates of Dunjia? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, who was always gloomy, laughed heartily for the first time. In a noodle shop. After the middle-aged chef served Karan a bowl of fragrant ramen, he confirmed that there was no one in the aisle and closed the door of the compartment. Then the middle-aged chef lowered his voice, why did you participate in the operation to recover Uchiha Sasuke without authorization? Do you know that this will expose you to the eyes of the Konoha high-level officials and cause unnecessary trouble? Sorry. Karan suppressed the anger in her heart. She had too much anger and grievances for the Kyuzagakuer who only wanted to exploit her. It was just that considering that her mother had finally faked her death and escaped, and she was in Konoha, once she turned against the Kyuzagakuer, not only would her mother's hard-earned peaceful life be broken, but she might also be reported by the Kyuzagakuer and treated as a spy by Konoha. After all, she had participated in the assassination of Naruto. As long as the Kyuzagakuer village broke the jar and publicized everything, Konoha would never let her go. The middle-aged chef threatened, I warn you. Don't do such arbitrary things a second time. Don't forget that your mother is still in our control. Karan nodded and thought to herself, as expected by the leader, the Kyuzagakuer village doesn't care about my mother's life or death at all. They just want to use this to threaten me. Seeing that Karan was very obedient, the middle-aged chef let down his guard and said slowly, although your action this time was reckless, it also hit the mark by accident and created an opportunity for us. Now your task is to get close to Uchiha Sasuke and find out the relationship between him and the Akatsuki organization. Once you get any information about the Akatsuki organization, report to me immediately. Although the Kyuzagakuer village is not qualified to covet the command of the operation, it does not mean that the information about the Akatsuki organization is useless to them. If they can get the information about the Akatsuki organization before the 5 major ninja villages, they will have the bargaining chip for the transaction. Karan did not tell the middle-aged chef about Sasuke's true situation, but just nodded, okay, I will find a way to get close to Uchiha Sasuke. The middle-aged chef smiled with satisfaction and continued, in addition, the village decided to restart the Tailed Beast plan. You are now going to collect all the information about the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. What? Restart the Tailed Beast plan? Why? Karan looked surprised. The previous failed assassination of Naruto had already aroused Konoha's high vigilance. It has only been a few months. Logically, the Kyuzagakuer village should be dormant for the time being, waiting for Konoha to relax its vigilance. The middle-aged chef said coldly, you don't need to know the reason, you just need to follow the order. Karan had to respond, yes. The middle-aged chef then ordered, once the plan succeeds, you, who have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, will be the best candidate for the next 9 Tails Jinchuriki, so during this period, you should not do anything that will attract the attention of Konoha's top leaders, understand? 2-in-1 chapter. The last hour of the double monthly ticket, friends who still have monthly tickets remember to vote, after 12 o'clock tonight, the double event will end. Thank you for your support.